At the heart of boundless darkness, within a translucent barrier formed from interlocking silver-white hexagons, a naked young man sat curled up with his knees in his arms, his gaze empty and wooden. He had no idea how long he had been here. Perhaps a single second, perhaps a year, perhaps 10, perhaps ever since the moment of his birth. Who am I? Why am I here? The instant this question surfaced in his mind, it felt as though something shattered. A crimson petal emerged from the center of his forehead, drifting gently upward and outward until it finally brushed against the silver-white barrier. Like vermilion ink dripping into clear water, scarlet spread outward in a blooming stain, and in an instant the silver-white barrier turned the color of blood. This room feels so strange, he thought, at once crude and yet oddly high-end. That was the first notion that leapt into Yan Muyun's mind when he opened his eyes. From his perspective, he was lying inside a transparent glass cover. Several slender, transparent tubes extended from an unknown white device connected to his limbs and waist, delivering liquids of various colors. Aside from that, the room contained nothing else, its emptiness, so stark it verged on lonely. Pale blue curtains were tied back on either side of the window, sunlight slanting in from outside to cast diamond-shaped patches of light upon the off-white walls. Yan Muyun yawned, feeling a faint urge to go back to sleep. The bed was so comfortable that he could not be bothered to think about where he was or why he was here. Just then the faint sound of wheels sliding reached his ears as though the door had been opened. Who could it be? Mom, Dad, or that brat Yan Yiming? This place kind of felt like a hospital, so it might also be a nurse or a doctor. Yan Muyun arched a brow as a thought surfaced in his mind, and he closed his eyes again. The approaching footsteps were steady, neither hurried nor slow, and did not sound like they belonged to a woman. When he was a child, he had spent a period secretly staying up late every night, and thus knew his father's footsteps extremely well. This person was definitely not him. Yan Muyun secretly cracked his eyes open and saw a tall, straight figure in a white short-sleeved shirt standing beside his bed, slightly bent over, attentively examining the machine at his side. He caught sight of the man's profile. It was indeed his younger brother Yan Yiming. After a clear electronic chime, Yan Muyun, though keeping his eyes tightly shut, still felt the glass cover over him begin to slowly open. Should I shout really loudly in a moment? He wondered whether the soundproofing in this hospital was any good. If he was too loud, it might disturb other patients. But if he shouted too softly, it would be pointless, and probably would not scare that brat at all. Just as Yan Muyun was letting his thoughts run wild, he felt a pair of large hands grab hold of his waistband. Is this brat changing my clothes for me? Have I really been unconscious for several days to the point where I've ended up needing a change of clothes? Besides, shouldn't Mom and Dad be the ones doing something like changing my clothes? Since when did this brat become? Yan Muyun did not dwell on these questions, because if he hesitated even a second longer, his pants were going to be completely pulled off. Planting both hands on the bed, he sat up in one swift motion, and drawing a full breath from deep within, shouted, "Hey!" His little prank met with far greater success than he had anticipated. Off. Yan Yiming's body jolted as though struck by lightning, a near scream tearing from his throat. His hands flailed wildly as he stumbled back several steps before finally landing on the floor with a heavy thump. Yan Muyun had not expected his brother to be frightened to such an extent. He did not even have time to laugh at him before asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Yet the other seemed utterly stupefied, sitting on the floor with his torso tilted back, eyes bulging and mouth agape, showing not the slightest response to his question. "Yan Yiming." Yan Muyun waved a hand and called softly. It was now his turn to feel nervous, worried that he might have scared his younger brother into some kind of breakdown. At that moment, realization dawned on Yan Muyun. Clicking his tongue, he laughed and cursed, "Quit acting. I know you're doing this on purpose, trying to scare me back." Yet even after being called out, Yan Yiming remained in the same posture, the shock on his face undiminished. This faintly eerie scene finally made Yan Muyun sense that something was wrong. "You?" His words were abruptly cut off by a gentle mechanical female voice. "Full body examination complete. Patient has fully awakened with no hidden issues. Shall life support be terminated?" Life support? Does that mean this big glass cover and all these tubes on me? Yan Muyun blinked and tentatively replied, "Then turn it off." A few seconds after his words fell, the ceiling split open to both sides, revealing two black gaps. From them descended two pure white mechanical arms, sleek and brimming with technological presence. What on earth is this? Overwhelmed by the intensity of his shock, Yan Muyun could not help blurting out a curse. One robotic arm extended toward the white device, tapping a few spots upon it. The valves at the ends of the transparent tubes closed, and the multicolored liquids ceased to flow. The other arm descended before Yan Muyun, a smaller auxiliary hand unfolding from its side. The main hand deftly removed the tubes from his body one by one, while the auxiliary hand spread a yellow, translucent gel-like substance over each spot. It felt cool and refreshing, and was actually quite pleasant. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and once the arms had retracted back into the ceiling, Yan Muyun even began to suspect that he was still not fully awake. Scenes like that were ones he had only ever seen in Hollywood science fiction films. This hospital must be very expensive, right? Is there really such a high-end hospital in Minxia? How have I never heard of it before? He secretly pinched his own thigh, misjudging his strength, and hissing in pain as he drew in a sharp breath. Following the sound, Yan Muyun looked over to see that Yan Yiming was still sitting on the floor, one hand also pinching his own thigh. He could not help but be amused. This can't be your first time seeing those robotic arms, right? How are you still so shocked? The other did not respond, merely rising silently to his feet. Seeing his younger counterpart looking a bit disheveled, Yan Muyun found it rather entertaining and teased. Yan Yiming, you're an adult now. Can't you at least try to be a little braver? The young man furrowed his brows, his thoughts unknowable. After a long moment he sighed. I'm not Yan Yiming. You're not Yan Yiming. Yan Muyun widened his eyes, tilting his head slightly. After studying the man carefully, he realized that although this young man resembled his younger brother 7 or 8 parts, his figure was straighter, his face a touch narrower, and his features more sharply defined. If you're not Yan Yiming, then who are you, and why do you look so much like him? Even as he voiced the question, countless possibilities were already racing through Yan Muyun's mind. Is he some distant relative I've never met? Or maybe my dad's second younger brother's illegitimate son, or my dad's third younger brother's illegitimate son, or perhaps my dad's. I'm Yan Yiming's son, Yan Long. The young man straightened his clothes and looked over with a complicated expression. It's our first time meeting, uncle. The room fell into a deathly silence. After an unknown stretch of time, Yan Muyun swallowed with difficulty and asked, how old are you? Yan Long pressed his lips together. 17. Yan Muyun slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. What a coincidence. I'm 4 years older than your dad, and just happen to be 4 years older than you too. June 28, 2022, late at night. Beyond the window, the tapestry of city lights gradually drew nearer, and as the seat beneath him gave a slight shudder, the airplane touched down in a smooth, steady landing. Yan Muyun rubbed his slightly numb ears, rose to his feet, and reached up to take down the suitcase from the overhead compartment. Wrapped in the flow of passengers moving forward under the sweet melodic announcement of the flight attendant, he was carried along toward the cabin door. He was 21 this year, having just returned from studying abroad in the United Kingdom. For now he held only a bachelor's degree. Next year, he would have to go back to continue his master's studies. Because of this, he felt none of the intense graduation anxiety that plagued many other university students. Following the markings on his ticket, Yan Muyun made his way with practiced ease to baggage carousel No. 5. As the conveyor belt rotated slowly, he lifted his 2 suitcases off at one in each hand. When he stepped into the arrival hall, he rose slightly on tiptoe and spotted his family waiting to receive him. His father saw him at almost the same moment. The nearly 50-year-old man practically bounced up in excitement. The usually stern, square face was now overflowing with joy as he waved vigorously in his direction. A moment later, his mother and younger brother also spotted him and hurried over with soft cheers. Yan Muyun chuckled, dragging his 2 suitcases as he walked toward them. Bro. His younger brother was the first to reach him, casually taking one of the suitcases from his hand. The two of them were 4 years apart. Before Yan Muyun went to university, this little guy had been half a head shorter than him. Now, he had already grown faintly taller. Though they were blood brothers, they differed greatly in both appearance and temperament. Yan Muyun's disposition was relatively gentle and easygoing. He had been working out since high school, and thanks to his naturally broad frame, even his sporadic haphazard training left him looking quite sturdy. He was the type that if he accidentally rear-ended someone's car on the road, the other party would hardly dare open their mouth first to demand compensation. His younger brother Yan Yiming was now 17 and would be starting university this year. Yan Yiming was the kind who played freely and exuberantly with his friends, often becoming the center of his social circle. Yet when facing strangers or elders, he would grow noticeably reserved and constrained. Compared to his older brother, his figure was tall and slender, giving the impression of a shy boy next door. Bro, have you gotten fatter again? Yan Yiming chuckled as he spoke. Yan Muyun curled his lips in mild helplessness. Can't be helped. I had to grind through my graduation thesis, so I haven't been going to the gym much lately. He was the sort who put on weight with ridiculous ease and found losing it an uphill battle. As long as he ate 3 regular meals a day, he could gain 5 or 6 kg in just 2 weeks. Forget the gym for now. The seaside, near our place, is perfect for running. If you go for a run every day, you'll slim down in no time. Li Hui chattered on, reaching out to take the other suitcase from her eldest son's hand. This down-to-earth middle-aged woman was of average height and build neither fat nor thin. Her face was bare of makeup, naturally wavy hair pulled back into a simple ponytail, and her presence felt instantly approachable. Yan Muyun shifted slightly to the side, smiling. Mom, I can carry this one myself. His father came up behind him, tugging at the strap of the backpack on his shoulder. Give me this. Yan Muyun no longer refused his father's kindness and obediently let him take the backpack off. The family of four bustled out of the terminal hall together and made their way to the parking lot outside. Li Hui pressed the car key and the headlights and taillights of a sedan to the front left flashed twice as the faint click of the locks sounded from within. This pale gold Beijing Hyundai had accompanied them for 5 or 6 years. The license plate bore the character Xiang because they had bought it back when they lived in Hunan. Over these years the father Yan Guoqing had changed jobs twice, first serving as a departmental principal at one international high school, then becoming the vice principal of another and finally rising to the position of head principal at a third. Thus the car had traveled with the family from Hunan to Shanghai and ultimately to Minxia. In this city where streets were crowded with vehicles bearing Min plates, their sedan, with its lone Xiang plate, seemed a bit solitary. As a principal, Yan Guoqiang had been busy with work for years and never found the opportunity to learn to drive. Yan Yiming had only just become an adult and had not yet started lessons. In the family, only Yan Muyun and Li Hui knew how to drive. Feeling sorry for her son's travel fatigue, Li Hui naturally would not let him take the wheel, and Yan Muyun was more than happy to settle into the back seat. On the way home the family talked about many things, most of them centering around Yan Muyun, whether he had found a girlfriend, what amusing incidents he had encountered abroad, and so on. These were the questions that most concerned Yan Guoqiang and Li Hui, yet for the two brothers their minds were occupied with different matters these days. You've probably heard about it too, right? Yan Muyun drew his gaze back from the window and turned to look at his younger brother beside him. Yan Yiming raised an eyebrow. Bro, you mean that virus that's been spreading overseas recently? Li Hui, who was driving, sounded puzzled. What now? This virus is different from the ones before. Yan Yiming began to explain, but was cut off by their father. Whatever kind of virus it is, as long as it threatens human life, it ought to be eradicated. Yan Guoqing's tone. Yan Muyun smiled faintly and continued, for his brother, this virus does have a certain fatality rate, but it said that anyone who survives it will gain some sort of superpower. Superpower? Yan Guoqiang turned to look at his eldest son. Yan Muyun swiped across his phone, deftly opening a foreign website, then handed the device to his father as he explained, our country's controls are strict and it hardly reports this sort of thing. But certain overseas sites have been circulating this for 2 or 3 days already. According to statistics, over 1,200 special patients have appeared worldwide so far. Although as the principal of an international high school, Yan Guoqiang was quite familiar with news from abroad, he had scarcely heard anything about this. He took the phone and examined it, only to find it was an obscure little website. On the homepage were several videos with high click counts, each thumbnail strikingly eye-catching. One showed a blonde youth with flames igniting at his fingertips, setting a large pile of hay ablaze. Another featured an Indian man whose half a head had turned into silver liquid, while the other half remained normal. Most exaggerated of all was a girl whose mouth had opened to half the size of her body, as though she were about to swallow the red sedan before her in a single bite. And so on and so forth, examples of that kind. While his father browsed the page, Yan Muyun elaborated, according to the information here, this virus is being called SUP-001 by foreign youth. Those infected suffer severe fevers with body temperatures often exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. If they can endure through it, they seem to gain superpowers. Over 40 degrees. How could a normal person possibly bear that? Li Hui couldn't help exclaiming. Her voice rang with involuntary alarm. At this point, Yan Guoqiang had also finished skimming through the site, his brows knitted. He curled his lip and handed the phone back to his son. Who knows where this little site popped up from? There's no authority to it at all. Those videos might well have been made by troublemakers. Yan Muyun shrugged, not arguing. You're right, I don't really believe it either. Maybe it's just that the videos look so real, practically no trace of editing, and that's why they've blown up overseas. He considered himself a staunch materialist and seldom paid attention to tales of the uncanny or supernatural. He had learned about this SUP-001 virus only because a university classmate had shared the link in a WeChat group 2 days earlier, leading him to discover this newly created niche website. Thinking of this, Yan Muyun suddenly remembered something and turned to his younger brother. How did you find out about it? Given the strict internet controls at home, an ordinary high school student ought not so easily come across such random information. I'm going abroad to study this September too, so I started paying extra attention to foreign news. By accident I stumbled on this while searching. Yan Yiming grinned. The airport was not far from home, only about a 20-minute drive. The car soon turned into the underground parking garage of their residential complex. As he stepped out of the car, Yan Muyun had just straightened up when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. His body instantly lost its balance, and he instinctively grabbed the door to keep from collapsing back onto the seat. What's wrong, DeBayo? Yan Guoqiang noticed his son's abnormal state and asked with concern. Yan Muyun touched his forehead with the back of his hand, feeling a slight feverish heat. A hint of helpless amusement crossed his face. I might be about to get a superpower. With the help of his father and younger brother, Yan Muyun slowly laid down on the bed. At this moment his face was slightly flushed, his forehead was hot, and his breathing had become somewhat rapid. Yan Guoqing found the thermometer from under the TV cabinet in the living room, aimed it at his eldest son's forehead, and the screen displayed 38.3 degrees. It seemed he indeed had a fever, but fortunately it was not severe at the moment. Li Hui hurriedly walked in from outside, placing a damp towel on her son's forehead, her expression filled with worry. He was fine just after getting off the plane. How could he catch a cold so suddenly? Yan Muyun coughed twice, his voice a bit hoarse. It might be because the air conditioning was too strong on the plane. Yan Guoqing patted his younger son's shoulder. Hurry downstairs to the pharmacy and buy some fever-reducing medicine for your brother. Don't we need to go to the hospital? Li Hui asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yan Muyun, lying on the bed, waved his hand and weakly smiled. No, your son has a good constitution. He hasn't been sick in the past 2 years. It's just a fever now. A good sleep and he'll be fine tomorrow. Li Hui sighed, but didn't insist further. Alright, I'll go make some ginger date tea for you. After drinking it, wrap yourself up tightly in the blanket to sweat it out. Then I'll go buy the medicine now. Yan Yiming, worried about his brother's condition, didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly went to change his shoes at the door. The Yan family lived on the 31st floor, and the stairs were almost just for decoration for them. Yan Yiming stood in front of the elevator doors, pulling out his phone to check the recent news while waiting for the elevator. After a brief glance at the page, he helplessly shook his head. Just as he had expected, there was still no information related to superpowers. Although his father and brother believed it to be nonsense, Yan Yiming was well aware that this matter was real. As he was lost in thought, the elevator doors opened with a soft ding. A figure dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt walked out. Yan Yiming instinctively stepped aside, brushing past the individual as he entered the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Yan Yiming suddenly felt something was strange. He checked the time on his phone and saw it was already 9 in the evening. He recalled the young man in the hooded sweatshirt, who appeared to be around 20 years old, exuding a somewhat gloom. Yan Yiming had no impression of this person, who was likely not a resident of their floor. Was it normal to visit friends at such a late hour? The elevator doors continued to close, and the numbers on the indicator began to decrease, signaling the man in the black hooded sweatshirt turned around, removed his hood, revealing a young and ordinary face. He stared blankly at the silver elevator doors for a long while. After about 10 seconds, he withdrew his gaze and stepped toward the door at the corner of the corridor. Inside the room, Yan Guoqing sat on the sofa with a furrowed brow. His eldest son fell ill with a fever just after returning home, turning his originally joyful mood into one of gloom. Suddenly a series of knocks came from the door. Li Hui, who had just settled her son, stepped out puzzled and asked, did Xiao Bao forget his keys when he went out? Maybe. Yan Guoqing thought of other things at the moment, casually waving his hand to indicate his wife to open the door. They lived in a high-end community where every entrance was guarded and entry required a key card. It wasn't the first time Yan Yiming had forgotten his keys and returned to knock after going out. Li Hui picked up the keys from the table, opened the door, and muttered, "You always so careless." "Who are you?" Hearing his wife's exclamation, Yan Guoqing immediately stood up and strode toward the door. Li Hui reacted quickly, and as she realized it wasn't Yan Yiming, she immediately tried to close the door. However, the intruder was too strong and forced his way in. The unexpected guest was dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt, his face somewhat pale, looking very young. His features gave Yan Guoqing a sense of familiarity. But at this moment, he had no time to ponder the source of that familiarity. He pointed at the intruder and shouted, "Breaking into a private residence is against the law. Get out." Li Hui had already rushed into the kitchen, pulling out a kitchen knife from the rack, trembling as she pointed the tip at the intruder, screaming, "Get out. Please get out." In the face of their shouts, the young man's pale face showed no emotion. His dull gray eyes fixed on Yan Guoqing, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Principal Yan, truly worthy of being the head of a school. You have quite the imposing presence. Who are you?" Yan Guoqing's eyes widened as he finally remembered the source of the familiarity. "Zhang Yu. How did you end up at my door?" "What an honor. I can't believe you still remember me." Zhang Yu bowed slightly to him. Although he was once a student of her husband, Li Hui still dared not let her guard down, continuing to point the knife at him. If it were a normal student visiting a teacher, why not contact them in advance? Showing up like this, especially at night, was anything but normal. The intruder was a strong young man, while both she and her husband were nearing 50. Her younger son had just gone out, and her eldest son was bedridden with a fever. If he truly had malicious intent, they might not be able to handle it. Li Hui grew increasingly uneasy, saying, "No matter whether you are Principal Yan's student or not, it's too late now. Our family does not welcome you." The word "you" had not fully escaped her lips when she heard a short and muffled explosion, followed by the sound of many glass objects shattering behind her, with various items crashing to the ground incessantly. "Li Hui!" her husband exclaimed in shock from a distance, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at her. Li Hui gently shook her head to dispel the dizziness in her mind, then turned to look. What she saw was complete chaos behind her. The cabinet seemed to have been violently struck several times with a baseball bat. The glass cabinet doors shattered everywhere, and the seasonings and dishes inside lay scattered across the tiled floor, many of them smashed to pieces. Li Hui turned her head back, looking at the young man in front of her with eyes that seemed to see a demon, her lips trembling as she uttered a syllable, You. However, she couldn't finish her sentence because she realized that the kitchen knife in her hand was now only half intact. The broken edge was rough and sharp, as if it had been snapped directly by an inhuman force. The young man named Zhang Yu raised his right hand, placing his index finger to his lips, and softly shushed, "Principal Yan, from now on let's all be quiet and have a calm conversation, shall we?" A shattering sound of glass echoed from the living room, followed by father's muffled shouts of fury and mother's piercing scream. Yan Muyun, drowsy and disoriented, struggled to prop himself up halfway, attempting to call out and ask what had happened, but his throat burned with dry agony, rendering him utterly voiceless. The exhaustion of travel, the disorientation of jet lag, and the overwhelming dizziness brought on by fever left him with a splitting headache and a body utterly devoid of strength. Bracing his palms against the edge of the bed, Yan Muyun forced himself upright, only to sway unsteadily and collapse back down as his legs buckled beneath him. He drew a slow, deep breath, seized the forehead thermometer from the nightstand, and pressed it to his brow. The display read 39.5°C. In less than 5 minutes his temperature had surged wildly, nearing 40°C. "Damn it," Yan Muyun gasped, a ragged near-death whisper, before consciousness dissolved into dark. In the living room, Yan Guocheng sat solemnly on the sofa, while Li Hui clung tightly beside him, her gaze flickering between wariness and terror as she stared at the unfamiliar young man seated across from them. She could not comprehend why this stranger had suddenly barged into her home, why the cabinet behind her had inexplicably collapsed, or why the kitchen knife in her hand had snapped cleanly in two without warning. This simple, earnest woman had even begun to suspect he might be a foreign agent, armed with some cutting-edge cinematic-grade weapon. Yet her husband was merely an ordinary school principal, having devoted his entire life to diligent, unremarkable service. How could he possibly be entangled in such a scenario straight out of a thriller? Zhang Yu slowly crossed his legs, reclining with unnerving ease on the sofa, his cold glacial eyes fixed upon the man before him. "Principal Yan, you know why I'm here, don't you?" Though fear coiled tight in Yan Guocheng's chest, his face betrayed nothing. Only a quiet, deliberate shake of the head. "Let me give you a hint. Search Changsha recent major criminal case on your phone." As Zhang Yu spoke, he pushed himself up from the armrests and rose to his feet, stepping deliberately toward Yan Guocheng and Li Hui. "I'll watch you closely, so you don't call the police." He loomed over them, voice detached and motionless. Yan Guocheng slowly withdrew his phone, opened the browser, and entered the 3 keywords Zhang Yu had just uttered. The top search result appeared instantly. A stark, blue and white official police notice at approximately 2:00 m. On May 21, 2022, a major homicide occurred in the XX district of XX City Hux province. The suspect forcibly entered a private residence and brutally murdered the husband Zheng Moji, male 47, the wife son Moli, female 44, and their daughter Zheng Moyu, female 21, a family of 3. The suspect is believed to be a young male in his early 20s, approximately 178 centimeters tall and slender in build. Upon the incident, local authorities immediately activated the major case investigation protocol and commenced rigorous on-site forensic examination. Yan Guocheng did not bother reading further. He lifted his gaze, his normally resolute features now contorted with shock, and locked eyes with Zhang Yu. "Is it Zheng Moyu? Did you kill? Did you slaughter Zheng Moyu's entire family?" By now Li Hui was utterly paralyzed with terror. Utterly bewildered, she gripped her husband's sleeve with trembling fingers, biting her lips shut to stifle any sound, her whole body quivering faintly. Zhang Yu snatched the phone from Yan Guocheng's hand and flung it into the far corner of the living room, then returned to his seat and said coolly, "Who else could it possibly be?" At that moment Zhang Yu's eyes flared wide, his expression twisting into something grotesque and feral. "She and her wretched parents destroyed my life, shattered my family. Wasn't killing them, only justice served." Yan Guocheng's mind reeled back to an afternoon in 2017, the memory still vivid, still raw with disbelief and dismay. "Principal Yan, something terrible has happened. That grade 10 student Zhang Yu, he assaulted a classmate during PE class." For years earlier, Yan Guocheng had been preparing for his usual classroom rounds when the balding, frantic academic director intercepted him at the office door and dragged him back inside. "What?" Yan Guocheng's voice leapt instinctively. Then catching himself, he lowered it sharply. "Tell me precisely what occurred." "I remember Zhang Yu. He's always seemed like a responsible, upright boy. He simply wouldn't do something like this." "The heart is hidden behind the face," sighed the academic director, slapping his thigh in anguish. "I too believed him exemplary. No one foresaw this catastrophe." "Focus. What exactly happened?" Yan Guocheng demanded, his brow furrowed in stern concentration. The academic director leaned in voice hushed. From what I've gathered, the class had PE this afternoon. Zhang Yu claimed he'd injured his foot playing basketball yesterday, so he stayed behind to study alone. A girl named Yan Muyun had her period that day and remained in the classroom to rest. Then just minutes ago, students and teachers from the adjacent classroom heard Yan Muyun's screams and the violent crashing of objects. When they rushed in, they found her cowering in the corner, and Zhang Yu standing motionless just a few paces before her. Yan Guocheng could bear no more. He could scarcely fathom such depravity unfolding within his own school. It was an international high school, its tuition prohibitively expensive, accessible only to families of considerable social standing and influence. If word of such an atrocity leaked, the ensuing public outcry would be catastrophic. Yet Yan Guocheng did not lose composure. Decades of experience had forged in him an unshakable calm, even in crisis. He placed a firm hand on the academic director's shoulder and said gravely, "This matter must be investigated, thoroughly, impartially, and both families deserve full accountability." The next noon, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit knelt in the principal's office, eyes bloodshot. "Principal Yan, my son Xiao Yu would never commit such a crime. Please, grant us more time. Conduct a deeper investigation." Yan Guocheng frowned deeply and stepped forward to help him rise. But the man recoiled repeatedly, repeating, "Only please, give him one more chance. Don't expel Xiao Yu." Yan Guocheng pressed his lips into a thin line, gripping the man's shoulders firmly to lift him, but not a single word passed his lips. In the corner of the office stood Zhang Yu, a gaunt, silent youth, head bowed low, unruly hair veiling his eyes, his slender frame radiating profound isolation and chill. "My father came from the countryside. He started as a low-level employee in a company and spent over 20 years step by step, bringing my mother and me to the big city." Zhang Yu sat on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, his pale and thin face bearing little expression. "My dream is to travel the world, and for my 13th birthday my wish was to travel abroad once. But until I was 16, my father had not fulfilled this dream for me." He raised his head at this point, his gaze sweeping over the middle-aged couple sitting in front of him. "However, he gave me a better opportunity by sending me abroad to study. My parents' combined annual income is around 2,500, but studying abroad conservatively costs at least over 2,000 a year. In other words, my studying abroad for a year is equivalent to my parents working for a year without pay. Yet I still chose this opportunity not out of selfishness, but because I believed I could solve this problem." Zhang Yu leaned back slightly, his hands resting on his chest, his fingertips rhythmically tapping against each other. "Scholarships are not a challenge for me. Once I get there, I can find a part-time job, and my parents would only need to give me about 4,000 to 5,000 a year, which would be enough for a comfortable life abroad. I calculated this when my father mentioned sending me abroad." Zhang Yu smirked slightly and tilted his head. "Principal Yan, you are an expert in this area. Am I correct in my calculations?" Principal Yan Guocheng was unsure of what the other party was up to. First, he had forcibly entered and threatened him and his wife, and now he was narrating his family's past story. But in any case, it was better to cooperate in this situation. "Pretty much," Yan Guocheng nodded. "So do you think my confidence in obtaining a scholarship abroad is blind?" "You indeed have that capability," Yan Guocheng replied, pressing his lips tightly together. In fact, when Zhang Yu enrolled, he received a full scholarship from the school due to his excellent results in the high school entrance examination. At this international high school, the annual expenses for ordinary students are around 1,000 yuan. I could fulfill my dreams without putting too much pressure on my parents. Oh, everything was so smooth and beautiful. During that time, it was the happiest period of my life. The beautiful memories should have brought a smile, yet at this moment the warmth on Zhang Ye's face had already dropped to freezing point. "Zhang Mingyu." He slowly uttered this name, a trace of mockery appearing on his face. Zhang Ye's overall demeanor suddenly shifted from gloomy to frenzied, his eyes widened, and his voice surged with the fervor of a dramatic character reciting lines. "This shameless girl actually targeted me just because I pointed out her mistake in front of everyone, making her feel humiliated. Damn, this little princess of the big city who thinks so highly of herself secretly calls me a rural pig and says my parents are lowly people who care too much about appearances." I couldn't bear it and confronted her, ending up making her cry. And then guess what? Zhang Yu raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yan Guocheng, and Li Hui filled with absurdity. The next day during gym class, I didn't go and stayed in the classroom doing exercises. She also remained in the classroom. I initially felt some guilt and wanted to apologize, but she suddenly yelled that I was going to assault her. Zhang Ye's voice suddenly grew passionate and furious, even a few drops of crystal clear saliva sprayed out. Damn, even if this filthy trash lay naked in front of me, I wouldn't spare her a glance. She said I wanted to assault her. What I can't understand the most is that you all chose to believe this filthy girl, and the next day you unhesitatingly expelled me. Not only that, but my parents' company somehow learned about this matter, and they both got fired. Our family had no choice but to return to our hometown, And then we got into a car accident on the way and my father died, my mother was paralyzed, and from then on I couldn't even attend school and had to go out to work. Zhang Ye's eyes were red and a few drops of crystalline tears flowed down his cheeks. At this moment, he seemed less like a thug breaking into a home and more like a lost and helpless teenager. Yan Guoqing's expression was complex. He hadn't expected Zhang Ye's family to go through so much afterward, and he couldn't help but speak up to explain, actually about that incident. Shut up. Zhang Yu shouted angrily, and the LCD screen on the wall ahead exploded, shards of glass and various parts scattering and shooting toward every corner of the living room like raindrops. Li Hui instinctively let out a shriek, while Yan Guoqing hurriedly reached out to pull his wife into his arms, using his shoulder to shield her from a few shards flying this way. People are always like this. When retribution comes, they lament how regretful they are and how they were powerless. Is that not hypocrisy? Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with intense disgust. Yan Guoqing stood behind his wife, a slight tremor in the wrinkles on his face. It was evident that this man was very afraid, yet his voice still sounded calm. Just tell me what you want. What do I want? Zhang Yu stood up, his smile somewhat twisted. Take a guess. In 2017, in the afternoon, when the incident occurred, Yan Guoqing patted the shoulder of the director of education and said solemnly, this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. Both families deserve an explanation. He felt deep sympathy for the girl's ordeal, but at the same time, he was unwilling to believe that the outstanding student Zhang Yu would really commit such an act. Yan Guoqing wanted to clarify the cause and effect of this matter. If it was true, the perpetrator must be severely punished, and if there was any misunderstanding, he would do his utmost to resolve it. However, this was just his wish. Reality did not give him much time. Later that afternoon, the head of the group called to inform him that Zhang Mingyu's mother was the editor-in-chief of a newspaper and her father was the president of a large local company. To minimize the impact of the incident, he had to expel Zhang Yu immediately to show the school's stance. Mr. Zhang and Ms. Sun said that as long as we directly expel Zhang Yu, they would consider not escalating the matter further and even not suing Zhang Yu. Old Yan, could you please be a little flexible? Do you know how much manpower and resources the group invested to achieve this outcome? Yan Guoqing, I want to remind you that you are the principal of this department. If accountability is pursued, you will certainly bear the responsibility. If I remember correctly, your eldest son will also be going to college in a couple of years. Yan Guoqing was just the principal of the international department, but the entire school belonged to the group, in the end, he was just a slightly higher-level employee. Under pressure from above and from Zhang Mingyu's parents, Yan Guoqing drafted a statement expelling Zhang Yu the following morning. Do you not see that back then the prominent host Zhu Jun was accused of harassment and assault over a poorly written article online, destroying his promising career, losing his job, and being publicly criticized by countless people. Until the very end, when he was exonerated and all the accusations were proven to be fabricated by the female party, there were still countless people shouting no evidence means he can't be proven guilty. The once popular online novelist ZHDYY also became embroiled in a lawsuit due to a nearly fabricated article, leaving him in dire straits. Even when he was ultimately proven innocent, the initial accusers merely deleted their accounts and fled without facing any punishment. Then there was the top university in Huaxia, Tsinghua University, where a freshman accidentally brushed against a senior's backside while queuing in the cafeteria. The senior refused to listen to any explanation, took a photo of the freshman without any evidence, and threatened to ruin his social life. If it weren't for the surveillance proving his innocence, that exemplary student who had endured years of hard study to enter a top university would have faced an unimaginable outcome. In all of the above incidents, the accusers and perpetrators faced no consequences, only the victims. Yan Guoqing understood this too well, hence he knew that in situations where neither side had direct evidence, if it became a big deal, Zhang Yu would likely bear the label of sex offender for life. A middle-aged man in a suit knelt before Yan Guoqing, pleading for more time, insisting he believed his son would never do such a thing. After a long internal struggle, rationality triumphed over emotion, and he handed the expulsion notice to the man. He decided to end this matter after all to protect his job. He also had his own family, and now the burden of the entire household rested on his shoulders. If he fell, regardless of the reason, his two sons' wife and parents would inevitably suffer. Yan Guoqing did not know what the truth was, but he actually wanted to believe in the possibility that Zhang Yu was innocent. However, if Zhang Mingyu's parents reported it to the police or filed a lawsuit in a situation with no eyewitnesses or surveillance footage, if this incident was recorded by the police, Zhang Ye's life would undoubtedly be ruined. Right now, the other party's parents were only asking for an expulsion. They would not pursue further accountability. They just needed to change schools and not continue entangling themselves. What do you want in the end? What do you mean? Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Take a guess. Yan Guoqing's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, and he did not answer. Zhang Yu did not rush him, but instead wore a peculiar smile. and continued, I once thought I would spend my entire life in that small county town leading a mundane existence. However, heaven had eyes and I was bestowed with power far beyond that of ordinary people. He raised his right hand, gazing at his palm, with an almost obsessive look. Do you know how the Zheng Mingyu family perished? Yan Guocheng and Li Hui remained silent, sensing that the young man's mind had twisted to a certain degree, fearing that anything they said might provoke him. Zhang Yu was not truly waiting for their response. He slightly tilted his head and pointed at the various black fragments on the floor, remnants of the television that had just exploded for no reason. They were like this television. With a bang, the splattered flesh repainted the entire house. The scene was truly... He squinted his eyes, took a long breath, then slowly exhaled, so exhilarating. The couple was profoundly shaken by the scene. He described their expressions rendered numb by fear, feeling their bodies tremble slightly. At that moment, a sound of a hand being twisted came from behind Zhang Yu, followed by the door slowly opening. He suddenly turned around, and upon seeing the person, the twisted and perverse expression on his face became somewhat complex. Yan Muyun. The young man leaned against the doorframe, his face flushed, damp curls clinging to his forehead from sweat. Is that you? Zhang Yu. Yan Muyun's voice was somewhat hoarse, resembling a malfunctioning tape. The explosion sound from the living room had jolted him awake. As he listened to Zhang Yu's cathartic monologue from outside, he exerted nearly all of his strength to barely open the door. Due to the high fever, Yan Muyun's head felt heavy. Though he managed to grasp what had happened, he had no concept of what he should do at this moment. Purely out of concern for his parents, he desperately wanted to see for himself. Muyun. Li Hui suddenly stood up, wanting to come over. However, Zhang Yu abruptly waved his hand, his voice cold. Try taking another step forward. Yan Guocheng quickly pulled his wife back down onto the sofa. Although they were both very worried about their eldest son's state, the situation was special. Zhang Yu's danger was no less than that of an armed criminal, and could even be said to be more terrifying. What exactly happened? Yan Muyun asked weakly. I didn't expect you to remember me. Zhang Yu chuckled lightly, answering without addressing the question. Yan Muyun did not continue speaking. He simply made a light, dribbling motion with his palm that hung in front of him. They had a good relationship back then, always going to play basketball together. Because Yan Muyun was the principal's son, Zhang Yu had given him the nickname Prince, so that later almost everyone in the class got used to calling him that. However, they had only known each other for less than half a year, so it was impossible to say their feelings were very deep. Yan Muyun struggled to assess the living room, feeling as though the entire world was distorting. The brown sofa appeared increasingly gray in his vision. The pink flowers on the table gradually turned a blood-red hue, and the white walls seemed to emit a blinding radiance. He swayed, nearly falling to the side, but someone reached out just in time to support him. Have you also been infected? Zhang Yu frowned and glanced at him, speaking softly to himself. Yet he did not dwell on it, casually pushing Yan Muyun into a sitting position on the sofa. Watching his former friend, who looked dazed, Zhang Yu's gaze flickered slightly, but soon became resolute once again. You are the same. You once claimed to believe in me, yet you still failed to persuade your father, leading to my expulsion the very next day. After leaving school, Zhang Yu directly blacklisted all his high school classmates' contacts. What he did not know was that this incident had caused a rift between Yan Guocheng and his son. Yan Muyun pleaded with Yan Guocheng to change his mind, even smashing his little finger against the door panel in a moment of heated blood, resulting in a minor fracture. Only with the passage of time, and as Yan Muyun's way of thinking matured, did the impact of this matter on their father-son relationship gradually fade away, or even disappear. Zhang Yu did not know any of this before, and now he certainly could not know, or even if he did, he would likely remain indifferent. He turned to Yan Guocheng, his voice turning cold again. If you don't want to endanger your wife and children, then come. Yan Guocheng's fists tightened slightly as he asked in a low voice, will you promise not to hurt them? I promise not to hurt them. This matter has nothing to do with them. Zhang Yu nodded expressionlessly. Okay, I'll go out with you. Yan Guocheng tried to stand up, but his arm was firmly pulled back by his wife. Li Hui perhaps had already guessed the fate awaiting him, her eyes glistening with tears as she shook her head repeatedly. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the living room. Dad. Yan Guocheng looked up and saw his eldest son, who had been lying on the sofa, suddenly jump up, tightly wrapping his arms around Zhang Yu from behind. Yan Muyun's condition was very poor. This movement was not large, but it plunged his consciousness into momentary chaos. Nevertheless, he still desperately exerted himself, hoping to briefly subdue Zhang Yu. Let go, Muyun. The source of the voice seemed very distant, wavering, and uncertain, making it hard for Yan Muyun to discern. He barely opened his eyes, only to see his father standing there with a complex expression, not rushing to help him subdue Zhang Yu as he had imagined. Let go, Muyun. Yan Guocheng spoke again. This time his voice was much louder. Having witnessed Zhang Yu's power far beyond that of ordinary people, the rational former principal understood that his family alone could not pose any threat to him. Rather than provoke Zhang Yu and face even more terrifying consequences, he would prefer to sacrifice himself. Your judgment is correct. Zhang Yu smiled slightly, then easily broke free from the already weakened arms. As soon as I leave with him, call the police immediately. Yan Guoqing said softly to his wife, then pried his arm free and stepped forward with a heavy expression. Li Hui wanted to grab his sleeve, but instead grasped at empty air, her hands weakly waving in the air before slowly falling. If it were not for her gravely ill eldest son still nearby, she would never allow her husband to go out with that terrifying demon. Let's go. Zhang Yu glanced at Li Hui, whose eyes were red, his expression showing no emotion whatsoever. He turned and walked toward the door, while Yan Guoqing silently followed behind him. At that moment, Yan Muyun quietly stood up again, reaching for a vase from the coffee table, staggering a few. He supported himself with one hand on his father's shoulder, while suddenly swinging the vase down heavily onto Zhang. Bang! The vase shattered into pieces, sharp porcelain shards piercing into Yan Muyun's palm, instantly causing blood to splatter, and his body, due to the recoil, staggered and fell onto the coffee table. Zhang Yu stumbled, his body lunging forward, directly kneeling on the floor. He had initially only been wary of Yan Guoqing, and after confirming he made no sudden moves, he had relaxed his vigilance. Yet he did not expect that the feverish person who could barely stand would move with such swiftness, catching him completely off guard. Damn it! Zhang Yu felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, followed by a wave of intense dizziness. Blood dripped down his neck, blooming several plum blossoms on the pristine white tiles. Zhang Yu suddenly turned his head, only to see Yan Guoqing already raising a wooden chair, high viciously smashing it down towards him. I gave you all a chance. Zhang Yu roared, raising his right palm, as an invisible ripple expanded forward. In that moment, Yan Guoqing felt as if his breath had been halted. An indescribable sense of fear surged in his heart. Almost instinctively, he raised the chair to shield himself. After a crisp sound, wood chips flew, and the chair instantly shattered. The middle-aged man's somewhat corpulent body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind, and then falling onto the sofa. Dad! This sudden turn of events was too abrupt. Oh, Li Hui only reacted at this moment, screaming as she rushed toward. Zhang Yu supported his head with one hand, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Yan Muyun, who was sprawled on the coffee table, gritting his teeth, as he said, I originally didn't want to kill him in front of you. Under the intense emotional turmoil, Yan Muyun's brain regained a fleeting clarity. He staggered up, casually grabbing a fruit plate beside him. The originally neatly arranged apples, bananas, and oranges rolled onto the floor, while he gripped the porcelain plate with both hands, his face contorted, questioning. The one who harmed you is the Zhang Mingyu family. What does that have to do with my dad? How does it not relate to your dad? If he had given me a little more time back then, and had investigated this matter a bit more, perhaps he could have proven my innocence. Then I wouldn't have been expelled, my parents wouldn't have been fired, my dad wouldn't have died, and my mom wouldn't be paralyzed. Zhang Yu was nearly roaring. To hell with your robber's logic, why don't you say that if you hadn't provoked Zhang Mingyu in the first place, none of this would have happened? Yan Muyun fiercely threw the porcelain plate away. The porcelain plate did not hit its target, but shattered into dust midair. Get lost. Zhang Yu suddenly waved his hand, the invisible ripples expanding, and Yan Muyun, weighing 160 pounds, was instantly thrown like a rag doll. This time his strength was noticeably lighter. Yan Muyun was thrown 2 or 3 meters away, landing right in front of Li Hui and Yan Guoqing. Zhang Yu licked his lips, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Not only do you feel no guilt, but you also find excuses to absolve him. I truly see through you. Am I absolving you? Damn you. You. Anger, despair, and helplessness engulfed Yan Muyun, who was trapped in a quagmire, uncontrollably venting his madness. Zhang Yu wiped his face with his hand, the bright red blood instantly covering his pale visage, making him appear even more cruel and sinister. I want to kill your dad in front of you and your mom, making you live in this painful memory for the rest of your life. Yan Muyun's eyes widened as he used his last bit of strength to scream. Zhang Yu slowly extended his right hand, his tone chilling. Farewell, Principal Yan. The invisible ripples expanded, and a force so fierce it could tear through steel began to spread directionally. Li Hui screamed in hysteria, almost instinctively diving onto her husband. Don't. Get away from me. Yan Guoqing, who had just crashed into the wall feeling as if his body had been shattered, understood the horror of the opponent, pushing his wife forcefully, hoping to shield her from that invisible, terrifying force. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. When the couple regained their senses, they heard Zhang Ye's slightly incredulous voice asking, how is this possible? They looked up in confusion, only to see their son half-seated on the floor, and not far in front of him, a white semi-transparent wall flickered into view. This was a barrier that blurred the line between illusion and reality, composed of hand-sized regular hexagons shimmering with a silver sheen under the indoor lights, exuding a strong sense of technology. You have indeed been infected, but your fever hasn't subsided at all. Why can you use your abilities now? Zhang Ye's voice held a hint of collapse. Yan Muyun remained silent as he did not know the answer, and more so at this moment to maintain his consciousness. He was at his limit in every aspect. The dizziness and pain brought on by the high fever were continuously tormenting his nerves, and his face had turned as red as blood. After a brief moment of panic, Zhang Yu regained his composure. It's just a newly appeared ability. How could it possibly compare to my already mastered powers? This time he waved both hands simultaneously, sending two larger waves of invisible ripples swiftly spreading forward. The sofa was torn apart, cotton and fragmented leather flying everywhere. The coffee table exploded with a loud crash, glass shards, porcelain pieces, and with splinters shooting towards every corner of the living room. The white porcelain floor cracked and lifted, revealing the gray concrete beneath. In the blink of an eye, the entire living room had transformed beyond recognition. However, the white phantom barrier seemed unaffected, glimmering faintly with silver light, while the three people behind it remained unscathed. Call the police, quickly call the police. Yan Gucheng reacted and urged. No phone. Li Hui was close to crying. Her husband's phone, which had been on the coffee table, was now shattered beyond recognition. And her phone was on the dining table, making it impossible to retrieve. However, at that moment the sound of police sirens was heard approaching from the balcony. It's Sister Wang. It must be Sister Wang who called the police. Li Hui's tone became excited. The commotion they caused was not small, as surely the neighbors on the same floor heard something was off, and hurriedly reported it. Damn it. Zhang Yu felt a bit panicked. He had only gained his powers in the past few days, and had never considered confronting the police heathen. At that moment a sound from outside suddenly came, the sound of keys turning in the lock. Yan Muyun, Yan Gucheng, and Li Hui, who had just begun to relax, suddenly felt their hearts leap. Yan Yiming had returned with the medicine. Xiaobao, run. Don't come in. Li Hui screamed, almost hysterically. But it was too late. The door had already been pushed open halfway. Stand there, and don't move. If you dare to run, I'll turn you into minced meat, Zhang Yu sneered. Little brother. Yan Muyun coughed violently, the white barrier before him trembling, becoming even more transparent. Come in, Zhang Yu said indifferently to the person outside. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt the world before him flip upside down. Under the shocked gazes of the three behind the silver barrier, Zhang Yu's body suddenly flew up, as if grabbed by an invisible hand, crashing heavily into the ceiling, and then falling hard back onto the floor. But this was far from over. Zhang Yu seemed to have transformed into a rubber ball, continuously bouncing rapidly between the ceiling and the floor, blood spraying everywhere, bones breaking. Finally, after about 40 bounces, Zhang Yu's bouncing finally ceased, and he lay on the floor like a dead dog, completely unconscious. The door was fully pushed open, and Yan Yiming, pale and with lips devoid of color, walked in, holding a white plastic bag containing several boxes of medicine. Yiming, when did you? Yan Muyun's words were not finished. His eyes rolled back, and he finally could not hold on any longer, fainting. The silver barrier also dissipated into the air along with his loss of consciousness. As time passed, the sunlight streaming through the window grew ever brighter, bathing the room in a gentle, warming glow. Yan Muyun rolled out of bed and strolled barefoot to the window, hands clasped behind his back. Before him stretched a lush emerald lawn. A little farther off stood several willow trees, and beyond them lay a lake as clear and still as a polished mirror. After a brief silence he turned, only to find the young man who called himself Yan Long had vanished. I'm stepping out to make a call. They'll be right back. His voice echoed faintly in the hollow room before the door clicked shut behind him. Seizing the moment, Yan Muyun began wandering idly about the room, peering here, glancing there, yet feeling no trace of boredom. 5 minutes later, Yan Long returned, his expression layered with quiet complexity, part joy, part unease. My father is in a meeting, so he can't come right away, he said, his tone laced with quiet apology. To his surprise, Yan Muyun burst into laughter, then even clapped his hands. All right, enough acting. This is some kind of reality show, isn't it? Yan Long frowned, slightly uncertain how to respond. I walked around just now. I didn't spot any cameras. You've hidden them quite well. Yan Muyun arched a brow and stepped forward, giving his shoulder a firm, familiar pat. This isn't a reality show, and there are no cameras, Yan Long sighed. Yan Yiming, don't think that whitening your skin and altering your appearance a little will truly fool me. Yan Muyun's expression hardened, the quiet authority of an elder brother surfacing instinctively. Enough jesting. Where are father and mother? Are they safe? Grandfather and grandmother? They're gone. Yan Long lowered his head, his voice thick with sorrow. Yan Yiming, that's unforgivable. Yan Muyun's voice surged sharp with fury. He could scarcely believe his younger brother would dare mock the lives of their parents. Yan Long did not meet his gaze. Instead, he slowly turned and gently placed his right palm over the back of his left hand. Connect to AI of room A045. Activate environmental simulation mode. Watching this inexplicable gesture, Yan Muyun clenched his fists and barked, Yan Yiming, I've had it. He was genuinely enraged. Every boundary has its limit. Cross it, and even humor curdles in. Yet the moment two quiet words slipped from Yanlong's lips, Yan Muyun froze, as if choked mid-breath, his voice cutting off abruptly. Lakeshore. It was an ordinary word, but in the next instant its effect shattered Yan Muyun's entire perception of reality. The empty room erupted in shifting light azure, and jade ripples bloomed across the ivory walls and ceiling, casting shimmering, dappled patterns of light and shadow. A wave of vertigo washed over Yan Muyun. Then just as swiftly it receded. When his senses reeled back into focus, he found himself standing on soft, dew-damp grass beneath a vast sunlit sky. A faint, briny breeze brushed his cheeks, stirring delicate ripples across the nearby lake. This is... He gasped, mouth agape, speechless. He turned and saw the sleek, glass-canopied medical bed wired with humming instruments and gleaming with futuristic design transformed into a simple wooden cot draped in soft, inviting bedding. Yanlong stepped beside him. This is the finest holo-simulation chamber in the rehabilitation center, capable of rendering over 100 distinct environments. Yan Muyun knelt, fingertips brushing cool, slick blades of grass. Yet when he tried to pluck one, his fingers passed straight through, grasping nothing. This chamber simulates only scenes and sensations. The objects themselves have no physical substance. Yanlong explained, stepping forward and dipping his foot into the water, which rippled realistically at his touch. The water is icy cold. He withdrew his foot, yet his sneakers remained perfectly dry. You could even lie on the lake bed. Since this is a simulation, you cannot swim, but you can breathe underwater. Stop, shut it all down now. Yan Muyun waved sharply, cutting him off, then walked to the wooden cot and sat down slowly. The holographic projection dissolved. The cerulean sky, the verdant grass, the glistening water, all vanished, leaving only the stark, hollow silence of the original room. Yanlong approached the cot and stood quietly beside it. After a pause, Yan Muyun lifted his gaze and studied him anew. The youth, barely 18, wore a plain white t-shirt and black shorts. His bearing radiated a gravity far beyond his years, solemn, composed, intensely focused. Yan Muyun now felt nearly certain this young man was not his brother Yan Yiming. Not a single familiar resonance stirred within him. How long have I been asleep? Yan Muyun asked. If I recall correctly, it's been 30 years, Yanlong replied, pressing his lips together. Only then did Yan Muyun realize his earlier prank had landed with such startling force. Not because this young man lacked courage. After all, anyone would be stunned senseless upon seeing a man rise from a 30-year slumber. Rather, Yanlong's composure was extraordinary, recovering so swiftly, responding with such calm clarity under such surreal circumstances. I still can't believe it. Yan Muyun gave a wry smile and ran his fingers through his hair. If I really lay in bed for 30 years, why am I so agile? Shouldn't my muscles and bones have atrophied completely? In theory, yes, Yanlong nodded. But decades of medical advancement have transformed life support systems from mere sustenance into comprehensive physiological maintenance. Is there a mirror? Yan Muyun asked suddenly. Yanlong understood instantly. You look remarkably young, hardly older than I am. I need to see for myself. Of course. Yanlong pressed a button on the armrest beside the cot. A smooth, oval-framed mirror slid silently from the wall. So it's 2052, and I'm 52. Yan Muyun studied his reflection closely. Aside from unusually pale skin and slight thinness, he looked almost unchanged. Yes, it's 2052. And theoretically you are 52. Theoretically. Theoretically, because all biometric readings indicate your body's physiological functions remain precisely those of a 22-year-old. That defies science. Yan Muyun spoke gravely. Ever since anomalous abilities first emerged 30 years ago, and especially after the arrival of that divine being, the fundamental laws of science governing this world have already unraveled. Yanlong spoke calmly. The divine being. Yes, the one. The true. The only. Stop. Don't tell me those inexplicable things anymore, though I have a headache. Yan Muyun raised a hand, a bitter smile flickering across his face. Having witnessed technologies far beyond his former understanding, he still could not wholly accept that he had slept for 30 years, let alone the notion of some inexplicable deity. In truth, it was less a matter of disbelief than unwillingness to believe. Yan Muyun drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly. If you are not deceiving me, then my parents must already have. They are my grandparents as well. Yanlong pressed his lips together. His meaning was plain. These were his elders, and he would not treat their lives lightly. Yan Muyun did not press further about his grandparents' condition. The answer had become painfully obvious. He merely sat there, stunned, his one straight back slightly hunched. Seeing the young uncle's blank expression, Yanlong secretly regretted having spoken so much. Perhaps he had overstepped. He was still too young. Confronting a man who had slept 30 years and just awakened, he ought to have guided him gently, letting the reality settle in gradually. Yet because of Yan Muyun's earlier inadvertent prank, Yanlong, while shocked, could not help feeling a twinge of shame and irritation. Thus his subsequent behavior inevitably carried a hint of petulance. Yan Long's approach was the opposite extreme. The moment Yan Muyun expressed doubt, he produced evidence-wielding technologies that did not belong to that era to persuade him. It was like two children arguing. You say I'm wrong, so we'll prove you wrong. At the thought, Yan Long could not help. He had thought himself more mature than his peers, yet it seemed he had not shed that youthful impetuosity. Is there another possibility? Yan Muyun suddenly lifted his head, a rueful smile tugging at his lips. What if I actually transmigrated? Was carried into another world of advanced civilization and technology, like those web novels describe? His words sounded like a joke, but Yan Long nodded thoughtfully and murmured, "It is not impossible." Moi. Yan Muyun was surprised. As far back as I can remember, you were already lying in that bed, so I really don't know what happened before. Yan Long shrugged, his expression oddly earnest. Didn't your father tell you about me? He told me many times, especially the incident that caused your coma, over and over again. He said you became like this because you were protecting our grandparents. Yan Muyun let out a short laugh and scratched his head. That sounds rather heroic. Protecting your family and being gravely injured like a protagonist in a film. When I was a child I admired you, but later I grew to dislike you, Yan Long said frankly. Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment. Why, oi? Yan Long came over and sat on the other side of the bed. Because back then I thought that if you hadn't had that accident, my father might have devoted more time to the family. Instead of working every day and spending his rare weekly rest visiting you at the convalescent home. Other children could play games with their fathers, visit holographic theme parks, travel together. Of the few moments I had with my father, almost 70% were spent in that convalescent home. Yan Muyun opened his mouth slightly in surprise, then offered an apologetic smile. That must have been a burden for you. I'm sorry. Yan Long shook his head calmly. It's nothing new, I no longer mind such things. The important thing is that you did not disappoint him. You have finally awakened. Yan Yiming. What does your father do that keeps him so busy? Yan Muyun asked with curiosity. As he spoke, a strange sensation washed over him. If all of this were true, then Yan Yiming would be his younger brother. Yet saying the name aloud in front of Yan Long felt oddly presumptuous, as if it were impolite. It is like not calling a classmate's parent by their given name, because it would be rude. Yan Long did not seem bothered. His face remained composed. He is currently the Deputy Director of Minxiao City's Special Affairs Handling Bureau. The Special Affairs Handling Bureau. Its full name is the Special Affairs Handling Bureau, a department the state established 30 years ago. Think of it as the agency that deals with awakened criminals and handles supernatural incidents. Yan Long's tone was even as if stating something self-evident, since that inexplicable plague 30 years ago, close to or exceeding 10% of humanity worldwide have acquired various extraordinary abilities. To preserve social order, the state naturally set up the relevant departments to manage the situation as a priority. Hearing this, Yan Muyun could not help but swallow hard. Only then did he finally understand that the world before him was not merely more technologically advanced, it had become infused with phenomena far beyond his prior comprehension. Seeing his expression, Yan Long frowned slightly. My father once said you also possess extraordinary abilities, and that your coma was caused by an awakened criminal. Yan Muyun forced a rueful smile and scratched his head. Not wanting to dwell on the subject, he shifted the topic. Deputy Director. He must be formidable, right? Yan Long nodded, his face betraying little emotion. In brief, within the realm of extraordinary incidents in Minxiao City, he is the second in command. A faint smile rose at the corner of Yan Muyun's mouth. He has become so capable. In his memory, his brother had been a lanky young man with a shy smile. Hearing that this fellow had become an important figure felt dreamlike and unreal. How are the benefits? I remember asking him what he wanted to do in the future, and he never could give a clear answer. Yan Muyun laughed. His only requirement was that the job had to make money. Father said that being an actuary could bring $1 million a year, so he applied to study mathematics at Oxford. But in the end he did not go abroad. Yan Long suddenly rose and walked to the window, and older than his year's gravity in the way he put his hands behind his back. He chose to stay, was specially admitted to the People's Public Security University, and eventually joined the Special Affairs Bureau. Why, oi? Yan Muyun asked, stunned. He remembered his brother yearning to study overseas. What surprised him most was that his brother would choose to become a police officer. In his recollection, the other had never shown such inclinations. Yan Long was silent for a long moment, then turned and looked at him with dark, steady eyes. Because of you and because of our grandparents. He said our grandparents had only him as a son left, he could not bear to leave them. And most importantly, he wanted to rely on his own abilities to capture the awakened individual who hurt you. Yan Muyun's eyes grew faintly warm, his heart surging with emotion. After a moment of silence, he softly asked, so, was the criminal ultimately apprehended? Yan Long turned back toward him, gazing out the window at the lawn. On the night you fell into a coma, Zhang Yu was initially captured by the police, but he managed to escape in the end. Because of his Ability, in yes. That night a chain of consecutive traffic accidents occurred. Fortunately, no one died, and most sustained only minor injuries. Has he ever returned to cause trouble since then? Yan Muyun frowned slightly. Yan Long paused thoughtfully before replying. After the incident, grandfather and grandmother moved our father to a new residence. Later, however, a letter arrived at grandfather's school. An apology letter signed by Zhang Yu. Yan Muyun sighed. In that case, it's not so bad. You're remarkably magnanimous, Yan Long remarked, turning his head and raising an eyebrow. He left you comatose for 30 years. And, for me, it was little more than a nap, Yan Muyun replied with a wry smile. Yan Long folded his arms across his chest. But grandfather, grandmother, and father have never forgiven him. By then you'd already been unconscious for 2 years. In their hearts your awakening had become all but impossible. Yan Muyun pressed his lips together and sighed. I'm sorry. I suppose I've been rather selfish. And to him it truly felt as though he'd merely slept. Yet for his parents, and for Yan Yiming, it was nearly the total loss of a son of an elder brother. And the room grew heavy with silence. Even the bright sunlight streaming through the window could not dispel that suffocating weight. Let's go. You're being discharged today. Yan Long suddenly straightened up. After a brief shower, Yan Muyun slipped into a black short-sleeved shirt and off-white shorts. When he pushed open the door, he found his young nephew waiting nearby. Are the discharge formalities complete? He waved casually toward the other. There weren't many procedures, just a family member's signature. Yan Long replied coolly. Shall we go then? Let's go. Yan Long took 2 steps, then halted abruptly, half turning to look back. You truly believe it just like that? Believe what? That you slept for 30 years. And you're quite amusing, Yan Muyun chuckled dryly. When I refused to believe it, you went to extraordinary lengths to convince me. Now that I finally do believe it, you doubt whether I truly do. I just thought. I assumed you'd at least ask to see photographs of grandfather and grandmother, or of my father. Yan Muyun remained silent, only offering a faint crooked smile. Yan Long suddenly understood it wasn't that Yan Muyun hadn't considered seeing those photos. It was that he dared not. For once certain truths were confirmed by tangible evidence, there would be no retreat, no room left for hope or ambiguity. Why bother with photographs? Your face alone is proof enough. You're unmistakably a Yan. Yan Muyun laughed heartily and clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Yan Long said nothing, his expression unreadable as he strode forward. They reached the entrance of the sanatorium. Though few staff members crossed their path along the way, nearly everyone glanced twice at Yan Muyun. 30 years of sleep. I must be some kind of rare species, Yan Muyun quipped half in jest. I'll fetch something. Yan Long called out, then walked to a corner locker and retrieved a black briefcase. Yan Muyun glanced curiously. What's this? Work equipment. You already have a job at 18. More of an internship. After summer break, I'll begin university. They chatted idly as they followed the white stone path across the lawn, circling around to the parking lot behind us. I expected something more advanced, like a spacecraft or anti-gravity vehicle. Yan Muyun pursed his lips at the sleek black motorcycle before them. He had to admit it was undeniably striking. The matte black finish, the bold golden crimson tracery, imposing yet lacking the futuristic aura he'd secretly hoped for. Those exist, but they're prohibitively expensive. Yan Long removed a helmet from the handlebar and handed it over, adding coolly, I didn't expect you to awaken today, so there's only one helmet. You wear it first. I'll buy another once we reach the city center. Oh. Yan Muyun accepted the helmet, then asked hesitantly, doesn't a deputy bureau director have the means to afford one? Father does own a state-issued aerial terrestrial vehicle, but he forbids me from driving it, fearing adverse public perception. Yan Long swung a leg over the seat and looked back. And do you imagine this sanatorium comes cheap? Yan Muyun. This is the nation's highest-tier sanatorium, funded entirely by the state and reserved exclusively for families of government officials. Though father's position qualifies us for partial subsidies, nearly a decade of residency still amounts to an enormous expense. Yan Muyun dared not speak further. Wordlessly, he mounted the motorcycle's passenger seat and steadied himself by gripping Yan Long's shoulders. Are you settled? Wait. Yan Long tilted his head slightly. Will I appear in the news? Yan Muyun pointed at his own nose through the helmet's visor, his voice muffled, comatose for 30 years, suddenly waking up. Surely that qualifies as major news. Unlikely. This facility serves almost exclusively government personnel. Strict confidentiality protocols are enforced, and the media won't easily obtain your information. Oh, Yan Muyun nodded. Any other questions? You haven't inserted the key yet. No key required. The handlebars feature biometric recognition. A simple grip unlocks and starts the engine. Oh. No further questions, none. And the black motorcycle rumbled deeply as it rolled out of the sanatorium. Yan Long, In what is it? In why isn't there any wind? The motorcycle sped forward, yet when Yan Muyun extended a hand, he felt nothing. Windshield function. The front fairing emits counterflow jets creating a localized aerodynamic barrier. In wow. That feels incredibly advanced. That technology dates back over a decade. In for the rest of the journey, Yan Muyun remained utterly silent. 10 minutes later, a vast, awe-inspiring metropolis of steel and glass rose on the horizon. Yan Muyun gazed quietly at the distant skyline, his pulse quickening ever so slightly. He had seen such vistas before, but only in science fiction films. Only when such overwhelming architecture manifests in reality can humanity grasp in its purest and most primal form both reverence and quiet trepidation. As they neared the city, traffic thickened. Vehicles of shapes, Yan Muyun had never encountered some exquisitely engineered radiating technological sophistication, others frankly unattractive. Occasionally a dark silhouette streaked across the sky, but always too swiftly for him to discern its form. From above, countless tiny black specks crawled slowly along the highways, inch by inch, before vanishing into the endless gray-white maw of the urban sprawl. It's different from what I imagined. I thought the sky of the city in this era would be filled with various holographic advertising projections. Yan Muyun looked up, his voice muffled by the motorcycle helmet. The towering skyscrapers around him resembled colossal pillars occupying most of the sky and leaving only a narrow gap, creating a somewhat oppressive feeling. At this moment, even if he didn't want to believe it, deep down he had to accept the fact that he had truly arrived in a world 30 years later. There was indeed a time when it was like that, but later it was banned by the government due to its impact on the city's appearance and its significant interference with residents' lives and public transportation systems. As he spoke, Yan Long parked the motorcycle by the roadside. Yan Muyun took off his helmet filled with curiosity and looked around. I thought the fashion style of this era would be more unique and flamboyant. On both sides of the street, people came and went with office workers dressed in black suits carrying briefcases. Urban women wore exquisite makeup, their dresses fitted, and they walked in small high heels. Some young people were dressed more flamboyantly in vibrant colors, exhibiting a bizarre beauty amidst the chaos. Although most of the styles were unfamiliar to him, they still fell within the realm of what Yan Muyun could accept. Ugly things are ugly and beautiful things remain beautiful. The development of the times might influence people's aesthetics, but it won't distort their sense of beauty. Yan Long, after placing the motorcycle properly, crossed his arms and spoke in a flat tone. That is indeed. Yan Muyun nodded in agreement. 30 years ago in 2022, many people online thought that the Hong Kong-style fashion from the 80s and 90s was very attractive. Yan Long non-committally nodding, then walked to a standing white rectangular object by the roadside. What are we doing here? Yan Muyun leaned closer. Buying a helmet. Buying a helmet. Yan Muyun felt like a country bumpkin in the city. Everything seemed new and interesting, difficult to comprehend. He watched as Yan Long reached out a hand and lightly tapped the white rectangular object. In an instant, the light and shadow changed and a colorful interface instantly filled the middle of the screen. You must have shopped online before, right? Yan Long extended a hand, gently waved, and the interface on the screen turned to the next page with his motion. I fell into a coma in 2022, not 2002. Yan Muyun's lips twitched. Yan Long selected a black motorcycle helmet on the interface and clicked to place an order. How will it be delivered? Will there be teleporting delivery guys? Or drone airdrops? As soon as Yan Muyun's words fell, he saw the bottom of the white rectangular object suddenly open to both sides, and immediately a mechanical arm extended from within holding a motorcycle helmet. After Yan Long reached out to take the helmet, the mechanical arm retracted, the colorful interface disappeared, and the white rectangular object returned to its original plain appearance. 3D printing, simple things can be made directly. Yan Long put on the helmet and briefly explained. Yan Muyun swallowed hard. The melancholy from the unknown and strangeness in his heart had been dulled by the novelty of what he had never seen before. Seeing the older cousin, who was only a few years older than himself, looking intrigued, Yan Long elaborated a bit more. This vending machine also has a holographic simulation function. For example, when you buy clothes, you can use the projection to try them on to determine the size and style, etc. This name sounds a bit old-fashioned, lacking that high-tech vibe. Yan Muyun pouted. Yan Long raised an eyebrow slightly. What do you think it should be called? For example. Yan Muyun fell silent for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. I can't think of any grand names either. At that moment he noticed Yan Long's posture suddenly stiffening, his movements becoming quite unnatural, and he couldn't help but step forward to ask what's wrong. Shoo! A finger was raised before his eyes. Yan Long took off the motorcycle helmet he had just put on, his expression somewhat serious. Following his gaze, Yan Muyun looked behind the vending machine, but the simple white rectangular object was empty, with nothing worth noticing. Wait a minute, I shouldn't have seen it wrong. Is that shadow moving? In the afternoon sun, a shadow formed in the gap between the vending machine and the building wall. This should have been an ordinary scene, not attracting anyone's attention. However, as Yan Muyun stared intently at it, he noticed that the edges of the shadow seemed to be gently quivering, like ripples from a stone dropped into a lake. Dark veil. Yan Long seemed to confirm something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Without any hesitation, he raised his left hand to the side of his mouth, speaking urgently. Number 12, initiate the emergency evacuation in the area, and simultaneously send my current location to the Xiahaitsong District Special Bureau. Dark veil? Dark priest. Yan Muyun stood frozen, completely unable to grasp the situation before him. His older cousin had always been quite steady, so why was he suddenly acting so juvenile in broad daylight? However, in the next moment, a harsh and shrill alarm rang out across the city. The originally bustling pedestrians on both sides of the road suddenly quickened their pace, with many of them running away in panic. On the road, the flow of traffic seemed to be abruptly cut off, leaving a large stretch suddenly empty. What on earth is happening? Holding the motorcycle helmet in his arms, Yan Muyun instinctively wanted to run with the crowd, but when he turned back to glance at his older cousin nearby, he found himself unable to move his feet. What are you still dawdling for? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Yan Long quickly walked over and pushed his shoulder hard. Hurry and run, at least get 500 meters away before stopping. Looking at the young man's extremely anxious expression, Yan Muyun realized the seriousness of the situation. Apart from their first meeting, he had never seen his cousin lose his composure like this. Not being familiar with this world 30 years later, he decided to follow his cousin's instructions and not create chaos. Okay. Yan Muyun quickly nodded, and then hurriedly ran towards the other end of the street. However, after just 2 steps, he stopped again and shouted back, "Hey older cousin, what about you? You run too. Don't worry about me, just run." Yan Long shouted loudly while moving to the motorcycle parked by the roadside. "This is my job. Job my foot. You are just an intern." Yan Muyun cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted forcefully. He was genuinely anxious now. Through Yan Long's series of strange actions and the reactions of the pedestrians and vehicles, he realized that something dangerous might happen very soon. "Listen to your uncle and run." Yan Muyun jumped a couple of times on the spot, wishing he could rush back and carry his cousin away. "You're only 4 years older than me." Yan Long finally responded, deftly removing the black briefcase embedded in the motorcycle's rear seat. "Nonsense, I'm 34 years older than you." "What the hell?" Yan Muyun shouted the last word loudly. In his line of sight, the shadow behind the vending machine suddenly swelled and expanded, dark red flames bursting forth in all directions resembling shattered stars. A colossal shockwave instantly engulfed the entire block. The vending machine shattered into fragments, the heavy black motorcycle standing before it flipped onto its side, and Yan Long was hurled backward through the air by the blast. "Watch out." Seeing the figure hurtling toward him, Yan Muyun instinctively rushed forward and spread his... With a muffled thud, he crashed to the ground, his temple striking the pavement with brutal force, sending searing pain and vertigo surging through his entire body. Thanks to him, as a buffer, Yan Long sustained virtually no injury. Clutching the black briefcase tightly to his chest, he staggered upright, casting a complex, conflicted glance at his uncle before stepping squarely in front of him. By now, the spot where the vending machine had stood was reduced to utter devastation. Walls and pavement scarred with charred, blackened burns, gray smoke coiling upward before dissipating into the air. A towering silhouette nearly 3 meters tall stood motionless, its head slowly turning as it surveyed this world alien and unfamiliar to it. It was a crimson-skinned monstrosity. 2 massive curved ram's horns crowned its skull, obsidian-like rocky armor encased its shoulders, neck, and torso. Its short, thick legs radiated raw, grotesque power, truly a demon risen from the depths of hell. 4 arms sprouted from its sides, the upper pair grotesquely muscular, sheathed in the same black rock armor, each thicker than 2 adult thighs. The lower pair were leaner, their skin burning crimson, faint flames flickering within their palms. A melt demon, yet merely in its growth phase. Yan Long murmured softly, "What? Rome Mama." Yan Muyun staggered upright, pressing a bleeding wound on his forehead, his expression utterly bewildered. When his gaze fell upon the Rome Mama looming nearby, he involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Yan Long said nothing more. He swiftly snapped open the black briefcase and flung it skyward. Before Yan Muyun's stunned eyes, the black case erupted midair, transforming in under 2 seconds into an elliptical black hemisphere that descended and enveloped Yan Long's upper body. Amid a low, intricate hum of machinery, the hemisphere collapsed inward, conforming seamlessly to his form, and then extended downward, encasing his legs entirely. Masked rider. Yan Muyun gaped, heat flooding his veins, his mind ringing with a sudden disorienting buzz. Before him, the young man in the white t-shirt had vanished, replaced instead by a sleek, pitch-black, humanoid exosuit of elegant athletic proportions. Its contours flowed with dynamic grace and latent power. Soft cerulean light glowed along its joint seams, fusing cutting-edge technology with stark mechanical majesty. Upon its back, emblazoned in bold white characters against the matte lac plating, were two ideograms, sure air. At that moment, the mountainous creature seemed to sense something. It tilted its massive head slightly, its four eyes, glowing with dim blood-red light, fixing upon them. Run! Take cover inside a building. Yan Long's voice, filtered through the suit's modulator, carried a slight distortion, but urgency rang unmistakably clear. Yan Muyun now realized his elder nephew was no ordinary man, and perhaps he needn't worry for him at all. He scanned the area frantically, then spotted a shop door swing open nearby, a hand emerging and waving urgently toward him. Without hesitation, Yan Muyun scrambled across the pavement and dashed through the doorway. Hurry in, hurry in. Ordinary people facing that thing is no laughing matter. The hand's owner was a mid-aged balding man wearing an apron, immediately slamming the door shut the instant Yan Muyun crossed the threshold. Uncle, why didn't you flee with everyone else? Yan Muyun swallowed hard, glancing warily out the window. What choice did I have? Usually when the alarm sounds we get 10 to 30 minutes to evacuate, but today, it struck without warning. The balding man sighed deeply. You're from Hunan, right? How'd you know? On either side of the street, the crimson-skinned beast and the black-powered armor faced each other in silent, tense standoff, neither moving first. The Hunanese uncle clapped Yan Muyun reassuringly on the shoulder, speaking with the calm authority of experience. But don't fret too much. Though today's Dark Veil incursion came unusually fast, the Special Affairs Bureau agents arrived just as swiftly. They'll neutralize this creature before long. Yan Muyun nodded perfunctorily, then turned his full attention back outside. Yan Long crouched low, settling into a poised combat stance. Through his helmet's augmented vision, the monstrous figure across the road shimmered with faint blue outlines, its limbs and torso overlaid with real-time quantified metrics. Biometric analysis confirmed it remained in the growth phase, roughly equivalent to a Class D entity. Simultaneously, he traced the turbulent pathways of thermal energy pulsing beneath its thick obsidian carapace. Whenever that searing crimson glow gathered in the melt demon's abdomen, surged toward its head or pooled in its lower arms, that signaled imminent unleashing of scorching flame. This growth phase melt demon appeared wary, motionless, likely experiencing its first descent. 3 minutes. I only need to hold out for 3 minutes, until the Special Affairs Bureau arrives. Or, eliminated outright within those 3 minutes. Yan Long locked his gaze onto the hulking, fearsome beast before him, then flicked his wrist, revealing 3 black and gold coin-like discs nestled between his fingers. His armor had undergone subtle specialized modifications. The tips of his right fingers remained bare, uncovered by fiber or metal, to enable seamless activation of his ability. Go! With a quiet command, the black and gold coin shot forth, 3 streaks of darkness arcing toward the monster's skull, a titan armored in impenetrable rock towering like an elephant. Does this armor even carry weapons? Yan Muyun gaped from inside the restaurant, utterly baffled by what he... The melt demon clearly dismissed the 3 coins as trivial, swinging its sinewy right arm with casual contempt, aiming to swat them aside. Boom, boom, boom. An unexpected, thunderous, concussive blast erupted, sending the melt demon reeling violently backward, its stumpy legs skidding across the asphalt, each step igniting sparks. Black shards of fractured rock clattered onto the ground with heavy, resonant thuds. The 3 coins had shattered its seemingly impregnable armor. Yan Long wasted no time. He launched himself forward in a single fluid bound. Assisted by the suit, he soared effortlessly several meters into the air, then brushed his right fingertip across a specific node on his left forearm's armor, revealing a small aperture housing the tip of another coin. Activate ability, extend arm, aim, fire. Instantly, a sharp, compressed sonic boom cracked the air, rippling outward in invisible concentric waves between Yan Long and the melt demon. Crack! The melt demon's massive curved horn snapped cleanly in two. Yan Long's ability, mass control. Within 5 seconds of contact with an object, he can exponentially increase or decrease the target's mass. The greater the object's original mass, the more limited the potential for increase or decrease. Coins made from a special alloy can be launched at a velocity exceeding several times the speed of sound within a distance of less than 10 meters, with their mass suddenly increasing by nearly 1,000 times during flight. The power is comparable to that of armor-piercing rounds. After severing the molten demon's horn with this strike, Yan Long did not relax for a moment. Instead, his heart began to race. He aimed for the creature's head. However, the monster was not as slow as it appeared, and at the critical moment it slightly tilted its head, narrowly evading this nearly fatal blow. Now it was enraged. Roar! The molten demon elongated its neck and let out an angry roar, stabilizing its stance, while its 4 crimson eyes fixed intently on the black power armor not far in front of it. Through the tactical scope of his helmet, Yan Long could clearly see the path of heat surging within the creature. At this moment, the scarlet mass was rapidly converging towards its 2 arms under its armpits. Hiss! Yan Long pressed his lips tightly together, suddenly exerting force in his legs and leaping to the side. Almost simultaneously, 2 fireballs the size of human heads flew towards him. One struck the building behind him, causing the wall to explode into shards, and the glass doors and windows in the vicinity were almost entirely shattered by the shockwave. The other fireball struck the ground beside Yan Long, and the intense airflow from the explosion impacted him, causing his posture in midair to slightly distort, which made it impossible for him to maintain his balance upon landing, resulting in him rolling on the ground. Although he was unharmed due to the protection of the power armor, he still appeared somewhat disheveled. Prediction, Yan Long murmured. Through the tactical scope, he could precisely grasp the timing of the enemy's attack, enabling him to respond immediately. However, this molten demon was more cunning than it appeared. One fireball was thrown towards his original position, while another hesitated slightly before being directed towards his evasion path. If it weren't for the power armor enhancing his movement speed, he would have likely been struck dead on just now. Could it be that this guy is not arriving for the first time? While Yan Long pondered in his mind, he reached into the side of the power armor's thigh and pulled out several black gold coins, pinching them between his fingers. His combat experience was still too limited. He graduated from high school 3 months ago and had just completed training at the Special Operations Bureau last week, receiving his own specially designed power armor. According to regulations, Yan Long did not qualify to undertake emergency missions alone. At least 2 or more official Special Operations Bureau members had to accompany him. However, this situation was different. The discovery of the Dark Veil came too late, and as both the first discoverer and a Special Operations Bureau member, he had to stand in front of the civilians. This was his first experience in actual combat. Roar! Several dozen meters away, the molten demon, resembling a small mountain, let out a roar, while flames once again gathered in the palms of its 2 underarm limbs as it strode toward him. Strike first, Yan Long thought to himself, whipping his right arm like a whip, and with the power boost provided by the armor, those few black gold patterned coins shot forth like bullets. However, this time the molten demon had gained experience. It halted its steps, raising its arms covered in black rocky layers to block in front of itself, appearing as a fortress from the front. Bang! 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 Like giant stones hitting a heavy city wall, several dull thuds later, the molten demon staggered back several steps, and cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the rocky armor of its arms. Almost simultaneously, its other 2 underarm arms swung out in succession, sending 2 blazing fireballs directly toward him. Yan Long instinctively attempted to dodge to the side, but the next moment, he realized something was amiss. The enemy's attack this time did not seem to be aimed at him. He suddenly turned his head only to see 2 fireballs trailing long tails of flames in the air, heading towards a nearby restaurant on the street. Inside the restaurant, 2 people squatted side by side, peering through the window, with just half of their heads visible. As they saw the 2 fireballs flying towards them, the bald uncle in an apron let out a scream, and in a panic grabbed Yan Muyun's shoulder. Perhaps he originally intended to pull the other person to escape quickly, but Yan Muyun lost his balance from being yanked, and fell to the ground. In such a life-and-death moment, the bald uncle had no time to consider this unfamiliar young man. His mind was solely focused on surviving. He crawled into the store using a rather ugly, yet incredibly fast motion, while Yan Muyun sat dazed on the ground, wide-eyed watching, as the 2 red fireballs rapidly enlarged in his view. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, and his body involuntarily trembled violently. I've just woken up after 30 years of sleep, and now I'm to sleep forever. Damn it, what am I doing here? Boom. Boom. The sounds of 2 massive explosions erupted. Dust mixed with shards of glass soared into the air. The moisture in the air was instantly vaporized, and the scorching wave capable of turning a normal person's insides to charcoal swept across the entire street. No! Yan Long's voice caught in his throat as he extended a hand, standing dumbstruck in place. In that moment his mind went blank. Why? Why was it me who witnessed his awakening? That was the son for whom my grandparents had waited a lifetime, the brother my father had longed to see for 30 years. They yearned to see him awaken far more than I did. Only I, who had no feelings for him since childhood, even harbored resentment, questioning why he did not simply disappear, but lay silently in his hospital bed, becoming a burden on the hearts of all his family. Yet when he actually awakened, Yan Long was genuinely happy, extremely happy. He could almost see his father after seeing Yan Muyun, revealing a genuine smile that lit up his usually serious face, which often bore a faint weariness. However, now this scene had turned into a fleeting dream. Watch out! Yan Long paused for a moment, momentarily hearing a familiar voice. Danger distance! Danger distance! An ear-piercing alarm sounded in his helmet, pulling his thoughts back. Taking advantage of his brief moment of distraction, the molten demon charged forward in long strides, its robust right arm raised high, bringing down a fist the size of 3 adult heads with a whooshing sound. Damn it! Yanlong crossed his arms in front of him and leaped backward. The molten demon's fist struck him, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a jewelry store at the edge of the street. Dual armor damaged 87, now unusable. Chest armor damaged 34, an energy battery ruptured. Yanlong lay amidst a sea of shattered glass, unable to pay attention to the damage report from the mechanical voice in his helmet. In his field of vision, 2 crimson fireballs were soaring towards him like meteors. With the protection of the police power suit, even if I take these 2 hits, I should not die, but I estimate I will end up like that person lying in bed for a long time. Instinctively, Yanlong curled up, attempting to shield himself from the impact of the flames with the relatively intact part of his armor on his back. However, a series of crunching sounds echoed as glass crunched beneath someone's feet, and a figure sprang out from the side, arms outstretched to shield him. Yanlong recognized the person, his eyes widening. You. His voice was drowned out by the tremendous explosion as the 2 fireballs erupted. The red flames crashed against a solid dam, like a tidal wave spreading along a curved surface, but could not advance a single inch further. As the fierce fire subsided, only a few embers remained on the ground and walls. Yan Muyun stood unscathed atop a pile of gold and silver jewels, turning to reveal a somewhat shy smile. I almost forgot I also have abilities. About 2 meters in front of him, a silver-white, hexagonal barrier stood suspended in the air, shimmering in the sunlight. Quick'll take the front row, and you throw coins to kill it. What? Haven't you played games? In the tank, you're the archer. I take the damage while you deal the damage. At that moment he appeared calm and composed, but in reality, he was just holding it together. After all, no sane person could so swiftly adapt their mindset upon encountering a creature that defied all understanding. Only by viewing this real battle as a game could he muster the courage to stand in front of that monster. However, Yanlong had no time for him, pointing at the creature and shouting it's trying to escape. What? Yan Muyun turned to look and saw the monstrous creature resembling a small hill hastily running deeper into the street without looking back. Is this creature really that intelligent? It feels like it's running away because it can't win. Yanlong struggled to stand up, hands on his knees. We need to chase after it quickly, we can't let it harm ordinary. As they focused, they saw the recently escaped molten monster lying on the ground, not far away. At this moment it not only had a broken horn, but its thick right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, and the black rock covering its front was shattered. Its chest had sunk in nearly half a meter, and it was clearly on the verge of death. Ha ha, well done, kid. A hearty laugh echoed closer as a burly man in a gray tracksuit descended from the sky, landing heavily on the nearly lifeless molten monster. The powerful impact sent a shockwave, stirring up dust from the ground and obscuring their vision. When the dust settled, the burly man stood with his hands on his hips, 1 foot crushing the molten monster's massive head, his white sneakers splattered with gray-green goo. Wei Gu. Yanlong's eyes brightened. Goodness, did this monster just die like that? Wei Jun and the captain of the first squad of the Haitsong District Special Bureau were him interning. Among all the clever genetic warriors I know, he has the greatest strength. Yanlong clearly admired this man, providing an extremely detailed introduction. Ha ha ha, no, not at all, you're flattering me. Wei Jun laughed heartily as he approached, waving his hand. The man's tall and robust physique with broad shoulders and a narrow waist was framed by a light blue stubble around his mouth. His gray tracksuit clung tightly to his bulging muscles, giving off an imposing aura. As he drew closer, Yan Muyun compared him secretly and realized he was a full head taller than himself. To be clear, he was 182 centimeters tall, and this burly man was probably at least 2 meters tall. You're not hurt, are you? Wei Jun had his hands in his pockets, tilting his chin up. No, it's just that this power armor needs some help from Uncle Zhang. Yanlong forced a smile, raising his hands with the shattered armor dangling in the air, revealing circuit boards that occasionally sparked with electrical fire. By the way, how did you get here? Shouldn't it be the second team's turn to be on duty today? My gym is not far from here, so I rushed over when I heard the alarm. If we waited for the second team to arrive, this area would have been cleared out long ago. Wei Jun chuckled softly, then looked with interest at Yan Muyun. Aren't you going to introduce this young brother? I think he performed quite well just now. He's a good seedling. Yanlong turned to glance, his expression becoming complicated. Hello, my name is Yan Muyun, and he is my uncle, 52 years old. Yan Muyun smiled innocently. Wei Jun. He instinctively reached out his hand and shook with the other party. Only after putting his hand back in his pocket did Wei Jun seem to finally react, his expression becoming somewhat serious. 52 years old. His uncle. Brother, do you know who he is? You can't make such jokes. Yan Muyun grinned and stuffed his hands into his pockets, imitating him. Wei Jun tilted his head slightly, casting a questioning glance at Yan Long, but saw that this usually aloof guy had his brows tightly furrowed and didn't speak. Damn, really? He couldn't help but exclaim. Yan Long sighed, his voice lowered slightly. I have an uncle who has been in a vegetative state for 30 years in the hospital. This isn't a secret, you should all know. Hiss. I know there's something going on. Wei Jun felt a bit of a headache. Sleeping for 30 years, and then waking up just like that, and looking like a young person. Oh. At that moment Yan Muyun seemed to notice something strange pointing forward. That monster seems to be... In the middle of the road, the shattered body of the molten monster was transforming into specks of golden light, slowly dissipating into the air. Now I believe it, he really just woke up after 30 years. Wei Jun sighed. Yan Long stepped forward a couple of paces, explaining for some unknown reason once these monsters die completely their bodies will quickly dissipate on their own. The Special Bureau has tried every method over the years, but has been unable to preserve even a fragment of their bodily tissues. Call the city's maintenance department, and have them restore this block to its original condition within an hour, the lean man said, half leaning against the flying car as he directed the youth behind him, who wore a black combat suit. Wei Jun stepped up beside Yan Muyun, his thick, dark brows knitting with doubt as he asked, You really slept for 30 years? What year is it now? Yan Muyun countered. 2052. I was born in 2000 anyway. Huh, that truly is rather unbelievable. Sorry to trouble you, Captain Sun. Yan Long handed the battered black briefcase into the lean man's hand. Captain Sun tossed the case into the car and eyed the filthy, disheveled youth before him, clicking his tongue. Not bad, kid. You broke off a horn of a devil Roma, all on your own. In the end I was careless. Yan Long shook his head. If Yan Muyun had not intervened at the last moment, he would probably be lying in an ambulance now. Is your friend interested in the Techu Bureau? Captain Sun nodded toward two people talking not far off, and asked with interest, You were recruited into Team 1. We could put your friend in Team 2. Well, see, his situation is a bit special right now, Yan Long said with a complicated look, and then saw Yan Muyun already walking over. So shall we go? Yan Muyun waved. He only wanted to hurry and see his younger brother. In his understanding, the only remaining blood relative in the world, Yan Yiming. He wanted to learn what had happened to his family during the years he slept. Okay, Yan Long nodded. Wait. The burly Wei Jun hurried over and asked this young brother hasn't registered yet, right? Register? Register for what? My ID card is expired. Yan Muyun looked puzzled. Yan Long pursed his lips. No. Well, yes, your ID is probably expired, but the registration we mean is at the Ening Management Bureau. According to the law, any citizen who awakens an ability must immediately report to the nearest Techu Bureau to register. Those who conceal it may be detained for 7 to 15 days, depending on the severity of the case. They could even face criminal charges, Wei Jun added. That was my oversight. They'll take him to register now. Yan Long nodded. At that moment, the previously silent Captain Sun made a move. He reached out and patted the flying car's hood, saying, They'll give you a lift. You don't look fit to ride a motorcycle. I've already finished my workout. I'll ride the bike to the Techa Bureau and leave it there for you, Wei Jun said, nodding. Yan Long's arms did ache faintly, so he did not refuse their kindness and nodded his agreement. Before boarding the flying car, he glanced at the small restaurant where he had hidden. The balding Hunan uncle stood in the cratered doorway, face drawn and muttering to himself. Yan Muyun, Yan Long, and Captain Sun boarded the flying car, while two other Techa Bureau officers stayed behind to handle the aftermath and restore order to the block. Destination, Ening Management Bureau. Captain Sun spoke the navigation command. The black flying car rose until it was level with about the 6th floor of the surrounding buildings, then glided smoothly and swiftly deeper into the city. Artificial intelligence driving technology had become exceedingly mature. In the bustling metropolis, traffic volumes far exceeded those of 30 years ago, yet accident rates had declined year after year. It was Yan Muyun's first time in such a flying car, and he felt a keen sense of wonder. He angled himself slightly and peered down at the street scenes below, studying the city with eager curiosity. I heard it was a devil Roma. To lighten the somber mood, Captain Sun offered a topic. Yes, Yan Long, if I recall correctly, your ability was ranked B during the entry assessment. Once you gain more real combat experience, creatures of that rank won't be difficult for you to handle. What level of ability do you have? Yan Muyun withdrew his gaze and asked Captain Sun, curious. More than the passing scenery, this slightly melodramatic subject stirred his interest. After all, which man has never dreamed of being a hero? Unexpectedly, Captain Sun shook his head and said flatly, I have no ability. No ability. Yan Muyun was taken aback and then recalled a term Yan Long had mentioned earlier. Are you a gene warrior? Yes. Like Wei Jun, am a clever gene warrior, Captain Sun nodded. Yan Muyun ransacked his memory of web novels and game settings and guessed, you don't seem to be wearing power armor, so you presumably don't need it. Could it be that after an ability awakens, a person's genes mutate in a way that prevents them becoming a gene warrior, and so they rely on power armor to make up their bodily weaknesses. A trace of puzzlement crossed Captain Sun's lean face. He did not understand why the young man would suddenly pose such elementary questions, and moreover, he had them wrong. Yan Long, who knew the situation, tilted his head and glanced at him. How did you come up? Yan Muyun chuckled twice. I used to write web novels in college. Imagination is one thing I have. Your imagination is lively but a little off, Yan Long said. Yan Long withdrew his gaze and explained, I wear a mech suit because I haven't become a gene warrior yet, but that doesn't mean I can't become one. The gene serum can only be administered once to a person, and most people train their bodies to peak condition before injection to raise their potential ceiling. For example, although Captain Sun and Brother Wei Jun are currently level, their ceilings are level. If I were injected now, my ceiling would at best be level. Moreover, scientific studies suggest the optimal age for the gene serum is around 20. I'm only 18, so there is no rush. Yan Long propped his chin on his hand and stared out the window. Also, I'm only an intern at the Tetra Bureau right now. Oh, I don't yet qualify for the gene serum. By now, Captain Sun had sensed something amiss and couldn't help asking Xiaolong, who exactly is this? You should know. My father had an older brother in a vegetative state who slept in a sanatorium for a full 30 years. After Yan Long's explanation, Captain Sun reacted just as the burly Wei Jun had utterly incredulous, his mouth involuntarily agape. Slept for 30 years and suddenly woke. For me, it felt like I had slept only one night. A bitter smile crossed Yan Muyun's face as he scratched the back of his head and sighed. 30 years in a dream, things and people have changed. Perhaps it's better not to wake at all. Yan Long glanced over expressionlessly, and Yan Muyun shivered for no reason. He had every reason to believe that his elder nephew would, when his father died, not hesitate to pull his oxygen tube. Could you tell me more about these monsters? I'm quite interested. Yan Muyun laughed, steering the conversation else. All that information is online. You'll find some professional popular science videos for you later. Their explanations are more technical and detailed. Yan Long noticed the disappointed look and sighed. We have roughly 3 or 4 minutes left. They'll give you a brief explanation now. These monsters are collectively referred to as aberrations, and the first recorded appearance of aberrations was 29 years ago, which was 1 year after the emergence of ability users on a large scale. According to global data statistics, there are currently 10 types of aberrations, each categorized into 5 major classes based on their growth characteristics: larval, juvenile, mature, elite, and king. Today's molten demon is in its juvenile stage with a danger level of only D, while a fully developed molten demon usually possesses strength that can reach the pinnacle of C, or even B. Yan Long glanced down at his arm, faintly feeling the lingering pain. I originally thought I could handle things on my own, but it seems I still have a long way to go. If I remember correctly, you haven't been on a mission yet, have you? Team Leader Sun, sitting in the front row, turned around. Yan Long pursed his lips slightly. Yes, I have only been observing in the past. The overall strength of the molten demon is formidable. It is a troublesome existence at any stage. You have done quite well for your first encounter with an aberration. Team Leader Sun offered him some words of comfort. Yan Muyun nodded in agreement, placing a hand on his nephew's shoulder. He could have performed better. It was just that the molten demon suddenly threw 2 fireballs at my hiding spot. He thought I was in trouble, and for a moment he lost his focus, which led to his poor performance. Yan Long looked at Yan Muyun with a complex expression. For some reason, even though this guy was only a few years older than him, he could sense a kind of concern and encouragement for the junior in his words and demeanor. Feeling a strange discomfort in his heart, Yan Long brushed away the hand resting on his shoulder and continued, I have already mentioned the signs of these aberrations appearing, which are the writhing shadows, the dark veil. We refer to the occurrence of this phenomenon as arrival. The arrival is divided into initial arrival, subsequent arrival, and final arrival. At this moment, Team Leader Sun chimed in with a smile, interrupting him. This terminology is too academic. We usually just refer to them as the first, second, and third arrivals in casual conversation. Yan Long nodded, then continued. The first arrival, or initial arrival, is when the aberrations, although cautious, are also the easiest to deal with. They are completely unfamiliar with human abilities and technology, and this world is entirely strange to them. The first arrival lasts about 5 hours. If we cannot eradicate them within this time frame, they will retreat back into the dark veil. After the second arrival, their strength will be significantly greater and more cunning, and they will have a better understanding of human methods, making them much more troublesome. This phase lasts about a day, and once the time is up, they will return to the dark veil again. By the time of the final third arrival, they will no longer retreat, but will remain permanently staying on Earth in our world. According to AI data analysis, even if the aberration's initial arrival is only in the larval stage, it is estimated that by the time they complete their final arrival, there will be a 60 chance of evolving into a mature aberration, a 35 chance of becoming an elite aberration, and a 5 chance of directly evolving into a king. At this moment Yan Muyun noticed a point of doubt and couldn't help but ask, is there a difference in the phenomenon produced by the initial arrival, subsequent arrival, and final arrival? For example, would the dark veil produced by the initial arrival be smaller, and the one from the final arrival be larger? No. Yin Long shook his head. Although the size of the dark veil is related to the strength of the aberration, we cannot determine the type of aberration or which arrival it is based on that. So how do you determine which arrival the aberration is in? Yin Long raised a finger and explained there is only one way, which is to observe the wounds on the aberration. Team Leader Sun, feeling a bit bored after being left out for too long, picked up the conversation. According to our department's regulations, even if we cannot kill the aberration during the initial arrival, we must at least leave it with a wound for identification, and the same applies to the aberrations during the second arrival. The appearance and size of the aberration may change during its next arrival due to the advancement of strength, but the location of the wounds will not change. Yin Long added, "Hiss. I feel like this is a bit unreliable." Yan Muyun scratched his head. What if there are two aberrations both covered in scars and looking quite similar? It would be difficult to distinguish between them just by the naked eye. Some Asians may experience face blindness with some Europeans, while some Europeans may have face blindness with some Asians. I feel like I would have face blindness with all Africans. Living on the same planet as members of the same race for so long, it is hard to guarantee that we can recognize each other, let alone those bizarre aberrational creatures. Yin Long shook his head, dismissing the other's concern. It won't happen. During combat, the image information of the aberration will be uploaded to the network. With AI analysis and identification, the misjudgment rate will not exceed 0.01. At this point he seemed to recall something, frowning slightly. I am thinking that the Molten Demon today should not be an initial arrival, as some of its performance was truly beyond my expectations. Does it not have any wounds? Yan Muyun asked tentatively. Yin Long sighed. Exactly, so the system couldn't determine which arrival it was. I was deceived by its initial reaction and mistakenly thought it was an initial arrival. As the three conversed, the hovering vehicle reached its destination and began to descend slowly. After getting out of the vehicle, Yan Muyun stretched widely, looking up at the sky through the gaps in the steel jungle, feeling a bit emotional. This future world is so much more exciting than I imagined. Yin Long also got out of the vehicle. Watching his back, a strange emotion surged within him. For him this was now. For him this was the future. He probably would never have the chance to feel the complex and subtle emotions that filled the other person's heart at this moment. The window of the front seat of the hovering vehicle opened and Team Leader Sun poked his head out, waving to the two young men who were not far apart in age, but had a generational difference. I'll head back first. You two can take a taxi home after you finish the registration. Yan Muyun watched the hovering vehicle slowly take off, smacking his lips. Wei Jun, Team Leader Wei, and this Team Leader Sun, they should all be considered your superiors, right? They really have no airs of being seniors, and their tempers are surprisingly good. Because I am an intern. Yin Long turned around and walked towards the opposite side of the road. Also the son of the deputy director of the Special Administration Bureau. Across the street stood a deep blue semicircular building. It was not tall, but its spacious area made it stand out remarkably in this city filled with towering skyscrapers. Inside the hall, which was also predominantly blue, two young men walked in from outside. The one in front, although appearing slightly younger, had a stern expression and a composed demeanor. In stark contrast, the young man following him looked like a country bumpkin entering a high-class establishment, constantly glancing around, with a face full of curiosity and confusion. These two young men, who had distinctly different expressions, yet subtly similar appearances, were naturally Yin Long and Yan Muyun. Service reservation, special ability registration. Yin Long stood in front of a white machine, expressionless as he inputted commands using his voice. He then turned his head, waved his hand, signaling Yan Muyun to stand in front of the machine's camera to register his facial information. Reservation completed. Please arrive at testing room 5 within 10 minutes. A neutral mechanical voice emanated from the device as an aerial view of the building appeared on the electronic screen. A red indicated their current location, while a blue line extended all the way to a room on the second floor. Don't we need to handle any related procedures first, such as personal information, home address, etc.? Yan Muyun asked curiously. Yin Long walked ahead without turning back. It's already been registered. So just scanning the face is enough. Yes, you were just in a coma, not dead, so the relevant household registration information has been stored in the official server all along. It only requires a facial scan for personal information to be automatically completed. The two of them took the escalator to the second floor, ultimately arriving in front of a pair of silver double doors where they found chairs to sit down. After about 6 or 7 minutes, the doors silently swung open and a soft yet emotionless female voice from the embedded speaker announced, "Mr. Yan Muyun, please prepare for the test." "Go ahead," Yin Long said, nodding his chin. Yan Muyun was taken aback. "Aren't you coming with me? I don't understand anything." Just do as the staff said, the process isn't complicated. Alright then. Yan Muyun nodded and stepped inside. It was a vast gray-white room with a ceiling that seemed to reach 10 meters high. It was quite empty with little in the way of furnishings save for a metallic desk positioned near the door. Behind the desk was a young girl in a blue uniform, her face rosy and somewhat cute. She was currently focused on the computer screen in front of her, her finely arched brows slightly furrowed, appearing exceptionally serious. Upon sensing someone enter, the girl turned to take a look, but her brows furrowed even deeper. Mr. Yan Muyun? She asked tentatively. Yan Muyun smiled broadly. Yes, that's me. The girl seemed somewhat disbelieving and glanced back at the information on the screen, her expression filled with doubt. 52 years old this year. Yes. You really take good care of yourself. The girl's smile was somewhat forced. In her mind, this uncle obviously had undergone plastic surgery or used some kind of medication. In this era, there were many hospitals capable of such feats, but without exception, they required substantial financial resources. Please take a seat. The girl gestured to the chair across the desk. All right. Yan Muyun sat down. On the desk stood an electronic screen displaying the girl's photo and name Yang Mingming. When did you awaken your special ability? June 2022. Yan Muyun's voice was somewhat quiet. Yang Mingming raised her head, looking at him with confusion. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yan Muyun ultimately chose to tell a small lie. Even if someone were to investigate, it would be difficult to uncover anything considering he had spent the first 30 years of his life in a hospital bed. Okay, awakening time June 2nd, 2052, 1400. After recording the data, Yang Mingming raised her head again, her bright eyes gazing seriously at him. What type of special ability do you possess? Physical, mental, elemental energy, or something else? Yan Muyun recalled the silver-white hexagonal barrier, tentatively responding, it should be energy, right? Is it destructive, defensive, or transformation type? Defensive type. Alright. Yang Mingming nodded, then pressed a blue button on the desk, leaning slightly closer to the microphone. Please send test subject 0042 to testing room 5. About 2 minutes later, the hall doors opened again, and a young woman dressed in a white uniform, appearing to be around 25 years old, walked in. She had a tall, slender figure with short black hair that reached her ears, chewing gum and looking somewhat frivolous. The woman walked up behind Yang Mingming, placing her hand on her shoulder. Am I just that useful? As long as I'm on duty, you little girl will always call on me whenever you have a chance. Yan Muyun's lips twitched slightly as he silently shifted his gaze to the floor. Facing the woman's teasing, Yang Mingming seemed already accustomed to it, maintaining her expression as she fixed her gaze on the screen in front of her. Russell, this is your job. Saying this, she pressed a button on the side of the screen, causing 3 cameras to descend from the ceiling, all aimed at the interior of the room. This is necessary for video recording, Yang Mingming explained. Yan Muyun nodded, understood. At this moment, the tester named Russell straightened up, casting an intriguing smile. Little brother, are you ready? He is 51 years old, Yang Mingming said expressionlessly. Russell's smile clearly froze for a moment, even forgetting to chew her gum, and after a while she finally managed to say, what a joke. Yang Mingming directly lifted her tablet, holding it in front of Russell's face. After personally confirming the age information of the test subject, Russell scratched the back of her head and forced a laugh. So, uncle, how do you maintain yourself? Sleep more, Yan Muyun replied sincerely. Alright, let's hurry and start the test, Yang Mingming said, impatiently tapping the desk. In the spacious center of the room, Yan Muyun stood somewhat awkwardly, while Russell stood about 10 meters away. At this moment, he noticed that on the outer side of her thigh a deep brown holster was strapped. The holster was now open, and a silver-gray handgun was spinning at the tips of the woman's fingers. Are you ready? Russell asked, chewing her gum as she raised an eyebrow at him. Yan Muyun swallowed hard, a bitter smile on his face. Are those live rounds in there? Russell removed the magazine from the handgun, took out the first bullet inside, and held it in her palm. Under the indoor lighting, the bullet's tip reflected a brass-like gleam. Russell smiled and reloaded the bullet into the magazine. Don't worry, these are all live rounds. No, I mean, I'm trying to say I'm not yet skilled in using this ability, and I don't even know if I can successfully use it. What are you doing? Yan Muyun's last 3 words suddenly shot up in pitch. During his speech, Russell had already reassembled the handgun and disengaged the safety. At that moment, the dark muzzle was aimed directly at his forehead. Bang! The gun fired. Wow, it's quite beautiful, Russell exclaimed softly. Yan Muyun slowly opened his tightly shut eyes and saw the familiar silver-white barrier standing not far in front of him. The entire barrier was circular with a radius of 2.5 meters, composed of silver-white hexagonal pieces. The edges of the barrier appeared slightly blurred, as if merging into the air. Are you seriously this irresponsible? What if I couldn't use my abilities just now? Yan Muyun was genuinely angry. This was a matter of life and death. How could they casually fire a gun without concern for casualties? Relax, relax, Russell waved her hand dismissively, then pointed in front of him, and said look. Yan Muyun looked down and saw a green leaf quietly lying on the floor. My ability is to transform the bullets I shoot into different objects, Russell explained as she aimed the gun at. Bang! With a loud sound, another leaf seemed to be blown by a strong wind, gently slapping against the silver-white barrier. Yan Muyun's expression softened slightly, but he still frowned and remained silent. We have seen some testers in the past who couldn't use their abilities no matter how hard they tried during the test, wasting a. Later results prove that it was indeed necessary for people to encounter extreme environments to truly unlock their potential. Russell shrugged and twirled the handgun. My ability can create extreme environments while ensuring no harm comes to the testers, so I can be considered the golden tester here. Seeing her sincere explanation, Yan Muyun felt it awkward to keep frowning and sighed helplessly. Alright, I understand. Is the test over now? The test hasn't even started yet. Russell smiled, raising her handgun again, and said, remember how you feel right now and hold on to it. Next we will really use live ammunition, okay? No problem, Yan Muyun nodded. The silver-white barrier could easily block the fireballs of the molten demon. He truly wasn't worried about a mere handgun. His previous concern was only whether he could use this ability. He had never doubted its reliability. Bang, bang, bang. Russell fired several shots in succession, and the alloy bullets struck the silver-white barrier without sparking a single flame. Deformed bullet heads fell to the ground, clanging together. How does it feel? She asked as she lowered her gun. Yan Muyun shrugged and tilted his head slightly, not much feeling. Alright, next I will gradually increase the intensity of the test. Just let me know if it becomes too much, Russell said. Yan Muyun scratched his head and tentatively asked, how about I give you a rough idea of what I can handle? Russell raised an eyebrow, showing a curious expression. Go ahead. My barrier can easily block fireballs from level molten demons. Yan Muyun's statement was not exaggerated or boastful. When he had directly blocked 2 fireballs from the molten demon, he truly felt nothing at all. It was as if the explosion and flames just half a meter away from him were merely holographic effects. After hearing this description, Russell did not respond, but silently stepped back until she stopped about 50 meters. When she raised the gun again, an ominous premonition suddenly surged in Yan Muyun's heart. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, and the flash of fire almost filled Yan Muyun's entire field of vision. This shot was a fragmentation high-explosive grenade. The silver-white barrier seemed to filter even the harmful sound waves. As Yan Muyun stood there, the violent explosion occurring just half a meter in front of him only transmitted a low, muffled sound to his ears. As the faint smoke cleared, Russell waved her hand in the distance and called out loudly, how's it going? Yan Muyun cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted back, it seems not too good. You're not doing well. No, the grenade didn't pack much of a punch. Russell's mouth twitched as she turned her head to look at the nearby recording station. Yang Mingming frowned slightly, realizing what the other party was trying to do. Sure enough, the next sentence confirmed her suspicion. Raise the testing level of the room to the highest. Yang Mingming sighed and began operating on the screen in front of her. Moments later, the lights in the room dimmed slightly, as if an invisible force field was enveloping the area. This force field would absorb some of the energy generated by the explosion to prevent excessive damage. At the same time, a gap suddenly opened between the ceiling and the floor, and a 30-centimeter thick silver-gray alloy wall extended from it, isolating Yang Mingming and Russell on one side, while Yan Muyun remained on the other. In the center of the alloy wall, there was a half-meter-sized square hole. Hiss! Yan Muyun felt a slight toothache, hesitating whether to call for a stop. After all, he had no confidence that his silver-white barrier could match the alloy wall on the opposite side. I'm going to shoot. Russell's shout came from afar. Yan Muyun swallowed and instinctively nodded. The gunfire rang out, and the next moment an explosion even more violent than before erupted before his eyes. Flames surged like gigantic waves, crashing and roaring in a frenzied assault against the silver-white barrier. The square hole in the center of the alloy wall 60 meters away had already closed the moment the gunfire sounded. Metal fragments exploded like torrential rain, creating a chaotic symphony as they collided. In the footage captured by the camera, the young man in the center of the explosion stood as firm as ancient rocks, unyielding as a mountain, not moving an inch. When the echoes of the explosion finally dissipated, Yan Muyun let out a breath, turned his neck, and moved his stiff body slightly. To be honest, he had been somewhat startled. He could clearly feel that this explosion was significantly stronger than the previous high-explosive grenade and the 2 fireballs from the level molten demon. However, it seemed that it was still far from the limits of the silver-white barrier. Just then, Yang Mingming's voice echoed from the ceiling's speaker. Test concluded, Mr. Yan Muyun, please come over. Yan Muyun exhaled with lingering fear, looking around to see the floor and ceiling covered in charred mark. Only a large fan-shaped area behind him retained its original appearance. The The silver-gray metal barrier was being retracted, and Russell stood there twirling her handgun, looking displeased while chewing gum. Ignoring her, Yan Muyun directly sat at the desk, his eyes filled with anticipation. "May I ask what my ability rating is?" "C." Yang Ming answered succinctly. Upon hearing this, Yan Muyun's expression became he had originally thought that his ability, which was considered absolute defense, would at least be rated as B. Russell smacked her lips, holstered the handgun back into her thigh holster, and then plopped down on the desk, looking down at the 52-year-old uncle. "We are an agency targeting the general public, and the highest level we can assess and authorize is C. Being rated as C actually means your ability is above C level." "Oh." Yan Muyun lifted his head, and the previously dim gaze instantly regained its brilliance. "Is this guy really 52 years old, and not 12? Russell silently complained in her heart, and then explained the testing cost for abilities above grade B is too high, and ordinary professions hardly ever require superpowers, so there's no need to test every awakener's limits. The main function of the Abilities Registration Office is registration, not rating. In other words, we only need to record and categorize the abilities of all awakeners." Yan Muyun shivered slightly, and obediently closed his mouth. The two entered the building walking directly. Russell remarked. "In a sense that's true." Yan Muyun blinked. "To obtain a rating you need to engage in a profession related to superpowers, such as joining the Abilities Registration Office or the Special Operations Bureau. After all, only by joining these places will your abilities truly find their utility. Besides, certain private security companies also offer employment ratings, but these tests are usually not recognized by the authorities." Russell turned out to be much more patient than she looked, being able to explain in detail word by word in response to questions that could easily be found online. "Sister Russell, what level are you?" Yan Muyun instinctively asked. Russell was slightly taken aback, her chewing gum stopping mid-motion. After a moment she came back to her senses and repeatedly waved her hands. No, please don't call me sister, I'm only 27 this year." Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, and then tentatively suggested, "Little sister." "Russell, forget it, I won't hold it against you." She pouted and blew out a breath, her red hair fluttering. "My overall assessment is only grade C." "You're only grade C?" Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised, as he thought she would at least be grade B. "What do you mean by only? Grade C is already quite impressive. I am already one of the top assessors in the Abilities Registration Office." Russell raised her eyebrows, feeling She jumped off the table, clasping her hands behind her back, and sighed maturely. "Back in the day, when I registered, I was assessed as C grade. Later, after joining the Abilities Registration Office and undergoing a more comprehensive assessment, I was downgraded to grade C." "Why is that?" Yan Muyun asked cooperatively. Russell chuckled self-deprecatingly, reaching down to touch the holster on her thigh. "Professional assessments and registrations are not the same. They attempt to explore the limits of your abilities in various aspects. For example, duration, range, intensity, activation conditions, and so on. The attack I just launched was a fragmentation grenade, which in terms of range and destructive power is actually already grade B. However, if I have to launch that kind of attack 3 times, my spirit will be extremely fatigued, and I could faint at any moment. Therefore, in comprehensive consideration, I am only grade C." As she spoke, Russell sighed again, seemingly envious. A true grade B can unleash such attacks effortlessly, generally, without placing too much burden on themselves. Yan Muyun noticed her forlorn appearance and wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know what to say. "All right, I just remembered something." Russell's demeanor suddenly returned to normal as she raised a finger. She turned to face Yan Muyun and snapped her fingers. "Every C-grade awakener is a target that the Abilities Registration Bureau, Special Operations Bureau, and private security companies want to compete for. If you are dissatisfied with your current job, you might soon have the opportunity to switch to something more exciting." Yan Muyun stroked his chin. "I want to go to the Special Operations Bureau." "I was just saying that casually, don't take it seriously." Russell was somewhat amused and exasperated. "And why do you want to go to the Special Operations Bureau?" "Let me clarify, I hold great respect for the officers of the Special Operations Bureau, but they have to fight against anomalies every day, which is too dangerous. Coming to our Abilities Registration Office is not only safe, but also offers good benefits. Isn't that better?" Yan Muyun looked at her with a profound gaze. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Uffed. Russell covered her mouth with her hand, but still laughed out loud. "I didn't realize you have such a sense of social responsibility. I might be a bit tempted now." Yan Muyun shrank his neck. "We are not the right age for each other. I'm just a young lad in my early 20s. In a few years you'll be approaching 30. However, Russell naturally understood a different meaning. "Although you look young, that age is more than enough to be my—" During their conversation, the information for this test was also recorded and completed. Now, only the last blank space remained on the screen. Yang Mingming raised her head, looking directly into Yan Muyun's eyes, and asked, "May I ask, what do you plan to name your superpower?" The testing room's door opened, and Yan Muyun stepped out, patting Yan Long's shoulder, who was sitting in a chair. "Shh, let's go." The two left the abilities registration office and came to the roadside outside. By the way, I've always been curious, how did you make the phone call before, and how did you notify the people in that block to evacuate? Yan Muyun crossed his arms, his expression quite curious. Yan Long raised his left hand to show him, and beneath the skin on the back of his hand there was a nearly imperceptible triangular bulge. This is an implanted chip combined with a hidden earpiece and smart eye. It basically meets all the functions of old-fashioned smartphones. Yan Muyun then noticed a small flesh-colored earpiece in the right ear of the other person, which was nearly undetectable unless looked at closely. Wow! He exclaimed with mild surprise, then asked, "What is smart eye?" Yan Long tilted his head slightly, thinking for a moment. It looks similar to cosmetic contact lenses, but it is completely transparent and serves as a display screen. Yan Muyun leaned in a little closer, looking from the side. The surface of the other person's eyes was covered with a thin layer of transparent crystalline film. Impressive. He sincerely marveled. "I'll call a cab first." Yan Long brushed his left hand over the back of his hand and softly said, 12, please call a car for me, destination Ninghai Community. How much does this entire set of equipment cost? It must be very expensive, right? Yan Muyun asked with great interest. It is quite expensive, around 100,000. This is the latest model of smart devices on the market, a gift from my dad for my coming of age. Yan Muyun blinked. With that expression of yours, you seem not satisfied. Yan Long didn't respond and calmly stared at the vehicles coming and going on the road. Feeling the atmosphere was a bit off, Yan Muyun tactfully changed the subject. How about you guess my ability assessment level? C, maybe. That's right. Yan Muyun chuckled lightly, continuing to make small talk. Guess what I name? How am I supposed to guess that? Hint, think from the perspective of color and external manifestation. Yan Long fell silent for a moment and said, white wall. Just like your dad, you really have no artistic flair at all. Yan Muyun sighed. So what is it called? Sounds good. A black sedan stopped in front of the two, and the car door opened automatically. As Yan Muyun bent down to get in, he heard a faint sigh coming from behind. Why do parents always think that money can replace companionship? Everything I've told you about my dad, especially my views and opinions on him, remember not to speak a word of it to anyone. Yan Long looked at Yan Muyun with an extremely serious expression. The two were standing beside a white stone-carved fountain with a towering skyscraper before them. Xiao Long, some things need to be communicated more often. Especially regarding the relationship issues between children and parents. Many times it arises from mutual misunderstandings and the unwillingness to sit down and discuss and explain, which leads to an ever-widening rift. Listen to your uncle. He studied education in college. If you say one more word tonight, I will double the weight of your blanket by 200 times. Yan Muyun shivered slightly and obediently closed his mouth. The two entered the building, walking directly into the elevator, with Yan Long pressing the button for the 112th floor on the electronic screen inside. Wow, so tall. Yan Muyun reached out and swiped the screen, sliding to the top, where the building's peak was an astonishing 150 floors. The elevator ascended rapidly, with a view outside of a complex network of interchanges resembling a tangled spider web weaving through the towering steel jungle, connecting one skyscraper to another and to a plaza half suspended in midair. With a soft ding, the elevator arrived at the 112th floor, and the doors slowly opened. This floor seemed to have 3 households. After stepping out of the elevator, Yan Long walked towards the deep brown heavy wooden door on the right side of the corridor. Tomorrow I will take you to the property management to register your biological information. Otherwise you won't even be able to use the elevator. As Yan Long spoke, he grasped the doorknob. After waiting for about half a second, a soft click sounded from inside the door, and the lock opened. Yan Long pushed the door open, and as he took his first step into the room, the lights gradually brightened, transitioning from a dim yellow to a bright light, allowing the eyes a moment to adjust. Wow, it's really big, Yan Muyun remarked, feeling awestruck. The foyer was square and spacious, the living room conservatively estimated to be around 100 square meters, with light brown solid wood flooring. At the far end was a massive floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view of the cityscape at dusk. On the left wall was a huge, embedded black display screen, occupying 2/3 of the wall. The right side mainly featured a sofa and seating with heavy curtains partially drawn, subtly revealing another floor-to-ceiling window. What would you like to eat? Yan Long changed into slippers and casually tossed a pair onto the floor beside him. At that moment, Yan Muyun suddenly sensed something was off. He recalled everything Yan Long had said since waking up, and ultimately confirmed that the other party had never mentioned a person who should exist, a person who was supposed to be very important and indispensable. Yan Muyun turned his head to look at his big nephew, carefully considering his tone before slowly asking, may I ask, is my sister-in-law not home? Yan Long's figure stiffened slightly, but his actions did not stop as he placed his shoes into the shoe cabinet on the left side of the foyer, then straightened up. I don't have a mother. Off. Yan Muyun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she had passed away? No, if she had died, Yan Long wouldn't say he doesn't have a mother. Perhaps this woman had done something in the past that deeply hurt this family, which was why he refused to acknowledge his mother's existence. Seeing the complex expression on his face, Yan Long frowned slightly. Don't misunderstand, I mean it literally. You need to explain this to me, what exactly is going on? Yan Muyun also changed into slippers and followed him. Yan Long paused his steps, his head slightly lowered as he stayed in place. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Yan Muyun quickly revised his words. Sit down first. Yan Long pointed to the sofa not far away, then walked straight into the kitchen and took out 2 bottles of juice from the refrigerator. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Yan Muyun quickly revised his words. Sit down first. Yan Long pointed to the sofa not far away, then walked straight into the kitchen. It was probably around the year 2030, perhaps due to gender opposition, the pressure of young people, and other issues. The birth and marriage rates have been declining year after year. Later they opened the artificial cultivation policy, regardless of gender, as long as you provide sperm or eggs you can pair and breed in the hospital's gene bank. I don't know the specifics, but it's really nothing serious. Such things were not uncommon in my dad's era. Yan Long pressed his lips together. Yan Muyun opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Yan Long tilted his head back and took a sip of juice, then asked the previous question again. What do you want to eat? Anything. I'm not picky, though I like to eat everything. Yan Muyun waved his hand. Yan Long stood up, glancing at him. You slept for 30 years. This is your first meal after waking up. Then it really should be something meaningful. Yan Muyun stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, braised pork and yellow braised chicken. Can you make those? These were the 2 dishes I ordered most often at Chinese restaurants when I studied abroad, and they are the best at alleviating homesickness. There's no pork at home. Yan Long pondered, then turned and walked into the kitchen. After about 10 seconds he poked his head out, and no chicken either. You wait in the living room for a bit. Pork and chicken should arrive in about 10 minutes. Yan Long walked out of the kitchen, wiped his hands on his pants, then turned and entered the bedroom in the back. When he came out again, he had a semi-transparent black rectangular object in his hand. A phone. You should know how to use it right. Yan Muyun looked at him earnestly. I've been asleep for 30 years, not 300. This is a product from Huawei company 2 years ago. It was what I used before, and it has been reset to factory settings. You can use it for now. Yan Long tossed the phone over. Huawei is still around. That's good. I used their phones 30 years ago. Yan Muyun caught it, surprised by how light it was, thinking it might be a plastic model that the other party threw at him to tease. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Such a boring thing might be something his younger brother would do, but this cold-faced, few words, big nephew in front of him definitely would not. The power button is on the top. After saying this, Yan Long turned and walked back into the kitchen. Yan Muyun examined the phone, finding it seamless, as if it were a piece of art. Waking up, I've become a bumpkin. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and pressed the power button. The screen flashed with a glimmer of light, but the expected 8-petal flower animation did not appear. Has the Huawei logo changed so much after so many years? On the phone screen appeared a figure wearing a white hood, revealing half of a dark face, without any facial features. Beneath this avatar, 2 characters were written in inkwash cursive. Jieko. Below that were 2 blank fields to fill in, one for the username and the other for the ability. Yan Muyun had yet to react when the ability field slowly revealed the 4 black characters, silver. What is this thing? Some kind of dating app? Yan Muyun frowned faintly. He considered speaking up, but upon hearing the clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen, he decided not to disturb the other over such a trivial matter. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, and concluded it must be some software developed by the state. Otherwise, how could it possibly know his newly registered ability's name? After all, only 2 people knew the 4 characters, Bain Shoyu. Besides the Ability Registration Bureau, only Yan Long was aware. This feels uncanny. How did they confirm I was using this phone? Does this phone even have biometric identification embedded in it? Yan Muyun grimaced, suddenly realizing that high-tech life brought more than mere convenience. If they already knew my ability's name, they certainly knew my real name. So the username field must be for a nick. Yan Muyun opened the phone's virtual keyboard and typed Shepherd into the username field. A system prompt appeared on screen. A blue box with golden borders. Shepherd logged in successfully. The web page's background was pure black. No images, no patterns. Only 2 horizontally aligned leaderboards at the top, the realm rank and the combat rank. Yan Muyun tapped the leftmost leaderboard, the realm rank, and a new page loaded displaying 20 IDs. His own alias, Shepherd, sat precisely at the center, followed by his ability name, Bain Shoyu, and a string of digits 977,863. He glanced upward at the ID above him. A sequence of Cyrillic letters. His ability name, however, had been translated into Chinese steel arms, with the number 977,862 trailing behind. Ranking. An ability ranking. Just then Yan Muyun noticed a small red question mark in the top right corner of the page. He narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped it. Once again, the blue and gold system prompt appeared. The realm rank has collected and ranked a total of 401234983 awakened individuals worldwide. At that moment, two realizations struck Yan Muyun. First, this so-called Jieka app was unlikely developed by any official government. It must belong to some far larger, far more enigmatic organization. For this ranking encompassed awakened individuals not only from China, but across the entire globe. Second, he recalled a remark Yan Long had once made offhandedly. Ever since that inexplicable pandemic 30 years ago, over 10% of humanity worldwide has manifested diverse supernatural abilities. 400 million awakened individuals, 10%, means Earth's total population now stands at roughly 4 billion. Before I fell unconscious, it was still 7,500 million. Given technological advancement and societal progress, why has the global human population plummeted by nearly half? And what role had those so-called gods, he, she, or it, played throughout these decades? Or rather, do gods truly exist? As a steadfast materialist, I remained deeply skeptical. Before Yan Muyun could dwell further, a male synthetic voice echoed through the room. Hive delivery, swift, seamless. Your order has arrived. Please collect it. Grab the delivery. Yan Long shouted from the kitchen. Oh right. Instinctively, Yan Muyun rose and headed for the door, but when he opened it, no one stood there. Hive delivery, swift, seamless. Your order has arrived. Please collect it, the electronic voice repeated. Yan Long seemed to grasp what was happening. Wearing a gray apron and gripping a chef's knife, he emerged from the kitchen and pointed toward the floor-to-ceiling window at the far end of the living room, not at the door, by the window. Yan Muyun turned, and there, hovering steadily in midair beyond the glass, floated a compact drone beneath, which dangled a blue plastic crate. Yan, open the window, Yan Long said calmly. The floor-to-ceiling window slid silently apart, revealing a gap about half a meter wide. The drone glided inward and deposited the blue crate onto the coffee table before the sofa. Having completed its task, the nimble machine paused not a second, immediately reversed course, and flew back out, vanishing into the amber hues of the city's twilight skyline. Yan Muyun watched fascinated. Every subtle detail of life in this era filled him with quiet wonder. Could you bring that crate inside? Thanks. Yan Long nodded toward the coffee table. As Yan Muyun lifted the crate, he asked, by the way, opening the floor-to-ceiling window directly seems risky. What if a child accidentally falls out? The smart central control system won't open the window if any living being moves within 3 meters of it, Yan Long replied, turning back toward the kitchen. Smart central control system. Is that the voice we just heard? Standing in the doorway, Yan Muyun first surveyed the kitchen's layout. Aside from a few unfamiliar devices tucked into corners, the space looked much as it always had. Don't you find that voice oddly familiar? Yan Long set down the knife and gestured toward the cutting board on the countertop. Just place it here. Yan Muyun set the blue plastic crate down and tilted his head slightly, studying Yan Long. Now that you mention it, yes, it does ring a bell, like something I've heard before. Yan Long opened the crate and began removing neatly packaged chicken and pork. That voice is yours. Yan Muyun, who had been curiously inspecting the refrigerator, froze mid-motion. Our home's smart central control system is named Yun, as in cloud. Yan Long gazed at him quietly, voice low. Father configured it that way. Grandma and Grandpa love it. Yan Muyun half-turned, drew a deep breath, then exhaled sharply. When he looked back, his eyes were faintly reddened, but his expression remained unchanged. Yan Long didn't meet his gaze again, simply began peeling away packaging and rinsing the meat under the faucet. Do you know about Jieka? Yan Muyun asked abruptly, a jarring shift in tone. Jieka? Yan Long turned, brows knitted tightly. How do you know about Jieka? Turn off the tap. Don't waste water. Yan Long shut off the faucet and wiped his hands casually on his apron. Now, what's going on? It was like this the moment I powered on the phone, Yan Muyun said, handing it over. Yan Long scrolled through the interface, murmuring softly, impossible. It usually takes 2 or 3 days after awakening for an ordinary person to receive Jieka's notification. I awakened 30 years ago. Yan Muyun raised a hand, gently reminding him. Yan Long. The name Jieka can be understood as a hacker organization whose informational tendrils reach across the entire world. Yan Long handed the phone back and explained, this organization, which suddenly rose to prominence 30 years ago, revealed an intelligence capability at its first appearance that exceeded ordinary comprehension, as if a ghost hovered over human society's skyline. Whether ordinary people or certain covert agents of states, once someone becomes one of the awakened, they are recorded and made public on the app Jieka developed. No matter what secrecy measures one adopts before Jieka, they are like transparent glass. The information inside is laid bare. After the initial panic and unease, people gradually discovered that Jieka did not abuse this seemingly epic transcending informational power. The organization seemed interested in only one thing: ranking every awakened person in the world. Yan Muyun blinked, and suddenly found Jekka almost endearing. It was a little like a child becoming emperor and summoning scholars to compose bedtime stories for him. Yin Long continued, Jekka posts 2 lists, the Jiebong and the Zhanbong. The former ranks abilities themselves, if the latter ranks awakened by the number of anomalous creatures they have killed. Where do you rank on the Jiebong? Yan Muyun asked with interest. Yin Long thought for a moment. Around 1.7 million, I suppose. Haha, I'm 970,000. Higher than you. 970,000. Yin Long picked up the cleaver again and resumed cutting pork on the board. Starting inside the top 1 million. Jekka seems to rate you highly. Where did you start? Around 20 million, then gradually climbed up. Climbed that much? Yan Muyun was somewhat astonished. Even Jekka is not omniscient. Their rankings are mainly based on the current manifestations of your ability. If a person has only used their ability once, Jekka has only 1 research sample of them. As someone uses their ability more often, the information Jekka obtains becomes more comprehensive, allowing for a more precise ranking. Yin Long placed the cut pork into a bowl, washed his hands, and said, so in the first month after an awakened first appears on the Jiebong, frequent use of their ability can produce dramatic swings in ranking. It might leap from 10 million to 100,000 or fall from 100,000 to 100 million. What if one rarely uses their ability? If not used, the ranking will hardly change, at most fluctuate within a few thousand places. Yin Long said calmly, but whenever you use your ability wherever and whenever, Jekka will learn of that use and adjust your Jiebong ranking accordingly. A little terrifying, Yan Muyun grinned. The feeling was like an invisible eye perpetually watching every detail of your life. To be honest, the effects of abilities are wildly varied. No one truly knows the exact criteria Jekka uses to derive the rankings. Yin Long brought the cleaver down. The cutting board thudded as the chicken was cleft in 2. For example, some highly ranked abilities have almost no practical combat value. A awakened rank 10,000 being killed by one ranked 10 million would not be surprising. So the Jiebong is mostly for amusement. If you want to know who is truly powerful, you must look at the Zhanbong. Yan Muyun rubbed his chin. Yan Long paused and shot him a sideways glance. People online say the same thing, more or less the way you put it. 30 years on, and the internet catchphrases are still the same. Yan Muyun smiled. Yan Long continued, if the Jiebang's criteria are obscure, the Zhanbang's are simple and clear. There are essentially 2 rules: the quantity of anomalous creatures killed and the quality of those creatures. Yan Muyun opened the Zhanbong page on his phone and first saw a blue notification with gold trim. You currently have no ranking on this list. After closing the notification, the top 20 of the Zhanbong came into view. Rank 1 Qianlong ability, do not use. Strength kills 5, a rank kills 319, rank kills 1532 crank. The ability name was cryptic and revealed nothing at all. Yan Muyun muttered the figures and clicked his tongue in wonder. These SABC. Are they the same monsters we encountered during the day? All anomalous species, Yan Long replied without turning his head. That person is truly formidable. Probably spends all his time killing anomalous creatures aside from eating and sleeping. Yan Muyun closed the Zhanbong and reopened the Jiebong to see whether those high on the Jiebong were the same people atop the Zhanbong. But on the first page he found the top displayed as 10001 and nothing above it. They don't show the first 10,000. Yan Long salted the cut chicken, put it in the refrigerator, and answered, it's not that they won't show them. There simply are no rankings for the first 10,000. No rankings. Yes. A certain awakened, who is among the first 10,000, said it himself. Once an ability breaks into the top 10,000 on the Jiebong, it is called one Shuji E, one of the 10,000 arts, and no further ordering is given. Without warning, Yan Muyun suddenly recalled the vision he had seen in the moment before he lost consciousness 30 years ago. Zhang Ye's body was hurled up and down like a broken ragdoll, then the door opened and his pale-faced younger brother walked in. Is your father one of the Wan Shu? No. Search Nyoduan. Newton. Nyoduan. The Nyo as in button. Yan Muyun entered those 2 characters and quickly found the information he sought. Nyoduan ability gravity field ranked 34872. Already near the top of the pyramid among more than 400 million awakened worldwide. He said he was an imposter Nyoduan, so he adopted that handle. Yan Long said indifferently. Fits that kid's style. Yan Muyun smiled knowingly. After saying that, a sudden oddness stirred in his chest. Perhaps it was the realization that the kid he had referred to was now 48 years old, nearly the same age as his parents had been before his coma. From the living room beyond the kitchen came the sound of a door closing as someone had returned. Yan Muyun put his phone in his pocket and turned to go out. At the entryway stood a middle-aged man in a crisp black suit, changing into slippers. As if sensing something, the man looked up and froze the next moment. After several seconds of silence, he rubbed his eyes and said softly, "Go." The voice was so light it seemed afraid of shattering a fragile, insubstantial dream. The man at the entrance was tall and well-proportioned with a sharply defined face that bore no trace of middle age. Although there were some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, Yan Muyun was undeniably certain that the person before him was indeed his younger brother, Yan Ming. He had intended to give the other a big hug upon meeting, but now seeing that unfamiliar yet familiar face, he found himself unable to move his feet for some reason. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. That once spirited 18-year-old youth was now fully aware of his fate. I was even afraid Xiao Long would tease me. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Yan Muyun waved his hand, revealing a look of disdain. Only you would find such boredom amusing. Your son is far more composed than you were back then. The middle-aged man grinned momentarily, resembling the youthful boy he once was. In that instant, the long 30-year gap seemed to vanish, and everything felt as it once did. Yan Ming changed into his slippers and suddenly raised his voice. Xiao Long, is there any liquor at home? You don't drink, came a muffled voice from the kitchen. Right, I hardly drink, so of course there isn't any at home. Yan Ming chuckled and shook his head, then added, but that's not an issue. We can order takeout and it will arrive in 10 minutes. Dinner was lavish, featuring 2 large bowls of braised pork and yellow braised chicken in the center of the table, surrounded by oyster sauce, lettuce cold mixed with ear mushrooms, and other fresh vegetables. Your son is indeed far more capable than you. Yan Muyun placed a piece of tender braised pork into his mouth, chewed twice, and mumbled indistinctly. When you were 16, you couldn't even decide whether to add the seasoning packet or the noodle cake first when cooking instant noodles. Yan Ming's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he cleared his throat a few times. Everyone has their first time at everything. Yan Muyun turned to Yan Long, who was quietly eating, and asked, so when was your first time cooking? I think it was at 12. You were so young, and already cooking. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, his expression turning serious as he looked at his brother, who appeared to be old enough to be his father. So why haven't you found a wife? Yan Ming took a sip of his drink, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seeming to deepen. I did date a few times in the past, but they all ended for various reasons. Eventually I found it troublesome, so I stopped looking. If it weren't for Mom and Dad. Never mind. His unspoken words were understood by the two present. Had it not been for his parents urging to marry, he wouldn't have even gone to the fertility center to adopt a child just to silence them. Yan Muyun frowned slightly, discreetly glancing at Yan Long, who appeared unaffected, continuing to eat, as if he didn't care about the conversation. After all, it was a reunion of brothers after 30 years. Before dinner, he had already downed 2 bottles of beer, and now he inevitably felt a bit tipsy, voicing some thoughts without considering the consequences. Sensing Yan Muyun's concern, Yan Long kept his head down and said calmly, it's nothing, I figured this out 10 years ago. Regardless of the initial motivations, Dad has always treated me well since, and that's enough. Yan Ming tilted his head back and downed his drink in one go, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You haven't forgiven me all these years. Yan Long seemed not to hear his words, silently picking up food and putting it in his mouth. The previously harmonious atmosphere at the dining table had suddenly grown a bit stiff. At this moment, Yan Muyun couldn't hold back any longer. He had to confront the question he cared about the most. When did Dad and Mom pass away? Yan Ming pressed his lips together, finished his beer in one gulp, but did not answer. Yan Long looked up and his dark eyes revealed little emotion. Grandpa passed away over a year ago, and Grandma. 3 months ago. 3 months. Yan Muyun suddenly laughed, then gently shook his head, repeating, 3 months. They'll take you to see them tomorrow. Yan Ming seemed a bit frustrated, unbuttoning 2 of his shirt buttons. After dinner, Yan Ming stood up and waved his hand. They'll go wash the dishes. Xiao Long, take your uncle to Grandpa and Grandma's room. Yan Long nodded, turning to look at Yan Muyun, whose face was already flushed. Come with me. On the table sat 7 empty beer bottles. Yan Ming had only drunk 2, and Yan Long had not had any. Where's the restroom? Yan Muyun steadied himself against the back of the chair as he stood up. There's one in Grandpa and Grandma's room. Yan Long replied flatly. The 2 of them walked through the living room and entered the bedroom at the end of the west corridor. The restroom is over there. Yan Long pointed to a white wooden door in the corner. Yan Muyun staggered over, closed the door, and took about 3 or 4 minutes to come out. His face was dripping with water, and his eyes were a bit red. This control panel can manage all the functions in the room, such as air conditioning and lighting. Yan Long handed over a thin, deep blue tablet and continued, but we prefer direct voice control. You just need to say the word Yun before issuing commands. For example, Yun, dim the room lights. As he finished speaking, the lights in the room, which were still relatively bright, dimmed slightly. For example, Yun, dim the room lights. As he finished speaking, the lights in the room, which were still relatively bright, the surrounding lights dimmed, even further resembling flickering candle flames, while the sound of waves crashing against the shore outside created an immersive atmosphere. If you want to learn more functions, you can visit the brand's official website, where there is a manual. Ha! Yan Muyun suddenly burst into laughter. Yan Long looked puzzled and tilted his head slightly. You sound like a real estate agent. Yan Muyun wiped away a tear. Yan Long understood that the other was tipsy and didn't mind. Do you need me to continue introducing features? No, I'm really tired now and just want to sleep. Yan Muyun waved his hand, then exaggeratedly yawned. Then rest well. Yan Long turned to leave, casually shutting the door behind him. Once the door was closed, Yan Muyun's drunken demeanor vanished. He leaned against the wall, his expression blank. What neither his parents nor his brother knew was that on the night he broke up with his first love, he drank a bottle of 250 milliliters vodka, and when he woke up the next day, he felt perfectly fine. 5 bottles of beer could only leave him slightly tipsy, but it was impossible for him to lose control. Yan Muyun slowly surveyed the room and noticed a photo frame on the table. As he approached to look, he saw 2 elderly people with white hair cuddling together, a tall, middle-aged man standing behind them and a cold-faced boy around 13 or 14. Yan Muyun stared at the photo for a long time before finally flipping the frame upside down on the table. The family photo is missing one person, or it is incomplete. He walked to the window and sat on the windowsill. The city skyline was dazzling and enchanting. Gazing at the colorful neon lights outside, the depths of his eyes held a kaleidoscope of darkness. The following morning at dawn, Yan Muyun reclined comfortably in his seat aboard a high-speed levitating vehicle and asked, "So you awakened before I returned home?" Across from him sat a middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored suit, his features stern and resolute. No one would ever guess these two were brothers, let alone that the young man appearing barely 20 was the elder sibling. Yes, Yan Yiming nodded. He still remembered vividly the first time he encountered evidence of superhuman abilities, 30 years ago in March 2022. That night a classmate posted a foreign link in their group chat and whispered mysteriously, "The world is about." Yan Yiming downloaded a VPN and clicked the link, discovering it led to a video platform. Unlike conventional platforms, this site had no category system and contained only around 200 videos in total. Looking back now, that platform appears to have been the precursor to today's Jekka. Once he opened that door to a new world, Yan Yiming was instantly captivated, spending nearly all his free time watching superhuman ability videos and browsing related forums. After all, he was barely a teenager, his energy and curiosity boundless. Then one day he fell ill with a fever. At the time, Yan Yiming had been playing outside with classmates. Sensing something amiss as they parted ways, he checked into a nearby hotel. He did not return home, only texting his parents that he'd be staying overnight at a friend's place. 3 days earlier, a Spaniard had spontaneously ignited with intense flames upon awakening, killing his family and neighbors. Such grim accounts flooded international superhuman forums. Yan Yiming had no way of knowing whether he was simply suffering from an ordinary fever, or truly on the verge of becoming one of the so-called transhumans. His subconscious leaned toward the latter, not only due to youthful yearning for distinction, but also because he recalled no sudden exposure to drastic temperature shifts. The fever had struck without cause. And indeed, that somewhat melodramatic hunch proved true. "So, you can manipulate gravity." Yan Muyun leaned forward, slightly eyes alight with fascination. "Last night, I was so absorbed listening to your past that I haven't yet witnessed your ability." "Grab something sturdy." Yan Yiming smiled faintly. Yan Muyun hastily gripped the door handle, only to feel his buttocks lift from the seat, his body hovering faintly in midair. "Truly extraordinary," he murmured in awe. "Besides nullifying gravity, I can also amplify it," Yan Yiming said, pressing his right hand downward. Yan Muyun dropped back onto the seat, the leather cushion sinking slightly beneath him as if an invisible force pinned him firmly in place. He tried to raise his arm, but felt as though a sack of cement weighed upon it, his fingers utterly immobile. "What was that?" Yan Yiming leaned forward, slightly feigning inattention, though the mischievous glint at the corner of his mouth betrayed his intent. Yan Long watched them from the side, lips subtly downturned. In his mind, his father was always solemn, whether at work or at home, never given to levity. Under that influence, his own temperament had grown reserved from childhood. Yet before this uncle he appeared remarkably easygoing, even faintly boyish. The levitating vehicle gradually slowed, its destination reached. The day was radiant sunlight, clear, and golden breeze crisp and gentle. Beyond the wide-open iron gate ahead stretched an endless expanse of emerald lawn dotted densely with gray-white stone steels. Scattered figures moved among them, some holding bouquets, others kneeling quietly before individual steels, faces grave and reverent. Yan Muyun stepped out, drew a deep breath, exhaled slowly, as if steeling himself. "Let's go." The three entered deeper into the memorial park. They turned twice, crested a small hillock, then entered a branching path. No words exchanged along the way. Yan Yiming, leading the way, slowed his pace and finally halted before 2 identical black steels. He knelt, a tender smile softening his features. "Father, mother, I've brought brother to see you." Yan Long approached, gently lifted the withered bouquet resting on the stone step before the steels, and replaced it with the fresh flowers he held. Yan Muyun stood behind them expressionless, gazing at the twin steels. Engraved upon them were the names of his parents, names he knew better than his own. Understanding his elder brother's nature, Yan Yiming placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "Let's go over there first." As they rounded the corner, Yan Long glanced back, only to see that figure already kneeling before the two graves, forehead pressed hard against the cold earth, motionless for long minutes like a statue carved from sorrow. Father and son paused beneath a roadside tree. Yan Yiming crossed his arms and studied his son. "Must feel strange suddenly having an uncle appear in the family." "Not really. After 9th grade I visited that rehabilitation center almost weekly. I'm hardly unfamiliar with." As his grandparents aged, Yan Yiming's duties grew increasingly demanding, and responsibility for monitoring Yan Muyun's comatose condition had fallen to Yan long ago. "These years, thank you. It's nothing." A brief exchange, and silence settled between them once more. Yan Yiming suddenly realized he scarcely understood his son. It was almost absurd. As a father, he had little insight into what stirred within his child's heart. In his memory, Yan Long had never passed through a rebellious phase. From childhood, he had been unfailingly dutiful and composed, never causing trouble, excelling academically, and possessing unwavering clarity about his life's direction. Even his internship at the Special Affairs Bureau and the university he planned to attend had all been decisions he made independently with little input from his father. Certainly his grandfather Yan Guocheng, a veteran principal who had devoted decades to education, had shaped him profoundly. Yet Yan Long's own temperament played an undeniable role. After all, both he and his elder brother had raged through turbulent adolescent years. Yan Yiming gazed into the distance, offering himself a wry, self-deprecating smile. An inadequate father, yet blessed with a son seemingly without flaw. Yet one concern lingered. Yan Long's demeanor bordered on excessive reserve. Yan Yiming recalled clearly how when their parents passed away one after another, his son's expression grew graver than usual. Lips often tightly pressed, but not a single tear fell. Some 30 minutes later, when they returned, the two steels, once faintly dulled by dust, had been meticulously cleaned, their obsidian surfaces now polished to mirror-like clarity, reflecting human faces with startling precision. "Shall we go?" Yan Muyun offered them a smile, broad and outwardly serene, though his eyes were rimmed with red. Yan Yiming checked his watch and nodded yes. "First I'll drop you both home, then head to work." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and turned to his son. "I forgot to ask last night. Don't you have your intern?" "I took leave yesterday," Yan Long replied, tone flat. "I wish I could take leave whenever I pleased," Yan Yiming said. His position was simply too critical. Even standard weekends rarely granted him a full day's rest. "But," Yan Yiming's voice rose slightly, brows lifting with quiet resolve, "I'll make every effort to finish early today. The three of us will go out for an excellent meal." The levitating vehicle halted at the residential complex entrance. Yan Long and Yan Muyun disembarked. Back home, Yan Muyun slipped on his slippers and collapsed onto the sofa, eyes vacant, lost in some unspoken thought. Yan Long walked to the opposite side and stated expressionless, "Come with me." Yan Muyun lifted his head, gaze clouded with confusion. "What for?" "To meet grandfather and grandmother." Upon seeing his parents' gravestones, Yan Muyun felt no sadness. It was as if a large piece of his heart had been carved out, painless yet hollow. After bowing his head, he was at a loss for what to do, so he simply sat there in silence. His thoughts drifted aimlessly like a kite with a broken string until Yan Yiming and Yan Long approached him, snapping him back to reality, only to realize that his eyes had somehow become moist. On the way home, he maintained this state of silence, neither sad nor happy, until Yan Long spoke a baffling sentence that pulled his thoughts back to the present. "What are you talking about?" Yan Muyun was taken aback. The lingering melancholy in his heart vanished in an instant as he looked at the other person with intense vigilance. "I'm taking you to see Grandma and Grandpa," Yan Long repeated calmly. "Do you want to listen to what you're saying?" Yan Muyun activated the voice recording function on his phone. Yan Long ignored him and turned to walk into his room. After spending the last couple of days together, Yan Muyun had come to understand the young man's character, realizing he wouldn't make such jokes casually. He hurriedly scrambled up from the sofa. "Hey, are you serious?" Yan Long paused at the doorway, turning to look at him. Seeing his serious expression, Yan Muyun's heart began to race, and after swallowing hard, he followed without hesitation. Yan Long's bedroom was the smallest in the house, yet it was about 20 square meters, appearing quite spacious. The room's furnishings were simple: a wardrobe, a bed, a set of black tables and chairs, along with a lamp and a computer on top. Yan Long opened the wardrobe, which had a lot of space, but only about 1/3 was occupied by clothes, the rest. He opened the inner drawer and took out a palm-sized silver-white square box. The surface of the box shimmered with blue light, looking like some kind of machine still in an active state. Furrowing his brow, Yan Muyun attempted a guess. "Is this a dated disc? Does it contain my parents' holographic projection?" Yanlong did not respond, merely placing the silver box on the desk before opening another drawer and pulling out a black mechanical helmet. Recalling the sci-fi novels he had read, Yan Muyun took a deep breath. Could it be that current technology can upload human consciousness to the network? Then he sensed something was off. Wait, why didn't Yan Ming tell me about this? Does he not know? My dad truly doesn't know. Yanlong finally spoke, his voice a bit somber. And you must not tell him. However, Yan Muyun's primary concern at that moment was not this. Has my parents' consciousness really been uploaded to the network? You can find out for yourself by going in and seeing. Yanlong handed over the helmet. Yan Muyun did not take the helmet, but gazed deeply at him. Yanlong, you know how important this is to me. You won't be disappointed. Yanlong looked directly into his eyes. Yan Muyun clenched and relaxed his fists, his palms, already feeling somewhat damp. Taking a deep breath, he finally accepted the helmet and lay down on the bed while wearing it. We are about to start the connection. You may experience slight dizziness. Do not resist this feeling. As his vision turned pitch black after blinking twice, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. After a few brief reminders with a soft click, it seemed Yanlong pressed a button on the helmet. Facial scan complete, preparing to log in. A mechanical synthesized electronic voice rang in his ears, and the next moment, Yan Muyun felt a buzzing sensation deep within his head as his vision gradually faded to a profound darkness. This sensation was strange. It felt as though he had fallen asleep, yet his consciousness remained alert. Then it's blinking twice. Yan Muyun blinked once, and in front of him was still a realm of darkness, so dark that he even doubted whether he had blinked. So he blinked a second time. Login successful. A gentle female electronic voice echoed from the depths of Yan Muyun's mind, and in the next moment, he found himself no longer in Yanlong's bedroom, nor lying down. At that moment, he was standing in the center of a vast room. Yan Muyun looked down and saw that his original clothes had vanished, replaced by a loose white robe. Not far in front of him was a gigantic floor-to-ceiling window revealing a lake as clear as a mirror, flanked by a large and a small green pine tree, while across the lake loomed a snow-covered mountain range. A crackling sound came from his side. He turned to see a classic brick fireplace with orange flames flickering in. Not far from the fireplace, a figure reclined in a rocking chair, holding a thick book. Before Yan Muyun could make out who was seated there, a soft, melodious female voice suddenly came from behind him. Little Long, have you come to see Grandma and Grandpa again? You're busy with school and work every day, so don't worry too much about us. We're doing well here. Although the voice was somewhat unfamiliar, it carried an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yan Muyun stiffly turned around and saw a beautiful woman in her 20s standing on the staircase looking at him with warm eyes. However, the warmth in her eyes quickly vanished, almost instantaneously, filled with disbelief, confusion, joy, panic, and other complex emotions. Yan Muyun suddenly recalled that there was an album in his family's old house filled with childhood photos of him and his brother, as well as pictures of his parents when they were young. The woman before him looked exactly like his mother Li Hui in her youth. Yan Muyun's eyes welled up, feeling a tear slide down his cheek. He reached out to wipe it away, but touched nothing at all, not even the sensation of skin. Dabao, is it really you? The woman clutched the railing tightly, her body swaying as if she were about to fall off. Hearing his address, Yan Muyun finally confirmed that the person before him was indeed his mother. Mom, he nearly whispered this word. Having thought he was forever separated from her, their sudden reunion made him doubt whether he was merely dreaming. Muyun. A deep male voice came from behind him. Yan Muyun turned to look and saw the figure by the fireplace had already stood up. No doubt about it, that was his father Yan Guocheng. Although he looked significantly younger than Yan Muyun remembered, he still appeared to be in his 30s, not too different from before. Dad. Yan Muyun waved at him, then turned back to smile at his mother on the stairs. Mom, I'm up. Suddenly it started snowing outside, fluttering down and covering the 2 green pines by the lake with a blanket. The 3 sat on the sofa, and considering their son's feelings, Yan Guocheng and Li Hui had already regained their appearances of 50 years old, while Yan Muyun was sandwiched between them like a hamburger. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, these 30 years have felt to me just like a nap, nothing difficult to endure. Yan Muyun found it somewhat amusing to, in the course of their 2-hour conversation, he had emphasized this point for the 3rd time. That's good, that's good. Even without any tactile feedback, Li Hui still tightly gripped her son's hand, as if afraid he would disappear the next moment. At this point, Yan Guocheng had recovered from his initial shock and joy. As a father, the pillar of the family, the former head of the household, he was evidently more practical and rational than his wife. Muyun, do you have any plans for the future? Yan Guocheng, our son has just awakened. Can we not discuss such serious topics? Li Hui frowned some. Yan Muyun laughed, genuinely happy. At this moment, he was certain that the parents before him were not some AI constructs, but were indeed his real parents. However, Dabao, Li Hui gently patted her son's hand, her expression suddenly turning serious. Yan Muyun grinned, already faintly guessing what she was about to say. You absolutely must not be like Yan Ming, you must bring home a daughter-in-law. As expected, Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. Beside him, Yan Guocheng nodded in agreement. Your mom is right about this. Well, I just woke up yesterday and know nothing about the current world situation. Dad, could you tell me about it? Yan Muyun promptly shifted the topic. Since he started university, his father enjoyed engaging him in conversations discussing everything from international affairs to national policies, with the two of them almost having no topics left untouched. This could be seen as a common trait of middle-aged men, or perhaps it's because Yan Guocheng's profession is a teacher and later he became a principal, often needing to give various lectures to parents, thus forming such a habit. As expected, Yan Muyun stole a glance at his father, who already had a smile on his face, clearly ready to deliver a lengthy discourse. Li Hui noticed her son's intention to change the subject, but did not confront him, merely shaking her head with a smile. Yan Guocheng cleared his throat and began, the changes in the past 30 years have been tremendous. First, there was the so-called SUP-001 virus widely spread among the public, which after research by scientists from various countries, was ultimately named Omega. This virus has an unprecedented fatality rate reaching a staggering 91.7, and there were virtually no medical treatments or remedies available. People could only rely on their immune systems to endure. Moreover, at that time no one understood the transmission routes of this virus. Regardless of the preventative measures taken, they were basically useless. Is it really that terrifying? Yan Muyun couldn't help but exclaim. In that moment, he couldn't help but associate it with the Black Death, also known as the plague. In the 14th century, this dreadful virus claimed the lives of 25 million Europeans, about one-third of the total population in Europe at the time. Yan Guocheng nodded and continued. Although the Omega virus is extremely dangerous, fortunately its transmission rate is not high. What is truly frightening are the subsequent effects it brings. Superpowers? Yan Muyun frowned slightly. Yes. Yan Guocheng nodded. Such supernatural and terrifying powers are most feared in the hands of those who have been bullied for years, as well as those with ambitions. The first to taste its bitter fruits was once the world's strongest nation, the United States. First, the currently recognized strongest superhuman in the West, the Indian Guardian, emerged. This nation, nearly exterminated and pushed to the brink by white people, finally gained the strength to fight back. On the night of May 6, 2024, 2 military bases in the United States were destroyed and the White House was leveled. Under the pressure of a single individual, the then American government was forced to give up many things. Then chaos reigned within the country, chaos so extreme that it was beyond comprehension. The racial issues in this country had already reached a boiling point, and at this moment almost everyone began to take advantage of the situation, acting without restraint. Blacks, Asians, Mexicans, and so on were all involved. Yan Muyun nodded in agreement, not finding this situation fantastical at all, but rather quite normal. Just a few years before his coma, the United States had experienced nationwide riots sparked by a white police officer kneeling on a black man, leading to movements like Black Lives Matter and $0 purchase. India was also in chaos, with too many and too mixed religions and various deities like the monkey god and cow god emerging. In the initial years, those who regarded themselves as blessed by the gods began to stir trouble, but like grasshoppers after autumn, they didn't last long. Southeast Asian countries were also unsettled, with the Thai royal family being purged and Vietnam experiencing constant warfare. In fact, besides us, only European countries managed to maintain a semblance of stability, while the rest of the world fell into chaos. For instance, Africa was already war-torn, and in the Middle East, long-standing grievances led Israel and Arab countries to erupt into hundreds of wars of various magnitudes during that time. Yan Muyun nodded and shared his insights. Originally, all advanced military power was held by the government, which would consider the consequences, the situation, and international impact, and would not easily initiate war. But ordinary people cannot consider so much. They are only driven by the simplest of loves and hates. When they gain terrifying power, the consequences are unimaginable. Yan Guocheng appreciatively patted his son's shoulder, quite pleased with his analysis. You are right. Is the Jingwa Shun so still around? Yan Muyun suddenly asked. Yan Guocheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. That shrine was turned upside down by someone, now it's head down and butt up. Indeed. Yan Muyun also revealed a knowing smile. With over 1 billion descendants of Yin and Huang, how could there not be a few individuals like the Indian Guardian? Yan Guocheng continued. Compared to the chaos internationally, our domestic situation is relatively stable. Occasionally, if a superhuman attempts to commit a crime, the military or government personnel haven't even arrived before they are subdued by enthusiastic citizens. Like your younger brother Yan Ming, he hasn't even started university yet, and he has already received several awards for bravery from the city. Li Hui set, her eyes sparkling with pride. However, Yan Muyun knew that during that time they were absolutely opposed to his brother sticking his neck out, and there might have been several arguments about it. After all, in their parents' eyes, their son's safety was more important than anything else. Yan Guocheng continued, that chaotic era was later referred to as the Abyss Era. And starting from 2035, finally the era of divine grace arrived. Yan Muyun noticed a genuine expression of reverence on his father's face at that moment. This surprised him, as the family except for his mother, who had once worshipped Buddha and believed in Christianity, were all staunch atheists. Yan Guocheng seemed to read his son's thoughts, turning to look at him. I know you don't believe in divinity and think it's just a means to manipulate the public's mind, or that churches and temples are merely using faith as a means to accumulate wealth. Yan Muyun nodded, remaining silent. But what if I told you that up until now there has not been a single temple or church built for any god? How would you feel about that? Yan Guocheng asked. But that doesn't seem to prove anything. Yan Muyun replied hesitantly. You must never say this outside. Li Hui reminded her son, with some concern from the side. Yan Guocheng waved his hand. If you knew what the divine being had done, you would have no more doubts in your heart. What did he do? He restored order to this chaotic world. At this moment, the man's square face looked exceptionally solemn, his tone filled with respect. During those turbulent years, the Earth's population sharply decreased, and the relationships between countries became incredibly fragile, with the potential for a full-scale war at any moment. There were even rumors that the insane American government planned to deploy all the nuclear weapons in their arsenal, intending to take all awakened beings in the world down with them. Yet in that era, when everyone lived in fear, the divine being suddenly descended upon the world, issuing edicts that prohibited all state-level wars, restoring peace to the world from then on. Just telling you might not help you understand. Yan Guocheng snapped his fingers, and a translucent blue screen appeared before the three. Let me show you a few videos documenting some miraculous events. As he spoke, he opened a video. The beginning of the video seemed to record a war with bombers gliding through the sky, dropping bombs. In the distance, dozens of armored vehicles were parked, and missiles with long tails were launched, exploding into massive fireballs at the enemy's positions. Occasionally, a few figures flew into the air, unleashing thunder and flames. There were also superpowers users who waved their hands, causing sand and stones to lift entire tanks. Just as Yan Muyun was astonished by the grandeur of the battlefield, he suddenly noticed an even more spectacular scene. Amid the frantic cries of the video's recorder, the sky split open, revealing a dazzling golden light. A colossal golden hand resembling a heavenly curtain and seemingly capable of grasping the entire world reached out from the crack, making a sweeping motion downwards. In an instant, fighter jets, tanks, and other heavy artillery vanished without a trace, leaving behind only bewildered soldiers. The sounds of gunfire ceased, and the cries of battle faded away, plunging the entire video into an eerie silence. A few seconds later, a sound akin to a bell rang from the horizon, speaking a language that was obscure and difficult to comprehend. The video had Chinese subtitles roughly saying, "Those who instigate war are unforgivable." The golden hand reached out once more, and this time all the soldiers on the right battlefield disappeared from the spot. The nations of Syria, Egypt, and others have vanished from existence. Yan Guocheng's voice trembled. These countries seem to have been completely erased, as if they never existed at all. Whether observed from satellite images or through on-site investigations, those cities, buildings, humans, and animals all disappeared at the same time, and no one knew where they had gone. This is divine punishment. Yan Muyun swallowed hard, forcing a bitter smile. Dad, you can't be kidding me, right? Kidding you. Yan Guocheng glared. You can check online. Countless people have gone to the original sites of those countries, and all that remains is an endless wasteland. This incident was even reported by the country. Am I kidding you? Is the country kidding you? Is everyone in the world kidding you? Alright, I'm sorry. Yan Muyun raised both hands in surrender. If you don't believe me, I can find you more videos. Hey, that's enough. I believe. Yan Muyun quickly interrupted his father. He wasn't really that interested in the so-called divine beings. Whether they are gods or demons or some alien beings, as long as they don't affect his daily life, that's all. In any case, the earth was already dragged to the brink of the Third World War, and then the divine being descended to stop all this, right? He simply summarized. Yan Guocheng nodded yes. Got it. Yan Muyun made an okay gesture. By the way, there's one more thing. Yan Guocheng suddenly frowned slightly and said seriously, some say this is a test from the divine being for all humanity, and those who pass the test, namely those who survive the Omega virus, will gain powers granted by the divine being. However, the divine being did not expect humans to turn on each other as a result. It's all granted by the divine being. Yan Muyun was stunned. Yes, but this is not something the divine being said directly, it's just a widely circulated theory online. Yan Guocheng nodded, his brow furrowing. The origin is that the divine being once mentioned that human civilization would face a catastrophe in 30 years, and with our current technological level, we absolutely cannot withstand it. Thus, some speculated that the so-called superpowers are actually gifts from the divine being to help humanity through the crisis. What year was this prophecy from? 2026. I just woke up and the apocalypse is only 4 years away. Yan Muyun felt like Yan Guocheng patted his son's shoulder, his tone somewhat exasperated. What are you afraid of? Even if it's the apocalypse, with the help of the divine being, we will surely overcome this crisis. Did the divine being provide any other guidance, like a clear method to survive the catastrophe? The divine being did not give explicit instructions. He said that in this matter the only ones who can help humanity are humans themselves. Looking at his son's tearful expression, Yan Guocheng smiled. But he did provide another thing, a genetic serum. Genetic serum? Is this thing also made by that divine being? Yan Muyun was stunned. The combination of religion and technology, two elements that seemed extremely incompatible, looked bizarre. Yan Guocheng shook his head. No, the divine being did not directly give the genetic serum, but rather the blood of the divine. Scientists from various countries analyzed divine blood, which led to the development of the genetic serum. Due to differences in research technology, the quality of each genetic serum varies. There are 2 top-tier serums globally, both with an upper limit of class. One is our Waxia's blood of Fuxi, and the other is blood of Christ, developed by one of the top financial groups in the now splintered America Ruhui Company. Yan Muyun was shocked. They named them after religious and mythical figures. Aren't they afraid that divine being would cause trouble? Yan Guocheng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Since the day the divine being intervened, all the notable religions have been trying to tie themselves to him. We Huaxia cannot let them take advantage, so we simply chose a creator god from mythology. Did that divine being express any opinions? Yan Muyun was astonished. Moreover, from the last sentence, it seemed that Huaxia named the divine being Fuxi not entirely out of respect, but more to annoy the 3 major religions. As far as I know, no, at least there haven't been any further divine prophecies, or anything. Yan Guocheng shook his head. This divine being seems to have a fairly good temperament. Yan Muyun sighed. But he suddenly recalled that in the video he had just watched, that divine being had wiped out a country with a mere gesture of his hand. Yan Muyun clasped his hands together, tapping his lips. It seems one can only say that the thoughts of the divine being are beyond the understanding of mere mortals like himself. That being said, does the so-called divine being really exist? Throughout human history, apart from those mystical religious records and myths recorded by humans in ancient times when they witnessed incomprehensible phenomena, there is almost no evidence that a truly omnipotent, transcendent, true God exists on Earth. Modern science has long since elucidated the process of evolution of Earth's life, and creationism was nearly proven false even before the 20th century. If there is a God, why are good people oppressed, and why is justice often not served? Does this so-called God simply not care about the trivial matters of the world, only appearing to give guidance when humanity faces an existential threat? Or is this divine being actually just a powerful, transcendent being in disguise? But if someone truly possesses the strength depicted in the video, how does that differ from a real God? Tabeo, what are you thinking? Seeing her son staring blankly ahead, Li Hui waved her hand in front of. Yan Muyun came back to his senses, grinning foolishly. Nothing. Yan Muyun opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and set the helmet aside. On the desk not far away, a silver-white square box lay quietly, its surface shimmering with a soft blue light. Yan Muyun gazed deeply at the unremarkable little box, his expression incredibly complex. To him now, it was no longer some inexplicable high-tech machine, but the only bridge connecting him to his parents. Yanlong, where are you? Yan Muyun put on his shoes and stepped out of the room. Awake. A head peeked out from the kitchen. Yeah, I seem to have been in there for quite a while. It must be afternoon by now. Yan Muyun scratched his head, giving a somewhat goofy smile. They had only returned at 8 in the morning, and now it was already 2 in the afternoon. If it weren't for Li Hui worrying about her son's health and urging him to come out for a meal, he probably would have stayed in that virtual world even longer. Yanlong walked out of the kitchen wearing a gray apron and holding a spatula. After all, it's been decades since we last met. What a coincidence, are you cooking? Yan Muyun rubbed his empty stomach and asked curiously. Yanlong nodded expressionlessly. I figured it was about time. After all, Grandma and Grandpa wouldn't let you starve while accompanying them in conversation. You really understand them. When I was young, my dad was busy with work, so it was Grandma and Grandpa who took care of me. Yan Muyun grinned, suddenly realizing that this little nephew spent more time with his parents than he did. After all, he attended boarding school for both middle and high school, and once he reached adulthood, he studied abroad, returning home only once a year. Yanlong seemed to want to say something, but only uttered a single word before falling silent. Yan Muyun chuckled and said, "Do you find it awkward to call me uncle? Is it impolite to just call me you? Don't worry about those trivialities, you just call me brother." Yanlong, you call Yan Yiming dad and my dad calls me brother, we each have our own titles. Learning that his parents still existed in this world put Yan Muyun in an unexpectedly good mood, making him find this young man in front of him quite agreeable. Let's just leave it at that. Yan Long shook his head, but then his expression became serious. Remember, this matter must not be told to my dad. Yan Muyun blinked, recalling this detail, and then curiously asked, why is that? It can't be that Yan Yiming doesn't want to. No, that's not it. Yan Long gently interrupted him, but then shook his head. It's somewhat related, though. What exactly is going on? Yan Muyun was becoming increasingly confused. Yan Long twirled the spatula in his hand, as if making some kind of decision, and after a moment, he finally spoke. Actually, my dad is against the idea of uploading Grandma and Grandpa's consciousness to the virtual world. The process of achieving this technology is quite cruel. I've heard it requires the removal of the brain from a person who has died within 5 hours. Yan Muyun imagined that scene, unable to suppress a shiver. He had watched plenty of science fiction and horror works, including novels, anime, and movies. But as a pure spectator, it was one thing one could indulge in the thrill without a care. However, when one's own loved ones were involved, it was an entirely different feeling. Grandma and Grandpa passed away peacefully. The only regret in their lives was probably that they didn't get to see you wake up. But after 30 years, they had long since given up hope, or perhaps they had come to terms with it. Yan Muyun nodded, indicating that he understood. When Grandpa passed away, this technology had just emerged, and there were not many precedents to prove its safety and stability. He feared that he would not rest in peace after death, so he refused the surgery. As for Grandma, she said she didn't want to go to that completely unfamiliar world alone. She'd rather go down to accompany Grandpa. Yan Long bowed his head slightly, not knowing whether he was looking at the ground or the spatula in his hand, so uploading their consciousness to the network was entirely my own decision. Not only did my dad not know, but I also did not obtain Grandma and Grandpa's consent beforehand. Yan Muyun remained silent. He did not know what decision he would have made if he were in the same situation. Finally, he sighed, walked over, and patted his nephew's shoulder, comforting him. It's okay, your grandparents are enjoying their lives and they're quite happily. Moreover, if you hadn't done this, they wouldn't have had the chance to see me again. Yan Long nodded, looking somewhat serious. I'll go back to continue cooking. Bit will be ready soon. He turned to walk back into the kitchen, but his shoulder was suddenly grabbed. Wait, can the hospital perform such surgeries without consulting the guardian or the patient's consent? Yan Muyun suddenly realized something was off, his brow furrowed, realizing that the matter was not simple. Yan Long's body visibly stiffened for a moment, then he turned around, his expression even more serious than before. What exactly is going on? Explain everything clearly. Yan Muyun's voice grew deep, unexpectedly revealing some authority of an elder. Yan Long pressed his lips together, seemingly resigned. This matter is actually another main reason I want to keep from. Yan Muyun crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, waiting for him to continue. I have a good friend. His dad is the director of that hospital. Under my strong request, he misused his dad's authority and approved these 2 surgeries, Yan Long said expressionlessly. Yan Muyun was shocked. This is possible. In this rapidly developing information age, many rules have loopholes. Yan Long looked deeply at him. My classmate is actually quite a skilled hacker, and with his dad's computer and various verification information at his fingertips, it wasn't difficult for him. What about the money? How was the surgery fee handled? Yan Muyun pressed for more information. Yan Long did not answer immediately, but suddenly touched his left eye, then opened his hand to reveal a piece of pale blue translucent chip on his fingertip. What is this? It's the intelligent eye I mentioned before, combined with the chip on my wrist, officially priced at 1388 yuan. Yan Long lowered his head and placed the chip back over his eye, calmly saying, this is just a birthday gift of mine. Yan Muyun fell silent, suddenly recalling something the other person had said just before they got into the car after coming out of the supernatural abilities registration office. Why do some parents always think that money can compensate for the time spent together? It was evident that Yan Yiming had never skimped on Yan Long's daily expenses. Given his big nephew's character, he probably didn't have a habit of frivolously spending money, so it wasn't impossible for him to save up some funds over the years. Yan Long continued, my savings aren't enough, so I also borrowed a bit from my classmate who covered the rest for me. Your classmate is really a good person, Yan Muyun remarked. Yeah, Yan Long nodded, sighing. He did something illegal for me, and my dad is an official in the law enforcement department. If I tell my dad about this, it would only make things difficult for both of them. Yan Muyun frowned slightly. But you can't keep this from him forever, can you? Once college starts, I'll tell him before I leave. Yan Long turned back around and walked toward the kitchen. By then my classmate and I will be in another city, and he certainly won't chase us across provinces. Bright sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, warm and cozy. Yan Muyun stood in the shadow, silent. Yan Yiming wouldn't chase after his own son across provinces, but he could easily contact the local police. Yan Muyun knew very well that the situation he imagined had a 90% chance of not happening. After all, most people's bottom lines are not firm. Sometimes all it takes is an excuse, a step down, an opportunity, or a let it go. That kid and his classmate have gone to another city, The police, they must be quite busy, so I shouldn't disturb them with family matters. Just forget it. Yan Muyun only needed an opportunity to think this way, an excuse to convince himself. This kid, despite his young age, is quite crafty. Yan Muyun couldn't help but smile slightly. Just then a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen as Yan Long walked out, extending the frying pan in his hand. What happened? Yan Muyun felt somewhat puzzled. Because you kept holding me up talking, the chicken wings got burnt. I'm sorry. At 4 in the afternoon, Yan Muyun arrived home, holding a black bag in his hand. Xiaolong, have you decided where to eat dinner tonight? If you haven't thought of anything, I was planning to take you and your uncle to. His words trailed off as he noticed his brother slumped on the sofa brushing his teeth, looking quite satisfied after a meal. Yan Muyun turned to glance at him, smiling apologetically. I had a late lunch. Xiaolong just finished cleaning the table. It's fine, I'm not hungry anyway. Oh, I can wait for supper later. Yan Muyun didn't mind changing into his slippers and coming over to hand the black bag to his brother. What's this? Yan Muyun took the bag, curious as he opened it to look inside. Smart glasses. It's not ideal for you to keep using Yan Long's old phone. Yan Muyun smiled and said, consider it a gift for your awakening. Tisk, there's really no need for this. Yan Muyun opened the package and pulled out a pair of silver-white glasses wrapped in a plastic film, the overall style simple, yet exquisite. They're so light, he remarked as he weighed them in his hand. Yan Muyun said, aren't you nearsighted? I heard these glasses can adjust the prescription. Years ago, when Yan Muyun was a freshman, he whimsically wrote a novel, sitting in front of the computer every day, inadvertently giving himself a pair of glasses. Although his eyesight was somewhat poor, it didn't greatly affect his normal life. He could still see nearby objects clearly, but things further away appeared blurry. For instance, when he ordered at KFC, he had to squint to read the menu above the staff's head. Now, after lying in the life support device for 30 years, his old glasses had long since disappeared. At that moment, Yan Long walked out of the kitchen, casually saying, the frame can also change colors. Haha, later let Xiaolong teach you how to use it properly. Yan Muyun patted Yan Muyun on the shoulder. Yan Long silently nodded, then sat down on the nearby sofa and closed his eyes. How much does this thing cost? Yan Muyun asked curiously. About 50 to 60,000. That's way too expensive. Yan Muyun clicked his tongue, then pulled out the phone Yan Long had given him yesterday, saying, why don't you just return it? This is enough for me. I can just get a pair of glasses later. Yan Muyun leaned back on the sofa, unbuttoning 2 buttons of his shirt, and exhaled deeply. I still remember when you went abroad for your studies, you got a part-time job, and your first month's pay went to buy me a new phone. You were just about to celebrate your birthday at that time, and you always complained about how slow your phone was. Yan Muyun. The man looked up at the ceiling, his eyes narrowing slightly. At that time, our parents were worried that we wouldn't study hard, refusing to let us change phones no matter what. Right, I almost got driven mad arguing with Dad, banging my fists against the wall. Recalling those days, Yan Muyun couldn't help but chuckle. At 16 or 17, despite coming from a well-off family, he was stuck with a shabby second-hand smartphone. Whenever he went out to play with friends, loading a game would keep everyone waiting for a long time. In that passionate and impulsive age, a young person's pride often outweighed most things. Yan Muyun reminisced about those days, a smile appearing on his face. You only got to change your phone after graduating high school. I was still in junior high, wondering when I'd finally be able to get a new phone. Hey, that's the benefit of having an older brother. Yan Muyun grinned. Yan Muyun raised an eyebrow. Once you have money, you can buy me a phone. Now that I have money, I'll buy you glasses. Just accept it. All right, then I'll reluctantly accept. Yan Muyun grinned and put the glasses back in the package. It was clear he actually liked this gift from his younger brother. The man stopped speaking, taking out his phone and browsing the latest news. Yan Muyun. Moi. I also want to work at the Special Affairs Bureau. What? Yan Muyun turned to look, only to see his younger brother, who seemed as young as his son, still gazing out the window, making it hard to discern his expression. Yan Muyun turned his face, his expression serious. I also want to work at the Special Affairs Bureau. No way, it's too dangerous. Yan Muyun instinctively shook his head. His first reaction wasn't to judge whether his brother could join the Special Affairs Bureau, but rather because the latter had already obtained a C rating, and if he underwent more professional evaluations, achieving a B rating or higher was practically a certainty. At the Special Affairs Bureau, any clever ability user could qualify for an interview, while level ability users would be nurtured as the backbone for the future. Your son is currently interning at the Special Affairs Bureau, Yan Muyun reminded. He's different. He decided on his path early and underwent relevant training since his first year of high school, while you're just an ancient relic who just woke up. Is it appropriate to say such things about your brother? You look like my son right now. Yan Muyun tried to slap him, but just as he moved, an invisible force firmly pressed him back onto the sofa. It's no longer the same as when we were younger, Yan Muyun smiled. In the past, he had always been weaker than his brother, who was 4 years older, so even as a 17 or 18-year-old young man, he often got beaten up by him. But now things were clearly different. Let me go. I have Something to say? Yan Muyun struggled. Yan Long sitting nearby glanced at the two, but remained silent. His originally pitch-black eyes now shimmered with a bluish light indicating he was using intelligent eyes. Feeling his son's gaze, Yan Yiming coughed lightly, his left fist pressed against his mouth, and released the gravitational field. Want to try again? After catching his breath, Yan Muyun unfolded a silver barrier above his head, looking somewhat defiant. Yan Yiming ignored him, frowning slightly. Stop messing around, childish. Tisk still the burden of being a father. Yan Muyun clicked his tongue. So why do you want to work at the Special Affairs Bureau? Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Special Affairs Bureau. Yan Muyun sighed, his voice becoming a bit softer. I've troubled you for 30 years. I want to find a job quickly, and no longer be a burden to you. I've never thought of you as a burden, the man frowned slightly. I know, but I just feel guilty. Yan Yiming didn't press further, just patted his brother's shoulder. If it's just for a job, there are plenty of better options. Yan Muyun raised his hand to interrupt him, pursing his lips. I just want to ask you, as a relic who has been asleep for 30 years, what job can I possibly do in this society? I have a bachelor's degree in education, but even 10-year-old kids nowadays probably have more common sense than I do. Should I go move bricks? Should I work as a janitor? Those jobs have long been replaced by automated machines. Yan Long, who had been silent, piped up at the right moment. Look, I'm just a waste now. Yan Muyun spread his hands, looking quite justified. Yan Muyun extended a hand, and 3 tightly fitting silver-white hexagons appeared before his palm. The only advantage I have not fallen behind in this era might be this sea-level ability. Since heaven has granted me this power, I have the obligation to utilize it well, don't I? Yan Long, sitting nearby, opened his deep blue eyes and looked over. He felt a desire to correct the other that it was not heaven but deity, yet he ultimately remained silent. Yan Yiming frowned, still a bit hesitant. Yan Muyun suddenly sat up straight, his expression serious. I am your brother, not your son. I am also in my 20s and can take responsibility for my own choices. Yan Yiming sighed. Even after 30 years, he still clearly remembered his brother's temperament. Usually he was compliant, honest, and gentle, but when it came to certain important matters, once the other made a decision, even their father couldn't sway him. Just as he was about to relent, Yan Long, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Let's go to the ability registration office. Upon hearing this, Yan Yiming's eyebrows immediately relaxed, and he slapped his forehead. Right, we can go to the ability registration office. They happen to need defensive testers there. Do they still need defensive testers? Yan Muyun's eyes widened slightly. Does this mean I have to be a living? When testing and registering offensive abilities, there is always a significant material loss, so from a financial perspective, defensive ability testers are quite popular. Yan Yiming explained with a smile. It was clear that he was very pleased with his son's suggestion. Working there would allow Yan Muyun to utilize his abilities without danger, and the salary and benefits were also quite good, making it almost perfect. What do you think? The man turned to look at his young brother, inquiring. Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, then leaned slightly forward, his eyes serious as he gazed at his nephew. That ability registration office. Can I use that black mech like last time? No. Yan Long shook his head decisively. The power suit is exclusive equipment used by the Special Operations Bureau to deal with otherworldly beings. Yan Yiming said helplessly from the side. Yan Muyun snapped his fingers. Then I still want to go to the Special Operations Bureau. No, you can only go to the ability registration office. Yan Yiming's tone was particularly firm this time, evidently not willing to let this younger brother continue to throw a tantrum. But I have worked hard to take care of you for 30 years, not to let you go looking for death right after waking up. Yan Muyun initially wanted to argue a bit, but after hearing this, he was completely silenced, unable to utter. The atmosphere became somewhat quiet for a moment as the setting sun outside cast an orange filter. The enrollment window for Chunjing Academy has not closed yet. He can go to college with me, and after graduation, he can choose what job he wants to do. To avoid the atmosphere becoming even more tense, Yan Long spoke up to break the silence. That's a good idea. The man nodded, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing slightly. College. I am taking the college entrance exam now, and I might not even reach the passing line, Yan Muyun said with a wry smile. They say a person's peak period of knowledge is during their senior year. As a graduate of university, he had long since returned all useful and useless knowledge to his teachers. Moreover, back then, to study abroad, he attended an international high school, using foreign English textbooks, and had never participated in the domestic college entrance exam. This university is specifically for awakeners and does not have high academic requirements, Yan Long remarked beside him. Yan Muyun took out his phone. Let me search online. A few minutes later, he frowned, feeling that some beautiful expectations in his heart were shattered. This place, is it this down to earth? In his original imagination, Chunjing Academy should be like Castle Academy or the Xavier Institute, the Mutant Academy, an X-Men dedicated to cultivating and developing students' potential, teaching them to use their powers, then fighting superpower crimes, and opposing malevolent non-human species, etc. But what on earth are these excellent graduates? Counselors, entrepreneurs, electrical engineers, senior programmers, gourmet chefs, fashion designers, and actors. Truly a flourishing array of professions. Although looking at the profiles, these graduates are mostly social elites reaching the pinnacle of various fields, the strong sense of incongruity simply cannot be dispelled. Yan Muyun laughed. The original intention of establishing Chunjing Academy was to ensure that awakeners can correctly understand and utilize their abilities. After all, everyone's abilities have unique functions and can produce unexpected effects in different professional fields. Yan Muyun ignored him, his expression wooden as he turned to stare at his nephew. You want to attend school here? Yan Long nodded. What major are you going to apply for? Civil engineering. Using your ability to move more building materials at once. Yan Muyun couldn't help but retort. Since learning is ultimately for building a better society, why would you go to the Special Operations Bureau to in turn risking your life to outsmart otherworldly beings? However, Yan Long shook his head and said calmly, those are general science majors. Oh, I want to enter the combat department. Combat department. Chunjing Academy is divided into two departments, one teaching students how to use their abilities and integrate them into ordinary social professions. The other department is for training combat personnel, primarily targeting superpower crimes and eliminating otherworldly beings. Yan Muyun sighed in relief. Phew. That sounds right. Although this Chunjing Academy was somewhat different from his imagination, it had not completely destroyed his somewhat naive youthful fantasy. At that moment, Yan Muyun suddenly said, you cannot apply for the combat department. Why not? Yan Muyun's eyes widened, his tone rising. It's too dangerous. Are you mistaking the person? You are Yan Long's dad, not mine. Yan Muyun's expression became serious, his voice low. Still the same. Xiao Long is already working towards this direction. He clearly understands what he will face in the future. But you are different. You just think it is exciting and fun, completely unaware of the dangers of what you are about to face. Yan Muyun was somewhat unconvinced. How dangerous can it be? Yesterday during the day, I saved your son. Those otherworldly beings didn't seem that impressive. Yan Long glanced at him, but remained silent. Although he was ambushed out of concern for the other party's situation, the fact that he was saved was still true. Anomalous species that appear inside the city and those that emerge beyond its limits are entirely different. Yan Muyun placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, signaling him to listen patiently. According to research, the first, second, and third manifestations of the same anomalous species rarely deviate by more than 2 kilometers. In other words, if an anomaly first manifests within the city, it is far more likely to continue appearing there. Yan Muyun scratched his head in puzzlement. So what does that mean? Anomalies that show up in the city are discovered quickly. Even when 90% of them are still in a concealed state, citizens report them, and fully armed agents from the Special Operations Bureau descend and eliminate them as soon as they surface. Yan Muyun crossed his arms, his voice low, but anomalies outside the city are a completely different matter. They manifest in remote mountains and forests, and before humans perceive them, they can undergo their second and third manifestations silently, growing into consummate forms. Anomalies that complete 3 manifestations will possess at least the power of a mature form. Wait, you should know what manifestation means, right? At that moment, he realized his brother had only woken yesterday and knew little of the present world. Basic knowledge. Yan Long already told me, Yan Muyun said, nodding. Yan Muyun's words were not hard to grasp. To summarize, anomalous creatures in the city are often discovered and slain during their juvenile or growth phases. Those outside the city having time to evolve into complete forms will on average be much stronger than the former. Beyond mature forms and elite anomalies, who knows which remote corner might conceal a few king-class specimens. The Special Operations Bureau is responsible only for anomalies within the city. Graduates from Chunjing Academy are the ones who deal with anomalies outside the city. The lines at the corner of the man's eyes deepened, and his tone grew heavier. Joining the combat division means facing the most dangerous monsters and bearing the greatest risks. To be frank, I trust Xiao Long and his abilities, which is why I did not stop him from choosing that major. You, however, are entirely different. You woke up yesterday and already clamor to go fight anomalies. Do you know how many species of anomalies there are? Do you know the characteristic abilities and growth limits of each one? Do you know how many powerful awakened individuals are killed by anomalies every year? I think you must be tired of living to be so reckless. After being harshly reprimanded by his younger brother, Yan Muyun showed no resentment. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He had already realized that he had treated some things far too lightly. Seeing his brother deep in thought, Yan Muyun knew his words had sunk in. He nodded and his tone softened slightly. So if you want to attend Chunjing Academy, only apply for the general division. Don't go to that combat division. And don't worry about getting in here as deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau. I still have a recommendation slot. Dad, Yan Long suddenly called out. Your recommendation slot can only be given to an intern at the Special Operations Bureau, and it can only recommend someone for the combat division. Yan Muyun hissed and bared his teeth, slapping his forehead with the heel of his hand. So if he wanted to use a little privilege, he would have to personally hand his brother over to the most dangerous front line, where anomalies were fought. Yan Muyun laughed softly and patted his younger brother's shoulder. So does that mean the slot is mine? Yan Muyun impatiently brushed the hand off his shoulder. If you can't get into the general division on your own, then don't go to university. Skip it, and go work at the Anomalous Ability Registration Office instead. At that moment the man's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, made a quieting gesture, and answered, "Hello Director, what can I do for you?" He listened, replying with short acknowledgments. Yan Muyun nodded, surprised, glanced at his brother, then hesitated before saying he actually has such an intention. The voice on the other end rose several degrees. Please make that clearer. What do you mean? Yin Long and Yan Muyun, of course, could not hear the phone conversation. The two exchanged a glance, and then each averted their eyes. After an indeterminate length of time, Yan Muyun finally hung up and collapsed onto the sofa, as if Now the nearly 50-year-old man's expression was extraordinarily complex. Surprise, joy, worry, and other emotions intermingled, deepening the wrinkles on a face that had not shown them before. What on earth is happening? Yan Muyun asked tentatively. Yan Muyun turned to him, a faint, bitter smile on his lips. You slept for 30 years, and yet awakened as a 1 in 10,000 rarity. He then proceeded to recount in broad strokes the content of the phone call he had just received. Yan Muyun's recent awakening and discharge from the hospital had not attracted much public attention, but the news had circulated among a small circle of those in the know. The director of that sanatorium, upon learning that a patient who had been comatose for 30 years had awakened, became quite interested. He retrieved Yan Muyun's physiological reports from the entire sleeping period and the days before his awakening, hoping to discover how he had regained consciousness. They could not find the cause of the awakening, but the elderly director discovered something far more astonishing. More than 20 years ago, life support devices for comatose patients in vegetative states had become extremely advanced. They could precisely control and deliver the exact nutrients a patient needed each day. It was by relying on such technology that Yan Muyun had been able to sleep through so many years. In normal eating, people inevitably ingest substances that are not beneficial to the body. For example, the excessive oils in fried chicken, the surplus sugars in drinks, various artificial food additives, and the myriad bacteria and microorganisms that are unavoidable when breathing, eating, or drinking. Compared to ordinary diets, life support systems deliver only precisely beneficial nutrients. As a result, Yan Muyun's body, after 30 years of sleep, was unusually pure. According to the director's calculations, if gene enhancement serums were administered to this body, now the Fushi blood could influence and remodel him without obstruction, and his ultimate ceiling might very well reach strength. Strength, Yan Long murmured, repeating the words. Yes. According to Director Li's theory, you have a guaranteed floor of a rank. If you promptly train and develop, you have a strong chance of reaching strength. Yan Muyun nodded, his expression grave. In Director Li's words, your body is an unhewn jade awaiting careful carving. Strength, the highest classification. Yan Muyun's throat bobbed slightly, as if doubting he had heard correctly. From childhood onward, he had always been the kind of person whose academic performance was solid but unremarkable, whose athletic aptitude was adequate yet unexceptional. Neither a slacker nor an aspirant, drifting quietly through life without grand ambitions. Such ordinary individuals constituted the overwhelming majority of humanity. Yet when confronted with the possibility of ascending to the apex of a domain, he felt not elation, but disorientation, a quiet tremor of uncertainty. It was true that every boy once dreamed of becoming a hero, yet as a man in his early 20s, Yan Muyun's thoughts had long shed their youthful simplicity. Though excitement surged within him, it was tempered by an undercurrent of unease. Unease toward immense power, toward an opaque future, and toward an indescribable sudden pressure that settled deep in his bones, forbidding him from wearing joy so openly, so carelessly. You haven't let euphoria cloud your judgment. You've already sensed the weight of responsibility that may follow. That is commendable. Yan Muyun nodded. Please refrain from speaking to me like I'm your junior. Yan Muyun muttered, even amid profound shock, never forgetting his role as the elder brother. So what are your plans now? Yan Muyun asked. What plans? Plans for the future, school work. Didn't you just lay them out for me? First a stint at the Paranormal Registration Bureau, then applying to Chunjing. Yan Muyun leaned back into the sofa, palms pressing over his face as he rubbed slowly up and down. The situation now is fundamentally different from before. You may not grasp the true significance of Enstrank's ceiling. Yan Long, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Yan Muyun turned toward him, waiting patiently. Rank is already the absolute limit attainable by ordinary humans. Take Captain Wei Jun and Captain Sun Yaowen, whom you've met before. Both were veterans, their physical prowess already exceptional compared to the average person. To prepare for gene enhancement injections, each underwent 6 months of grueling high-intensity training, pushing their bodies to peak physiological capacity. Even so, their ceilings remained firmly at rank. A rank, by contrast, lies beyond the reach of all but the rarest prodigies, or the handful of awakened individuals whose bodies have undergone extraordinary fortification. As for rank, Yan Long moistened his lips, then spoke slowly. Globally, there are likely fewer than 50 rank individuals. Fewer than 50. The chosen of the gods. Yan Muyun echoed, voice hushed, as if dreaming. Yan Yiming reached for the cup on the coffee table, drained it in one long draught, then sighed deeply. Now you understand why I said things have changed. Admittedly, he wished to shield his elder brother from danger. Yet he also knew full well it was impossible to confine a young man blessed with golden potential to a life of quiet mediocrity. And perhaps now such worry was unnecessary. If Yan Muyun truly ascended to rank, even without relying on his abilities, few things in this world could harm him. So what are your plans now? Yan Yiming asked again. Haha. Yan Muyun said nothing, only flashed a wide, enigmatic grin. A faint, resigned downturn tugged at Yan Yiming's lips. His brother had said nothing, and yet somehow everything. He picked up his phone, typing swiftly as he spoke. Report to the Special Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Yan Muyun's heart leapt, until the next sentence froze his smile mid-bloom. Don't worry. You won't be assigned any field missions. Yan Muyun bristled. On what grounds? Are you abusing your authority as deputy director? I'll file a formal complaint against you. Corrupt, incompetent, and utterly unfit for office. Ask Yan Long when he graduated. Yan Yiming didn't even glance up. When did you graduate? This past April. Then ask him when he undertook his first mission. When was your first mission? Yesterday. What month is it again? Yan Muyun murmured to himself, pulling out his phone, its screen displaying June 3rd. Yan Yiming set his phone down, having finished his message. Now ask Yan Long when Chunjing University opens its term. September 15th. This time, Yan Long answered unprompted, even though all three sat in the same room. Why resort to this relay-style questioning? Filling space. Internship training typically lasts 2 to 3 months, depending on performance. But you. Yan Yiming pointed a finger at Yan Muyun's nose, a 30-year sleeper utterly unversed in modern society. Will require at least half a year. So even basic training will take longer than that, let alone actual field deployment. He added almost offhandedly, that estimate doesn't even include time needed to teach you fundamental life skills. How to switch lights on and off, how to use a toilet, how to dress yourself. Yan Yiming expected an immediate outburst, yet instead found his brother sitting still, brow lightly furrowed, lost in quiet contemplation. Puzzled, he asked, what is it? I don't want to join the Special Affairs Bureau. Yan Muyun mused, stroking his chin. Why the change of heart? If university starts in 2 months, and my internship lasts longer than that, then joining now would mean contributing nothing. It'd be like a privileged heir taking a sinecure, reaping benefits while delivering no value. Yan Muyun gave a wry smile. Like that summer during my sophomore year, Dad arranged an internship for me at his university. I declined, not out of laziness but fear of failing, of tarnishing my father's reputation among his colleagues. Yan Yiming understood his concern and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You're overthinking it. Across China, Special Affairs Bureaus and Chunjing Academy exist in symbiosis. Mutually reinforcing, mutually beneficial. Interns from the Bureau receive special attention at the Academy. Graduates from the Academy are eagerly sought after by bureaus nationwide. Beyond fixed district agents, each major city deploys 4 to 5 mobile task forces, the true elite units. They handle incidents too complex for local branches, and monthly conduct operations in remote, sparsely populated regions to neutralize anomalous entities. These units, as I mentioned earlier, are predominantly staffed by Chunjing Academy graduates. Just as Yan Yiming opened his mouth to continue, his phone rang. He paused, then answered, Hello, Dean Lee. Yes, it's me. That's far too much trouble for you, truly. Yan Muyun sighed, crossed his legs, and gazed sidelong at the middle-aged man before him. Familiar, yet strangely alien. That cocky, 18-year-old boy. Now even his telephone manner dripped with the polished deference of middle age. Noticing lingering hesitation in Yan Muyun's eyes, Yan Long beckoned him closer. Moi. Yan Muyun leaned in. Work at the Bureau's branch is actually quite light. Most cases handled daily are civil in nature. Minxia City comprises 6 districts, and on average fewer than 8 veil incidents occur citywide per month. Often weeks pass before we're called to urgent action, so you needn't fear burdening them. Yan Long rarely spoke so much at once. Yan Muyun recognized the effort as reassurance, and gratefully nodded, feeling genuine relief settle within him. After hanging up, Yan Yiming exhaled slowly. That old man truly values you. Dean Lee, is he the director of that sanatorium? Yan Muyun asked curiously. Yes, that's him. Yan Yiming nodded. He's intensely intrigued by your near-strength status, So much so that he's assigned his own daughter to oversee your specialized training. Were he not so occupied, I suspect he'd personally monitor your progress. Specialized training. What kind of training? Yan Muyun blinked stunned. Yan Yiming shot him a sidelong glance. Do you imagine attaining strength is effortless? You're merely approaching it, not guaranteed to ascend. To maximize your odds, hardship is inevitable. As Yan Muyun puzzled over those words, the doorbell chimed. Instantly the AI voice Yun announced, a guest has arrived. Yan Long rose to open the door, while Yan Muyun craned his neck, peering curiously toward the entrance hall. With a soft click, the door swung inward. A young woman stood there, wearing a knitted sweater and a white knee-length skirt, holding a sleek charcoal gray case. Whoa, those leg lines I mean. That was Yan Muyun's first thought. I have brought the nutritional medicine. The woman at the door appeared to be in her early 20s with a graceful figure and tall stature, only slightly shorter than Yan Long. Sorry to interrupt, Xiaolong. She smiled and nodded at Yan Long, her chestnut curls swaying gently as she moved her dark lustrous eyes, already gazing towards the sofa in the living room. Is that Mr. Yan Muyun, who has been asleep for 30 years? Upon hearing someone call his name, Yan Muyun hurriedly stood up and chuckled. Hello. Please come in. Yan Long turned to the side. Thank you, the woman said as she entered and greeted the man sitting on the sofa. Uncle Yan, you finished work so early today. Yes, Yan Yiming replied, then stood up to introduce. This is Li Qingku, the daughter of the director of the Hua Rehabilitation Center, and also a resident physician at our city's Special Operations Bureau working with Yan Long. Hello. Yan Muyun nodded awkwardly. Seemingly noticing the tension, Li Qingku smiled gently and initiated the conversation. I live downstairs, so after receiving my dad's call I came over quickly. Oh, I see. Yan Muyun nodded. He had indeed wondered why the doorbell rang just a few minutes after Yan Yiming finished the call. He thought the other party had teleportation abilities. Li Qingku looked at him with a teasing smile. My dad has given me strict orders to ensure you reach S-level as much as possible. If I fail in the end, I will definitely be scolded. Yan Muyun scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, I will do my best. I must say the pressure of being stared at by a beautiful woman is quite overwhelming. During his time studying abroad, he rarely went out and seldom participated in social activities. At first he felt a bit lonely, but gradually he got used to it, and even began to enjoy the feeling of being alone in his dorm. The aftermath of this experience was that he had no more than a handful of friends to chat with, and opportunities to communicate with the opposite sex were even rarer. Although he knew very well that the beautiful woman in front of him had come to find him for work, he still couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Li Qingku opened the box in her hands and placed it on the coffee table. Inside were 8 test tubes of different colors. This is the latest nutritional medicine on the market. The white one is to be taken at 8 in the morning, the red one at noon, the yellow one at 5 in the afternoon, and the blue one at 10 in the evening. As for the nutritional substances you will need for your training, I will prepare those separately. Yan Muyun blinked. Should I take them before or after meals? Li Qingku smiled. It seems you misunderstood something. What I meant is you are not allowed to eat at all. These nutritional medicines will meet all your daily needs. Also, drinks are completely forbidden. You must drink at least 2 liters of pure water every day. Yan Muyun. The reason my dad thinks you can reach S-level is that your body is very clean. If you eat too many random things, then how are you different from an ordinary person? Li Qingku explained. Yan Yiming lamented. It seems tonight's late-night snack plan can only be cancelled. Yan Muyun grimaced. How long do I have to live like this? Until I think you can reach S-level, which could be a month, half a year, or even longer, but all depends on your performance. Li Qingku's smile was gentle and serene, but her words made someone frown. When he studied in the food desert of Great Britain, Yan Muyun even spent several weeks online searching for various cooking tutorials just to make a red braised pork dish that he would be completely satisfied with. Although his figure is still fairly standard now, as a once-peak heavyweight food lover weighing 200 pounds, he rarely denied himself. Li Qingku looked at Yan Long beside her and smiled. Xiaolong, usually Uncle Yan is busy with work, so you must take responsibility and supervise him well. Yes. Yan Long nodded. Li Qingku waved her hand, saying goodbye to everyone. Then I will take my leave. My dad wants me to finalize the training plan tonight, so that we can implement it first thing tomorrow morning. Yan Muyun raised his hand to stop her. May I ask why your father, director's son, is so interested? You misunderstood. Li Qingku blinked and smiled gently. My dad is not interested in you, but in... And not just him, I believe everyone in Minxia City who is aware is paying close attention to you now. After she said that, Yan Muyun recalled something. When Yan Yiming answered the first call, he referred to the other party as the director. The context of the situation gradually became clear. First, director's son discovered the potential of his body, then notified the bureau chief of the Special Operations Bureau, and then that bureau chief contacted Yan Yiming. After that call, his attitude underwent a 180-degree turn, going from strong opposition to readily agreeing, to let him intern at the Special Operations Bureau. Li Qingku tilted her head slightly, her gentle eyes gazing over. Do you think that the top 10,000 ability users on the leaderboard are more valued by the country, or are S-level genetic warriors more valued? Yan Muyun thought for a moment, and hesitantly replied, S-level genetic warriors. From a purely numerical perspective, there are fewer than 50 S-level genetic warriors worldwide. In comparison, the number 10,000 is rather large. Exactly. Li Qingku nodded. So do you? I don't know. Yan Muyun honestly shook his head. He knew the other party was not genuinely testing him, so he didn't bother to guess. Because no matter how powerful an ability user is, you can't possibly use your abilities anytime, anywhere. Li Qingku raised a finger, her beautiful face becoming slightly serious. As long as you don't use your abilities, you are no different from an ordinary person. With just a small knife or a bullet, you can be easily killed. To date, countless powerful ability users have died at the hands of ordinary people. Of course, when I say ordinary people, I mean humans without abilities. Among them, there are many special forces or professional assassins. Yan Muyun suddenly remembered Zhang Yu, the culprit, who made him sleep for 30 years. Although he possessed an incredibly destructive ability, when Yan Muyun took the chance to strike, he only used a vase to smash his head, causing him to bleed profusely. Li Qingku continued, but high-level genetic warriors are different. They are perfect superhumans, or weapons in a sense. With powerful physiques, terrifying reflexes, and danger perception, they leave no openings for their enemies. In every aspect, S-level genetic warriors can be said to be the most comprehensive and powerful existence. Yan Muyun stroked his chin thoughtfully and turned to look at his brother. Yan Yiming grinned. I was fortunate enough to participate in military drills. If it were a direct confrontation, I could at least suppress 3 A-level genetic warriors. However, in simulated real battlefield scenarios, I failed 5 out of 10 drills, getting killed by A-level genetic warriors twice, by a level once, and even by ordinary soldiers twice. Tisk. Hearing this somewhat counterintuitive result, Yan Muyun couldn't help but click his tongue, and then asked, didn't you take genetic medicine? Yan Yiming sighed. By the time the medicine was developed, I was already over 30, and my body was starting. When I injected it, my limit only reached level, and I have remained at level ever since. So, Li Qingku patted Yan Muyun's shoulder, drawing his attention back, then looked at him with a teasing smile. Now you know why everyone is so focused on you. Ah yes. Yan Muyun nodded woodenly. Then get ready, because starting tomorrow the grueling S-level special training will begin. What time did you go to bed last night? Yan Long frowned and asked. Before him stood a man with deep dark circles under his eyes, staggering slightly as he brushed his teeth while yawning skyward. I cough. 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 Yan Muyun tried to speak, but choked on toothpaste foam and erupted into a violent fit of coughing. Yan Long sidestepped forward and gently patted his back. Only after regaining his breath did Yan Muyun rinse his mouth thoroughly with water before replying. Last night, I watched a film through that pair of glasses, and when it ended it was already 2 a.m. The immersion was simply breathtaking, truly lifelike. He had watched an ancient battlefield epic the previous day, as though standing amidst the thunderous chaos of a real imperial war. Following the rumbling drum-like thunder of war drums, legions of warriors surged past him, as if bursting from his very side. Steel clashing blades, flashing horses thundering. A visceral, electrifying spectacle. Yan Muyun couldn't help but yawn again, then waved dismissively. Oh, don't worry. I've slept for 30 years straight. Missing a few hours tonight won't hurt me a bit. Father shouldn't have bought you that smart glass, and I shouldn't have taught you how to use them, Yan Long remarked flatly. For this 30-year-old relic of a man, modern technology proved dangerously seductive. Yan Muyun pretended not to hear, instead pulling the glasses from his pocket and slipping them on, then sliding a silvery mechanical ring onto his right index finger. Before his eyes, several semi-transparent blue information panels materialized at the center of his field of vision, while a black cursor hovered midair, gliding precisely with the motion of his fingers. The ring functioned like a neural mouse, capturing hand gestures to execute commands upon the projected image. Which color suits me best? White. Yan Muyun lightly rubbed his fingertips. Instantly the frames of his glasses shifted to pure white. He glanced in the mirror, unimpressed. Blue. The frames shimmered into sapphire. Never mind, black suits me best. All other hues feel strangely dissonant. He shook his head, and the frames reverted to their original sleek, matte black. You seem unusually excited. Yan Long leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Yan Muyun raised an eyebrow. Of course. I'm about to join the Special Affairs Bureau. It feels like stepping into the ranks of superheroes. Reality isn't cinema, Yan Long replied, expressionless. I know that perfectly well, Yan Muyun sighed wryly. He'd only meant to convey his exhilaration, yet found himself lectured instead by his nephew, 4 years his junior. Wait, 34 years younger. What are you doing here anyway? It suddenly struck Yan Muyun, didn't the house have 2 bathrooms? Why was this boy standing here holding his toiletries? My father's using the restroom, Yan Long stated calmly. Hurry up with your brushing. Having taken yesterday off, Yan Long hadn't retrieved his motorcycle. Since the headquarters of the Special Affairs Bureau and the Haitsong District Branch lay in opposite directions, the two had no choice but to hitch a ride after Yan Yiming departed for work. What time did you go to sleep last night? Li Chinka demanded, brows sharply arched, hands planted firmly on her hips. Today she wore a soft beige loose short-sleeve top paired with a khaki knee-length skirt that accentuated her long shapely legs. Her lustrous chestnut curls cascaded down her shoulders, graceful, radiant, utterly captivating. Logically, such beauty should evoke serene delight, but Yan Muyun inexplicably felt a chill crawl up his spine. No, not that late. 2 a.m. Yan Muyun whipped his head toward Yan Long, eyes wide with silent accusation. You'd betray me without hesitation, wouldn't you? You're a grown man. I won't lecture you on the vital importance of sleep for physical health. If your self-discipline is this poor, perhaps you should just inject the gene serum now. Becoming an rank operative would be more than sufficient. Better than letting time erode your body further. Having chosen this path, walk it with resolve. Don't waste my time, and above all, don't squander your own life. Li Chinka's almond eyes blazed as her rapid-fire reprimand left Yan Muyun utterly mortified. This young woman, though her medical expertise remained unproven, would undoubtedly excel as a high school. Today I'll draft a strict daily schedule for you. If I catch you violating it even once, you'll move downstairs and live with me. I'll supervise you personally. I'm not sure that's quite appropriate. Appropriate? We're long past feudal times. No, but get in the car, we're running late. A rose-pink levitating vehicle descended gracefully, settling silently into its parking slot. Stepping out, Yan Muyun leaned over the railing and gazed downward. The streets below teemed with ceaseless streams of vehicles resembling orderly ant colonies on the march. Behind him rose a 7-story building, the Haitsong District Special Affairs Bureau. Strategically positioned at the convergence of 5 overpasses, it offered seamless access. Operatives aboard levitating vehicles could reach any corner of Xiamen City Zone 02 within 10 minutes. This way, Yan Long tapped Yan Muyun's shoulder, gesturing for him to follow. Inside, Li Chinka began her orientation. Our Haitsong branch comprises 2 squads. The first floor houses Squad 1's offices and the reception area. The second floor holds Squad 2's offices and the staff cafeteria. The third floor features a gymnasium, conference rooms, activity halls, and my office. Floors 4 through 6 serve as residential quarters for operatives, while the 7th floor rooftop boasts gardens, an open-air swimming pool, and a sauna. Wow, this level of accommodation is truly exceptional, Yan Muyun murmured, genuinely impressed. Just then, around the corridor's bend loomed a towering, broad-shouldered figure. Wei Jun, Squad 1's captain, and a Class C genetic warrior, whom Yan Muyun had met briefly before. He dressed casually, an oversized white t-shirt, black shorts, and black athletic shoes. Were it not for his near 2-meter stature and the dense musculature straining beneath his loose clothing, he might easily pass for a warm, approachable elder brother. Well, good morning, everyone. Wei Jun greeted them with a hearty smile. As he drew nearer, Yan Muyun felt the corridor's light dim perceptibly, as if eclipsed by sheer presence. I received notice yesterday that you'd be interning with us. I extend Squad A's warmest welcome. Wei Jun chuckled, clapping Yan Muyun heartily on the shoulder. Squads 1 and 2 of the Special Affairs Bureau were informally known as Squad A and Squad B. Operatives here typically answered to whichever designation suited the moment. I'd like to use the restroom first. Yan Muyun glanced around. Wei Jun pointed down the hall. It's at the end of it. Our offices are this way. You can come by later. We'll register your personal details and process all necessary formalities. Once paperwork's complete, head straight to the 3rd floor for today's training session. Li Chinka instructed, then strode briskly toward the elevator doors nearby. Ever since Wei Jun appeared, her demeanor had grown noticeably colder, and now, without so much as a nod or greeting, she departed silently. Yan Muyun sensed the shift, yet Wei Jun remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, as if utterly unaware of any tension. Yan Muyun wisely held his tongue. Waving farewell to the two, he headed toward the restroom down the hall. Yan Muyun cupped a handful of water in his hands, splashed it on his face, and then rubbed it vigorously twice. He lifted his head, and in the mirror the young man had curly black hair, a prominent nose, and wore a pair of black-framed glasses. His eyes appeared somewhat vacant due to staying up late last night. While he couldn't exactly be called handsome, he was still somewhat pleasing to the eye at first glance, making it easy for others to feel a sense of familiarity. It feels a bit like déjà vu. Yan Muyun sighed. Back in high school, my dad was the principal. Now during my internship, my younger brother is my direct superior. If this were a typical web novel, I would definitely be the stepping stone for the protagonist to flaunt their abilities. Yan Muyun often joked with his friends about how glamorous the sons of principals are in idle dramas or novels with countless underlings and surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. Why was he the exception? Not to mention becoming a school bully, he had even served as the Minister of Discipline for a time in his second year, mainly checking on uniform issues and the discipline in the self-study room. Regardless of what happened in reality or in novels, in Yan Muyun's mind, having someone backing him meant he didn't have the capital to act arrogantly. He would only act more cautiously, fearing that any trouble he caused would implicate others. After all, if he made a mistake, no matter what the other party did, as long as their relationship existed, it would inevitably attract gossip. All sorts of conspiracy theories about using power to bully others and personal gain would be pinned on him. In high school, he had always been timid, afraid of dragging his father down. Now he was still timid, afraid of implicating his younger brother. "Are you new here?" A voice suddenly came from behind, pulling Yan Muyun out of his thoughts. He turned to look and saw a thin, handsome young man, standing not far away, curiously watching him. The young man wore a white short-sleeve shirt with a few strands of hair dyed red at the front, mixed with a hint of orange, resembling flickering flames at first glance. "I guess so." Yan Muyun nodded, then curiously asked, "Are you also a special bureau intern?" The other person looked no older than 16 or 17, way too young. Of course, the young man nodded matter-of-factly. "See you in the office later. I need to use the restroom first." After saying that, he pushed open a stall door and walked straight in. This young man should be an intern like Yan Long. But even so, he seemed rather too young. Yan Muyun shook his head, deciding not to think too much. He took a few paper towels from beside the sink and casually dried his face. "Are you new here?" The voice came again from behind, sounding very familiar. Yan Muyun looked at the mirror, but found that the young man had reappeared at the restroom door, arms crossed, examining him. What the heck? Didn't he just go into the restroom? When did he get to the door? Yan Muyun suddenly turned his head, eyeing the other person warily. "What do you mean by that?" Seeing his reaction, the young man frowned and retorted, "What do you mean? I was just trying to talk to you. Why are you so— Just a few seconds ago you asked me the same question," Yan Muyun explained. "Did I?" The young man paused for a moment. Yan Muyun crumpled the paper towel in his hand, suspiciously asking, "What is going on? Is this your ability? Teleportation? Or time reversal?" The young man laughed. "If I had such a powerful ability, I wouldn't still be at this special bureau branch." "Then what is going on?" Yan Muyun was also confused now, even doubting whether he was hallucinating due to staying up too late last night. "But—" The young man raised his hand to stroke his chin, dragging out his tone, looking somewhat hesitant. Yan Muyun urged, "What do you want to say?" The young man sighed, seeming to have made a certain decision, and looked directly into his eyes. "Are you sure the person you saw earlier was me? Or do you mean, are you sure that you saw is human?" Yan Muyun opened his mouth about to say something, but heard the sound of a stalled door behind him. He turned to look, only to see a pale face peeking through the slowly opening door with a pitch-black eye staring in. "Kids will always be kids." Yan Muyun sighed, tossed the paper towel into the trash can, and turned to leave. The young man standing at the restroom door widened his eyes, about to say something, but Yan Muyun had already brushed. After Yan Muyun walked out, he stood there pouting, then shouted inside, "Han Jinyu, it's all your fault for acting too fake." The stall door was pushed open, and a boy who looked exactly like him walked out, protesting, "Nonsense, Han Jinyu. It was you who acted too fake." The dialogue was completely unnatural. These two looked identical, both wearing white short sleeves with reddied hair at the front, making it almost impossible to distinguish between them at first glance. They were a pair of twins. Phew. After leaving the restroom, Yan Muyun let out a sigh and placed his hand on his chest. Only then did he realize that the two young men must be twins. If he hadn't watched so many horror movies before and learned that the best way to face ghosts is to ignore them, he might have ended up in an embarrassing situation today. Although this prank was not sophisticated and could even be considered crude, he had to admit that he was indeed startled when it first happened. After all, there aren't that many identical twins in the world. Yan Muyun shook his head with a slight smile, not intending to hold the two boys accountable, and quickened his pace toward the nearby office. "Hey, new guy?" Suddenly someone called out to him. Yan Muyun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man leaning against the wall not far away, wearing a loose floral shirt and baggy shorts with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking like a street punk. What caught his attention was that the left front of the man's shirt was longer than the back, while the right front was shorter than the back. He wondered if this design counted as normal aesthetics in this era. What kind of strange characters were there in this special bureau? Besides Wei Jun's son and a few members of the second team he met the other day, were there no normal people here? Yan Muyun felt somewhat speechless, but still walked over. "Is there something you need?" The punk pulled out a cigarette and offered it to him. "My name is Luo Binghan, Luo as in Camel, Bing as in Soldier, Han as in Hanlon. What's your surname?" "Thanks, but I don't smoke." Yan Muyun waved his hand to decline, then said, "My surname is Yen as in language, Yan Muyun." "Oh, Yen is a good surname." The punk's expression was quite exaggerated, and his tone rose a few notches. "Let me think. We have an intern with the surname Yen. His father is the deputy director of our city's special bureau. Since you also have the surname Yen, are you related to that deputy director?" No matter how dull a person was, they could tell that the other party was deliberately trying to provoke him. However, Yan Muyun simply smiled at him, said nothing, and turned to walk into the office. Upon entering the office, Yan Muyun was momentarily taken aback, his footsteps involuntarily halting. Not far ahead of him, a mountain of flesh nearly filled his field of vision, measuring nearly 2 meters across. From behind, the other person had long wired hair, wearing a blue short-sleeve shirt large enough to serve as a tent for an average person, paired with a black long skirt. Her limbs were as thick as those of an elephant, stacked in rings like several layers of tires, with the white flesh around her waist protruding outward, nearly drooping to the ground. Yan Muyun was even somewhat astonished at how the person was able to remain standing. If an ordinary person had such a weight, their knees would undoubtedly be exceedingly fragile and unable to support their body. Seemingly sensing someone behind her, the mountain of flesh turned her head to glance back, then willingly stepped aside to clear the path. "Thank you." Yan Muyun swallowed, nervously, stiffly walking past her. "Are you afraid of me?" To his surprise, the voice of this female mountain of flesh was quite pleasant, even carrying a hint of alluring charm. Yan Muyun slowly turned his head, only to see a face that seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling, looking back at him. He had to admit that although her physique was somewhat terrifying, her appearance was not bad at all. One might even say she was quite easy on the eyes. With a round face, full crimson lips, and eyes that, although squeezed into narrow slits, still appeared lively and clear, one couldn't help but anticipate how she would look if she lost weight. "To be honest, I am a bit." Yan Muyun nodded honestly, then continued, "But I'm not afraid anymore." The woman smiled slightly, the thick flesh on her face crumpling, completely swallowing her already narrow eyes. She extended a hand and said, "I'm Zhong Xiao Xiao, a formal member of Team A." Yan Muyun. Yan Muyun also extended his hand, hesitating for a moment before finally grasping her 2 fingers and shaking them up and down. There was no helping it, his palm was already spread as wide as it could go. The touch was soft and smooth, quite pleasant, with no greasiness or discomfort. Seemingly amused by his actions, Zhong Xiao Xiao laughed again, then pointed toward an inner room, saying, "That over there is the captain's office. You can go there." "All right, thank you." Yan Muyun expressed his gratitude, and then walked in the indicated direction. Twin street hustlers and plus-size beauties. This particular branch of the Special Affairs Bureau truly was a place where hidden talents lay in wait. With a somewhat complicated feeling, Yan Muyun pushed the door and entered the captain's office. At that moment, Wei Jun was sitting behind the desk chatting with Yan Long. Upon seeing him enter, he picked up a tablet from the desk and handed it over, saying, "This is the internship contract along with some related notes. You take a look." Yan Muyun quickly flipped through it and saw that the document spanned 5 to 6 pages with a high density of information. He probably wouldn't finish reading it in less than half an hour. He then looked at his nephew, asking, "Is there anything special I need to pay attention to?" The other party was also an intern, so undoubtedly had read and signed these documents. "After graduating from Chunjing Academy, barring any accidents, you'll need to work in this branch for at least a year." Yan Long thought for a moment and added, "And since you're only interning for 2 months and won't have any tasks, there won't be any salary." "That's quite reasonable." Yan Muyun nodded. He had always been clear about his position. He was merely there for free training, and to gain some gold plating it was good enough not to have to pay, and he had no right to ask for any benefits. Thinking this, Yan Muyun unhesitatingly extended his finger and signed the electronic contract. The Special Affairs Bureau could be considered a legitimate state institution. It wasn't one of those privately owned companies driven by capital, so he didn't have to worry about any pitfalls waiting for him. Seeing this, Wei Jun couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You're quite straightforward. What should I do next?" Yan Muyun placed the tablet back on the desk. Wei Jun tilted his head slightly to the right and said, "Go to the office next door and have old son fill out your personal information. You'll officially be a member of Team A then." "All right." Yan Muyun replied briskly and walked toward the door, but then paused while pushing it open. He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "By the way, won't I need to test my abilities? I saw the recruitment process online. It should be identity verification first, then ability testing, and finally signing the contract, right?" Yan Muyun certainly couldn't have been preoccupied with just watching movies yesterday. Due to his nerves, he had researched quite a bit of relevant information online in advance. "What identity verification do you need?" Wei Jun chuckled and shook his head, then said, "As for the ability test, you can make it up at your convenience." Yan Muyun understood and didn't press further, turning to leave the room. The deputy director of the Special Affairs Bureau. No, even the director himself might have given the nod, so of course any complicated processes could be simplified to just a step or 2. Arriving at the next office, he found a middle-aged man with gray hair sitting inside, looking to be in his 50s, gently blowing on a cup of tea. "Hello." Yan Muyun greeted somewhat awkwardly with a nod. "Take a seat." The middle-aged man raised his chin slightly and sipped from his tea, then waved his other hand, causing the semi-transparent display screen on the desk to rotate to face the door. Yan Muyun sat down and leaned forward slightly only to find that the information in the form on the screen had already been filled out. In an information society, as long as you are a citizen of Huasha, many details can be retrieved just by entering your name and ID number. Old Sun set down his cup of tea and said, "Check if the information above is correct. If it is, just click finish." Yan Muyun didn't look at the form but frowned and said, "Not everyone can access this information, right?" "Of course not, only law enforcement and tax authorities can," Old Sun replied with a smile, shaking his head. "That's good, otherwise it would be quite frightening." Yan Muyun nodded and then began to look at the information on the screen. There wasn't much on the form, just his name, date of birth, home address, education, and so on. After confirming that everything was correct, Yan Muyun clicked confirm. "That kid Luo Binghan must have already caused you some trouble, right?" Old Sun suddenly spoke up. Yan Muyun was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said nothing. Old Sun didn't pursue the matter further, waving his hand to rotate the electronic screen back, and continued, "Don't dislike him, he's actually a good person." He remained silent, simply waiting for more. He was originally a forensic doctor who had just graduated from university. Later, for reasons unknown, he suddenly applied to join the Special Affairs Bureau. This kid only has a great ability and originally didn't even qualify for an interview. He managed to secure an interview opportunity from Wei Jun by stubbornly loitering at the Special Affairs Bureau's door every day. Now that you so easily got in, he must feel a bit upset inside. It seemed he had finished sorting out the documents, and Old Sun leaned heavily against the back of his chair, somewhat helplessly smiling and saying, "If Luo Binghan finds out that he has applied for a gene serum for almost a year, which is something you can easily obtain, I wonder if he will directly confront you." Yan Muyun was slightly taken aback and asked, "Isn't the gene serum something you can obtain by joining the Special Affairs Bureau?" "It's not that easy." Old Sun waved his hand, saying, "The annual production of gene serums by the state isn't large. It must depend on the performance, contributions, and potential of the officers in each regional bureau for reasonable distribution. Currently in our branch, only 5 people have received the gene serum, 3 from Team A and 2 from Team B." Yan Muyun rubbed his nose, feeling a growing sense of unease about taking the back door. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Old Sun smiled and reassured him, "You don't need to feel guilty. That gene serum is rightfully yours. With nearly level potential, even if your brother isn't the deputy director, the country will definitely consider you a key training target." "Thank you." Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment and then called out, "Uncle Sun." "Haha, please don't call me Uncle Sun." Old Sun laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Considering our actual ages, you're 3 years younger than me. How could I let you call me uncle? My name is Sun Shu Li Shu, as in book. Just call me Brother Sun from now on." "All right, Brother Sun." Yan Muyun also smiled and readily changed his address. At this point, he also learned the other party's age, 55 years old. His brother, Yan Yiming, should be 48 this year. He still appeared to be in his prime, while this Brother Sun looked a bit older in comparison. All right, I've talked too much today. You go do your own thing." Sun Shu Li waved his hand and once again picked up the tea. Yan Muyun stood up, nodded in farewell, and exited the office. The gym on the 3rd floor of the Special Operations Bureau. "Are you really that weak?" Li Chinka stood beside him holding a tablet and glaring with wide eyes. Not far in front of her, Yan Muyun, dressed in a specially designed tight training outfit, lay flat on a bench struggling to perform an incline press with 10 kilograms dumbbells, his face nearly turning red. 10 kilograms for 10 reps can't do it anymore," Li Chinka remarked incredulously while looking at the data on her tablet. Yan Muyun loosened his grip and the 2 dumbbells fell onto the padded floor. He then sat up and wiped the sweat from his brow. For a beginner, it's not bad. Behind him, a muscular man in his late 20s stood with his arms crossed, trying to smooth things over. The man's name was Zhang Lan, also a specialist of Team A, whom Li Chinka had specifically called in to help train Yan Muyun. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and kind eyes with a hint of wildness added by the faint stubble around his mouth. His strong physique was second only to Captain Wei Jun. "But I'm not exactly a beginner anymore." Yan Muyun shook his head, seemingly deflated. "I used to frequent the gym and lifted dumbbells of 25 kilograms or more." "Used to? How long ago was that?" 30 years ago." Li Chinka almost laughed in anger, while Zhang Lan shook his head, finding it quite amusing. "Although the life support device can help maintain your basic bodily functions, the degradation of your muscles and bones is inevitable. Keep training, you'll eventually recover to your former state." At that moment, a tall, lean figure walked by, grabbed a 30 kilograms dumbbell from the rack, and lay down on the bench beside Yan Muyun, starting to perform the same exercise with heavy breaths. Li Chinka frowned slightly and said, displeased, "Move aside, don't disturb us." After doing about 20 reps, Luo Binghan put down the dumbbells and sat up, looking quite indignant. "How am I disturbing you? I just want to work out. What's wrong with that?" Li Chinka held her tablet upright, ready to retort, but Yan Muyun spoke up first. "It's fine, it's a public area, mister. Luo can train wherever he likes. And having him here motivates me even more." Zhang Lan observed his back, a thoughtful smile appearing on his face, then added, "Rested enough. Let's continue. After this set there are many more exercises waiting for you." "All right," Yan Muyun replied, bending down to pick up two 10 kilograms dumbbells and lying back down on the bench. After nearly 3 hours of grueling training, Yan Muyun, drenched in sweat, could barely walk into the changing room with Zhang Lan's assistance. Is training like this really not harmful to the body? Yan Muyun accidentally strained his leg muscles while walking, gasping in pain as he spoke. During college he trained alongside a fitness expert. They would first lift weights for an hour followed by half an hour. The training schedule was basically Monday for chest, Tuesday for back, Wednesday for shoulders, Thursday for legs, Friday for arms, Saturday for pure cardio, and Sunday as a rest day. However, this morning he had nearly completed the training volume of an entire week. If there's no time to rest and recover, it can indeed be harmful. Zhang Lan nodded. So I rest for an hour during lunch, and then I still have to do cardio training in the afternoon. Yan Muyun felt every muscle in his body trembling. Zhang Lan smiled at him, looking a bit simple-minded. Don't worry, you'll get plenty of rest. As they turned into the inner room of the break room, Yan Muyun was surprised to find 3 cylindrical machines in the corner. You can take a nap inside. After half an hour you will be fully recovered. Zhang Lan guided him to one of the machines, pressed some buttons, and the half-circular cover slowly opened, revealing the interior. Inside was a soft leather cushion with a small bump at the head position, presumably a pillow, looking quite comfortable for lying down. Yan Muyun reached out to touch it, then suddenly turned to the door and asked, "Aren't you going to relax in there?" Standing at the door was Luo Binghan. After going through the same series of training as him, this streetwise character now looked a bit disheveled. His loose floral shirt was soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to his skin, revealing well-defined muscles. "How that little training is nothing to me," Luo Binghan scoffed. Yan Muyun said nothing further, and with Zhang Lan's help first took off his shirt, and then awkwardly lay down inside the cylindrical machine. Watching this scene, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Luo Binghan's face, but the person already lying down naturally couldn't see it. "I've pressed start," Zhang Lan called out. "All right," Yan Muyun replied with a difficult grin. Zhang Lan closed the lid, and then exchanged a weird glance with Luo Binghan at the door. He, the streetwise character, chuckled. Zhang Lan shook his head, seemingly helpless, and pressed several buttons on the muscle relaxation mode. Half an hour starting. 1 second later, 2 seconds later, 3 seconds. Inside the cylindrical machine, Yan Muyun's heart-wrenching screams echoed. Due to the machine's soundproofing, the people outside could only hear faint sounds. "Let's go eat, don't just stand here watching the fun." Luo Binghan initially wanted to gloat a bit longer, but was pulled away by Zhang Lan. Yan Muyun certainly understood that the process of relaxing muscles was actually quite painful. But naively he believed that in this high-tech era gentler, non-stimulating relaxation methods had been invented. Especially when he saw this cylindrical machine he had never encountered before, his conviction grew stronger. However, reality taught him a harsh lesson. At this moment Yan Muyun's chest, back, abdomen, and limbs were all subjected to high-frequency torture. It felt as if his entire body was squeezed tightly between 2 massage chairs with countless mechanical arms pounding every muscle. Minutes later, cold hard metal plates pressed down with force, gliding and scraping all over his body. "Help, help, help, I'm going to die." After several agonizing screams, Yan Muyun finally somewhat adapted to the pain, gritting his teeth to endure. After an unbearably long 15 minutes, this inhuman torment finally came to an end. The machine's massage method began to soften, and Yan Muyun finally stopped feeling pain, feeling refreshed all over. Perhaps because he hadn't slept well the previous night and had just undergone intense training, he gradually fell asleep. About half an hour later, Zhang Lan, having finished lunch, entered the break room. Seeing the young man sleeping soundly inside the open machine, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He reached out and patted the other's shoulder, saying, "Wake up, drink the nutritional agent and the supplements prepared by Dr. Lee, then get ready for the afternoon cardio training." Yan Muyun first woke up groggily, but when he heard the last sentence he rolled his eyes and fell back down. Zhang Lan wouldn't indulge him. He easily lifted him up as if he were a little chick. Yan Muyun stood beneath the shower head, one hand resting against the wall as the warm water cascaded down, washing over his weary body. He stood there motionless like a stone statue in the heart of a torrential downpour. No, it should be more like some soaked rotten stumps. After about 5 minutes the sound of water gradually ceased. The door to the cubicle opened, and the pallid Yan Muyun emerged, supporting himself with both hands on the door frame. With immense willpower he struggled to put on his clothes. Outside the shower room, Zhang Lan leaned against the wall, an electronic cigarette with a black shell and golden patterns clamped between his lips. His face, covered in stubble, made him appear far more mature than his actual age of 27, often mistaken for someone in their 30s, though he never minded. Suddenly Zhang Lan's mind drifted to the guy who had just left. Luo Binghan, 25 this year, was often mistaken for a 20-something due to his youthful appearance and lively demeanor. However, their tastes in cigarettes were entirely opposite. The youthful-looking fellow preferred traditional rolled cigarettes. In contrast, the seemingly middle-aged Zhang Lan only enjoyed trendy electronic cigarettes. Their attitudes toward work also differed greatly. Luo Binghan was like a well-oiled little engine, always energetic and enthusiastic about daily training and missions, while Zhang Lan found himself daydreaming about retirement. If one were to tell an uninformed person that he and Luo Binghan were only 2 years apart, they likely wouldn't believe it. A figure emerged from the bathroom, hunched over like a wilted eggplant. Hey, guess how many years apart Luo Binghan and I are? Zhang Lan lifted his chin. Yan Muyun looked up, forcing a smile. At least 6 or 7 years, right? Zhang Lan smirked, white smoke curling into the air. Wrong. We're just 2 years apart. Oh. Yan Muyun wanted to express his surprise, but the fatigue weighed heavily on him, leaving him unable to react further. Haha, you're still over 20 years younger than us. Zhang Lan put away his electronic cigarette, one hand resting on Yan Muyun's arm, while he patted his back with the other. As a man over 50, you did quite well today. Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. Thanks, I guess. To be honest, Zhang Lan had a good impression of this young man in his 50s. Humble, gentle, hard-working, with a certain resilience. Moreover, perhaps it was his own illusion, but the other seemed to harbor a subtle charm toward everyone, as if he knew his joining the special bureau was somewhat irregular, thus feeling a bit sheepish. He didn't need to be like that, as he was the brother of the deputy director of the special bureau in Minxia City. As they walked toward the elevator, Zhang Lan suddenly spoke. I quite like you. Yan Muyun remained silent, subtly breaking free from his hand and stepping aside. Where's your mind at? Zhang Lan shook his head in disbelief. I have a girlfriend. They stood still at the elevator entrance. He scratched his stubbled chin and said, Luo Binghan has some issues with you, but I hope you don't take it to heart. That kid is actually a good person. Understood. Yan Muyun replied, lips pressed together as he nodded. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside. The doors closed. When the elevator doors opened again, Yan Muyun stepped out, grimacing. Dr. Li told me to find her after my shower, and I almost forgot. Zhang Lan waved his hand casually as the elevator doors slowly closed once more. The medical office on the 3rd floor of the special bureau. Li Qingku, wearing a white lab coat, sat behind her desk, a virtual screen displaying various images and complex hard-to-understand data before her. A knock sounded at the door, and she didn't look up, saying, come in. The frail Yan Muyun pushed the door open and collapsed onto the sofa, his body limp. Li Qingku didn't look at him, her focus solely on the virtual screen. Although your physical qualities are quite average, barely reaching the level of an adult male, your progress is still rapid. Just 1 day's training is equivalent to the training results of an ordinary person over 3 to 4 days. Really? Yan Muyun opened his eyes. After being undermined throughout the day, he finally heard some good news. Li Qingku nodded yes. What is the? Yan Muyun gestured in the air, asking, the principal. The reason why I can progress so quick. The female doctor glanced at him. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Yan Muyun was about to protest, but she didn't give him a chance to speak. I finish work in half an hour, you wait downstairs, and it'll take you to buy some nutritional supplements then. Can I buy them online? Can't things be delivered in 10 minutes now? Yan Muyun lamented. He was utterly exhausted, not wanting to lift a single finger, just wanting to hurry home and lie in bed. Li Qingku's gaze passed through the virtual screen, looking at this dead fish with a gentle smile that suggested caring for an ignorant child. Do you think this is grocery shopping? Even if it can't be delivered in 10 minutes, a day should be enough, right? Isn't there that molecular transfer technology that can directly send products over? Last night, Li Qingku brought 6 vials, which were 2 sets. He drank 1 set today and would drink the other tomorrow. No matter how one counted, it should be sufficient. Li Qingku patiently explained, molecular transfer technology also has its limitations. For products like nutritional supplements, the internal components are too refined. If they are roughly decomposed and restructured, the original material structure will be affected and lose efficacy. Thus, they can only be delivered via drone. If you ask one more question, your training volume will double tomorrow. The last part of her sentence had an implicit hint of frustration. Yan Muyun chuckled awkwardly, stood up from the sofa, and turned to slip away. Wait, drink this, Li Qingku called to him, placing a small glass vial filled with light blue liquid on the desk. What is this? A supplement to relieve muscle fatigue. Every other officer in the special bureau drinks one after daily training. Yan Muyun picked up the small glass vial, opened the cap, and downed it in one go. It was cool and refreshing, going down his throat with a hint of mild acidity and sweetness. He tossed the empty bottle into the nearby trash can and wiped his mouth. Feels good. His previously foggy brain felt much clearer, and the overwhelming fatigue within him had lessened. One must admit, in the 30 years since, many developments had surpassed his comprehension. Should I wait for you downstairs? Sure, I will finish up quickly, Li Qingku replied without looking up. Yan Muyun shrugged and turned to walk out the door. When Yan Muyun arrived at the large office on the first floor, he saw all the agents from Team A gathered together gazing up at the Azure electronic screen mounted on the wall. He felt a bit curious, took out his glasses from his pocket, and leaned in closer. Luo Binghan, now dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt, was also standing in front of the screen, glancing back discreetly and shifting slightly to the side to create some space. This instinctive gesture improved Yan Muyun's impression of him significantly. At that moment, a video was playing on the screen. In a dimly lit room with the curtains tightly drawn in the center of the frame, sat a middle-aged man completely naked except for his underwear, his hands bound behind him, and his eyes covered with a black cloth. He appeared extremely terrified, his slightly protruding belly quivering with his bodice trembling, his legs shaking visibly, and it was vaguely apparent that his underwear was wet with an unidentified liquid dripping from the edge of the chair. With something stuffed in his mouth, he could only manage to emit unintelligible whimpering sounds. Behind the middle-aged man, a blurry figure stood at the table, seemingly fiddling with something on it. Yan Muyun opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say something, but seeing the serious expressions on the faces of those around him, he swallowed his words. In the video, the blurry figure moved slowly, approaching the camera, seemingly holding something in their hand. As the distance closed, Yan Muyun was able to see the person's face clearly. Dressed in a black bodysuit, wearing a mask adorned with dark red spiral patterns, only their eyes were visible. Out of place was Yan Muyun's first impression upon seeing those eyes. How to describe it? Pure, clear, warm, like a young deer in the forest. It was reminiscent of a clean and sunny boy from high school, making it impossible to associate him with the eerie and terrifying scene in the video. A beautiful face with an indiscernible gender might be the most fitting description for those eyes. Hello everyone, I am the Punisher. Today the person we are going to punish is the Human Resources Director of Yangda Electric Power Company, Zhang Zihao. Upon hearing this, the man in the chair struggled even more frantically, but his body was firmly bound, making it impossible for him to move an inch. The masked man ignored him and took a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and began to read word by word. Name: Zhang Zihao, 45 years old, divorced, has a 17-year-old daughter, ostensibly employed at Yangda Electric Power Company, but is actually a key member of the illegal organization Anjiang Association. He has previously used his position to threaten 2 female subordinates, coercing them into becoming his mistresses, and had someone injure one of their husbands, leaving him disabled. After a brief pause, the masked man raised his head to stare directly at the camera, as if looking at those watching the video. The Anjiang Association is a recently emerged illegal organization involved in human trafficking, new drugs, smuggling, and money laundering. I won't read out what this organization has done here. The relevant materials and evidence have been sent to the Special Operations Bureau, and I trust they will take action against it. The video suddenly paused, and Wei Jun shouted into the office, "Old son, have we received any notification from above?" Sun Shu Li's voice came out. "Not yet for now." It should be soon," Wei Jun replied, and continued playing the video on the screen. In the video, the masked man lowered his head and continued to look at the paper in his hand. From 2049 to 2052, during those 3 years, Zhang Zihao, as a key member of the Anjiang Association, handled illegal transactions worth millions, including prohibited drugs and firearms, and had assaulted 4 women, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 permanent disability. 2 of the deceased had suffered severe beatings with their limbs broken. Unable to bear it any longer, Yan Muyun turned his gaze away from the screen. He looked around and saw that everyone had serious expressions, their brows tightly furrowed. Especially the young twins, whose jaws were clenched tightly and their eyes seemed to be ablaze. After reading through a series of inhumane acts, the masked man picked up the camera and walked in front of the bound man, tearing away the cloth covering his eyes. "Look at the face of this demon, he looks like this." Zhang Zihao had an utterly unremarkable face, just like any middle-aged man one might pass by on the street, making it impossible to discern the ugly soul hidden beneath this ordinary exterior. At that moment his face was pale, and he was almost frantically shaking his head, unwilling to let the camera capture his appearance. However, the masked man gripped his chin, thrusting the camera directly in front of him, coldly saying, "What's the matter? You can commit such horrific acts, yet you lack the courage to face the camera." Whoa. Zhang Zihao emitted a series of unintelligible whimpers, seemingly begging for mercy, or perhaps cursing. After a few seconds, the masked man released the man's chin and turned the camera back towards himself. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled, as if having made a certain resolve. Next, his tone softened, filled with genuine emotion. "Here, I must apologize to Zhang Zihao's daughter. I'm very sorry, but I will kill your father. Your once ordinary and happy life will be completely shattered from tonight. Your future life may also be greatly affected. I understand you are innocent, unaware of the truth, but I hope you can understand that while Zhang Zihao may be a good father to you in the shadows where no one can see, he is a complete demon. He raised you from childhood, cares about your studies, and takes time off from work to celebrate your birthday. But you must realize that he has also personally destroyed the lives of countless girls like you. Yan Muyun couldn't help but feel as if he saw tears glistening in the masked man's eyes during this narration. But soon he realized that it was not an illusion. The man was genuinely crying, his eyes reddened with tears streaming down his cheeks and dripping from behind the dark red mask. In any case, I'm sorry for hurting you. But I won't regret doing this because I know I am doing the right thing. In the video, the masked man placed the camera back in its original position and then walked behind the middle-aged man. Seemingly realizing his impending fate, the middle-aged man struggled even more frantically, emitting almost beast-like groans of anguish. With bloodshot eyes and warm tears streaming down his face, the masked man reached out one hand to press on the man's head while gripping his chin with the other. With a sudden forceful twist, a crisp crack echoed, and Zhang Ziheo's whimpering ceased instantly, his head drooping lifelessly. In the dim room, a chilling silence settled in the oppressive atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. The masked man stepped forward, slowly waved at the camera, and uttered his final words, "Remember, I am the Punisher. In the name of the divine, none of the sinful in this world can escape my judgment." The video playback ended and exited full-screen mode. Yan Muyun was about to say something when the next video started playing on the screen. The protagonist still wore a dark red mask and a black tight suit, but the background had clearly changed to a featureless white wall. He slightly leaned forward, his voice deep. "Hello, agents of the Special Affairs Bureau. I am the Punisher. I have sent evidence of the Dark River Society's illegal activities to you via anonymous email." At this point, the man paused and his voice turned somber, carrying an implicit threat. "You have 3 days, only 3 days. 3 days later, I will upload the previous video online, and then everyone will be able to see it. As for the ultimate direction of public opinion and its impact, it depends on your efficiency." This video lasted only a few dozen seconds. After the masked man finished speaking, it ended, and the screen plunged back into darkness. Uploaded online. Which website would dare to approve this video? As the question popped into his mind, Yan Muyun thought of a certain persistent software, Gecko. Just last night, while using his smart glasses, he had just registered his identity, and this software had appeared on his virtual homepage almost immediately. This software, developed by a hacker organization said to be unassailable, offers more than just the ability to rank superpowers. Videos that went viral on the platform, real-time news, or various forum posts, often garnered hundreds of millions of views with plenty of content that blatantly crossed the line of legality. For some, this is an all-encompassing treasure trove of knowledge. For others, it is equally so. Just as Yan Muyun was about to open Jiaku to check if the account Punisher existed, Sun Shuli came out from the office inside. With a kind expression, he now looked serious and said in a low voice, "The notice has come down. Tonight we need to cooperate with the police to formulate a capture plan against the Dark River Society. This operation will primarily involve Team B, while Team A needs to retain 4 agents for special situations." At this moment, Yan Muyun realized that this middle-aged man with graying hair was not just managing the documents, he was the true decision-maker of this Special Affairs Bureau branch. Wei Jun nodded, understood. He then turned around, ignoring the expressions on everyone's faces, and decisively issued orders. "Yan Long, Han Jin Yu, Han Yin Zhu, and Zhang Lan stay behind. Luo Bing Han and Zhong Xiao Xiao will come with me to the meeting room. Those in Team 2 are probably already waiting for us." After they left, the tense atmosphere in the office eased slightly. "Damn it, I also want to strike against evil forces." One of the twins muttered, unsure if it was the older brother. Yan Muyun pondered for a long time and finally voiced his doubts. "That guy called Punisher must have broken the law, right?" The twin who had spoken earlier nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Of course. Breaking into private residences using extrajudicial punishment, murder. He is most likely an awakener, so he also violates the superpower management law." Yan Muyun scratched his head. "Then why does it feel like our Special Affairs Bureau is cooperating with him?" Another twin shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Although he broke the law, the evidence he collected is genuine and reliable. The law enforcement agency can completely use it to sanction the dark organizations." After finishing, he paused and added, "Oh right, it seems we haven't introduced ourselves. I'm Han Jinyu, and this is my brother Han Yinju. Although he is nominally my older brother, he is only 2 or 3 minutes older than me." Han Yinju rolled his eyes. Yan Muyun curiously asked, "How old are you?" "You look only 16 or 17. They exchanged glances, and then Han Jinyu said, "We are indeed only 17. But we have already been working at the Special Affairs Bureau for over a year, so our experience is much deeper than that of your nephew." Not far away, Yan Long looked up and glanced this way, while the twins simultaneously smiled at him. Seeing that these two didn't seem busy, Yan Muyun boldly found a chair to sit down and asked, "Can you give me a brief overview of this Punisher?" Han Yinju blew a puff of air, his red hair swaying. "Just a guy who got carried away by superpowers, deluding himself into believing he has the ability to uphold justice. There have been many like him in recent years." Han Jinyu, the older brother, appeared to have more patience and explained since the emergence of superpowers, black organizations founded by awakeners have sprung up across the country, and in contrast, besides the officially established Special Affairs Bureau, there are also a group of so-called volunteer police, usually referred to as vigilantes. The relationship between these three parties is both complex and simple. He likely knew that Yan Muyun lacked knowledge of modern society, so he began explaining the nature of the Punisher. Han Yinju took over and said both vigilantes and the Special Affairs Bureau aimed to combat black organizations, but the former's identity and actions are also illegal and often overly aggressive, thus they are also pursued by the Special Affairs Bureau. Yan Muyun listened slightly confused and after thinking for a while summarized, so the black organizations and vigilantes are at odds with each other, and both are targets for the Special Affairs Bureau, meaning there is no cooperative relationship among the three forces. Pretty much your comprehension is not bad. Han Yinju nodded in satisfaction, and then added, however, of course, compared to those vigilantes, our primary target is still the black organizations. After all, when it comes to societal harm, the latter has a much larger impact. Han Jinyu crossed his arms and leaned against the nearby desk. As for that Punisher you're interested in, he is a vigilante who has been gaining prominence in Minxia City this year. At first he targeted those who used superpowers for petty theft, but recently he has grown bolder and started judging murderers, even targeting core members of black organizations now. He has 15 videos on his Jiaku channel, all documenting the process of him sanctioning these individuals. When Han Yinju said sanctioning, he slightly emphasized the words, hinting at irony. Yan Muyun rested his chin on his hand, intrigued, and asked, "You don't like him?" Han Yinju rolled his eyes. Of course not. These self-righteous individuals act recklessly and impulsively, disregarding the consequences. Their conflicts with black organizations not only affect the lives of ordinary citizens, but also often complicate our work. Han Jinyu, however, smiled slightly. "I have a decent impression of the Punisher. Although his videos seem a bit crazy, his actions are relatively rational. Especially some of the evidence he has against the black organizations, it is difficult for our Special Affairs Bureau to obtain through normal investigative channels, but he manages to acquire it and send it to us. You are an agent of the Special Affairs Bureau, can't you clarify your own stance?" Han Yinju widened his eyes and glared at his brother. "Of course, if I ever have the opportunity to capture this Punisher, I won't hold back," Han Jinyu added with a smile. Yan Muyun simply leaned against the back of the chair, exhaling, feeling a surge of excitement after hearing all. The awakened world seems far more exciting than he had imagined. "Hey, not far away," Yan Long suddenly called. Although his father asked him to call Yan Muyun uncle, looking at the face that was only a few years older than his own, he found it hard to say. However, calling him by his name seemed too impolite. After a brief moment of hesitation, he simply said, "Hey." Fortunately, Yan Muyun realized he was being called and looked up in confusion. "Over here." Yan Long gestured with his chin. Yan Muyun turned his head and saw Li Qingku standing at the office door, looking down at her phone. "Are you done, Dr.?" Li glanced over this way. Let's go?" Yan Muyun quickly stood up, not forgetting to thank the two brothers as he turned. "Thank you for explaining so much to me." Han Yinju pouted, "It's nothing." Han Jinyu smiled, "Consider it compensation for the prank in the restroom this morning." At the Tianhua shopping center, Yan Muyun sat on a sofa in the lounge area with a large silver box at his feet containing a 2-week supply of nutritional supplements. The price was a bit steep, over 10,000 yuan, which made him feel a pinch. Li Qingku told him to wait here for a while, saying she would return in half an hour, and then she disappeared. However, 40 minutes had passed, and he had not seen a trace of her. In the past, Yan Muyun would have simply passed the time by scrolling through his phone. Yet at this moment, although he was wearing smart glasses, he did not put on a ring. Instead, he was keenly observing everything around him. For Yan Muyun, on this day, 30 years later, people's energy, physique, and attire were all significantly different from before. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that everyone exuded an indescribable charm. For instance, the girl wrapped in purple, whose collar was a light lavender resembling a morning glory, gradually darkened to a nearly black, deep purple. But the most interesting aspect was the design of the clothing. On the left side was a skirt that revealed her fair long legs, while the right side featured meticulously tailored trousers. The contrast between the two was not jarring at all, rather it created an inexplicable harmony. There was also a young man who just walked past Yan Muyun with his hands in his pockets. His hair was black one moment, and then turned deep green the next, and after he had walked a little further it changed to light pink. One wondered if the stylist who dyed his hair was an awakened individual with special abilities. There was also a little boy being led by his parents, bouncing along happily. Each time he landed, wisps of golden smoke would emerge from under his feet, tracing golden cloud patterns in the air. To avoid misunderstandings, Yan Muyun adjusted his lenses to a deep tea color so passers-by could not see that he was looking at them. He had no intention of judging. He was simply observing and giving genuine admiration for the unique traits of each person. In the bustling crowd, an elderly man with graying hair and simple clothing caught Yan Muyun's attention. In his memory, the man had taken the same route 4 times in the past 40 minutes. The old man first emerged from the escalator at the opposite corner, walking slowly along the wall, constantly glancing around, as if searching for something. When he passed by the restroom, he would go in for about 3 minutes before coming out again, continuing to walk along the wall, until he reached the lounge area. His route was repetitive, and showed almost no variation. This was not due to Yan Muyun's excellent memory, but because every time the old man arrived at the lounge he would shine a glowing cylindrical electronic device around. Thus when he came for the second time, Yan Muyun curiously observed him. At this moment the old man had returned to the lounge for the 5th time. This time he seemed a bit tired, found a sofa to sit down and rest, and casually placed the unknown device. Yan Muyun gazed thoughtfully at the old man's back, his fingers tapping together a few times, hesitating whether to step forward and inquire about what was happening. However, at that moment a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, uncle, what a coincidence." Yan Muyun turned to look and saw a young woman waving at him with short black hair and chewing on something. Raso. He took off his glasses. This beautiful, vibrant woman was a tester from the Ability Registration Office, capable of converting bullets fired from a handgun into different items. Because she was not wearing her usual white uniform today, but rather a simple short-sleeve shirt and shorts, Yan Muyun did not recognize her at first. "Are you here to shop too?" Raso chose a nearby sofa and sat down casually. Yan Muyun instinctively patted the box beside him, something like that. Raso blinked and joked, "Oh, the latest nutritional supplements, living so lavishly, uncle, no wonder you look so." Yan Muyun was unsure how to respond, so he simply changed the subject and asked, "Did you come alone?" Raso chewed her gum and replied without thinking, "No, I came here with someone. Remember Yang Mingming, that pretty little girl who registered your information? She went to the restroom, and I came here to wait for her. Didn't expect to run into you, uncle." Yan Muyun grinned. Being called uncle by a woman a few years older than him felt quite strange. The key was that his true age was right there, and he had no way to refute it. At that moment, a graceful figure walked out from beside them, interrupting their chat. "Sorry for the wait, the store took a bit longer to fetch the items." Li Qingke stood by the sofa, holding a bag that seemed to contain clothing or a bag based on the brand. Raso's eyes lit up. "Oh, uncle, is this your daughter? She's so beautiful." "It's fine, I didn't wait long." Cough, cough, cough. Yan Muyun's words were interrupted by her sudden interjection, nearly choking on his own spit. "Cough, cough, no cough, just a colleague, only a colleague." He waved his hands repeatedly while coughing. "Colleague." Raso looked at the two of them suspiciously, then a sly smile appeared on her face. Yan Muyun said seriously, "I really am just a colleague." Li Qingke found it a bit amusing, turning to the short-haired woman. "How do you two know each other? And why do you call him uncle?" Raso exaggeratedly leaned forward and said mysteriously, "I'm the tester who registered his ability. I know his true age. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He is actually over 50 years old." Li Qingke simply found a sofa to sit down and placed the bag beside her. "Well, he's not that old." At this point she paused and looked inquiringly at Yan Muyun. After receiving a helpless smile from him, she continued, "He experienced an accident before and was in a deep sleep for 30 years, only waking up a few days ago. So although his household registration states he is over 50, he is actually just in his 20s. Wow. Raso's eyes widened and her expression became somewhat exaggerated. "That's too hard to believe." Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. "It's hard to believe? You can so easily believe I'm over 50. Do I really look that old?" No, that's not hard to believe at all." Raso shook her head vigorously, pointing to a certain direction, not far away, saying, "Look over there." Yan Muyun knew what she was pointing at, having sat there for 40 minutes. It was a virtual projection advertisement, over 2 meters tall. A stylishly dressed, handsome young man first danced to the music, then took out a delicate, white jar from his pocket, elegantly holding it in his palm. As the handsome young man smiled devilishly at the end of the projection, the advertisement slogan and brand name floated above his head. "So what?" Yan Muyun turned back. "Guess how old he is?" Raso raised an eyebrow. "He looks around 16 or 17. He is 42 this year." Yan Muyun sighed. "All right then." Russell suddenly stretched her neck happily, saying, "Mingming has arrived." Yan Muyun followed her gaze and saw the young girl who had registered her abilities for him a few days ago. At the entrance of the long corridor leading to the restroom, Yang Mingming was dressed in a white knitted sweater and a black short skirt, her high ponytail, giving her a clean and refreshing appearance. Russell stood up from her seat, waved her hand, and shouted loudly, "Mingming, I'm here." However, in the next moment her voice abruptly ceased. Yan Muyun's eyes widened suddenly, his hands unconsciously gripping the armrest of the sofa, his fingertips making a faint sharp sound against the leather. The lights in the corridor behind Yang Mingming suddenly went out, followed by several short and piercing screams. The girl instinctively wanted to turn around, but her feet left the ground, her white sweater glowing with a blinding crimson. Her once bright eyes had turned dull, devoid of spirit, her head drooping limply onto her chest. In the very last second, without any warning, a black limb as thick as an adult's arm stretched out from the corridor behind, piercing through the girl's back and lifting her high. Besides this limb, another one pierced through the abdomen of a nearby boy. He had been holding his parents' hands, jumping and skipping, leaving a trail of golden cloud patterns beneath his feet. Now his parents still held his small hand, but after he jumped he never landed again, and blood blossoms burst forth on the reflective floor. The entire world seemed to fall silent for a moment, and the next second terror and piercing screams swept through the entire shopping mall like a tidal wave. The announcer's urgent voice echoed over the loudspeaker. An anomaly has appeared in Area A on the first floor of the shopping center. Please evacuate immediately, and other customers should stay away. It's a spider demon. Hurry, let's run. Yin Long and the others have probably already been notified. Li Chinka was the first to react, abandoning the shopping bag by her feet, jumping up to grab Yan Muyun's arm, trying to pull him off the sofa. Spider demon. Like a spider. Yan Muyun's expression was blank as he stood up, following her tug, murmuring to himself. No, Mingming. Russell screamed, hysterically wanting to rush forward, but tripped over the low table in front of her. Stimulated by that nearby scream, Yan Muyun's heart raced, a dull pain pulsing in the back of his head, and his consciousness finally snapped back to clarity. He first forcefully broke free from Li Qink's grip, hurriedly throwing out, "You run first," then took 2 steps forward, lunging to grab the shoulder of the stumbling woman. "Let go of me," Russell screamed. "She's already dead." Yan Muyun roared, then, without further ado, dragged her backward. The two of them ran a few steps while pulling at each other, and Russell suddenly kicked the back of Yan Muyun's knee, nearly bringing him to the ground, before seizing the opportunity to break free from his grasp. "You Fing." Yan Muyun was genuinely angry, a curse nearly escaping his lips. "Uncle, you should run." After hastily dropping that line, Russell didn't run toward the spider demon, but instead headed for the nearby escalator. Seeing her not rushing to her doom, Yan Muyun lost interest in continuing to engage. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, he froze in place, unable to move. Less than 10 meters away from him, the limb that pierced through Yang Mingming's body slowly retracted into the dark corridor, while on the other end a small, bloodied body hung high. The boy cried out in agony, his small hands clinging to the black limb, struggling violently, yet futilely. His mother had collapsed in despair on the ground, but the father clung tightly to the bloodied end of the limb that had pierced through his son's abdomen, his eyes bloodshot, screaming to reclaim his child. "Run! What are you waiting for?" Yan Muyun turned his head only to see Li Chinka hadn't run far, crouched beside a sofa, anxiously waving at him. "You run first, hurry." Yan Muyun instinctively waved his hand toward her, then continued to stand there in a daze. He didn't quite understand what he was doing. He couldn't comprehend why he was standing there like a fool, doing nothing but standing still. "Why am I not running?" Yan Muyun questioned himself internally, quickly arriving at an answer. "Because I want to save that little boy, I want to help that father." "Then why are you standing here?" The next question sprang forth. Because I'm afraid. I'm scared. I'm afraid I might die." Yan Muyun stood there stiffly, his breathing gradually quickening, his vision becoming blurry. He might probably not be considered cowardly, because he had once stood in front of others twice, once for his parents, once for Yin Long. But during those 2 instances he had no time to think, and had never truly witnessed death rushing forward impulsively. When a person has time to think, and can truly feel the concept of, "I might die," very few can recklessly stand in front of danger. Especially when the other party is a stranger you've never met. You don't even have a chance to act on impulse. Another black limb extended from the corridor, viciously stabbing toward the father's chest. "No." Yan Muyun instinctively murmured, his voice small, only audible to himself. Bang! A pitch-black iron ball fell from the air, crashing down heavily onto that limb, causing it to tilt and pierce into the adjacent wall. "Uncle, what are you doing standing there?" A familiar voice came from above. Yan Muyun looked up to see Russell leaning over the second-floor railing, holding a blue and green toy rifle. "Did you go upstairs to find toys?" He suddenly laughed. "You Fing." This time it was Russell who nearly cursed, not understanding how this seemingly normal guy suddenly lost his mind. At such a time, why is he laughing without a care? However, that curse ultimately didn't escape her lips, because as Yan Muyun revealed a silly smile, he bent down to pick up the metallic box containing nutrient solution beside the sofa, and then dashed out like a wild dog. Russell wasn't intentionally belittling him, it was just that his posture, while rushing out, was genuinely ugly, like a starving dog that had discovered a half-eaten burger on the street after days without food. Yan Muyun ran over his first foot, heavily stepping on the armrest of a brown sofa, and the second foot landing on the back of a nearby black sofa. The brown sofa slid slightly to the side, creating a sharp noise against the floor. The black sofa tilted backward slightly, then settled back down with a soft thud. He jumped high, raising the silver metallic box above his head. "Nephew." With a furious shout, the metallic box came crashing down, striking the elevated black limb. The little boy's body fell from the limb, tightly embraced by his father. The silver metallic box was severely deformed, and the colorful nutrient solution burst from the cracks, intertwining with the bright red splattering from the boy's abdomen. Do you feel it? The weight of 13,207 grams. Yan Muyun grinned in midair, grinning as he shouted. Some decisions are made in that moment of hesitation, lacking only the courage to take the first step. The metal box had been deformed from the impact, yet the black limb merely tilted slightly, leaving no trace on its surface. You all need to leave, get away from here. After landing, Yan Muyun shouted without looking back, his hands raised in front of him as a silvery, translucent barrier spread out. At this moment, the black limb that had previously pierced the wall was pulled out, and along with the tip still dripping blood, it swung fiercely forward, stabbing several times, but was blocked by the silvery barrier. Thank you. The man held his barely conscious son in his arms, pressing firmly on the wound in his abdomen. The woman who had been sitting on the ground also reacted, scrambling to her feet, as she and her husband helped each other to run back. However, they had not run far when a figure blocked their way. Put the child down quickly. Get out of the way. After the recent experience, the man's emotions were on the brink of collapse. Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, he forcefully knocked them to the ground and ran toward the exit without looking back. Li Chinka sat on the ground, her hair disheveled, shouting hoarsely, "Are you going to kill your son with your own hands? Son? Son?" The man suddenly stopped in his tracks, frantically checking the state of the boy in his arms, only to see him pale as a sheet, eyes tightly closed, breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Li Chinka rushed over with a red first aid kit, commanding, without hesitation, "Quickly lay him flat on the ground. I am a doctor and can perform first aid on him." The man, as if grasping a lifeline, trembled as he pleaded, "Doctor, doctor, I'm sorry. Please save my son, please." As he spoke, he and his wife carefully laid their son flat on the ground. "But isn't this too close here?" The woman's face was pale, and she shivered as she spoke. They had barely run a few meters. Who knew if that monster would chase them out? Li Chinka didn't answer her question, quickly taking out various instruments from the first aid kit to staunch the boy's bleeding as swiftly as possible. The man glanced back and saw the young man who had saved their son standing with arms outstretched, a silvery phantom barrier erected in front of him. And four black limbs were stabbing at the barrier like a torrential downpour, yet they could not advance an inch. Just as he felt a bit relieved, a sharp, short scream suddenly echoed from the depths of the corridor. Like a heavy hammer striking through his skull to his brain, the man lost consciousness, his body sliding down against the adjacent wall. Meanwhile, his wife and Li Chinka collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back. After an unknown amount of time, the three regained consciousness and almost simultaneously looked in one direction. If he had been affected just now, then now. Seeing that figure still standing in place, the silvery barrier before him unchanged, the three finally sighed in relief. "Stop looking, get ready. After the first aid is done, we leave immediately," Li Chinka said rapidly. The couple nodded in agreement. "Damn it, this is really exhilarating." Yan Muyun supported his silvery guardian, his eyes filled with excitement. He could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Thump, 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 fast and exhilarating. The tension in his rational mind snapped for a moment, and as he calmed down slightly, the imminent danger made his spine chill, his muscles tense, as if they could cramp at any moment. The lights in the depths of the corridor had long been destroyed, making it impossible to see the scene inside. Silvery Guardian was only 10 centimeters from Yan Muyun's nose, meaning that with each strike and stab of the four sharp black limbs, they were almost brushing against his face. Through the barrier, Yan Muyun could faintly sense the terror of these black limbs. If one were to give a concept, it would be as if 4 cars were tied at the front with spears charging at 80 miles per hour, striking relentlessly every second without fatigue. However, in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Yan Muyun's emotions gradually calmed down. Some things seem cumbersome, difficult, and terrifying before they are done, making one feel troubled, want to evade, and be afraid. But once one truly begins, there's a feeling of, it's not that bad. Writing papers is the same, coding is the same, and standing against monsters is the same. He turned his head to look at the 3 figures not far away, his thoughts drifting slightly. Dr. Li hasn't escaped yet, worthy of being a doctor from the special department, and she even managed to find a first aid kit. Her professional skills are truly commendable. It seemed that the spider demon sensed the distraction of the human blocking its path, as another loud and sharp scream echoed from the depths of the corridor. "Oh no, here it comes again." Yan Muyun was startled, shivering, but the silvery barrier before him remained completely unaffected. Thud, crash. A heavy object falling down sounded from behind, as if something had been knocked over. Yan Muyun turned to look and saw that Rosu had come down at some point, now sprawled awkwardly on the ground, one leg hanging over the edge of a nearby low table. "Are you okay?" Yan Muyun asked with concern. Rosu rubbed her head and got up from the ground, her gaze somewhat dazed, taking a while to refocus. She shook her head vigorously, picked up a toy gun that had fallen beside her, and then asked, "Aren't you affected by the mind screech?" Mind screech. Was that the scream from those two monsters, just now? Yan Muyun felt a bit puzzled. Rosu frowned tightly, seeming to still have a headache. That's the spider demon's special ability. It can cause those who hear it to lose consciousness for 3 to 5 seconds. I just found it very unpleasant to hear. Yan Muyun turned back and casually said, "You seemed fine. You didn't faint for 3 seconds, just laid on the ground for a bit before getting up." "Really?" Rosu paused for a moment, and then speculated, "Maybe your ability can shield against this effect. I was also behind the Silvery Guardian just now, so the impact on me was lessened." "You remember the name of my ability?" Yan Muyun grinned, but then thought of the girl who had recorded that name now, turned into a cold corpse, his mood becoming heavy once again. "I have to admit, that name is impressive and memorable." At this moment Rosu had walked to his side and asked, "How much longer can you hold on?" "I can last all day against it." "Good. Be careful, it's coming out," Rosu suddenly exclaimed. Again 4 black limbs stretched out from the corridor, yet they did not attack the silvery barrier. Instead they hooked onto the wall, and then a blurred black shadow rapidly enlarged and became clear from the depths of the corridor. "Damn it!" Yan Muyun cursed, taking advantage of the mall's lighting. He finally saw the true form of the spider. The black head, the size of a basketball, bore 2 half-meter-long serrated poisonous pincers at its top, while a dozen deep purple eyes were irregularly arranged on its neck. Its body was oval-shaped, much smaller than expected, measuring just over a meter long, with 8 limbs as thick as an adult's arms growing densely on either side. Ugly. This was Yan Muyun's first impression of it. Especially the area that could be considered its neck, where dozens of variously sized eyes were scattered, which would surely give anyone nightmares after just one glance. People likely called it spider demon merely because of its 8 limbs. However, if compared to a spider, the latter would seem relatively delicate. The grotesque sight, enough to drive one mad, was now merely 10 centimeters away from Yan Muyun. The spider demon lay on the silver barrier, its dozens of eyes fixated on the human in front of it, as its serrated pincers opened with a chilling sound. Yan Muyun tightly closed his eyes and turned away, unwilling to witness this nauseating scene. Suddenly Russell beside him became agitated, forcefully patting his shoulder. "It wants to get out." Yan Muyun reopened his eyes to see that the creature indeed began to move. The spider demon, with its 8 limbs, each 5 to 6 meters long, clawed at the floor and walls, struggling to squeeze through the gap between the corridor's walls and the Silver Guardian. "We'll give it a try?" Yan Muyun's voice was somewhat lacking in confidence, as he had only briefly opened the Silver Guardian a few times without any experience in moving it while in use. He attempted several times with great effort, but whether due to nervousness or something else, he couldn't move the barrier even a fraction. "Can't you move it?" Russell said anxiously beside him. "No." Yan Muyun, sweating profusely, squeezed out those 2 words. Russell ran over, trying to attack through the gap between the side wall and the barrier, but he had no confidence in killing the creature with a single blow. If the attack blew apart the wall, and the monster remained alive, then when it crawled out it would be at least 10 times harder to deal with. The spider demon continued to struggle sideways, its 8 legs now scraping at the wall, stones flying and dust raining down as the gap grew larger. Russell raised the toy gun in her hand, gritting her teeth as she asked, "What will happen if I fire a shot from behind this barrier? Will the bullet be blocked, or can it penetrate through?" "I haven't tried, just wait." Yan Muyun understood her intent, then lowered his head, his gaze fixed on a spot at the lower right of the silver barrier. "Since the Silver Guardian appeared to be made up of hexagonal pieces, theoretically, I should be able to make one of them." "Hurry up," Russell urged anxiously as the spider demon was about to break free. "All right, look at the lower right," Yan Muyun shouted out. Russell looked down and saw a fist-sized hole appear in the silver barrier, immediately understanding his intention. "Damn it, eat this," she yelled out in a fit of anger, pointing the toy gun at the hole and pulling the trigger. Yan Muyun's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he timed it right and sealed the hole again the moment the bullet was fired. Boom. The fire erupted suddenly, accompanied by a deafening explosion as the body of the spider demon was shot deep into the corridor by the terrifying flames and shockwave. "Now's our chance," Russell shouted. Yan Muyun released his ability and took a few steps forward, standing in the center of the charred corridor, and stretched out his arms again. This time the silver barrier sealed off the corridor, which was 3 meters wide and 5 meters high. "This should do it." Russell sat down on the ground, utterly exhausted. Yan Muyun stood in the midst of the disaster-stricken corridor, staring into the dark depths with a hint of fear. "The special task force is too slow. It's only been about 3 minutes since the spider demon appeared." Russell simply laid down on the floor, her vacant eyes staring at the charred ceiling. It wasn't that the special task force was slow, but this series of experiences made time feel like an eternity. The two of them fell silent. The large shopping mall, now eerily quiet, with only the weak hissing of the spider demon from deep within the corridor occasionally heard. About a minute later, 4 figures rushed in from one side of the mall, 3 of whom were wearing black power armor. The leader, a tall and sturdy man in black combat gear, was Zhang Lan. Yan Muyun nodded. Zhang Lan patted his shoulder, his voice soothing. You did well, just leave the rest to us. It may still have combat capability, Yan Muyun reminded. I know. Seeing the other party's nonchalant demeanor, Yan Muyun felt slightly relieved and released the Silver Guardian. Zhang Lan didn't move forward directly. Instead, he took out a small silver stick from his left pocket and tossed it into the corridor. With a pop, the stick seemed to stick to the ceiling, and the next moment, the entire dark corridor was filled with bright, blazing white light. Zhang Lan explained the spider demon prefers to stay in dark places not only because of its nature, but also because darkness enhances its various abilities. White fiber was developed specifically to deal with it. Yan Muyun nodded, indicating he was listening, but his gaze remained fixed on the end of the corridor. At this moment, the spider demon was curled up in a corner covered in purple goo with 3 of its limbs already blasted off, and another lifeless one sprawled on the floor, clearly unusable. Between the entrance of the corridor and the ugly monster lay several human corpses. The one closest to them was Yang Ming, whose white sweater was completely soaked in blood, lying on the cold floor devoid of any signs of life. This youthful and vibrant girl with a rosy face had now become somewhat shriveled, her skin wrinkled like tree bark and exuding an eerie pale purple hue. Yin Long, Zhang Lan called out. Standing to his right, a slightly taller black mech raised its left arm, lightly brushing its fingertips over it, followed by a soft puff sound from inside. Bang! Crack! As a dull thud echoed, it was followed by a crisp breaking sound, as one of the spider demon's limbs shattered, purple blood splattering across the ceiling and walls. The desperate spider demon let out another mind scream, and Yan Muyun's eyes rolled back as he nearly collapsed, but was caught by Zhang Lan beside him. When he regained his senses, the spider demon in the depths of the corridor was left with only 2 limbs still capable of movement. You can also resist the mind scream. What do you mean by also? Zhang Lan pointed to his ear. We have specially designed earphones that prevent this type of... Also, what do you mean by also? My ability has a similar effect, Yan Muyun explained. During their conversation, another limb of the spider demon snapped in 2. Screech. The spider demon seemed to realize its fate, letting out a piercing scream as its last limb suddenly surged, leaving a dark shadow in the air as it lunged forward like a black spear. Yan Muyun had been secretly on guard against the creature's last-ditch attack, but someone moved faster than him. Zhang Lan's right arm suddenly transformed into a deep blue shield reflecting metallic light. Then he stepped forward, swinging the giant shield down hard, smashing that sharp limb into the wall beside them. With a crack, the black limb shattered without a doubt. After blocking the attack, without changing his expression, Zhang Lan's right arm returned to normal, dripping a few drops of black-purple blood. Yin Long aimed at the spider demon's head again and shot out another coin, but the previously motionless limb suddenly lifted, blocking this deadly strike. Indeed, this spider demon is quite cunning, pretending that limb was injured and unable to move just to... One of the 2 similarly sized black mechs remarked. Fortunately, we never intended to get close to it, said the other black mech. From the tone of voice, it was easy to tell that the first speaker was the twin brother Han Yinzhu and the second was the older brother Han Jinyu. As Yin Long fired the last coin, the spider demon's head exploded and it fell silent. After a few seconds, the spider demon's shattered corpse, along with the black-purple blood splattered across the ceiling and walls, transformed into golden light, dissipating into the air. I initially wanted to see what abilities you 2 had. Yan Muyun sighed. Han Jinyu and Han Yinzhu shrugged, replying in unison, there will be a chance. The sound of police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks echoed at the entrance of the shopping mall, while the crowd nearby was noisy and chaotic, enveloped in a bothersome clamor. Yan Muyun, Li Qingku, and Luo Su, as the main eyewitnesses and parties involved at the time of the incident, were left at the scene, with Yin Long responsible for questioning and recording, assisting in the investigation. Possibly considering Luo Su's feelings, the latter did not ask her too many questions. Thank you for your cooperation. After completing the records, Yin Long uploaded the documents, nodding in gratitude, his demeanor entirely that of a routine task. At this moment, he had already removed his powered armor, and a black briefcase sat quietly beside him. Yan Muyun stared at the case, somewhat lost, and thought, his mind wandering to how it would feel to swing that briefcase. You're quite professional, Xiaolong, Li Qingke said, winking in appreciation. You no longer look like an intern. I officially became a full-time employee a few days ago. Yin Long replied nonchalantly, then lifted the briefcase by his feet and stood up to leave. After the spider demon was dealt with, Luo Su had cried for a while. At this moment her eyes were still red, but her emotions had somewhat stabilized. Do you know each other? She asked, tilting her head. I am the resident physician of the special department, Li Qingku replied with a smile. I just started today. Hiss. Yan Muyun gasped mid-sentence. Since just now a tearing pain had been intermittently radiating from his back and right shoulder. After all, he had been engaging in high-intensity workouts today, and his muscles were somewhat fragile. Especially the action of swinging the briefcase was too intense, inevitably causing some strain. You should exercise more, old man, Luo Su said, rolling her eyes at him. Yan Muyun couldn't be bothered to explain, turning to Li Qingku. How is that little boy doing? He is out of danger now. Li Qingke's eyes softened, smiling lightly. Modern medical technology is very advanced. As long as you have breath left, getting on the ambulance is enough to ensure safety. That's good hiss. Yan Muyun merely moved his neck, and a wave of soreness and numbness came from his shoulder, causing him to wince. Seeing his condition, Li Qingku helplessly said, "Come to the special department tomorrow morning for an hour of muscle recovery." Recalling that delightful soreness, Yan Muyun couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Are you also a specialist at the special department? Luo Su's eyes widened, then she shook her head repeatedly. That can't be. How could someone so inexperienced be a specialist at the special department? There was still a point of doubt she didn't express, which was how the other party had registered their abilities just 3 days ago. How could they join the special department so quickly? Yan Muyun's lips twitched as he instinctively wanted to refute, but in the end he merely rolled his eyes. He had to admit that his performance today had indeed been somewhat embarrassing. He had clearly encountered the terrifying class Molten Demon before, yet this time, he was left frozen in place, terrified by a mere E-class juvenile spider demon. He just joined the special department today, and he finished intense training during the day, Li Qingku explained. Just joined today. So you really did join the special department? Luo Su said in surprise, then grinned and patted Yan Muyun's shoulder. That's pretty good, old man. Hiss. Another wave of pain hit. Yan Muyun's lips twitched as he waved his hand. In turn, just not causing trouble is good enough. Li Qingku chuckled and casually patted him. Your performance today hardly counts as causing trouble. Yan Muyun could no longer sit still. To escape the 2 claws of doom, he simply stood up and ran away. Outside the cordoned-off area, people were bustling about. Many were standing on their tiptoes to look this way. When the incident occurred, they had all run faster than anyone else. Now that it was over, they had all returned to watch. Among them, several reporters spotted Yan Muyun standing up and reached out to wave at him. Hey sir, could you please accept an interview? I'm from XX TV station, and that little brother. Seeing the cameras aimed at him from a distance, Yan Muyun, who had no interest in television, shrank his neck and turned to leave without looking back. Yan Muyun found Yan Long and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, then followed his gaze deep into the court. The mangled corpse of the spider demon had already dissipated into golden specks of light in the air, while Yang Mingming's body and several other victims were being carried away by medical staff. If it weren't for the bloodstains scattered on the floor and the gory, deep cuts on the walls, one would feel that everything that had happened before was merely an illusion. If only it were just an illusion. Has the investigation cleared up? Yan Muyun asked. Yes. Yan Long nodded. There were issues with the internal surveillance of the Tianhua shopping center. The optical detection devices in this area malfunctioned. It was originally supposed to be closed for a day until the equipment was repaired, but the mall manager was unwilling to lose business and merely hired a few individuals to conduct inspections with outdated portable detection equipment. I recall that the person responsible here was an old man who checked around 4 times in about 40 to 50 minutes. From the emergence of a dark curtain, it takes at least 20 to 30 minutes, so did that old man miss something? No, he was very thorough each time, almost checking every corner that needed inspection. Yan Long shook his head. Then why? He just didn't enter the women's restroom. Yan Muyun smirked, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. In the entire Haizong district, an average of 8 dark curtains appear each month, yet one just had to appear in the mall with broken optical instruments, and it happened to be the only place that was missed during manual inspection. What are the odds of that? Thinking of this, Yan Muyun felt a slight stir in his heart, then he bitterly smiled. I'm starting to suspect that the problem might actually be with me. On the day I was discharged, I encountered a mutant molten demon on my way home, and just a few days later, while casually browsing a mall, I encountered a mutant spider demon. It's as if I'm a dark curtain producing machine, attracting those monsters wherever I go. Yan Long cast a sidelong glance at him and said, don't overthink it. Not far away, one of the twins walked over, though it was unclear whether it was Han Jinyu or Han Yinju. He approached and said, there are signs of human tampering on that optical detection device. Upon hearing this news, Yan Long's brows instantly furrowed, while Yan Muyun exclaimed, This sudden twist caught him off guard. Once human factors are involved, it often means the situation is about to escalate by several levels. The sole purpose of the optical detection device is to check for the presence of any dark curtains in the surrounding area. Does the intentional sabotage of such a facility imply that someone can manipulate where the dark curtains appear? Did they deliberately destroy the monitoring device to conceal their conspiracy? Yan Muyun furrowed his brow tightly. If that were the case, it would be rather horrifying. Humans and mutants have always been adversaries with no possibility of coexistence. If someone can summon, or even control the mutants, it's hard to imagine what the consequences would be. Is it a business rival? At that moment, Yan Long asked from the side. Han Yinju shook his head. I'm not sure. Anyway, the police are reviewing the surveillance from the last few hours. I don't know if they can find any clues. Yan Muyun rolled his eyes, unable to help, but cough a few times. Indeed, if this place were to close for a day, it would incur some losses, allowing others to profit, so malicious competition cannot be ruled out. I've scared myself too much. Just from the human tampering signs on the optical detection device, I jumped to conclusions about someone being able to manipulate the appearance of dark curtains. Yan Muyun swallowed hard, deciding not to overthink it, and to leave these matters to his professional colleagues. What's wrong with you? Yan Long asked, casually, noticing that Yan Muyun's expression seemed off. It's nothing at all. Yan Muyun waved his hand, not revealing the somewhat absurd thought in his mind. At that moment, Han Yinju leaned in and put an arm around him. I just watched the surveillance footage from the incident. Although your initial performance raised some blood pressure, that jump was really cool. Yan Muyun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was just stunned at the time. After all, it was the first time I saw someone die right in front of me. For a rookie, your performance was already quite good, Han Yinju said, patting him on the shoulder, adopting a senior's demeanor. He indeed better than someone I know. I still remember that when it was their first official mission, they spent the whole time hiding behind Zhang Guo. A sarcastic voice interrupted from the side, and Yan Muyun turned to see Han Jinyu had somehow crept. Seeing his younger brother expose his past, Han Yinju instantly felt a toothache hiss. Was I hiding? I was tactically seeking a reliable cover for better output. Cowardice is cowardice. There's no need to be embarrassed about it. It's human nature. Have you ever seen an elemental awakener wandering carelessly under the watchful eyes of a mutant? Our abilities are not of the charge and battle type. With your little frame, you barely fill up a mutant's stomach. I still have a small frame. What about that certain someone who's only a centimeter shorter than me? How am I shorter than you? Our heights are exactly the same. I told you the last measurement result was inaccurate. Yan Muyun subtly stepped aside towards Yan Long. They are a bit childish. Your dad and I were like that back then. Cough, cough. Both of them spoke almost simultaneously, and Yan Muyun coughed awkwardly. Of course we were young back then. I was about 13 or 14, and your dad was around 8 or 9. Yan Long glanced at him without speaking. No, the two of you were almost the same yesterday. The argument between Han Jinyu and Han Yinju quickly ceased as a graceful figure approached. The newcomer was a very young woman, looking no older than 20, dressed in short sleeves and long pants, with long hair, as dark as ink, tied back in a neat ponytail. What caught the most attention was her pair of long legs, slender and straight, looking rounded and strong under the wrap of her jeans, creating an eye-catching beauty as she walked. Officer Zhang. Han Jinyu and Han Yinju clearly recognized each other and greeted her in unison. The young woman nodded and smiled at them, then walked straight up to Yan Muyun and Yan Long. Yan Long, do you remember? Yan Long frowned slightly, then remembered something, asking uncertainly, Zhang. Zhang Shishua Senior, right? You really remember me. The young woman smiled slightly. She wore no makeup, but her skin was fair and delicate, her features exquisite, exuding both heroism and softness, and even without any makeup her smile was enough to make a man's heart skip a beat. This is my senior from high school, 1 year my senior, who went to intern in the Special Investigation Department of the police after graduation, Yan Long introduced. This is a relative, Yan Muyun, who is currently also working in the Special Department. Special Investigation Department. Yan Muyun instinctively repeated this unfamiliar term. The full name is Ability Reconnaissance Department, mainly responsible for handling superpower crimes. Han Yinju appeared at his side. Yan Muyun turned to look at him, blinking, still a bit confused. I thought this was the responsibility of our special department. Of course, this is also within the scope of our special department's work, but the focus of the two departments is different. The special department mainly handles mutants and black organizations, and also deals with superpower crimes. The police's Ability Reconnaissance Department specifically handles superpower crimes, but if they encounter particularly tricky cases, they will hand them over to the special department for assistance. Han Jinyu popped up from Yan Muyun's other side. Yan Long looked at the woman in front of him, and asked, Senior, how come you're here? This incident was triggered by a mutant, so it shouldn't fall within the jurisdiction of the Ability Reconnaissance Department. The police should only need to send regular officers to the scene for documentation and follow-up handling. Zhang Shishua sighed, her ponytail gently swaying. I was just shopping in Area B of the mall when the alarm went off. Unfortunately, the road between Areas A and B was blocked, otherwise I could have come over to help earlier. Yan Long nodded. Fortunately, the casualties are not serious. I heard it was your precinct's new intern. That relative of yours just happened to be on the scene, which helped prevent the situation from escalating. Yan Long only then noticed that the person standing next to him had vanished. Turning his head, he saw Han Jinyu and Han Yinju, the two brothers, flanking Yan Muyun, sneaking away. Yan Long sighed silently, realizing these guys had misunderstood something. In fact, he was not really familiar with this senior. The two of them only knew each other's names during their time at school, and had hardly spoken a few words. Zhang Shishue smiled unfazed. I was supposed to go to Chunjing University last year, but during that time the Ability Reconnaissance Department was short-staffed, and the department head asked me to stay a bit longer, so I ended up staying until this year. So you don't have to call me senior anymore, we will be classmates from the same year from now on. The nearly 1 year of working at the police station had given this girl who was still under 20 a unique charm. Rational, mature, and confident, it was easy to be convinced by her demeanor and develop a fondness for her. My relative will also go, Yan Long said. Zhang Shishue found it a bit strange and tilted her head slightly. Although he is a relative, don't people usually just say cousin or brother? Why do you keep calling him relative? Yan Long instinctively touched his neck. The relationship between him and me. It's a long story. Oh. Zhang Shishue did not press further, wisely dropping the topic. Seeing her expression somewhat peculiar, Yan Long worried she might misunderstand, and helplessly said, he's my uncle. Zhang Zixu's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle? You mean your dad's older brother? Yes. Then how does he look so young? It's a long story. Yan Long pressed his lips together, not wanting to elaborate further, and turned to leave. I'll go find Zhang Ge to see if there's anything I can help with. That's just his personality. When faced with someone he isn't very familiar with, he won't share too much about himself, and won't proactively seek topics. Wait a moment, Zhang Shishue called out to him. What's wrong? There's something from a few days ago. Oh, I need to thank you. Not far away by the escalator, 3 figures stood behind a holographic advertisement, their expressions serious, seemingly discussing some important matter. That senior of Yan Long definitely has feelings for him. Indeed, I must say these two seem quite compatible. Do you think they had a little spark in high school? Not likely. Yan Long shouldn't be that shy. Then why did that kid turn around and leave, leaving his senior behind? Wait, is the senior coming over here? It seems so. Let's act serious for now and adapt to the situation as it changes. As Officer Zhang approached, the 3 people who were originally engaged in a serious discussion paused, their eyes filled with a hint of inquiry as they looked at her. Seeing this stance, Zhang Shishue hesitated, slightly brushing back a strand of hair that hung by her ear. Are you busy? If it's inconvenient, I can come back later. Han Jinyu waved his hands repeatedly. Not busy, not busy. We are in the final stages now, just waiting for Brother Zhang and the police to finish the handover. Zhang Shishue smiled and said, oh, that's good. I would like to have a chat with Mr. Yan Muyun, is that alright? I have no problem with that. Yan Muyun replied, realizing the situation and nodding. Okay, then I won't disturb you. Han Jinyu exchanged glances with Han Yinzhu and walked away. Zhang Shishue extended a hand, pursing her lips into a smile. Uncle. Hello, it's a pleasure to officially meet you. My name is Zhang Shishue, with Shi meaning pity and Shui meaning snow. Uncle. Yan Muyun felt as if his young heart, just over 20, had received a heavy blow. He forced a smile and extended his hand. Yan Muyun, with Mu meaning shepherd and Yu meaning cloud. Zhang Zixu's hand was very soft, yet one could sense the strength contained within, likely related to her profession. Your name is really beautiful, Zhang Shishue smiled. Oh, thank you. I came up with it myself. Yan Muyun responded, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, and added, your name is also very beautiful. Zhang Shishue blinked. My dad gave it to me, because my mom gave birth to me in winter when it was snowing outside. She said the scene was beautiful, and she wanted to see more of it, so her dad simply named her after it. Yan Muyun gave a thumbs up. Very poetic, a beautiful name. Your father must read a lot. As for me, it was because one day I was lying on the grass looking at the clouds in the sky that looked like sheep, and I thought how wonderful it would be if I could shepherd clouds like a shepherd. To avoid seeming rude, Yan Muyun briefly explained his naming thought process. Wow, that sounds very meaningful. Zhang Shishue exclaimed softly, not sounding like she was flattering him. So, Officer Zhang, may I ask why you were looking for me? After some small talk, it was time to discuss the main matter. No, you don't need to call me Officer Zhang. Just call me Zhang Shishue waved her hands in a flustered manner. Yan Muyun smiled, but didn't dare to call her that. This capable and crisp female officer seemed slightly shy, stuttering. I wanted to personally thank you. Thank you? Yes, right. Do you remember the molten demon that suddenly appeared on Siming Road a few days? I did encounter a molten demon, but I don't know if it was on Siming Road. That day there was only one place in the entire Minxiao city where an abnormality occurred. Oh, that must have been it. Zhang Shishue suddenly took a small breath, then bent down abruptly and bowed to him. Hey, what does this mean? Yan Muyun was startled and instinctively stepped aside. That day you protected someone, the owner of Laozhong Hunan restaurant. He is my father. Zhang Shishue stood up, her apricot eyes staring at him earnestly. Laozhong Hunan restaurant. The restaurant owner. Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment, then a middle-aged uncle clad in an apron, balding and speaking with a Hunan accent, popped into his mind. Could this brother even give a name as poetic as Shishue? No, could he really have such a beautiful daughter? If it weren't for you and Yin Long being there that day, I don't know what would have happened to my dad. Especially you who shielded him from the molten demon's fireball, not only saving his life, but also minimizing the damage to the restaurant. So I am truly grateful. As she spoke, Zhang Shishua bowed again. This time Yan Muyun didn't dodge, though his face inevitably showed some awkwardness. In fact, Zhang Shishua concealed some information. As a special officer in the Anomaly Investigation Division, she had the authority to review surveillance footage from various places in the city. While reviewing the surveillance from Siming Road that day, she saw a scene that made her break into a fine sweat upon when the molten demon shot a fireball at Laozhong Hunan restaurant. The surveillance footage clearly showed her father pushing the young man next to him, this uncle, down onto the ground, causing him to lose the chance to evade. If it weren't for this uncle being coincidentally an ability user and defensive type, it was uncertain whether her father would have been able to escape the aftermath of the fireball explosion, and just that action alone could have led him to face criminal charges. In the aftermath, the other party did not pursue her father's responsibility, but left directly. Her father's recklessness, coupled with the other party's demonstrated generosity, made Zhang Shishua feel immense anger towards the former, while harboring deep gratitude towards the latter. Facing such a formal thank you from the girl, Yan Muyun awkwardly rubbed his neck and smiled. It's nothing. I was actually saving myself since there was nowhere else to run at the time. Thank you. Zhang Shishua bent even lower, her voice growing louder. Yan Muyun. Just as the atmosphere began to grow awkward, a voice from not far away called out, "Hey, are we leaving or not? If you're not leaving, I'm going back first." Yan Muyun, like hearing celestial music, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. You really don't need to thank me. It's what I should do as an ability user. Well, my friend is calling me, so we'll head out now. Zhang Shishua smiled, waving goodbye. All right, uncle, goodbye. If you have the chance, come to Laozhong Hunan restaurant. My dad said he must treat you to a few good meals. Yan Muyun grinned. To be honest, I lived in Hunan for a few years, and I really miss the cuisine there. That's goodbye. Goodbye. Zhang Lan, Yan Long, Han Jinyu, and Han Yinju were almost done with their follow-up work, but needed to return to the Special Affairs Bureau to continue their duty. Russell had already left, saying he wanted to meet the parents of a deceased colleague. Since the hover car was parked in the underground garage, Li Chinka and Yan Muyun arrived at the elevator just as they were about to go down. Just as the elevator door was about to open, a voice came from the side. "Excuse me, sir. No interviews." Yan Muyun instinctively raised both hands. The two of them had walked from the incident site to the elevator, and in just a few dozen meters, they had already declined 3 interview requests from reporters. Though somewhat annoying, fortunately those reporters did not linger excessively. No, you misunderstood. I am the manager of the Tianhua Shopping Center branch of Kang's Pharmaceutical. Only then did Yan Muyun notice that the newcomer was not holding a microphone, but rather was carrying 2 large silver metal boxes with both hands. The manager, appearing to be in his 30s, had a straight posture and wore an incredibly sincere smile. "We learned about the incident from the police and understand that you lost a box of Kang's A-grade nutritional supplement while protecting the public. To express our gratitude and to ensure that a hero does not suffer losses without reason, we have specially decided to gift you 2 boxes of nutritional supplements." This isn't too good, is it? Yan Muyun glanced at the metal boxes he was holding and found that the 2 boxes were at least double the volume of the one he had previously purchased. That box was 10,000, so these 2 boxes must be worth over 40,000, right? The manager pushed the boxes forward, saying boldly, "You shouldn't say that. Please don't be polite, and make sure to accept this. It's what a responsible and socially responsible company should do." Before he could finish his sentence, Yan Muyun had already reached out to support the 2 boxes while sincerely looking into his eyes. "Then I will not refuse your kindness." The manager. Yan Muyun exerted a slight force, but found the other parties still gripping the handles of the boxes tightly. He suddenly realized something and turned to look aside, only to see several reporters pointing their small cameras at them, capturing the moment, while the manager had unknowingly posed, smiling warmly at the camera. "Goodness, brother, you really know how to do business. Don't forget to drink the nutritional supplement when you get home, the blue one, at 10 o'clock tonight." Li Chinka waved her hand and walked out of the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, and when they opened again, the display screen at the top froze at the 112th floor. Yan Muyun placed 2 metal boxes on the coffee table, and then threw himself onto the soft sofa, staring blankly at the off-white ceiling. Too much had happened this afternoon, keeping his nerves tense until this moment, when he finally began to relax slightly. Lost in thought, Yan Muyun suddenly shivered. He really wanted to find someone to talk to. His younger brother Yan Ming was very busy with work, and said he wouldn't be home until around 8 or 9 tonight. Meanwhile, his nephew Yan Long was on duty tonight, and would be staying in the Special Bureau's officer dormitory. This home, which felt so unfamiliar to him, was now empty except for himself. "No," Yan Muyun muttered to himself as he stood up. After hesitating for a few seconds, he entered Yan Long's room, picked up the black helmet on the table, and opened the wardrobe to take out the silver-white small box from the side compartment. Anyway, his nephew had said that whenever he wanted to see his parents he could just go to his room and take it as long as his dad didn't find out. Then Yan Muyun returned to his bedroom, locked the door, put on the helmet, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes. The familiar floor-to-ceiling window, but outside was no longer a lake, green pines, and snow-capped mountains, but rather the sea, palm trees, and beach. Yan Muyun walked out the door, the slightly salty sea breeze hitting his face. Even though it was virtual sunlight shining down on him, it felt surprisingly warm. Not far away, under a colorful sunshade, there were 2 beach chairs, and 2 figures were lying on them, each in front of a floating virtual screen. One was playing an unknown food variety show, while the other displayed the British drama Downton Abbey. The image in front of Yan Guocheng froze. He turned to look back, and then smiled, waving his hand. "Come over." The sunshade's pole disappeared, leaving only the colorful canopy floating in the air, and a beach chair appeared between the two. "Dabao." Mom directly turned off the screen in front of her and smiled over at him. Yan Muyun walked over and laid back on the chair. "This is a beach, and your outfit doesn't fit the theme at all." His father chuckled. He was wearing black shorts, and his short-sleeved shirt was open, revealing a six-pack abs that Yan Muyun had never seen on him before. Meanwhile, his mother wore a floral-patterned swimsuit typical of middle-aged women and a large sun hat. Yan Guocheng casually swiped in the air, transforming his son's gray robe into a pink short-sleeved shirt and large shorts printed with palm trees and ocean waves. He noticed that his son's mood seemed a bit off and decided to tease him a little. Yan Muyun looked down at his outfit and raised an eyebrow. "It's actually quite nice." Of course, Li Hui also sensed that he was in a bad mood and asked with concern, "Did something happen?" "You can talk to Dad and Mom about anything." Yan Guocheng stayed silent, his expression serious as he looked at his son. Yan Muyun took a deep breath, hesitating whether to share today's experiences, as he didn't want to worry his parents. "Did you encounter something unusual?" "My." Yan Muyun turned to look at his dad, his eyes a bit surprised. Yan Guocheng smiled. "The world has changed for decades. We have seen and experienced much more than you, so there's no need to worry. You just speak freely. You weren't hurt, right?" Li Hui grabbed her son's hand, asking with concern. The image of Yan Muyun appearing here was virtual, apart from his face being scanned, and constructed. The appearance here would not reflect the true state of his body in the real world. "I wasn't hurt." Yan Muyun shook his head, paused for a moment, and then slowly said, "But I saw someone die in front of me. It was a girl, as she helped me with the paperwork when I registered for my abilities." The couple fell silent for a moment, unsure how to comfort their son. "So are you feeling fearful? Or guilty?" Yan Guocheng asked cautiously. Yan Muyun nodded. "I do feel fear, but not guilt. It should hardly be called guilt, as I had no chance to save her." Yan Guocheng felt somewhat relieved and patted his son's shoulder. "It's good that you can think this way. Oh, never blame yourself for the experiences of those around you just because you have special abilities. If you encounter danger, remember to run quickly. Don't try to be a hero," Li Hui said seriously. They remembered the miraculous silver barrier that Yan Muyun had created before he passed out, but as parents they certainly did not want their son to put himself in danger. "This time I didn't run away." Yan Muyun raised his head and grinned. "I even saved a little boy." "You?" His mother widened her eyes, wanting to say something, but was interrupted. "That's amazing, no wonder you—" Yan Guocheng laughed heartily. Li Hui shot a disapproving glance at her husband, then softened her voice. "You must never do that again. If you can save someone easily, then do so, but if there's danger, remember to prioritize your—" Yan Guocheng nodded in agreement. "That's right, just leave it to the Special Bureau. That's a department specifically set up by the state to handle these matters. In times of danger, we the ordinary citizens must prioritize ensuring our own safety. The fear is that good intentions can lead to bad outcomes. If you end up in danger yourself, it just adds trouble for the government." Yan Muyun opened his mouth, wanting to tell his parents that he just joined the Special Bureau today, but hesitated and didn't say it out loud. "You wouldn't want to join the Special Bureau, would you?" Li Hui's face revealed a wary expression as she straightened up. Yan Guocheng frowned slightly. "You mustn't entertain such thoughts." He always respected and supported his son's choices. For instance, when Yan Muyun chose his university major, he wanted his son to study mathematics or finance, but he merely hinted at it and never truly pressured him. When he finally learned that Yan Muyun wanted to study the seemingly useless niche and hard-to-find job major of education, he still expressed his support immediately. In Yan Muyun's memory, this was the first time after he came of age that his father expressed strong opposition to one of his intentions. Yan Guocheng's expression turned serious. "Do you know how your brother Yan Yiming managed to join the Special Bureau and fight with those monsters every day? How your mother and I endured it. At first we hardly slept every night, fearing that we would hear some bad news one day. Just as we finally managed to get him to a position where he wouldn't have to deal with such dangerous matters anymore, little long joined the Special Bureau as an intern." Now that you have just woken up your mother, and I just want you to live happily and peacefully, we really don't want to be worried. After her husband finished saying everything he wanted to say, Li Hui hesitated for a moment, then straightened her eyebrows. Did you hear what your dad said? I know. Yan Muyun raised his hands in surrender. In fact, Yan Yiming is also very opposed to me working in the special bureau. He wants me to intern at the ability registration office first, and then after a few months go to Chunjing University to study. Not bad. Yan Guoqing nodded in satisfaction. Yan Yiming finally did something reassuring. Li Hui also let out a sigh of relief. Yan Muyun shrank his neck, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea. I'm not lying to you, my younger brother really doesn't agree with me joining the special bureau. He wants me to go to the ability registration office, and will also send me to Chunjing University. But I still joined the special bureau. After removing the helmet, Yan Muyun let out a sigh of relief, his expression finally relaxing a bit. In truth, he was quite adept at avoiding, which could be seen as a form of self-justification. Regarding Yang Mingming's death and his earlier display of cowardice, to be honest, Yan Muyun felt no moral burden whatsoever. He would feel fear when faced with danger, and sometimes felt helpless about certain matters which would cause him distress. However, he would never shame himself for these feelings, nor feel inexplicably guilty. He had always been very clear about his self-positioning, which was that of an ordinary person, slightly more extraordinary than the average individual. Yan Muyun sought out his father and mother not for comfort, but simply because he felt heavy-hearted and wanted to find a cozy corner to hide for a while. At this moment he felt much better. Yan Muyun returned the helmet and the small silver box to Yan Long's room before heading to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator door and seeing the few bottles of beer left over from the night, before he hesitated before reaching out, but ultimately just flicked the bottle with his finger. Self-discipline, self-discipline. He closed the refrigerator door and poured himself a glass of water. His muscles were still sore, and Yan Muyun awkwardly sat on the sofa putting on his glasses. He opened the Jieku app, and as with previous times, the first information box that popped up on the main interface was about changes in his ability ranking. Username Mu Yang Ren ability Silver Guardian, ranking 977753, up 110 places from the last ranking of 977,863. Yan Muyun rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. According to Yan Long, the ranking changes based on the effectiveness of my ability each time I use it. My ranking hasn't increased much, it's essentially fluctuating within a narrow range. In other words, my performance against the spider demon today was expected and not surprising to Jieku. He casually closed the information bar and said glasses search for Dai Aphasia. Glasses was the name he had given to the AI, in his smart glasses, very straightforward. In Yan Muyun's field of vision, various information regarding Dai Aphasia was quickly listed. Back when he was still at the Special Operations Bureau, he had found this mysterious vigilante very intriguing, but due to a series of subsequent events, he had never been able to check what kind of person they were. Now he finally had the time. Textual information about Dai Aphasia was spread across several overlapping pages, filling the left side of his vision, while videos and images were neatly arranged on the right side of the lenses. The amount of information was indeed large and complex, yet due to the exquisite design layout, it didn't appear chaotic. On the contrary, it gave a clear and concise feeling. Among this information, Yan Muyun immediately spotted what interested him most. The Dai Aphasia had indeed registered a video account on Jieku, and it even showed over 2 million followers. He then clicked into the account's homepage and began watching the videos inside. Currently, Dai Aphasia had a total of 15 submissions spanning about a year, with the earliest video uploaded in June of last year. Yan Muyun opened that video and set it to play in a list. Half an hour later, he took off his glasses and gently rubbed his forehead. Compared to professional video bloggers, the shooting and editing of this Dai Aphasia video could be summed up in the simple word disaster. The average total length of the videos was only 4 to 6 minutes, and from start to finish there was basically only one perspective, no BGM background music. The lighting in the footage was always dim, making it hard to see. However, such shoddy videos managed to accumulate over 2 million followers for this Dai Aphasia within. Yan Muyun found this not strange at all. After all, the focus of video shooting was different. Video bloggers aim to produce interesting content to gather followers and traffic, while this Dai Aphasia seemed to focus solely on exposing the criminal acts of wrongdoers. All the video structures were highly similar, starting with a dimly lit room where a person was bound in front of the camera, followed by the Dai Aphasia announcing the person's crimes and the punishments they should receive. However, in the initial few videos, the Dai Aphasia merely declared the crimes and then called the police without ever resorting to murder. The turning point seemed to be in the 6th video, from which point onwards they would directly kill the penalized person at the end of the video. Through the supplementary discussions in the comments section and other online materials, Yan Muyun learned the true nature of the incident. The criminal being judged this time was a repeat offender for sexual assault. This guy had raped a young girl 5 years ago, and after being released from prison managed to find the victim again to commit further atrocities. At that time the victim had become a married woman with a daughter over a year old. After being captured by the desecrated and handed over to the police, this guy during a media interview arrogantly stated the following: for sexual assault, the maximum sentence is 10 years. When I get out of prison, I'll go visit that hooker's business. Alright, by then her daughter should have grown up too, ha ha ha. This statement stirred up a huge uproar online, with countless people cursing and condemning this despicable offender. Some even vented their anger on the desecrated, questioning and berating him for not directly killing this scum. That very night, as the police were transporting this criminal to prison, an accident occurred. No one knew the details and sequence of events. Most people only saw the outcome. The officers responsible for the transport were unharmed, but the sexual offender was completely severed, dead beyond any doubt. It was from this point onwards that this originally unremarkable masked figure among the many vigilantes on Jiaku completely made a name for himself. After this, every criminal he judged was not handed over to the police, but executed on the spot in the video. Yan Muyun lay back on the sofa, exhaling deeply, feeling a bit hot in his body. As someone who grew up watching American superhero movies, he held a natural sense of admiration and empathy for such masked heroes who walked the fine line of legality, punishing evil and rewarding good. Although it feels cool, I must correct my identity. Yan Muyun knocked his forehead with his knuckles. He was now a member of the Special Operations Bureau. Some things breaking the law was breaking the law regardless of who the other party was or what their motives were. They must be stopped, and that was what he should do. Yan Muyun had always been very clear about his stance and responsibilities, and he could quickly immerse himself in the role. After about an hour, the sound of the door opening came from the hallway, and Yan Yiming returned home from work. I heard about what happened today, the man said as he changed his shoes. Yan Muyun in the living room looked up, raised an eyebrow, and remained silent. What do you think? After changing into slippers, Yan Yiming walked over and sat on the single sofa beside the coffee table. After truly facing danger and death, do you still want to stay in the Special Operations Bureau? What do you say? Yan Muyun tilted his head. The two brothers stared at each other for a moment, and Yan Yiming sighed. I really don't understand what you're thinking, giving up a stable life to take on the most dangerous job. And you? Vice Bureau Chief. Yan Muyun retorted. Me. Yan Yiming was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed his chin and said softly, I just feel that since I have the ability to prevent some bad things from happening, I should do it. Otherwise I might feel regret for the rest of my life. We share the same blood in our veins. Yan Muyun smiled. Now to answer your question, after facing real danger and death, I am very glad that I could prevent another tragedy from occurring. With these words, the living room fell into an inexplicable silence. Yan Yiming covered his face with his hand. Next time just say, because we are brothers, saying we share the same blood is too juvenile. Yan Muyun scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. He hadn't meant it, he just spoke whatever came to mind. Does it still hurt? Li Chinka asked softly. Yan Muyun carefully assessed the sensation, then nodded. Yes, it does. Li Chinka furrowed her brow slightly. Are you even a man? That has nothing to do with my gender. In my memory, yesterday was the first and only time I exerted myself so intensely. Even the month-long intensive physical training before my high school entrance exams fitness test left me less exhausted. Not to mention what happened afterward, the encounter with the aberrant entity. Yan Muyun shrugged, unapologetic. Last night, I barely slept at all. I couldn't even roll over. I'm aching head to toe. Changing into these clothes alone took tremendous effort. He now wore a sleek black compression training suit, designed not only to protect vital anatomical zones and stimulate targeted muscle groups during exercise, but also to monitor his body's real-time physiological metrics. At that moment, a chime sounded from the tablet in Li Chinka's hand. She glanced down. The scan results had on the screen. His shoulders, upper arms, and back pulsed with vivid crimson light. His thighs and lower back glowed with a faint amber hue. She sighed, knowing Yan Muyun hadn't lied. His current physical condition truly precluded high-intensity training. Fine. Take today off. Go lie in the recovery pod in the changing room for 30 minutes. Set it to muscle relaxation mode. Afterward, Yin Long will escort you to the Esper Registration Bureau for your advancement assessment to formally determine your Esper classification. I'll reserve your appointment. It should be scheduled within 2 to 3 hours. Understood. Whatever you say, Yan Muyun replied with an easy, affable smile. Half an hour later, Yan Muyun emerged slowly from the cylindrical recovery pod, rotating his neck and wrists with visible relief. He headed for the elevator, pressed the call button, and waited beside the doors as they slid open, revealing a figure. The word emerged felt inadequate. This person had to tilt his head slightly while exiting lest he strike the metal ceiling frame. Captain Wei. Yan Muyun courteously stepped aside. It was indeed Wei Jun. Unlike his casual short sans-shirt attire the day before, he now wore a form-fitting black tactical uniform, his waist bristling with an array of unidentifiable gear. His muscles were thick, dense, and powerfully coiled, a living black iron tower. Wei Jun looked down and broke into a radiant grin. "Oh, perfect timing. I was just looking for you." "Looking for me?" Yan Muyun asked. "Exactly. Your commendation has been officially approved. I've come to inform you." Yan Muyun blinked in surprise. "A commendation? For what?" "For heroism, of course." Wei Jun stood by the elevator door, arms crossed, his expression one of genuine admiration. "As an ordinary citizen, you assisted the Special Affairs Bureau in neutralizing an aberrant entity and safeguarding public property. Naturally, the higher authorities have deemed you worthy of formal recognition. While I'm technically already part of the Special Affairs Bureau now, so this honor will be permanently recorded in your personal file, granting tangible advantages in future employment and daily life. Granted, you no longer need to seek employment. Additionally, the government will award you a monetary bonus of 20,000 yuan. My deepest gratitude to the government and the people. I shall continue striving with unwavering dedication." Yan Muyun clasped his hands together reverently. "Alas, you're only eligible for one heroic civilian's commendation," Wei Jun chuckled. "Huh. This is an official honor bestowed upon exemplary members of the public. But since you became an intern at the Special Affairs Bureau yesterday afternoon, you've forfeited eligibility for the second one." "No matter," Yan Muyun said, earnestly pressing a hand to his chest. Wei Jun didn't call him out, merely raised an eyebrow. "Outstanding performance during your internship phase will significantly strengthen your professional dossier. And when you transition to full status, your compensation and privileges will reflect that distinction. Once again, my profound thanks to the government and the people," Yan Muyun murmured, hands still clasped. Wei Jun let out a hearty booming laugh, then waved dismissively. "Go on. You attend to your affairs. I'll find Dr. Li. Weren't you specifically looking for me?" "Specifically for you, and incidentally for Dr. Li." "Oh." Understanding workplace protocol well enough not to press further, Yan Muyun lowered his gaze, composed himself, and stepped quietly into the elevator. "It's work-related," Wei Jun replied, his expression tinged with mild exasperation. "Of course, it is working hours. What else could it possibly be?" Yan Muyun flashed a brilliant smile. The elevator doors began closing slowly. Wei Jun almost laughed in disbelief, shaking his head. This fellow bears not the slightest resemblance to Yan Long, not in temperament, not in bearing. He turned to leave, only for the elevator doors to slide open again. Yan Muyun leaned out. "Oh, Captain Wei, one thing I forgot to ask, why are you dressed so formally today?" Wei Jun grinned broadly and replied, "It's working hours. If it's not work, what else could it possibly?" Yan Muyun descended to the office floor and peered cautiously into the doorway, sensing an atmosphere markedly heavier and more solemn than the previous days. "What are you gawking at?" Luo Binghan drawled, chewing bubblegum as he cast a slanted glance over from his nearby seat. Like Wei Jun, he wore the black tactical uniform, lean, compact, and fiercely capable. Before him sat a matte black briefcase, unmistakably a portable powered exoskeleton unit. Yan Muyun wasn't offended, merely surprised. "Are you deploying?" Simultaneously, he stole a glance toward a broad towering figure nearby. And yes, the man too now wore the black tactical uniform. Beneath the smooth black fabric, layers of dense fat coiled tightly, so voluminous they seemed poised to burst through the seams of sight, both startling and unsettling. As if sensing his gaze, Zhong Xiao turned and offered a warm smile. "Yes." Several boxes of fried chicken sat on her desk. She held 2 greasy drumsticks in one hand, flecks of fiery orange chili sauce glistening at the corners of her mouth. "You're eating that much?" Yan Muyun scratched his head. Luo Binghan's brow furrowed sharply, clearly irritated by the remark. "How much she eats is none of your business. Could it affect the upcoming operation?" Both voices rang out simultaneously. They froze, then exchanged a startled look. Luo Binghan scoffed, turned his head away. Yan Muyun remained unruffled and continued calmly. "If I ate this much before exercising, I'd be doubled over with cramps before running 2 steps. Zhong Xiao laughed, the soft flesh of her cheeks jiggling, her eyes crinkling into narrow crescents. "It's tied to my ability, no impact whatsoever. Thank you for your concern." At that moment, Wei Jun's deep, resonant voice echoed down the corridor. "Racer Mountain. Let's move out." Those were their field designations. Luo Binghan blew a bubble and popped it. Then he rose, lifted the black briefcase from his desk, and strode out with a relaxed, easy gait. Zhong Xiao placed the half-eaten drumsticks back into the box, then raised both hands, scanning the room as if searching for something. Yan Muyun stepped forward, picked up the tissue box from her desk, and handed it to her. "Here." "Thank you." She smiled at him, withdrew several sheets, and wiped her mouth and her hands. The Iron Tower figure appeared in the office doorway, holding 2 vials of fluorescent blue liquid, standard protocol. "These are for emergencies only. Do not use them unless absolutely necessary. I know the rules. Luo Binghan reached out, accepted one vial, hoisted his briefcase, and sauntered out with nonchalant stride. Zhong Xiao rose, took the second vial from Wei Jun's hand, then angled her broad frame sideways, struggling slightly as she squeezed herself through the doorway. It was a double-width door. Yan Muyun watched quietly, awestruck. They departed. And just then rapid, heavy footsteps thundered up from the stairwell. Team 2 was arriving. Watching them dash past the doorway in quick succession, Yan Muyun instinctively clenched his fists, his heart thrumming with a strange electric exhilaration. Yesterday afternoon receipt of the Punisher's video. That same evening formulation of the Black Organization apprehension plan. Today morning operational launch. The Special Affairs Bureau's efficiency is truly unparalleled. Yan Muyun approached Yanlong's desk and found him gazing intently at his computer screen, brows faintly furrowed and lips lightly pressed, his expression utterly absorbed. "What is this?" he asked casually. Yanlong didn't look up. "Materials sent this morning by the Paranormal Investigations Division. Suspect profiles related to several recent murders in the city. They suspect the perpetrator is a metahuman, so they've requested our assistance in both the investigation and subsequent apprehension." Anything else? Yanlong finally shifted his gaze from the screen toward him. "Nothing much," Yan Muyun replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. "Could you forward me a copy?" "Not appropriate." "Why not? I am an official specialist of the Special Affairs Bureau, even if I've only been on board for 2 days. You're still an intern," Yanlong stated flatly, his expression unchanging, as if recalling that this man was after all his paternal uncle, and perhaps sensing the remark had verged on impoliteness. He added quietly, "When I first began my internship, the captain rarely permitted me to participate in field operations." Yan Muyun scratched the back of his head. "I never said I wanted to join in. I have a very clear grasp of my own limitations. I simply want some background information. Perhaps I could help analyze it. 2 minds are better than 1 after all. Truthfully, there's little to analyze." Yan Muyun sighed. Seeing his uncle's repeated refusal, he decided not to press further. Then came his nephew's next words. "I can, however, summarize the key points of these cases for you." "Excellent." Yan Muyun perked up instantly and pulled over a chair to sit down. So far this series comprises 3 victims: a migrant construction worker from the new Northern Development Zone, a recently laid-off white-collar employee, and a young urban drifter. Random homicide. That was the initial assumption by the Paranormal Investigations Division. But as the investigation progressed, a shared thread emerged among them. "What is it?" Yan Muyun dutifully played the straight man. Approximately 1 week ago, both the white-collar employee and the young drifter suddenly received large sums, roughly 500,000 yuan, into their respective bank accounts. Meanwhile, investigators discovered approximately 400,000 yuan in cash hidden beneath a floorboard in the migrant worker's residence, and another 100,000 had already been transferred to his wife's account. Yan Muyun tilted his head slightly and replied without hesitation. All 3 were likely witnesses to the same incident. The perpetrator paid each 50,000 yuan to ensure silence, but remained uneasy, so dispatched a killer to eliminate them entirely. Yanlong cast him a sidelong glance, mildly surprised, then nodded. "Your hypothesis closely mirrors the police analysis. And one detail has already been confirmed: the suspect is a professional assassin." He paused briefly as if recalling the dossier, then continued, "The weapons used to kill all 3 victims were ordinary objects already present in their homes. Specifically a kitchen cleaver from the white-collar employee's apartment, a butterfly knife carried by the young drifter, and a brick taken from a construction site outside the migrant workers' dormitory, none bearing a single fingerprint." "Did surveillance capture anything?" Yan Muyun sounded incredulous. With cameras lining every street corner in today's metropolis, was the killer truly invisible? Oh, on second thought, in this world such a possibility wasn't entirely implausible. After reviewing footage from surrounding surveillance systems, the police have in fact identified a prime suspect. Yet 3 critical obstacles remain. First, the footage only shows his back obscured by a hooded jacket. His build is unremarkable, making positive identification nearly impossible. Second, Yan Muyun swallowed hard, unconsciously tensing. Second, in every surveillance feed, only his departure is recorded. Only his departure. Precisely. For instance, the entrance camera of the white-collar employee's residential complex captured the suspect walking out, yet no footage exists of him entering at all. Yanlong paused, then added, "Though this anomaly severely hindered the investigation, it was precisely this peculiarity that led police to focus on him." Yan Muyun's brow instinctively knitted together as he murmured, "If there's no entry footage, then he must possess the ability to evade all surveillance, or wield an invisibility-type ability. Yet if so, why reveal himself upon leaving? To taunt the authorities? That possibility cannot be ruled out." Yanlong nodded. "What's the third issue?" Yan Muyun pressed. "Each time the suspect simply Vanishes. Yes. Police attempted to trace his movements via surveillance, but repeatedly, just as they closed in, he dissolved into thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. Yanlong blinked slowly. Yan Muyun stroked his chin, frowning. Does this man have no weaknesses at all? Actually, he does. Yanlong tapped twice on his keyboard, pulling up an image, a street scene captured from a security camera angle. Yan Muyun leaned in closely, studying it for a long moment, yet saw nothing unusual. Here. Yanlong guided the cursor to a shadowed corner. Yan Muyun squinted between a towering tree and a hovering vehicle. He barely made out half a face, the hood drawn low, a black surgical mask covering the lower half. The sole visible feature was an eye, slightly narrowed, its iris shimmering with a faint, ominous crimson hue. Crimson eyes. That's a strikingly distinctive trait, isn't it? Yan Muyun pointed at the screen. Look at me. Huh. Yan Muyun turned his head. Yanlong lifted his gaze, his previously jet-black irises now blazing blood-red. Yan Muyun. Standard chromatic contact lenses, or even smartocular implants, can replicate this effect perfectly. It's hardly reliable evidence. Yanlong's eyes reverted to their natural shade. Only then did Yan Muyun realize, recalling passers-by on the streets, that vivid shifting eye colors among the youth were in fact exceedingly common. By the way, what did you need me for? Yanlong shifted topics abruptly. He'd just remembered he'd meant to deliver only a concise summary of the case details. Yet in the course of their back-and-forth exchange, he'd inadvertently divulged far more than intended. Yan Muyun snapped back to attention and waved dismissively. Oh, nothing urgent. I'd actually hoped you'd accompany me to the Metahuman Registration Office. Dr. Lee scheduled me for an advancement assessment. All right. Yanlong nodded and began rising from his seat, only to be gently but firmly pressed back down by two hands settling on his shoulders. No need, you keep working. I'll go myself. Under Yanlong's puzzled gaze, Yan Muyun grinned. With today's navigation tech, getting lost is practically impossible. I should still. Yanlong started to protest, then halted mid-sentence, his expression turning subtly. Sensing the shift, Yan Muyun frowned. What's wrong? Nothing. Just a message. Yanlong replied, waving it off lightly. I got it. Then I'll take my leave. Yan Muyun chuckled, turned, and headed toward the office door. All right. Yan Muyun turned around just as he reached the door and asked, what is that blue potion that the captain distributed to each person before setting off? Yanlong shifted his gaze from the screen, looking over with a blank expression. One last question. Yan Muyun stood at attention, raising a finger. That kind of potion is not something good. Yanlong shook his head, leaning back against the chair. Do you know about Second Awakening? Second Awakening. Yan Muyun blinked. As long as one is ignorant, life is full of surprises. It seems you haven't encountered it in the past few days. Yanlong explained, Second Awakening refers to a change in the abilities of a power user, either in a certain direction or to a certain extent based on their original abilities. For example, Captain Wei Jun has the ability to turn part of his body into stone, but usually he can only cover 1/3. I heard from Han Yinju that after taking the potion, the captain can easily turn his entire body into stone, making him almost immune to any firearm. At this point he paused and said, so the T55 potion stimulates the power user to briefly enter a Second Awakening state. A stimulant? Yan Muyun probed. Pretty much. Yanlong thought for a moment and added, it's a stimulant specifically for power users. If an ordinary person injects it, there could be life-threatening risks. The side effects must be significant. Yan Muyun smacked his lips. Yanlong nodded. Yes, the cost is 3 to 5 days of fever and drowsiness. And if injected consecutively within 2 weeks, it could lead to severe addiction. Yan Muyun wrinkled his nose, already wary of that seemingly powerful potion. In his values, any drug that could lead to addiction is not something good. Although Yan Muyun was not interested in the so-called T55 potion, he was somewhat envious of its potential effects. By the way, can power users achieve Second Awakening through normal means? Of course, but it's rare. Yanlong's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he were searching for something online. After a moment, he said, according to official statistics from various countries, less than 5% of power users achieve Second Awakening. So how do they usually awaken? Yan Muyun's eyes shone with excitement. Yanlong remained silent for a moment, then looked up at him. Usually they push their abilities to the limit and have a breakthrough after some realization, or they might experience a significant change or stimulus. Yan Muyun opened his mouth, but said nothing. He originally wanted to make a cold joke, thinking that if Yanlong told his parents he was still alive a day later, he might just achieve Second Awakening. But upon further reflection, such a thing could not be joked about. Yanlong seemed to sense something, looking at him expressionlessly with an air of scrutiny in his eyes. Thank you very much, I won't take up your work time any longer. Yan Muyun forced a smile and turned to slip out the door. Rain fell from the sky in a gentle patter, wetting the dry road, washing away the thin layer of dust accumulated on vehicles and drenching the hair and shoulders of pedestrians. Yan Muyun looked up at the gray sky, extending a hand to catch a few drops of rain, his expression somewhat helpless. I just got my hair cut. After taking the bus to the vicinity of the superpower registration office, Yan Muyun found that there was still more than an hour until the time he had scheduled with Lichinka, so he decided to find a nearby barber shop to trim his hair that had already covered his ears. After the haircut, teacher Tony even sprayed some styling spray on him, creating a hairstyle that looked somewhat stylish. Online it said that today there would only be light rain turning into showers, so there was no need to bring an umbrella. If it were any other time, Yan Muyun wouldn't have cared about such sporadic raindrops. However, he was quite satisfied with his new hairstyle and stood under a small awning of a shop, hesitating whether to continue walking. These smart glasses are great in every way except that they can't compete with a phone. Yan Muyun looked around and mumbled, there's no selfie mode, so it can't act as a mirror. Just then he noticed that the shop behind him seemed to have its door closed, the lights inside were off, but the glass of the window was just right to serve as a mirror. Yan Muyun examined himself and revealed a somewhat self-satisfied smile. What a handsome young man, that Russell and Officer Zhang calling me uncle and big uncle so naturally. Being called uncle by a pretty girl when you're still a young man is quite a blow. Yan Muyun didn't dwell on it for long. The next second, he ruffled his freshly styled hair, completely messing up the look that teacher Tony had spent several minutes perfecting. This feels much better, being too polished doesn't feel like me. He no longer hesitated and turned to walk into the gentle rain, heading towards the superpower registration office across the street. Once he messed up his hairstyle, he no longer had to worry about it. The sky was gray, and the already faint light filtering through the glass seemed even dimmer. In the corners where the light did not reach, a figure sat there, hands in pockets, legs stretched straight, resting on them. He was sitting directly facing the shop door. A few meters in front of him, outside the window, stood a young man in a white short-sleeved shirt and glasses, facing away from him, seemingly sheltering from the rain. He hadn't paid much attention to the other person until the young man suddenly turned around, his eyes staring straight at him from behind the lenses, then displaying a somewhat stiff smile. He pulled his legs back down to the floor. His expression beneath the hood had turned somewhat serious. The young man's gaze held a hint of amusement difficult to decipher. Although he knew the other person shouldn't be able to see him, he still instinctively stood up. However, at that moment the young man reached up to tousle his hair, turned, and walked into the thin curtain of rain. Was it a coincidence? He looked expressionlessly at the street outside, observing the young man's path, feeling that it was not. This did not seem like a coincidence. He glanced down at the watch on his wrist. About 2 hours left until the agreed time. So, is this a show of? It seemed that his previous request for a price increase had already angered some people in that organization. Not knowing the true identity of the young man, he dared not jump to conclusions, but had already developed a sense of vigilance. One must always think of the worst-case scenario. This is the secret to his survival in this trade, without any mishaps until now. Interesting, very interesting. Even the police can't find my traces, yet the people in this organization can lock onto my location in advance. You are impressive. He licked his lips and a hint of a smile appeared on the face hidden beneath the hood, but if one looked closely, it contained an underlying wariness. Yan Muyun walked into the hall of the ability registration office and headed straight to the appointment processing machine. Having been here once before, he found it quite familiar. However, just as he stood before the machine, before he could operate it, a soft female voice prompted, "You have an appointment for the advancement test. Please arrive at test room 12 before 1120 a.m. Yan Muyun instinctively scratched his head, realizing that the camera must have scanned his face and the AI system detected his appointment under his name, directly providing the service. How convenient, he couldn't help but exclaim, noting the location marked on the electronic map, then heading towards the nearby escalator. Upon reaching the second floor, he paused for a moment as he passed test room 5. The top of the silver double door was lit, indicating it was currently in use. But Yan Muyun knew that the young girl with a rosy face who looked particularly serious while working was no longer behind that door. He shook his head, dispelling the thin layer of gloom that hung over him, and continued walking. From the outside, test room 12 seemed no different from test room 5, but once Yan Muyun stepped inside, he was startled by the setup within. There were 2 staff members seated behind a desk responsible for recording. To the left of the room were 3 researchers in white lab coats who were gathered around a tall, sophisticated machine, one holding a semi-transparent electronic screen, seemingly conducting an inspection. The most eye-catching was the man in a dark blue suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was half sitting on the desk, engaged in conversation with 2 young girls. As the door slowly opened, all 6 people inside turned to look. "You." "Hello." Yan Muyun raised his hand in greeting, feeling somewhat nervous. "Hello." The man in the blue suit straightened up, stepped forward, and warmly extended a hand. "You must be Commissioner Yan Muyun, right?" "I am." Yan Muyun replied while shaking hands, sizing up the man. He was quite handsome with a graceful smile and appeared to be in his late 20s. However, the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose added a touch of maturity to his appearance. In Yan Muyun's eyes, this person seemed more suited to the high-end financial sector than to the ability registration office. At that moment, the two young female staff members behind the desk stood up and bowed slightly to him, saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you for avenging Ming Ming." Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening. He waved his hands repeatedly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No need for that. For him, it was only worth such gratitude if he had truly saved that girl. The current situation instead made him feel guilty and uneasy. One of the female staff members had red-rimmed eyes, saying Ming Ming was such a good girl, diligent at work, and very kind to us. I never expected such an incident to happen. Stop talking, another slightly more rational employee tugged at her sleeve, whispering a reminder. Right now work is more important, we shouldn't take up too much time from the special commissioner. The man in the blue suit cast a sympathetic glance at the two, then turned his head, adjusting his glasses. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Luo, and am called Luo Beiyuan. I'm responsible for guiding you through this advancement test. One of the three researchers stepped forward, his expression flat, saying we three will be responsible for calculating the test data and the final evaluation. He looked ordinary in his 30s, wearing black-framed glasses with thinning hair. Thank you for your assistance. Yan Muyun instinctively inclined his body slightly, perhaps due to his own poor math skills. Facing these seemingly impressive researchers, especially those with thinning hair, he felt an unbidden respect. First, we will conduct a strength test. Please move to this side. The researcher held a tablet in one hand and pointed to an empty space in front of the large instrument where there was a red light circle on the floor. Yan Muyun stepped forward and stood inside the red circle. Now please use your ability facing straight ahead. Yan Muyun nodded, extending one hand, and then a translucent barrier formed from silver-white hexagons appeared out of thin air, shielding his entire body. The researcher who had spoken earlier glanced at the tablet expressionless and said, according to the records, your ability can easily withstand a B-level explosion. However, just to be safe, we will start from B-level and gradually increase the intensity of the tests. No problem, Yan Muyun nodded. He saw the other two researchers operate something on the tablet, and a black metal cylinder, as thick as an adult person's waist, slowly extended from the front of the instrument. Looking at the dark hollow interior of the cylinder, Yan Muyun couldn't help but swallow. Distance measurement complete. We will now conduct a B-level first stage physical impact test. The researcher looked up and added, your ability has about half a meter of space from your body, so as long as you control the impact distance, even if your barrier breaks, you will not be harmed. Understood, thank you, Yan Muyun replied with a smile. However, the researcher had already lowered his head and did not see Yan Muyun's slightly forced smile. First test, 3, 2, 1. A dull mechanical sound emanated from within the instrument, and the next moment a dark gray object suddenly shot out from the black cylinder, striking the silver barrier with great force. Although it produced no sound, those around could tell how fierce the impact was. Yan Muyun was startled by the sudden change, and when he regained his composure, the first test had already concluded and the dark gray object was slowly retracting. It was a solid alloy cylinder with a conical tip, but the tip was already somewhat flattened, clearly from the early. The researcher looked down at the tablet in his hand and said without raising his head, replacing the core, we will now proceed to the second test with an intensity of level 2. Could you please explain what level 1 and level 2 mean? Yan Muyun couldn't help but voice his confusion. The researcher raised his head, his expression cold, but he did not appear impatient. To avoid causing harm to the ability users during the test, we have divided the intensity from level to a level into 10 intervals, gradually increasing it. This way, if the test subject feels overwhelmed, we can react in time. I see. Seeing the other nod thoughtfully, the researcher returned his attention to the tablet in his hand, saying, now, let's prepare for the level 2 test. The young special commissioner spoke up again, making the researcher feel a bit impatient as he frowned and raised his head. Is there anything else? Yan Muyun, with a somewhat shy smile on his face, said, Could you directly adjust it to a level intensity? The researcher's frown deepened. He had seen too many self-important ability users, and their outcomes were generally. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the next sentence from Yan Muyun. This core looks quite expensive. It's too wasteful to use it just once. I want to save some money for the country. A stifled snort drew everyone's attention. Luo Beiyuan, clad in a blue suit, covered his mouth as laughter escaped him. The researcher's expression softened slightly as he explained, these column cores are reusable. Although recasting carries a cost, they will not consume excessive funds. Oh, I see. Yan Muyun scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile, then continued. I have confidence in my ability. You may raise the test intensity a bit. How did it feel just now, eh? Not much. Very well, then set the intensity to level stage 5. The researcher nodded and bent over the tablet to operate it. Yan Muyun did not slacken. He focused intently, bracing himself for the forthcoming impact. The researcher announced, physical impact test, a grade 8 stage. For the first time, a flicker of feeling crossed his otherwise impassive face. He looked up at the young man and asked, "Are you certain you can still endure this?" Yan Muyun's brow pinched and fine beads of sweat dotted his forehead, as if he had yet to recover from the previous trial. Hearing the question, he nodded at once. "Do not overexert yourself." The tester fixed him with a long grave look, returned to the tablet, and intoned, "Commencing test 13." A profound rumble issued from the apparatus, as if a furious beast were battering its cage. With a thunderous crash, the dark gray column core lunged forth at a speed beyond human sight, and struck the silver barrier with brutal force. The gale born of the collision swept through the testing hall, sending the long hair of the two female clerks behind the desks fluttering. Yan Muyun reeled as though struck by a heavy hammer, his frame wavered, and his complexion drained. "Are you all right?" came an anxious voice nearby. He glanced toward Luo Beiyuan and forced a smile. "A little queasy, I feel like vomiting, but I can hold on. The physical strength test may conclude, the final assessment should be a..." The researcher calculated the data as he spoke. Yan Muyun exhaled as if a weight had been lifted. Frankly, standing before such an oppressive roaring beast would make anyone's heart tremble. Rest for about 10 minutes, then proceed to the second phase of the physical impact tests. Yan Muyun snapped his head up, eyes wide. The researcher remained expressionless, though a trace of amusement lingered in his eyes as he explained, "This was merely the instantaneous impact test. Next we will evaluate your sustained compressive resilience and your ability to endure repeated impacts." Only then did Yan Muyun understand why Li Chinka, who had been so strict yesterday, had appeared so lenient today and given him a day off. It seemed she had planned long ago, if his body could no longer bear further damage, she would begin to torment his spirit and will. He guessed that once he finished this advanced testing, he would return home and collapse into sleep. Determination flashed in his eyes as he proposed, "No need for a rest. Continue. Finish sooner and be done with it." "You can still hold out?" the researcher asked, surprised. "Of course," Yan Muyun replied with a faint smile, then admitted hesitantly, "I'm a bit tired, but it should not significantly affect me." They then began the sustained pressure test, followed by the consecutive impact test. In the former, the column core was pressed against the silver barrier, continuously exerting thousands of tons of force. In the latter, the entire apparatus became a colossal pile driver, striking the silver barrier dozens of times within seconds. At last, both trials concluded, and Yan Muyun's Bayin Guard lived up to expectations, earning an A. Comprehensive Physical Assessment A. Nearly shrank. The researcher regarded the figure before the instrument as though studying a monster. Yin paid it little mind. He scratched his head and offered a simple, somewhat guileless smile that could not entirely hide his exhaustion. "The Special Division has truly recruited a formidable individual," the researcher murmured, sighing, then lowered his head and returned his attention to the tablet. "Next, elemental measurement." Yan's mouth twitched as he asked, "May I ask how many types of intensity tests there are in total?" Reading his thoughts, the researcher's lips curved slightly. "Not many. Aside from the elemental tests, only the chemical tests remain. Of the three, the physical procedures are the most cumbersome." "That's a relief," Yan murmured, exhaling. To his surprise, the instrument extended its black cylinder again, this time pressing the tubes opening closely against the silver barrier. "Isn't this the elemental test?" Yan asked, feeling a chill crawl down his spine as he stared at the black aperture barely half a meter from his head. "It is indeed elemental testing," the researcher replied without looking up, then instructed his two assistants, "Begin with the flame test." He regarded Yan like a rare specimen, eager to see what further reactions he might elicit. "We will raise the flame temperature from 800 degrees Celsius in stages. The moment you feel you cannot endure, signal immediately. Oh, and one more thing," he added. "Do not stare into the opening. Activate your glasses' automatic eye protect mode. Your brand should have that feature." All right." Yan Muyun swallowed. Though uneasy, he obediently adjusted his glasses. Seconds later, a wash of orangerd flared deep within the black aperture, rapidly swelling with blinding intensity until it flooded his entire field of vision like a rising tide. "How is it?" called the researcher from nearby. Yan Muyun assessed the sensation and weakly extended his left thumb in approval. "Increase the temperature," the researcher ordered his assistant. The orangerd shifted to golden crimson, then to searing white, then to pale blue, and finally, to deep azure. Over the next 5 minutes he endured a relentless barrage, the sting of lightning, the bite of frost, the precision of lasers, and the elemental assessment ultimately reached an A rank. "Next is the chemical test," the researcher announced, his voice betraying excitement he could scarcely conceal. For the next 20 minutes, a kaleidoscope of chemical reagents, crimson, yellow, cerulean, deep green, and blackish purple, was sprayed onto the silver barrier. The final assessment result of the comprehensive strength test is a... This can be said to be the most powerful defensive ability I have ever encountered in my career. The originally aloof researcher could no longer control his expression, waving his arms as he said, "You don't even need to take the next test, just based on the basic strength of your ability, and this terrifying sustained capability, you can be directly rated as A-class. At this moment, Yan Muyun was sitting on a chair with his head drooping, struggling to raise his head as he asked, sustained capability. It refers to the continued use of the ability. The researcher explained, in our original plan, it would take you about 2 hours to complete the full set of strength tests, as excessive use of abilities can be harmful, requiring sufficient rest during the process. However, you only took 40 minutes to finish, hardly needing to rest at all. No matter in what aspect, being a man of endurance is still something to be proud of, and a slight smile appeared on Yan Muyun's face. The researcher continued, originally your advancement test was to be conducted over 2 days. Today we are responsible for the strength test, and tomorrow Mr. Luo will guide you through the controllability test. But since you are so impressive, let's just start the second phase today. Huh? Yan Muyun's smile froze. But speaking of which, since Mr. Luo is not working today, why is he still here? Seemingly sensing his doubts, Luo Bei Yuan, dressed in a deep blue suit and exuding an air of elegance mixed with a hint of flamboyance, took the initiative to explain, it is a regulation of the Ability Registration Office that all testing personnel must participate in the entire testing process to make the most rigorous comprehensive assessment. So Mr. Luo, can your test start today? The researcher looked at him. Of course, the guidance test actually does not require overly complicated preliminary preparations. Luo Bei Yuan smiled slightly and pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, saying, I only need to understand the external manifestation of the ability, and I will have a rough guiding plan in my mind. No wonder you are the most experienced tester at our registration office, a young female staff member sitting behind a desk nearby echoed. It was evident that she had a good impression of this handsome Mr. Luo. One of a kind, Luo Bei Yuan smiled humbly. Suddenly Yan Muyun thought of something, tilted his head, and asked, Mr. Luo, have you undergone a second? Luo Bei Yuan was taken aback for a moment, his expression becoming somewhat awkward, and then he sighed, smiling wryly, I wish I could. The number of those who have undergone a second awakening is extremely rare. There might not even be a few in the entire Mensha city, the previously mentioned young female staff member explained. Oh. Yan Muyun nodded, then smiled apologetically at Luo Bei Yuan. The latter seemed indifferent, waving his hand. It's nothing. Now let's begin the second phase of the test. The two then moved to the center of the testing room, standing opposite each other. Now please display your ability once again, Luo Bei Yuan said. Yan Muyun nodded, extended a hand, and a silver hexagonal barrier appeared out of thin air, separating the two. Luo Bei Yuan stroked his chin and asked, can it move? I've tried before and I couldn't move it at all, Yan Muyun said, shaking his head in frustration. If his silver barrier could move, it wouldn't have been so perilous when dealing with that spider demon. Luo Bei Yuan said nothing, merely examining the barrier from top to bottom, finally fixing his gaze on the floor. What's wrong? Yan Muyun asked cautiously. Try lifting it up. Luo Bei Yuan nodded his chin. Following his suggestion, Yan Muyun also noticed what was beneath his feet. He saw that the lower end of the silver barrier was connected to the surface of the floor, with the silver hexagonal seam exposed only partially, barely showing one corner. I'll give it a try. He tentatively lifted his right hand, while also focusing his mind on controlling the barrier. Miraculously, the silver barrier actually began to slowly rise, and as the portion embedded in the floor moved upward, it gradually became complete, as if it were being pulled out of the floor. Looking at the surface of the floor, it remained smooth, without a single gap. In the end, the silver barrier was pulled from the floor and floated in midair. Yan Muyun's right hand was raised above his head, the posture somewhat awkward. Luo Bei Yuan observed his current stance and said, don't focus too much on using your hands to control. Try using your will. Yan Muyun nodded, thoughtfully, slowly lowering his right hand, but the silver barrier in midair did not move at all. Immediately afterward, he began trying to move the barrier, and this time it went much more smoothly. He extended his right hand and gently pushed forward, and the silver barrier also moved forward, finally stopping when it was about 4 to 5 meters away from him. That's about as far as it goes. Yan Muyun sighed, somewhat disappointed. He did not notice that the tester across from him was looking at him with an extremely strange expression. As long as you practice more, you will definitely make a breakthrough. Luo Bei Yuan adjusted his expression and then said, your comprehension is quite high. You were able to do this so easily. Hearing the praise, Yan Muyun felt somewhat embarrassed. The Silver Guardian is my ability. Oh, I have used it so many times, yet my understanding of it is less than that of someone seeing it for the first time, making me feel somewhat awkward about my own dullness. Luo Bei Yuan, indeed experienced, seemed to infer something merely from the unnatural change in the other's expression, smiling as he said, we have different professions. I specialize in this field, just like how a doctor understands your physical condition better than you do. Yan Muyun nodded, then controlled the silver barrier to descend to the floor, seemingly wanting to try something. After a few seconds, he sighed. It seems my barrier can only embed itself in an object when it first appears, and once it's pulled out, it can't be pushed back in. It seems your ability does not possess offensive capabilities, but conversely your defensive capabilities are exceptionally outstanding. Luo Bei Yuan nodded thoughtfully. As he spoke, a clear stream of water suddenly emerged from his fingertips. If I'm not mistaken, during the previous physical strength test, the floor actually helped you withstand part of the impact. So I will conduct another simple test on you. You can feel it, okay? Yan Muyun nodded nervously. The clear stream of water transformed into a massive fist and slammed into the silver barrier, instantly splashing water everywhere. However, these droplets did not fall to the floor, but instead floated around in the air before returning to the fist formed by the stream of water. That last strike should be at a C-class level. How does it feel? Luo Bei Yuan asked. The pressure does seem greater than before. Yan Muyun honestly admitted, then thought of something, a wry smile appearing on his face. I won't have to retake the physical strength test, will I? Sharing the impact with the ground feels somewhat like cheating. Luo Bei Yuan shook his head and said, no need, this is the characteristic of your ability as long as you can use it flexibly. That's good. Yan Muyun breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't particularly concerned about his score, he simply did not want to endure another round of torture. Luo Bei Yuan adjusted his glasses and said, next try to see if you can expand or shrink this barrier. Expand or contract. Yan Muyun nodded in apparent understanding and then began to experiment. He first focused his attention on the edge of the silvery white barrier, attempting to stretch and elongate it, but he felt an immense resistance in an intangible form. Then he tried to use his mind to compress the edge, wanting to shrink it, but the silvery white barrier showed no signs of change. It seems I cannot alter the size of the Silver Guardian. Yan Muyun felt a bit disheartened by this thought, but soon he had a sudden realization. When he last attempted to move it, he had given up after just one try. This mindset is not advisable. One must explore all possibilities. If I cannot stretch or compress the silver barrier, why not change my approach? Yan Muyun recalled that yesterday, when facing the spider demon, he had cleverly reduced one of the silvery hexagons that formed the barrier. So what if I change the size of the Silver Guardian by decreasing and increasing the number of silvery hexagons? You could try increasing or decreasing the number of silvery hexagons, suggested Luo Bei Yuan almost simultaneously. Do you believe I thought of this method before you reminded me? Yan Muyun looked up at him, his eyes showing a hint of He knew his behavior was somewhat childish, but couldn't help but want to assert himself. Luo Bei Yuan, however, was unbothered and smiled gently. Then you might be suited for the role of a guide. Yan Muyun fell silent and refocused his attention in front of him. Before him, one silvery hexagon after another began to materialize at the edge of the semi-transparent barrier, quickly assembling to double its original area. The number of hexagons could increase, but my control might not be as stable, Yan Muyun said. Nearby, a researcher with sparse hair watched the scene unfold, quietly recording on his tablet. The maximum protective area can reach nearly 15 square meters, approximately 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. Due to the irregular shape, the length and width are only for reference. In the center of the testing room, Yan Muyun continued his attempts. The process of shrinking the barrier was not difficult, even easy. Soon only a palm-sized silvery hexagon remained before him. With fewer hexagons, it seems easier to control. Yan Muyun eagerly reached out his hand and gently touched the lonely silvery hexagon, feeling only an illusionary chill at his fingertips, without any tangible sensation. Soon the silvery hexagon began to fly freely in the air, first circling several times above Yan Muyun's head, then tracing a long continuous shaped trajectory, finally passing precisely through the gaps between his spread fingers. The maximum distance has increased significantly. Now it seems to be about 20 meters. Yan Muyun said, while controlling the silvery hexagon as it danced around, even swooping over the head of the researcher standing beside the instrument. This feeling is amazing, he said with excitement. Wait a moment. Luo Bei Yuan covered his forehead. Yan Muyun immediately felt tense, hovering the silvery hexagon beside him, and asked, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Luo Bei Yuan sighed. You did very well. The only problem is that you seem too skilled, raising suspicion that this is your first time doing this. It really is my first time. That is the issue, your first time appears too proficient. Luo Bei Yuan said seriously, according to the data, you awakened your abilities only 4 days ago. Unfamiliar operations should be very difficult, yet your performance is entirely contrary to that. Just like when I asked you to try moving the barrier, I initially thought it would take you several minutes to gradually master the feeling, but you achieved it effortlessly. I assumed it was because of your abilities characteristics making this operation relatively simple, so it didn't take you much effort. But looking at your recent performance, Yan Muyun, feeling somewhat guilty, shifted his gaze elsewhere and chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps I'm just exceptionally talented. He intended to make a joke to brush it off, but to his surprise, Luo Bei Yuan nodded seriously. You truly are exceptionally talented. Though you awakened your abilities not long ago, you used them with remarkable skill. as if you have been awakened for decades. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Yan Muyun's forehead. After days of living, he discovered that the country's control over abilities was very strict. Without a valid reason, using potentially dangerous abilities in public could lead to being taken to the police station for a chat. Had I known, I would have just told the truth instead of trying to take the easy way out. What if it's discovered that I actually awakened 30 years ago? Would I be arrested for providing false information or something? If I confess voluntarily, will my punishment be lighter? Just as someone was preparing to turn themselves in, Luo Bei Yuan waved his hand and smiled. Of course, I was just joking. Not to mention, you look so young. If you really awakened long ago, then you wouldn't need my guidance for these operations. You would have mastered them long ago. Haha, that's true. Yan Muyun wiped his forehead. It seemed the other party was unaware of his true age, probably because they hadn't closely looked at the personal details. So you really are a genius. Luo Bei Yuan gave him a thumbs up. Yan Muyun felt somewhat embarrassed. Please don't say that I'm just an ordinary person. Haha. Luo Bei Yuan chuckled and did not intend to dwell on the topic further, saying, now try to see if you can produce 2 silvery hexagons. I can. Yan Muyun blinked, and slowly a new hexagon appeared above the one floating beside him. Luo Bei Yuan shook his head. No, don't connect them. Try to separate them into 2 parts. Yan Muyun slowly widened his eyes, seemingly realizing something. Seeing his expression, Luo Bei Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Exactly, if you can succeed, you might possess a second, third, or even more silvery barriers. You truly are amazing, Yan Muyun said in admiration. I must admit, Luo Bei Yuan's professionalism is impressive, as he inspired me with just a few words. But there is another reason. It has only been 4 days since I awakened. In these brief 4 days, I have experienced far too much. Dark curtains, aberrations, interdimensional travelers, new technology, vigilantes, awakening agents, deities, my parents' deaths, my parents' survival, and other such experiences have been too thrilling and perilous, and the amount of information I've processed has been overwhelming, preventing me from taking the time to thoroughly explore my abilities. Go on, try it now. Seeing the other's dazed, blissful expression, Luo Bei Yuan couldn't help but prompt. Squinting slightly, he fixed his gaze upon the seam. With a subtle shift of will, the 2 silver-hued hexagons, previously fused, parted effortlessly. Now try controlling both hexagons simultaneously, Luo Bei Yuan instructed. Yan Muyun began guiding one to trace a perfect circle in midair, the other a precise square. And to his surprise, the task flowed with uncanny ease. After all, even with his hands, he could never achieve such precision. Frowning, Luo Bei Yuan watched intently, his expression growing steadily more grave. Push further, control several more. Let's determine your upper limit. Understood. Yan Muyun nodded, and another silver hexagon materialized beside him, instantly beginning to inscribe an equilateral triangle in the air. Yet when he attempted to command a 4th hexagon, strain crept in. His control over the first 3 faltered, their trajectories wavering. It appears your current limit is 3 hexagons at once, Luo Bei Yuan murmured, pressing his lips together. Yan Muyun hesitated, voice tinged with nervousness. How is it? How is it? Luo Bei Yuan chuckled again, shaking his head. You're asking me how it is? After a pause, he drew a slow, deep breath. Exceptionally well. Truthfully, I'd assumed you'd falter the moment you attempted the 2nd hexagon. Yan Muyun's lips twitched upward, eager to smile, yet restraining himself. He refused to appear overly elated, lest he seem like some provincial novice utterly unversed in wonder. Luo Bei Yuan shed his earlier levity and resumed his role as instructor. Now dismiss the 3rd hexagon. Instead, focus on the remaining 2. Expand them simultaneously into dual barriers. Yes. Yan Muyun complied, shifting the 2 silver hexagons to hover beside his left and right hands. In the next instant, 2 gleaming silvery barriers, each 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall, erupted into existence at his flanks. Luo Bei Yuan inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. You truly are a prodigy. No, really, not yet. Yan Muyun began, only to be cut off. Now try manipulating both barriers simultaneously. Ah, yes. As Yan Muyun directed the twin silvery barriers, he found the task markedly more arduous. Their movements sluggish, every maneuver requiring far greater concentration than before. Just as I suspected, Luo Bei Yuan nodded. Control difficulty scales directly with barrier size, and proportionally with the number of individual hexagons involved. Yan Muyun remained silent, observing the faint furrow between Luo Bei Yuan's brows, evidence that the man was immersed in quiet calculation. Moments later, Luo Bei Yuan spoke again. Test the maximum distance at which you can maintain simultaneous control over both barriers. Yan Muyun obeyed. The result, a limit of roughly 3 to 4 meters, slightly shorter than the range he achieved with a single barrier, yet still within reasonable expectation. Can you generate a barrier directly at a distance of 5 meters? Hey, Luo Bei Yuan asked. Yan Muyun concentrated, then shook his head. No. The silver hexagons only manifest within 1 meter of my body. Is increasing or decreasing the number of hexagons inherently difficult for you? At first, yes, but now it feels much more natural. You can manipulate a single hexagon fluidly across a 20-meter radius, correct? Yes, exactly. Their dialogue continued, question and answer seemingly disjointed. Yet beneath the surface, Yan Muyun sensed an emerging coherence, as if fragments were aligning into a larger design. What if you first send one silver hexagon flying to a 0.5 meters away, and then using it as your anchor rapidly multiply its form? As Luo Beiyuan spoke, Yan Muyun's eyes gradually widened. Luo Beiyuan lifted his gaze behind his spectacles, his irises shimmered with quiet electric excitement. Wouldn't that allow you to erect a barrier directly at that 5-meter distance? I'll try. Yan Muyun raised his hand, sending a single silver hexagon soaring 10 meters outward. Instantly his will surged, a translucent silvery barrier bloomed diagonally in midair. It works. Luo Beiyuan, visibly exhilarated, clenched and thrust his fist skyward. Though pleased, Yan Muyun soon noticed a limitation. I can no longer move that barrier. It's fixed in place. I can only add or remove hexagons. Be grateful. That degree of mobility lies entirely beyond your theoretical control envelope. Luo Beiyuan rolled his eyes, then clarified. In emergencies, simply dispatch a hexagon to your desired location first, then expand your barrier from there. This astonishing versatility, paired with the barrier's formidable defensive capacity, rendered the ability nothing short of aberrant. Indeed, Yan Muyun chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head. Well then, your guided assessment concluded. Luo Beiyuan's usual effortless composure had vanished. His expression now bore the weight of profound, almost tragic introspection. They walked back side by side toward the massive apparatus. Congratulations, you've been officially classified as an A-rank ability. The researcher, balding bespectacled, stepped forward with a warm smile, then subtly turned his gaze toward Luo Beiyuan, seeking confirmation. I have no objection, Luo Beiyuan shrugged. Yan Muyun blinked in mild astonishment. But earlier you said Silver Ward alone, by virtue of its sheer defensive strength and endurance, qualified for a rank. So why, after demonstrating control so extraordinary it stunned Luo Beiyuan himself, did his rating remain? He kept that thought unvoiced. It's not a reflection on you, the researcher explained. Formal ability rankings lack intermediate tiers like B or A. They're simply categorized as B or A and rank. Its criteria are exceptionally stringent, the researcher added, adjusting his glasses. What qualifies one for rank? Irrepressibility, the researcher replied, his tone turning solemn. Only one condition: the ability must be irrepressible, utterly immune to countermeasures. By current human technological standards, any ability against which no countermeasure can be devised qualifies as rank. For example, Yan Muyun ventured cautiously. The researcher answered, take the indigenous guardian of the Americas, a being so formidable that the United States government deployed every conceivable tactic, even nuclear ordnance, and still failed to subdue him. My ability might withstand a nuclear blast too. Yan Muyun murmured, voice laced with quiet doubt. You, to his surprise, the researcher didn't laugh. He nodded gravely instead. Yet you'd never compel the U.S. government to resort to nuclear weapons. Yan Muyun understood instantly. His power excelled solely in defense, offering no threat, no leverage, no reason for escalation. Hence no rank. His shoulders slumped. A flicker of disappointment stirred within him. Hadn't he imagined just moments ago attaining 2 rank classifications? Had anyone known his private fantasy, they'd feel no sympathy, only the urge to kick him squarely in the Moreover, your ability isn't without flaw, Luo Beiyuan interjected coolly. My. Yan Muyun tilted his head, puzzled. Luo Beiyuan elaborated, no matter how many barriers you deploy, gaps inevitably remain. Against an agile adversary, those vulnerabilities become easy targets. Flanking maneuvers, multi-angle assaults. For instance, I could channel multiple streams of water, striking from divergent vectors and elevations. Yan Muyun stroked his chin, silent. Seconds passed. Then abruptly he crouched and pressed his palm flat against the cold metallic floor. In that instant, under the stunned gazes of onlookers, a curved, silvery barrier, resembling a tortoise's carapace, materialized around him, seamless and complete. Luo Beiyuan. Yan Muyun rose, brushed dust from his hands, and met his gaze with unwavering sincerity. Mr. Luo, you are without question an exceptionally skilled assessor and guide. Luo Beiyuan. Thank you for the compliment. After the test was completed, Yan Muyun did not leave immediately, but approached a female staff member responsible for recording. The other party looked up, smiling politely, and asked, is there anything else I can help you with? Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment, scratching his head, and said, excuse me, did Luo Su come to work today? The female staff member showed an apologetic smile. She should have taken a leave today. Okay, no problem, just asking casually. Yan Muyun smiled. His original plan was that if Luo Su came to work today, he would take the opportunity to see her chat for a bit and express some concern. Although he did not think he could offer her much guidance as a fellow witness to the event, he felt he could still provide some psychological support. But then again, a good friend just had an incident yesterday. Who would be in the mood to come to work the next day? No, she did not. At that moment, Luo Bei-yuan, dressed in a blue suit, walked over with a look of regret on his face. She resigned. It seems she submitted her resignation letter this morning. As a colleague in the same department, he clearly knew more. Resigned? Yan Muyun was taken aback and asked, why did she suddenly resign? Luo Bei-yuan shrugged. I don't know her well, so I'm not clear on that. All right, thank you, Yan Muyun said, pursing his lips. In any case, after today, he probably wouldn't come to the ability registration office for a while, so whether Luo Su was on leave or had resigned, they likely wouldn't have the opportunity to meet again. However, we are colleagues after all. I have her contact information, so I can give it to you. Luo Bei-yuan raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing and ambiguous expression. Unexpectedly, to his surprise, Yan Muyun shook his head and declined with a smile. No need, thank you. Although Luo Su was attractive, he had no intentions in that regard. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yan Muyun nodded sincerely to the few people, saying thank you. The two female staff members smiled. All right, goodbye, Mr. Yan. This is our job. The researcher adjusted his glasses. Luo Bei-yuan looked somewhat helpless and said with a hint of complaint, it's all your fault for moving my work up a day, otherwise I would have been off by now. But now I'm afraid I still have to finish the evaluation report before I can leave. Haha, I'm really sorry about that. Yan Muyun scratched his head and said with a simple smile. After leaving the ability registration office, he arrived on the street. After checking the bus routes back, Yan Muyun put his hands in his pockets and walked toward the street across from the intersection. After walking straight for several dozen meters, he would reach the bus stop leading to the Special Affairs Bureau. After crossing the road, as he passed by the entrance of a convenience store, Yan Muyun caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye and instinctively stopped. The person was wearing a light brown hoodie with a thin and short figure and a somewhat gloomy demeanor, currently standing by a shelf selecting items. Yan Muyun looked at the half of the face visible under the hood and felt it was familiar. After sleeping for 30 years, this was only the fourth day after waking up. How could he have so many acquaintances? It wasn't until the figure turned around that he finally remembered who it was. At that moment, another figure walked out from around the corner of the shelf. This person's recognizability was significantly higher, and Yan Muyun immediately thought of them. Almost simultaneously, the person also noticed him standing outside and smiled, waving. Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment and decided to walk into the convenience store. What a coincidence, Uncle Yan. Zhang Shishue smiled as she walked over. It is a coincidence, Yan Muyun replied with a grin. She was dressed simply in a white t-shirt today, with a sports backpack slung across her shoulder and long jeans exuding youthful vibrance. To cover up his slight nervousness, Yan Muyun casually grabbed a bottle of water from the nearby shelf and nodded toward the figure a short distance away. If I'm not mistaken, she should be. Yes, that's right, Zhang Shishue sighed and said, she is Zhang Zihao's daughter. Zhang Zihao was the key figure in the video received by the Special Affairs Bureau yesterday, who was executed by justice by the Avenger. The Avenger not only mentioned his daughter specifically in the video, but also apologized with tears in his eyes. The information transmitted from the police station included not just those two videos, but also many pieces of evidence regarding Zhang Zihao's crimes and personal information, which naturally included a photo of his daughter. When Yan Muyun arrived at the Special Affairs Bureau this morning, he did not go upstairs to find Li Qingke directly, but first went to the office of Team 1. On Zhong Xiaoxiao's computer screen, there was a photo of this girl at that time. At that time, his burly senior was eating chips while sighing and shaking his head. Sigh, this girl is only 16 years old, yet has gone through so much. Out of curiosity, Yan Muyun casually asked a question and learned that this girl named Zhang Zitong had lost her mother at a young age and had grown up relying on her father. Now her only father had also died, and in such an undignified manner. Feeling sympathy for this girl, Yan Muyun had looked at the photo a few more times only to unexpectedly encounter her a few hours later. Yan Muyun lowered his voice and asked beside him, "Are you here because of her?" Zhang Shishue's voice subconsciously lowered as well, and she nodded slightly yes. After all, she no longer had any relatives in the city, and the bureau was worried she might feel despondent, so they sent someone to look after her and do some counseling. Did they assign you? Yan Muyun asked in surprise. To him, this kind of task could be handled by ordinary female police officers. Why would they assign an elite from the Special Investigations Division? However, Zhang Shishue misunderstood and blushed a little, saying, "I happened to be at that mall yesterday because I wanted to buy a gift for this child to cheer her up." Yan Muyun couldn't help but chuckle and explained, "No, I just think it's a bit that the police bureau assigned you to handle this." His words weren't finished, but Zhang Shishue already understood, smiling lightly. "I applied for this position." "You applied for it yourself?" "Yes, I don't know why, but I just can't seem to let this child go. I bothered the section chief for a long time before I was approved to take on this work. You are only 3 years older than her, calling her a child. Yan Muyun pursed his lips and turned to look at the frail figure by the shelf, which seemed as if a gust of wind could blow it down, and his mood inexplicably grew heavy. Uncle Yan. Zhang Shixue suddenly leaned in a few steps, slightly turning her face toward him. Yan Muyun's heart tightened, and he instinctively straightened his posture, blinking rapidly. Uncle Yan, that child still doesn't know the true cause of her father's death, so if you interact with her later, please be careful not to let anything slip. Zhang Shixue said softly. Didn't the police inform her? No, she still thinks her father was simply... That's right. What supports her the most now is probably the hope that the police will eventually catch the murderer. Yan Muyun nodded slightly, but soon frowned. But didn't that Punisher say he would upload the video online in a few days? At that time it might be impossible to keep this from the child. What if that Punisher ultimately doesn't Why do you think that? Yan Muyun asked, somewhat puzzled, turning to look at her. The cleanup operation targeting the Dark River Society has already begun today. As long as we handle it well and timely. Zhang Shixue, it gently bit her lips, seemingly aware that her speculation was unlikely, and sighed, if the video really gets exposed it won't be too late to explain later. Yan Muyun gazed deeply at her. Is it the police's decision not to tell her the true cause of her father's death? Your decision. Zhang Shixue was taken aback, a hint of panic appearing on her face, but she quickly regained her composure. Please don't let this out. What does the police department mean by this? Yan Muyun frowned. Seeing his expression, Zhang Shixue knew she couldn't keep it hidden any longer, and gently pressed her lips together. Our section chief believes that the victim's family has the right to know the truth, and the police shouldn't interfere too much with these matters. But I think that if this child knew the truth, realizing that her admired father was actually a remorseless villain, she might lose the motivation to live. At this point she suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Uncle Yan, please don't tell the police about this. If something happens, I'm willing to bear the responsibility alone. Yan Muyun smiled slightly, and said, this is a matter for you police. The implication of this statement was that it was your job, and as a mere intern from a special department, I naturally wouldn't intervene casually. Thank you. Zhang Shixue finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment the girl in the hooded sweatshirt seemed to have finished selecting her items, and walked towards the packaging area with her basket. Currently there are no cashiers in convenience stores, nor are there self-service payment machines. People only need to put their selected items into shopping bags, and take them out of the store, while the payment is automatically deducted from their personal online banking accounts. Uncle Yan, how about we exchange contact information? Zhang Shixue suddenly said. Oh sure. Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted. He didn't think much of it, as both of their work areas were nearby, and there might be many future collaborations. Yan Muyun's right index finger moved, bringing up his electronic business card. In his exploration during these free days, he learned that as long as both parties open the electronic business card on their mobile devices, they can automatically add each other's contact information. Of course, to prevent mistakes, only the two devices that are closest can complete this interaction. Then I'll go ahead. Zhang Shixue slightly bowed her head and walked towards the payment area. Yan Muyun stood behind, watching her figure, and sighed faintly. In his heart he knew very well that as a law enforcement officer, he shouldn't interfere too much in the personal lives of those related to the case, especially, he shouldn't conceal the true cause of a family member's death from them. But from an emotional standpoint, if he were in Zhang Zixu's shoes, he would likely make a similar choice. A lonely little girl all alone in this vast and cold city is truly not suited to face anymore. Moreover, even if he had to tell her the truth, it probably wasn't a good time now. Yan Muyun looked towards the packaging area. The girl's face beneath the hood was small and pale, devoid of any color. A few strands of messy dark brown hair fell over her forehead, half concealing her lifeless eyes. In front of her were mostly instant foods like boxed meals or instant noodles, along with a few bottles of water. Zhang Shixue walked beside the girl, helping her pack items into a plastic bag. During the process it seemed they exchanged some words, and the girl looked up towards this side. Hee. Yan Muyun raised a hand and waved, his expression somewhat awkward. However, Zhang Zitong seemed uninterested in him, merely giving a glance before lowering her head to continue organizing her things. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yan Muyun decided to browse around the supermarket. After all, he hadn't had lunch yet, and could see if there was anything to buy. However, just as his hand touched a bag of bread, it suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered that he seemed only allowed to drink nutritional supplements these days. Yan Muyun retracted his hand, gazing longingly at the bag of seemingly delicious chocolate lava bread, licking his lips. Goodbye, Uncle Yan, we're leaving now. Zhang Shixue's voice came from the door, and he looked up to see her waving at him. Yan Muyun forced a smile, waved back, and watched the two girls exit the convenience store. It was unbearable, another day of being called uncle by beautiful young ladies. However, looking at it from another perspective, Zhang Shixue appeared cold and cool in front of others, but acted like an ordinary little girl in front of him, This unique contrast felt quite nice. What am I even thinking? Yan Muyun lightly slapped his face and stood in front of the shelf for a while, finally tossing the bottle of purified water in his hand and turning to walk out. You should have approached me first. A somewhat deep voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the shelf, stopping Yan Muyun in his tracks. Immediately after, the voice chuckled lightly, as if speaking to itself. I had heard that there were people from them inside. I didn't expect it to be true. Yan Muyun tilted his head, suddenly smiling silently, because he realized that the person on the other side of the shelf was probably just on a phone call, not talking to him. Such comedic moments from dramas and movies unexpectedly happened to him. Thankfully, he hadn't responded. With this thought, he continued walking towards the convenience store entrance. And just as he guessed, the owner of the deep voice did not follow, so the person had indeed been on a phone call. After leaving the convenience store, Yan Muyun walked towards the nearby bus stop. However, just a few steps away from the platform, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Yan Muyun turned to look and saw an ordinary-sized man, wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and black sweatpants, making it hard to see his face. This way. The mysterious man tilted his head, indicating for Yan Muyun to follow him. Yan Muyun was confused, frowning and cautiously sizing him up. The man took 2 steps to the side, and seeing that Yan Muyun didn't follow, he stopped, sighing. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Just as Yan Muyun was about to say this, he saw the mysterious man turn around, extending a hand, and lifted his hood, revealing a pair of dark red eyes. The words he intended to say got stuck in his throat, and the sight before him made Yan Muyun's heart race as he slowly opened his mouth. The mysterious man also noticed his expression, his dark red eyes suddenly widening, instantly filled with a chilling, murderous intent. This was a gaze that only those who had truly killed could display, and definitely not the pretentious posturing of a street thug. It was an extremely terrifying sensation, as if being trapped in a cage with a bloodthirsty beast. Almost instinctively, Yan Muyun raised his right hand slightly, intending to use his silver shield to separate himself from the opponent. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Oh, Mr. Yan, you're still here. Yan Muyun was startled by this sudden greeting, and almost instinctively turned to look behind him, catching a glimpse of a figure in a dark blue suit. However, in the next second, he suddenly reacted and hurriedly turned his head back. The force was so great that a faint cracking sound came from his neck. Hiss! Yan Muyun inhaled sharply, covering his neck with his hand, only to realize that the hooded man who had just been standing in front of him had already disappeared. He quickly stood on tiptoe and looked around, but saw that the dark figure had already run across the street. Hey, you! Yan Muyun called out, anxiously wanting to follow, but the traffic light on the sidewalk had already changed, and the crowded traffic quickly filled the road again. What happened? Luo Bei Yuan walked over, looking somewhat puzzled. Yan Muyun rubbed his neck while frowning and said, just now, that person. However, before he could finish, he suddenly realized that this was not something a civilian should be involved in. After holding back for a long time, he finally said 3 words, nothing. Luo Bei Yuan adjusted his glasses, his expression somewhat puzzled, but he seemed to sense something and did not ask further. He'll make a call first. Yan Muyun gestured and then dialed the internal number of the special bureau. If a regular person were to report to the special bureau, they would generally call the headquarters located in the city center first, and then the operator would contact the nearest branch based on the case and circumstances. However, as an intern at the special bureau, Yan Muyun naturally had a way to call directly to the bureau. Brother Sun He raced the situation. Yan Muyun moved to a less crowded corner and quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Luo Bei Yuan stood in place throughout, arms crossed over his chest, neither leaving nor approaching, just watching with a hint of interest. Alright, I understand. I will notify the Anomaly Investigation Division about this. Are we not dispatching from the Special Bureau? Currently, there are only 4 specialists left in the Bureau. They need to remain on standby for any potential dark forces that may appear. The capture mission will be handed over to the Anomaly Investigation Division. Understood. Remember, you must not pursue the suspect on your own. After all, you are just an intern now and lack work experience. In a moment, you will go to the nearest police station to assist them in sketching the suspect's likeness and leave the rest to the Anomaly Investigation Division. All right. After the call ended, Yan Muyun let out a long sigh, as if shedding an invisible burden. Luo Bei Yuan approached at this time and asked with some concern, So, Officer Yin, what exactly happened just now? Was that fleeing man in black a wanted criminal? More or less. Yan Muyun glanced at him, feeling inexplicably frustrated. If it hadn't been for this guy just now, who knows? Who knows? Well, it seems like I can't do much anyway, as my ability is defensive. Moreover, in such a densely populated area, clashing with a suspected ability user could easily result in casualties, which would be a huge problem. Thinking of this, Yan Muyun felt a bit of lingering fear. Fortunately, the other party had come at the right moment. Otherwise, if he had continued to confront that blood-eyed murderer, no one could predict what would have happened. Yes, at this moment he was incredibly certain that the person he encountered was the suspect responsible for 3 murders, although Yin Long mentioned that red eyes are difficult to serve as a basis for tracking a suspect. However, when the red eyes are combined with that terrifying gaze that seems to choose its victims, the nature of the situation is naturally different. What are you thinking? Luo Bei Yuan waved his hand in front of him cautiously. Yan Muyun came to his senses and blinked, saying nothing. Sorry for making you lose track of the suspect. Luo Bei Yuan looked quite frustrated. No, rather you actually saved me. After all, I am just an intern now, and really lack confidence against such a brutal criminal. Yan Muyun was quite frank. I don't know whether you could take him, but he definitely can't harm you. Luo Bei Yuan laughed. Yan Muyun didn't know how to respond, and chuckled awkwardly. Then I won't hinder your work any longer. Luo Bei Yuan waved his hand, and was about to leave. Hey, do you take the bus too? Yan Muyun suddenly called out to him. My home is nearby. Oh, okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Yan Muyun asked this extra question because he suddenly felt that Luo Bei Yuan's appearance was too coincidental, perfectly timed with his encounter with the blood-eyed murderer. Moreover, the latter had also timed his escape, while slipping away just as he turned around, as if the two had conspired beforehand. The anomaly registration office had a dedicated underground parking lot, where all employees' private vehicles, a light blue motorcycle stopped in front of the bus station, and the slender, long-legged female rider lifted her goggles, revealing a pair of bright and spirited eyes. Get in the car. Yan Muyun glanced around before confirming that the person was indeed looking at him. Zhang Shixue was amused by his reaction. Oh, okay. Amidst the envious gazes of countless passers-by, Yan Muyun climbed onto the back seat of the motorcycle. The girl's long hair fell through the helmet's gap, cascading down her back, exuding a pleasant fragrance. After receiving and putting on the helmet handed over by her, Yan Muyun sat up straight, gripping the edges of the seat. You can rest your hands on my shoulders, otherwise it could be dangerous. Oh, all right. Yan Muyun placed his hands on the shoulders of the girl in front. Hold on tight, we're off now. About 6 or 7 minutes later, the light blue motorcycle stopped at the police station's entrance. It's better to ride slowly in the future for safety's sake. Yan Muyun returned the helmet. He was holding his expression serious, and spoke in a calm tone, as if he were a concerned elder looking after a younger person. Of course, if one overlooked his slightly trembling calves. Okay. Zhang Shixue's voice was soft and obedient, like a little girl waiting for a New Year's red envelope before an elder. Of course, if one overlooked the turn she made half a minute ago that almost caused the knee of the person on the back seat to scrape against the road. As soon as they entered the gate, they were led into an office by the police officer, who had been waiting. Uncle Yan, do you still remember what the suspect looked like? Zhang Shixue asked while picking up a silver ring-shaped device and a semi-transparent tablet from the nearby desk. Yan Muyun furrowed his brows and thought for a moment before nodding. He was very pale, unnaturally so. I suspect it might be due to some illness. At that time the mysterious man had raised his hood. What first caught Yan Muyun's attention was not those red eyes, but the extremely pale skin between his face and neck. All right, keep repeating his facial features, especially the details. As she spoke, Zhang Shixue reached out to place the silver ring-shaped device on Yan Muyun's head. The latter complied willingly, even stretching his neck. Meanwhile, he continued to recount. He looked to be in his 20s with slightly dark pink pupils that were somewhat transparent, and the corners of his eyes were slightly upward. His nose was slightly flat, and his lower lip seemed to be thicker than the upper lip, but I didn't see what color his. Gradually, a portrait of the person appeared on the tablet in Zhang Shixue's hand, with extremely clear features, as if it had been captured by a camera. The figure in the tablet wore black clothes and pants, one pale hand lifting the hood, slightly lowering his head, his gaze looking up from below, imbued with a chilling mix of cruelty and murderous intent. This profoundly cold expression was the most memorable image for Yan Muyun. Albinism, Zhang Shixue blurted out as she looked at the portrait on the tablet. Yan Muyun was taken aback for a moment before nodding. It does look like albinism. Albinism is a genetic condition resulting from a mutation that leads to abnormal melanin production. Patients lack pigment in their retinas, and their irises and pupils appear light pink, being sensitive to light. Skin, eyebrows, hair, and other body hair typically appear white or yellowish white. Although current scientific technology can't completely cure this disease, there are methods to minimize its various negative impacts, allowing patients to appear no different from ordinary people. Why would this person maintain such obvious pathological features? As Zhang Shixue murmured to herself, she tapped a few times on the tablet to upload the portrait to the police network. The police station would screen the nearby crowds through surveillance, while the officers from the special investigation team, who had already arrived at the scene, would also use this portrait for their search. Facing Zhang Shixue's mutterings, Yan Muyun merely sat upright in silence. It's best to leave professional matters to the experts rather than making foolish comments. Zhang Shixue looked up, noticing a hint of admiration in the eyes of the uncle opposite her, and she smiled shyly, saying, I was just saying that casually, please don't take it seriously. The profiling of the criminal's personality is handled by a dedicated department. Huh. Yan Muyun didn't know how to respond, so he simply chuckled awkwardly. The identity of this suspect has been found in the citizen system, named Xia Hou, 23 years old, standing at 173 meters tall, indeed suffering from albinism, with no registered abilities or criminal record. As for whether he is innocent or not, we don't have conclusive evidence at this time, and we need to wait to find him for interrogation. Uncle Yan. Zhang Shixue placed the tablet on the coffee table, her fair face suddenly turning serious. May I ask, why did this suspect suddenly approach you? Yan Muyun smirked, somewhat intimidated by her earnest demeanor. As he removed the ring-shaped device from his head, he sighed. I don't know, he just suddenly appeared behind me saying this way, and then gestured for me to follow him. And then? Zhang Shixue furrowed her brows, fully entering work mode. And then? I didn't know him, so of course I wouldn't follow him. Yan Muyun shrugged, his expression still somewhat fearful. He seemed to have misunderstood something. He probably raised his hood to prove his identity after realizing I wasn't going to follow him. At the moment when our gazes met, I realized he was the suspect in those 3 murder cases. He must have realized that I had figured something out, which is why he suddenly displayed intense hostility. Later, Yan Muyun recounted the sequence of events like a tongue twister, including how Luo Bei Yuan had suddenly appeared to greet him, causing him to lose focus, and how that reedied man had escaped to the other side of the road. Who is Luo Bei Yuan? I just met him not long ago. He is the examiner and guide for my advancement test. Zhang Shixue nodded thoughtfully before saying, Uncle Yan, are you sure you've never had any contact with that suspect? I've never had any contact with him. Yan Muyun answered decisively. His image characteristics are very distinct. If I had really met him, I would definitely remember. Please try to recall. It could have been something from the past few weeks, or even months. Perhaps you just haven't thought of it yet. It's impossible. I absolutely could not have met him. Yan Muyun sighed. Why are you so sure? Zhang Shixue tilted her head in confusion. Because I just woke up 4 days ago. Yan Muyun forced a somewhat stiff smile. And this kid wasn't even born 30 years ago. In the astonished gaze of Zhang Shixue, Yan Muyun briefly introduced his situation. 30 years ago he fell into a deep slumber due to an accident, and he only awakened 4 days ago. Therefore, strictly speaking, my mental age is actually just over 20. No, even my physical functions are those of a 20-year-old. So every time I hear you call me uncle, it feels rather strange. Yan Muyun rubbed his nose. Zhang Shixue pursed her lips, then smiled. In any case, your seniority is still established. Please, in the future, don't use formal language with me, and don't call me uncle anymore. Otherwise, why do you think I told you all this? Yan Muyun forced a smile and waved his hand. Zhang Shixue was silent for a moment, and then said, all right. Let's not talk about this now. We should focus on the case first. Okay. Zhang Shixue adjusted her expression and asked thoughtfully, so during these 4 days you are very sure that you have never seen Xia Hou and have had no interactions with him at all? Never. Yan Muyun spoke with certainty. In that case, let's start by investigating Xia Hou's act. Zhang Shixue took out her phone, edited, and sent a message. After about 2 minutes, she stood up and opened the LCD screen mounted on the wall of the office, projecting the video file she had just received. Zhang Shixue pointed to a spot on the screen and said, this is the surveillance from the bus station. The man in the black hood standing behind you is Xia Hou, right? Yan Muyun scrutinized it carefully and nodded. In the paused surveillance footage, he stood slightly in front of a trash can while a man in a black hood whose face was obscured reached out his hand as if to pat his shoulder. Alright, since we have identified the suspect, as long as he wore this outfit today, we can analyze his activity by tracing the surveillance system. Zhang Shixue tapped a few times on her phone screen, and then said, you can pay attention to the routes inside, and see if they overlap with the places you've been today. The surveillance footage disappeared from the screen, and transformed into an electronic map, with Xia Hou's route marked in red. Yan Muyun nodded, but internally, he was astonished. The surveillance systems today are so advanced, it seems even petty criminals wouldn't be able to escape. At that moment, Zhang Shixue frowned slightly and murmured, strange. What's wrong? Xia Hou's activity log is somewhat peculiar. The earliest recorded time is at noon today at the entrance of a pet store on Xinyang West Street. However, there are surveillance cameras all around that block, yet he seems to have appeared out of thin air, and there's no prior activity trail. Yan Muyun's heart stirred slightly. It seems like it was the same before, right? Yes. Zhang Shixue nodded. He has appeared near 3 crime scenes, but we cannot find any of his activity trails before or after. This person is like a ghost, always appearing and disappearing silently. Yan Muyun glanced at the top left corner of his glasses and noticed it was only 1244. He refocused his gaze on the electronic map, looking at the starting point of the pet store and the icon representing the ability registration center slightly above on the map, when suddenly a thought struck him and he blurted out, please mark my activity trail for today as well. Zhang Shixue glanced over with a smile. I was just about to do that. She tapped a few times on her phone, and a new blue line appeared on the electronic map. There are two places where the red and blue lines intersect. The first place is right at the entrance of that pet store. However, the blue line passed by the pet store entrance at 1050 a.m., while the red line appeared at the pet store entrance at 1044 p.m., showing a gap of about 2 hours in time. Seeing this, Yan Muyun suddenly sat up straight and asked, "Do you have any real footage of this pet store?" Zhang Shixue pulled up the surveillance footage. Sure enough, Yan Muyun slightly widened his eyes. This azure blue pet store was the same shop where he had taken shelter from the rain earlier today. Before he could think about the connection, Zhang Shixue suddenly exclaimed, "He actually went to that convenience store too." Yan Muyun instinctively asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen had already reverted to the electric. The second intersection point of the red and blue lines was around 1050 p.m. The blue line extended from the Ability Registration Center and passed through an intersection. Almost simultaneously, the red line crossed that intersection, following closely behind the blue line. There was no direct contact between the two, with about a 10-second gap. Zhang Shixue stood up and pointed at the map. "Look here." He also entered the Hueda convenience store, and then after about 10 seconds he followed you out. "What's wrong with you?" Yan Muyun's expression was somewhat strange. His brows were tightly knitted, and his body was stiff, as if he had suddenly thought of something unpleasant. He stared vacantly at a corner of the coffee table, murmuring, "I don't know, I just feel like I've overlooked something important, but I can't remember what it is." Zhang Shixue, seeing this, didn't interrupt him, and instead lowered her head to check the internal communication group of the Special Investigation Department. "What exactly did I overlook?" Yan Muyun held his head with both hands, his fingertips gently pressing against his forehead, appearing quite troubled. Zhang Shixue, however, smiled and said, "Relax, I have good news. My colleagues have already identified 2 targets wearing black hoods about 1.7 meters tall, and Xia Hohao should be one of them." "No, wait." Yan Muyun suddenly stood up, his eyes wide as saucers. Zhang Shixue was startled by him placing a hand on her chest and asked concernedly, "What's wrong?" "I remember now the first time I met him. No, interacted with him should not be near the bus station, but in the convenience." Zhang Shixue became increasingly puzzled about this. "Didn't we just analyze it based on the map?" "Yes." "No, that's not right." Yan Muyun was a bit incoherent, struggling greatly to clarify his thoughts. "What I mean is, in my understanding, my first communication with him was at the bus station, but in reality, it should have been in the convenience store. It's just that at that time I didn't realize he was the one talking to me. I thought he was just a passerby on the phone." "What did he say?" Zhang Shixue's expression turned serious. He said I should have interacted with him first. Tianhe Community is a mid to high-end residential complex situated on a bustling street in Haizong District. Those who rent or purchase there are generally white-collar professionals working nearby. Dressed in a blue suit, Luo Beiyuan passed through the security gate, smiled, and nodded at the guard on duty, then walked through a quiet garden toward the building entrance. "Welcome home, Mr. Luo," a soft, synthesized female voice intoned as the glass doors slowly parted to either side. Luo Beiyuan did not step in immediately. Instead, he moved aside to let a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman exit first. The woman, her hair set in large waves, stopped and removed the oversized sunglasses that had concealed half her face, a mischievous smile lifting the corner of her mouth. "Oh, Xiao Luo home from work?" "Yes, Luo Beiyuan replied with a smile. "About what I mentioned last time. Your daughter is very fine, but I already have a girlfriend. She is working in Chengdu now." A trace of genuine apology crossed Luo Beiyuan's handsome features. "I see," Luo murmured. She nodded, but did not seem ready to give up, her tone laced with meaning. "Xiao Luo, I do not mean to be meddlesome, but when young couples live apart, relationships easily falter. In my opinion, lovers should be able to see each other every day," she said. Luo Beiyuan gently shook his head. "If I were to break up with my girlfriend for that reason, would you be willing to entrust your daughter to me?" Luo fell silent, appraising him before suddenly breaking into a radiant smile, the crow's feet at her eyes blooming like small flowers. "No wonder every young woman in our building fawns over a good man. My buyer only suffered because she met you too late. Your daughter is outstanding. She will surely find a man better suited than I am," Luo Beiyuan said, waving his hand with a smile before entering the stairwell. Luo turned to watch his retreating figure, a faint regret in her eyes as she sighed, "If only I were 20. Whether she had been heard or not, Luo Beiyuan suddenly quickened his pace and slipped into the elevator. 74th floor, East apartment. Luo Beiyuan tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa, picked up a glass from the table, filled half of it at the water dispenser, and drained it in one swallow. He set the glass aside and went out to the balcony, his hands resting on the railing as he gazed into the distance. After a while of standing in the breeze, when Luo Beiyuan turned back, his face was veiled by a thin shimmer of light that obscured his features. It was a function of modified smart glasses, a so-called mask that could project any anime or film visage across the face, or as he chose, simply lay a faint hazy membrane over his features. On the living room sofa, a figure in black clothes and trousers sat with his face shadowed beneath a hood. You did not see my face, did you? Luo Beiyuan asked calmly. Xiahou Hao pulled down his hood to reveal a pallid, bloodless face, a faintly, sickly smile, twisting his lips. You had better not provoke me. Xingyi is nothing more than a third-rate outfit, it cannot protect you. Luo Beiyuan's eyes hidden behind the light veil fixed on him. If it were not for nobody calling my full name along the way, you would already be dead. Xiahou Hao lifted his chin and sneered, then why did you bother helping a third-rate group? Luo Beiyuan was silent for a moment before replying, they paid me 1 million. Xiahou Hao's face flushed from its usual ashen pallor. He ground his teeth and spat, I killed 4 people for them, and they offered me 2. For 1 million, and you only had to bring me here to earn 1 million. He thrust his thumb into his mouth and savagely bit at the nail, cursing, damn it, that damned in turn even saw my face. I'm probably wanted now. Getting Wumian to fabricate a new face and identity will cost another 500,000. That old monster is a damned bloodsucker. After letting him finish his litany of complaints, Luo Beiyuan smiled softly. Now it seems even 2. For 1 million was overpriced. Your professionalism is truly worrying. You even managed to meet the wrong person, Xiahou Hao snarled. His face contorted, each syllable squeezed out through clenched teeth. Luo Beiyuan did not bother to explain his motives. Tilting his head, he asked, I am curious what that Special Affairs Bureau intern did to make you think he was the one who met you. At the memory of the bespectacled, guileless-looking youth, Xiahou Hao's temper flared, his teeth chattering. This morning when I was waiting for you, that kid inexplicably appeared where I was hiding and gave me a strange smile. Then at noon he happened to come out of the Yining registration office at the exact time you and I had agreed, and he immediately made contact with my target. So you mistook him for me and actually approached him. Luo Beiyuan could not help but allow a hint of amusement into his voice. You only told me to meet at 1230 near the Yining registration office, Xiahou Hao said, staring hard at the eyes behind the light film. Luo Beiyuan's tone carried a teasing edge. I also told you not to attempt contact with me. Wait quietly in that pet shop that closes its doors, I would come to you. Xiahou Hao said nothing, his fists clenched on his knees. Besides, Luo continued, you forgot one thing, I did not even know who your target was, so how could I have contacted them in advance? You did not know? Xiahou Hao frowned. I did not, Luo answered, shaking his head. The Xingyi Hallmaster only asked me to find a way to get you into Building C of Tianhe Community. He told. Xiahou Hao abandoned the point. With a provocative gleam in his eyes, he asked, aren't you careful about your identity? Bringing me back to your home, aren't you afraid I could use that to dig up information about you? This place is rented under a false identity, Luo Beiyuan replied. My publicly known residence is another apartment in this same building. Besides, I chose Tianhe Community precisely because they keep customer information very secure. A third-rate outfit like Xingyi has no means of finding anything here. He raised his right hand where a uniquely designed silver mechanical ring glinted. And more to the point, even if you tried to investigate with such behavior, I can guarantee you would be the first to be sunk in the bay. Xiahou Hao opened his mouth to retort, but Luo cut him off. Once more, do not attempt to provoke me. 3 strikes, and you are done. This is already the 2nd time. Do you believe that even if I killed you here, Xingyi would still pay me that 1 million? Luo asked. Xiahou Hao's earlier swagger had faded, but he still answered defiantly, where do you get such confidence? Before his words had fully left his throat, he felt something clamp around his neck, and with tremendous force his body was lifted off the floor. Luo Beiyuan remained serenely calm. A jet of inky black water issued from the tip of his right fingertip, coiling like a colossal python around the smaller man's throat, forcing the blood-red eyes to bulge from their sockets. Now Luo said, do you understand why I am so confident? Zhang Zitong curled up on the sofa, her small frame folded inward like a cat. The curtains were drawn shut, casting the living room into dim shadow and suffusing the air with a heavy, oppressive stillness. She had not eaten or slept properly for several days. Her skin was sallow, dark circles ringed her eyes, and her hair hung tangled and lifeless, utterly devoid of the vibrant energy expected of a 16-year-old. She had once been strikingly beautiful, fair-skinned, lips rosy and teeth gleaming white, with long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. During her first year of high school, she had already received 3 or 4 love letters. Yet she felt no sorrow at her current appearance. Indeed, she found a strange comfort in it. After all, no one cared about her anymore. No, perhaps someone still did care. That beautiful policewoman. Ever since her father's death, she had remained steadfastly by Zhang Zidong's side. She was truly kind. Though they shared no blood or bond, she patiently, gently guided her, soothed her, and supported her, always with unwavering tenderness. And yet, she was so annoying. All Zhang Zitong wanted was to be left alone, to dwell quietly in solitude. Yet the woman constantly appeared, inventing one pretext after another to visit, lecturing her with condescending platitudes any child could recite. The dead cannot return, you must live well on your own. Your father's spirit would not wish to see you like this, and on and on. It was truly exhausting. Didn't she have work to do? Was the city's public security really so flawless? Ah no, she'd just left for duty. But she'd surely return soon. Or at the latest Zhang Zitong would see her again tomorrow. Zhang Zitong stretched her limbs without restraint, a faint feverish flush rising across her pale cheeks as she slowly rose from the sofa. That morning upon waking she had resolved to pull herself together. Not for herself, but to spare that exasperating elder sister further visits, allowing her to return fully to her duties. She pulled her phone from her pocket and opened her social media app. Every profile icon on the screen bore a red notification. Days ago, to escape reality, she had silenced all alerts. So many people were trying to reach her. How tiresome. She'd have to read each message, reply to each one. How long would that take? She set the phone down on the coffee table, and suddenly her nose twitched. Tears spilled forth, unbidden, rolling down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Just then a tissue appeared beside her. She lifted her gaze, blurred by tears, and through the haze saw a stranger, a man with ashen skin and crimson pupils, standing silently before her, as if he had materialized from the gloom itself. His expression was blank, his gaze like a still lake, concealing churning undercurrents. Calm on the surface, monstrous beneath. Zhang Shishua nearly burst out of the police station's main entrance, leaping down the dozen steps without pause and sprinting straight toward the motorcycle parked nearby. Wait, hold on. Yan Muyun called out anxiously behind her. Too timid to leap, he dashed down the stairs in rapid, tiny strides. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The moment his feet touched solid ground, the motorcycle skidded sideways to a halt directly before him. Get on now. Zhang Shishua urged, urgency sharpening her voice. Yan Muyun scrambled aboard. Barely seated before the engine roared and the bike shot forward. Startled, he instinctively wrapped both arms around her slender waist. Inside the station, several officers stood frozen in disbelief. A few young male officers turned ashen-faced, utterly crestfallen. Wind howled into Yan Muyun's mouth as he shouted over the roar, "Woo! Woo! That was only a guess. Actually, Xiahou Hao's target isn't necessarily Zhang Zito." Zhang Shishua activated the windscreen button on the handlebars. A stream of air jetted from vents ahead, deflecting the gale. Your theory holds weight. Otherwise, his cryptic remark to you makes no sense. As she spoke, Zhang Shishua sharply leaned into a turn, threading the motorcycle between two parallel sedans. Yan Muyun shuddered violently, gripping her tighter, then asked, "Why didn't you call your colleagues to go there instead? They're already searching that area. I've already sent them the alert, but they're currently engaged in apprehending two suspects matching Xiahou Hao's description. They may not be able to divert manpower just yet." Zhang Shishua ran a red light, triggering a chorus of horns behind her. Fortunately, most cars were autonomous, highly responsive to hazards. Otherwise, that maneuver would almost certainly have caused a collision. Besides, I'll reach the scene no slower than they will. Zhang Shishua banked hard. Yan Muyun's trousers scraped sharply against the pavement. The handlebars grazed the tire of a black sedan, so closely it seemed to kiss its rubber. Damn, lucky my shorts aren't shorter. I at least covered my knees. Yan Muyun blurted out, startled. I'm sorry. Zhang Shishua shouted her apology while wrenching the throttle, accelerating the motorcycle to blistering. In the dim living room, Xiahou Hao waited a moment. Then, seeing the girl make no move to accept the tissue, tossed it onto her lap with casual indifference. He seemed to have a stiff neck, lightly massaging his throat as he leisurely surveyed the shadowed room, then yawned. Your apartment's tastefully decorated. After I kill you, I'll rent it out, once things settle down. Zhang Zitong huddled tighter, her narrow shoulders trembling. Was it you who killed my father? Xiahou Hao frowned. When did he die? About 3 days ago. Then it wasn't me. He shook his head, a faint chilling smile flickering across his pallid face. 3 days ago, I killed a migrant laborer. He couldn't possibly afford a residence this luxurious. Zhang Zitong shivered violently, terror deepening within her. This man, did he kill every day? Xiahou Hao crouched down, his scarlet eyes glinting with cruel amusement as he studied the girl. Lately, I've only slain foul men. It's been far too long since I've savored the death of a young woman. As a token of gratitude, I'll let you choose your own manner of dying. Zhang Zitong squeezed her eyes shut, turning her head sharply away, her voice quavering. You. Why do you want to kill me? Because you saw what you shouldn't have. Someone paid for your life. Fine, shoot. What did I see? Roughly a week ago, you wandered alone into the northern industrial zone at night. Surely I needn't spell it out further. Zhang Zitong murmured softly, lowering her gaze to her own toes. A flicker of impatience crossed Xiahou Hao's face as he rose. I've answered you with unusual patience, yet you've ignored my question twice. Very well, I'll choose for you. Unconcerned about her fleeing, he strolled unhurriedly into the kitchen and emerged holding a gleaming Western-style chef's knife. You're so annoying. Xiahou Hao paused mid-step, tilting his head slightly. He had witnessed countless final moments, Kneeling pleas, wailing despair, furious curses. But never before had he seen such quiet, unsettling resignation in a girl's eyes. You're really so annoying. Zhang Zitong remained curled on the sofa, her vacant stare fixed on some distant point ahead. I'd just begun to gather myself. Decided to live on, truly live on. The police are handling the case. Zhang Shishua tossed her badge in front of the security guard, then gracefully leaped over the turnstile, with one hand pressing down. Could you please open the door? Yan Muyun smiled politely and nodded. Sure. The security guard instinctively opened the turnstile. Thank you. After a hurried thanks, Yan Muyun dashed into the community. At this point the distance between him and Zhang Shishua had widened to several meters, but amidst the frantic running that felt like a desperate struggle for life, he managed to keep up. The two of them passed through a lush, colorful garden, bypassing a white stone-carved fountain, and arrived in front of a towering building. The door is right here. Seeing the girl run past, Yan Muyun shouted ahead to remind her. At this moment Zhang Shishua had already rounded to the side of the building where there was no door to enter, only a wall painted in off-white. She called out, come here, this way is faster. Faster over there. Are you Spider-Man? Yan Muyun's lips twitched, but without much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed. Hold my hand. Zhang Shishua pressed one hand against the building wall and reached out with the other. At this moment Yan Muyun did not care much. Although he didn't know what she was planning, he grasped that delicate white hand. Don't let go. Zhang Shishua instructed, then suddenly charged forward. With only a wall ahead of them, Yan Muyun was startled and was pulled forward uncontrollably. Just before his vision plunged into darkness, he saw Zhang Zixu's half-body seemingly melding into the wall, and dark ripples spread out around her, like a fish falling into a lightless deep pool. Unable to breathe, unable to speak, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence, as if he had never possessed eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. The only thing he could feel was the warmth held in his palm. It contained a reassuring power, much like a lighthouse to a solitary boat adrift in the vast Dead Sea for decades. Although that glimmer of light was faint, it was still proof that he was alive. Yan Muyun did not show panic, because he believed she would not harm him. In the all-consuming darkness, he quietly began to count in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. 13, 14, 15. Just as he counted to 15 seconds, his vision suddenly flickered. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a strange room. It appeared to be a girl's bedroom, with a white desk, an esports chair, figurines, a small speaker, and a laptop on the table. The blanket on the bed was unmade, and in the corner by the wall lay a plush cat pillow. There was no one around, but through the door crack he could faintly hear the sound of water running from the bathroom. Zitong. Zhang Shishua pushed open the door, her tone a bit anxious as she called out. The sound of running water stopped, and the person in the bathroom seemed flustered. Yan Muyun heard the sound of bottles and jars being knocked over. Curiously, he took a few steps forward and stood behind Zhang Shishua, looking out of the room. Just then a door at the end of the hallway was slammed open, and a slender figure rushed out, almost dazzlingly white. Sister Shishua. The girl cried as she leaped into Zhang Zixu's arms as if she had been greatly frightened. Don't look. While Zhang Shishua held the girl, she frantically waved her hand behind her, trying to shield someone's view. Yan Muyun let out a scream as he received a sharp slap to the face, staggering back several steps. At that moment the girl realized there was more than just her sister Shishua in the room. Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she instinctively screamed, Don't scream, I didn't see anything. Yan Muyun felt a sharp pain in his eardrum, and without caring about his sore face, he hastily turned around. You go out first, and let Zitong get dressed. Zhang Shishua grabbed his shoulder, trying to push him out of the room. At that moment Zhang Zitong suddenly reached out and grabbed Yan Muyun's wrist, saying, Don't go out that The murderer is in the living room. What? Both Yan Muyun and Zhang Shishua tensed up at the same time, watching the hallway with extreme vigilance. After they entered Zhang Zitong's bedroom, they hadn't heard any sounds indicating someone had left the living room. This meant that the murder suspect was likely still in the house. You stay here to protect Zitong, they'll search the living room. Zhang Shishua reached into her sports bag, pulling out a compact taser gun, and was about to leave the room. This electric stun gun could cause muscle spasms, instantly incapacitating a person, and nowadays, almost every police officer carried one. Just as Yan Muyun was about to turn around, he caught another glimpse of the girl's bare skin from the corner of his eye and immediately covered his face with his hand, saying, Let me search instead, my ability is defensive, so it's impossible for them to harm me. No, we'll go. Perhaps knowing that this Uncle Yan was just a rookie who had recently joined the special department, Zhang Shishua was particularly firm and did not discuss further taking the gun and walking out. Yan Muyun had no choice but to retreat back into the room. Although he was supposed to protect Zhang Zitong, he didn't even dare to look at her, feeling a bit helpless. He heard the sound of the closet door opening behind him, followed by the rustling of clothes. After about 10 seconds the girl's voice came weakly, I'm dressed now. Okay. Yan Muyun sighed in relief and and turned around. Perhaps because she was in a hurry, Zhang Zidong was only wearing a loose white t-shirt, and it was unclear if she was wearing pants exposing half of her smooth white thigh and her little bare feet. The girl had just turned 16, her slender figure already showing curves and age of youthful beauty. Seeing this scene, Yan Muyun rubbed his nose and turned his head back, saying, "Make sure to wear more." "Okay," the girl replied softly. The atmosphere in the bedroom was somewhat awkward. Neither of them spoke, simply waiting quietly for any noise from outside. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the bedroom door was finally pulled open again. Zhang Shishua put the taser gun back in her bag, frowning slightly as she said, "I've searched all the rooms, and I couldn't find any signs of anyone being here." Zhang Zitong stared with her clear eyes and said urgently, "I'm not lying to you, that murderer was really outside just now." I know. Zhang Shishua stroked her head, soothing her. "I'm not saying you're lying. I found a sharp kitchen knife on the coffee table in the living room just now." She added, "But now we can't find any trace of him. He likely left using his abilities or some other method." The girl pursed her lips. It was evident that she was still a bit afraid. Ahem. Yan Muyun cleared his throat and suggested, "Why don't you tell us what happened just now?" "About 15 minutes ago, I finally managed to pull myself together and decided to live my life well." Xiao Hao played with the sharp knife in his hand, watching with interest as the girl curled up on the sofa. In 2052, in this era of material abundance where the average height exceeds 1.8 meters, he stood at just over 1.7 meters, making him quite short. Coupled with his congenital albinism, he often attracted mockery or pity in daily life. For Xiao Hao, who had a strong sense of pride, the latter was even more unbearable. However, ever since he became an assassin, things changed. In a situation fully under his control, he relished the feeling of being in the same room with his target. He enjoyed watching them cry, beg for mercy, or break down and curse, regardless of whether they were doctors, lawyers, corporate executives, or internet celebrities. No matter their profession or social status, within this brief moment, he felt like a deity who could control their lives and deaths. No, for these pitiful insects, he might be in existence greater than a god. This feeling of possessing supreme power intoxicated him like an addictive drug. Ever since his first hit, he could not free himself. The current scene was quite pleasant. This little princess from a wealthy family, a vibrant young student. In ordinary times, if they met on the street, he would probably just receive disdainful looks or would discreetly avoid her. But now he was the deity in her world. He had unintentionally exposed his whereabouts before, but as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. The female police officer, who usually surrounded her, was thus led away. No one knew that his target was her. No one would come to save her. At least for the next 2 to 3 hours, he could savor the process of killing her. Just as Xiao Hao was contemplating how to begin, the girl on the sofa suddenly spoke. "Can you fulfill my last wish?" He tilted his head slightly, a sickly smile appearing on his pale face. "Do you think you have the right to ask such things?" Zhang Zidong bit her lip as if she wanted to say something, but her voice was too soft. "Speak louder." Xiao Hao took a few steps closer. I. With her eyes closed, Zhang Zidong seemed to muster her courage and said, "I am still a virgin. So what? Before I die, I want to experience that feeling. Is that okay?" Zhang Zitong brushed aside her hair, revealing a delicate and beautiful face. Although she had been feeling down these days, her foundation was originally good. Even with her poor complexion, those clear eyes were enough to make most men's hearts race. Xiao Hao grinned, twirling the knife in his hand. "You want to buy time?" Zhang Zitong's already pale face turned even paler. "But do you think buying time will help, eh?" Xiao Hao said with a widening grin. "No one will realize your current predicament. The female police officer and her colleagues were probably out there hunting for me, but those were just others in disguise. But even if they find out those people are imposters, what then? The police will never figure out my killing patterns. They will only increase the patrol strength in these few blocks. No one would think that I could sneak into a high-end community with tight security without anyone noticing." Watching the increasingly desperate expression on the girl's face, Xiao Hao smiled even more joyfully, like a greedy devil seeing a treasure. "However, someone as kind-hearted as I definitely won't refuse your request." Saying this, he held the knife in one hand while the other began to loosen his belt. Time was ample, enjoying it was no. Zhang Zitong tightly closed her eyes, turning her head to the side, and hurriedly said, "I want to take a shower first. Didn't I say buying time won't work? I've been wearing this hoodie for 3 days." Zhang Zitong tugged at her collar and fanned it a couple of times. This statement could be rephrased as, "I haven't showered for 3 days." Xiao Hao frowned slightly, leaned in, and smelled her hair. Indeed, he could not detect the usual fragrance of a young girl, but only a faint musty smell. Zhang Zitong kept her eyes closed the entire time, her long eyelashes trembling in fear. She was immensely thankful that she hadn't showered as soon as she got home. "You have 10 minutes. Xiao Hao straightened up expressionlessly, casually pocketing the phone from the coffee table. "I'll be in the living room. If I hear anything unusual, I will come in and kill you immediately. Trust me, even if the police are at the door, I still have the ability to easily kill you and escape without a scratch. Zhang Zitong nodded vigorously, supporting herself on the armrest of the sofa, tremblingly standing up and walking towards the bathroom. As soon as she entered the bathroom, she immediately turned around, locked the door, and then pushed against the door with all her strength. However, the voice from outside was like a demon's whisper. I can appear in your home without triggering any alarms unnoticed. Are you sure this door can stop me? Zhang Zitong felt as if all her strength had been drained and resignedly let go of the doorknob. You have 10 minutes. The emotionless voice of the demon continued from outside. When I die, I must at least leave cleanly. After all, there will be forensic doctors to autopsy me later. I can't let them think I am a dirty girl. Zhang Zitong looked at herself in the mirror, revealing a faint smile. The light brown hoodie fell onto the bathroom. While I was in the bathroom, I did not completely give up. However, the bathroom window faces the bay, and there are no buildings across. Being on the 86th floor, no one could see me call for help below. Zhang Zitong nestled on the sofa, holding a cup of warm milk, softly narrating her experience. Just when I was about to give up and was going to, I heard Sister Zixu's voice from outside, so I hurriedly ran out. Yan Muyun quietly listened without speaking. He understood the pauses in the girl's words. The bathtub in the bathroom was filled with water. Beside it lay a hairdryer, and the other end of the plug was already connected. If they had come even a moment later, it was hard to imagine Zhang Zitong's final outcome. As long as you're okay in the end, that's all that matters. Zhang Shishua felt a pang of heartache, gently pulling the girl's head into her embrace, soothing her. Actually, for this incident, you should really thank this Uncle Yan. Brother, moi. Zhang Zitong looked a bit. It seems that this assassin mistook someone and had contact with him. If he hadn't keenly caught the loophole in the other party's words, no one would have realized that the assassin's true target was you, and we wouldn't have been able to arrive in time. Zhang Zitong slightly turned her face, her clear eyes looking over softly, saying, Thank you. Yan Muyun scratched his nose, smiling shyly. It's nothing as long as you're fine. Zhang Shishu gently pushed the girl in her arms away, helping her sit up, then said with a serious expression, My colleagues have already sealed off this community. That murderer likely did not go far. I need to go check outside. After all, if he left in such a hurry, he would have surely left some traces. During this time, you should stay close to this brother, Yan. Okay. Do you really have to leave? Zhang Zitong clutched her sleeve, feeling reluctant. This assassin is very cunning. If we miss any clues, he might get away again. Zhang Shishua shook her head gently, saying, Don't worry, this brother Yan is a level defense ability user. Having him around is much safer than being with me. Moreover, I won't go too far. Gil, just be in the corridor on this floor at most. In such a hurry, the assassin should not take the elevator. All right. Zhang Zitong understood the gravity of the situation and nodded obediently. The sharp knife on the table is evidence. You must not touch it. The police will come soon to take it away, and they will conduct fingerprint and DNA testing on it. After Zhang Shishua instructed the two, she opened the door and walked out. After she left, only the two who had met for the first time remained in the living room, and the atmosphere became somewhat stiff again. Zhang Zitong turned her head to look around the living room, as if she were inspecting someone else's home. Yan Muyun sat upright on the sofa, pondering what topics to discuss to ease this awkward atmosphere. Just then Zhang Zitong suddenly spoke softly. Brother Yan, could you come sit over here? Earlier she and Zhang Shishua had sat on the long sofa, while Yan Muyun was on the nearby armchair. Considering that the girl might feel insecure, Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment before sitting over. However, to his surprise, as soon as he sat down, Zhang Zitong leaped into his embrace, like a fledgling bird, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. The soft petals of the girl's lips brushed against his ear, releasing a mildly sweet and tingling breath. Yan Muyun was startled, his two hands raised helplessly in the air, caught in a moment of uncertainty, unable to embrace or push away. However, he quickly calmed down as he felt the slight tremor of the slender body of the girl in his arms, as if she feared something. Zhang Zitong leaned close to his ear, whispering almost inaudibly with a quivering tone, There are only 3 cushions on my sofa. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly sprang out from behind, grabbing a sharp knife from the coffee table and ruthlessly stabbing towards the girl's neck. The incident happened so suddenly, and Yan Muyun's attention was entirely focused on the girl in his arms, leaving him no time to activate his powers. Instinctively, his left hand, raised in the air, unhesitatingly reached for the knife's tip. The sharp blade pierced through his palm with almost no resistance, the sound of steel grinding against bone eliciting a wince. The attacker had an extraordinary strength. Even after piercing Yan Muyun's palm, the blade continued to press down rapidly, and in an instant the stained tip had already lodged into the girl's nape. Just as he thought he would succeed, a silver light flashed before him, and Xia Ho Hao felt an irresistible force crash into his face, causing his body to be flung away almost instantly. When he got up from the floor, he was shocked to find a translucent silver barrier separating him from the two. Damn it! Xiao Hao shouted in frustration, his pale face contorting with anger. Just then there was a noise from the entrance. Clearly Zhang Shixue had heard the commotion and was rushing back. Xiao Hao glanced deeply at Yan Muyun only to find that the other was staring back at him with no hint of fear, only anger threatening to spill over. You are lucky, very lucky. He squeezed out a phrase through clenched teeth, turned around, and opened the balcony door unhesitatingly, leaping over the railing, disappearing in an instant. He knew that this was the 86th floor. Yan Muyun did not dare to let his guard down, still maintaining his silver defense to prevent another sudden attack. He couldn't tell if it was because of the blood splattering into his eyes, but he felt that the silver barrier before him seemed to be tinged with a deep shade of red. It felt as if an unknown force within him was surging and struggling, trying to break free from its cage to burst forth from that blood-colored barrier. Yet this feeling was faint, so faint that Yan Muyun couldn't be sure if it was just an illusion. The entrance door opened, and Zhang Shixue rushed in with a taser gun, just in time to see Xiao Hao's figure disappearing from the balcony. Without hesitation, she raised her hand to her watch and said the suspect was just at the scene, but has now jumped off the building. All officers please head to the south side of building A immediately. After reporting, she finally noticed the two embracing on the sofa. Yan Muyun still held his hands high, and the silver defense before him had vanished. A sharp knife pierced through his left palm, the bloodied blade protruding from the back of his hand, blood flowing. Zhang Zitong, lying on him, had her head lowered, her neck and shoulders stained with bright red, making it unclear whether she was injured or if Yan Muyun's blood had dripped onto her. Are you okay? Seeing such a scene, Zhang Shixue quickly put away her gun and rushed over, wanting to find something to stop the bleeding. Yan Muyun, surprisingly calm at this moment, spoke in a low, steady voice. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Check on her first. Zhang Shixue was stunned by his words, finally noticing Zhang Zitong's unusual condition, and hurriedly began to check her wound, finally sighing in relief after a while. The knife wound was not deep, and due to the obstruction during the attack, it did not hit a vital spot. Zhang Zitong had only fainted from shock, and her vital signs were stable. Is she okay? Yan Muyun asked. She's fine, but you? Zhang Shixue looked at the knife embedded in his palm, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. Me? Yan Muyun turned his palm left and right, maintaining a calm expression, only smiling lightly. It's a small matter, nothing serious. Zhang Shixue was silent for a moment before finally saying, no matter what, I'll call an ambulance for you first. In the ambulance, someone had their eyes tightly closed, turning their head to the side, their expression looking quite painful. Hiss. Hiss. Please be gentle. Hiss. All right, young man, it's out. The masked medical staff placed the bloodied knife into a tray, then began to bandage and stop the bleeding while softly muttering to themselves. I haven't seen such a tough young man in a long time. He actually dared to catch a knife barehanded. Yan Muyun, who was sweating profusely from the pain, forced a smile, refusing to back down. Young man, you've mistaken me for someone younger. I'm 52 this year. The medical staff. A light laugh came from beside, and Zhang Shixue quickly covered her mouth, looking at Yan Muyun with a somewhat helpless expression. The latter blinked, shifting his gaze elsewhere. On the stretcher, Zhang Zitong lay flat, her eyes filled with confusion as she softly asked, Brother, Yan, are you really 52 years old? At this time her wound had also been treated with bandages wrapped around the back of her neck, but this was merely emergency care, she would still need to go to the hospital for stitches. Yan Muyun rubbed his nose, enduring the pain as he said, physically, I am 52. Hiss, but mentally I am still 22. No wait, strictly speaking, I am also 22 in a physical sense. Zhang Zitong did not understand what he was talking about, her clear eyes staring at him blankly for a moment. After a while she blinked, somewhat sheepishly glancing away, only to accidentally meet Zhang Shixue's gaze, causing her originally pale face to flush with a hint of red. He shouldn't be Sister Shixue's boyfriend, right? Zhang Zitong thought to herself, suddenly feeling a bit disdainful of herself for developing feelings for a man she had just met. But from another perspective, everything that shouldn't be seen had been seen. They had embraced and cuddled, and he had even blocked a knife for her. Having a slight fondness for him didn't seem unreasonable. Moreover, this might not necessarily be romantic feelings, that could simply be the suspension bridge effect, or perhaps it was just the sense of security he provided her, or maybe she had been alone for too long. And besides, he's already 52, older than my father. Dad. Thinking of her father, Zhang Zitong couldn't help but feel her eyes redden again. While the girl was lost in her thoughts, Yan Muyun was oblivious to the anomaly, his entire focus concentrated on his left hand. Earlier, when he was upstairs, perhaps due to adrenaline, he didn't feel much pain. However, the cost of the act came crashing down on him with overwhelming intensity, causing him to grimace. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the medical staff administered some anesthetic, and the unbearable pain finally subsided significantly, allowing him to regain control of his expression. After having his wounds stitched up at the hospital, Yan Muyun stepped outside the ward and found a random place to sit down. Looking at his left hand wrapped in bandages, he felt a sense of helplessness. It seems that not only will he have a day off today, but also tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and for a long time to come. He will be unable to undergo physical training. The doctor said that for such an injury, he must apply a special ointment every day, and it would take at least half a month to fully recover. Although this speed is already much faster compared to the medical techniques of the past, it still feels a bit insufficient. I wonder if Lichinka will be upset with me and simply give up on helping me become its level. Thinking of levels, Yan Muyun felt a spark in his heart. Since he had nothing to do at the moment, he might as well check where he currently stood on the ranking list of the Jieko. After such detailed and professional testing, his ranking should have improved significantly, right? Thankfully, it was only his left hand that was injured, so it wouldn't have too much impact on his daily life. Yan Muyun moved his right index finger and opened the Jieko app. A familiar blue and gold system notification popped up before him. Shepard logged in successfully. After closing that notification, the ranking change notification immediately appeared. Shepard ability, Silver Guardian, ranking 43234, up 934,519 places from the last ranking of 977,753. Over 40,000. Yan Muyun felt a jolt in his heart. He had thought his ranking might improve significantly, but he never expected it to rise by such a large margin. To be clear, his brother, who is the deputy director of the Special Bureau in Minxia City, only ranked in the 30s. Having a ranking in the 40s means that among the 4 billion humans on Earth, only a little over 40,000 abilities can pose a threat to him, right? No, perhaps even fewer, because among the abilities ranked higher there might be those like his with relatively weak offensive capabilities. Or none at all. Yan Muyun recalled something, raised his left hand, looked at the bandage wrapped around it, and gently shook his head. No, that's not right. In truth, anyone poses a threat to me. Without using my abilities, I am no different from an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Yan Muyun decided he needed to find a way to continue training, striving to reach the standards for injecting the gene serum as soon as possible. Only then would he have a fundamental distinction from ordinary humans. The door to the neighboring ward was pushed open, and Zhang Shishua walked out, naturally sitting down beside him. Is she okay? Yan Muyun tilted his head and asked. Zhang Shishua curled her lips. She's fine, but this little girl doesn't know what she's thinking. She even said she won't let the doctor remove her scars because she wants to remember what happened on this day forever. This kind of youthful sentimentality is typical for teenagers. After experiencing something, they always feel reborn, believing they are now different from their peers. I didn't realize you could be so sarcastic. Sorry, I accidentally revealed my true nature. The two shared a smile. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they had gone through so much together, and the initial sense of estrangement between strangers had faded somewhat. So Xia Heheo's ability allows him to transform into different objects, right? Zhang Shishue asked. Yan Muyun shrugged. Most likely, but it seems there is a limitation. He can only transform into things he has touched. I saw him jump off a building while remembering to touch the towel hanging on the balcony. Knowing his ability will make it much easier to capture him. Not including this ability because no one knows what he will turn into. Maybe the trash can right in front of you is actually Xia Hou. Really? Then I need to throw something into it. Zhang Shishue threw the mineral water bottle in her hand, accurately hitting the only 20-centimeter high opening of the trash can 6 or 7 meters away. Nice shot. It's a pity you don't play basketball. The women's basketball team in China needs you more than the Special Investigation Department does. Yan Muyun applauded. That's the effect of my ability. Zhang Shishue seemed a bit tired, covering her mouth with her hand as she stifled a small yawn. Currently, official sports events do not allow ability users and those who have injected gene serums to participate. They say that if they loosen the restrictions, all records in the world will become chaotic, so it's better to leave these limited honors to ordinary people. What is your ability? Yan Muyun recalled the strange experience he had at noon in the shaded area of that building, and couldn't help but feel curious. Feeling that his question was somewhat abrupt, he added, it's fine if you don't want to say. Questions about abilities can be a bit. Forgive me, after all, I am a child of this era. Zhang Shishue looked at him with a smile in her eyes, gently shaking her head. No, it's not private at all. In fact, if you want to know, you can go back and ask your team leader for permission to find out. Our Special Investigation Department and the Special Bureau have always been sister departments. There are many areas where we need to cooperate, and knowing each other's abilities can facilitate more efficient collaboration. That's good to hear. Yan Muyun sighed in relief. My ability is called Night Walker. I can traverse short distances in shadows for no more than 30 seconds. If I take someone with me, the time is cut in half. Today I almost couldn't hold on. The two of us were only a thin layer of tissue paper away from falling from more than 80 stories. Yan Muyun shivered, recalling how tired Zhang Shishue had looked when they first entered the girl's room, but at that time his attention had been drawn away by the noises outside. The second effect of this ability is that the darker the surroundings, the more my physical abilities, including reaction time and so on, are enhanced. In broad daylight, I am at my weakest with physical abilities only about 1.2 to 1.3 times that of an ordinary adult male, but in the dead of night, I can easily exceed 5 times that. So I guess it's about the level of a class gene warrior. And you haven't injected the gene serum. No. What if you did? Would it counteract your ability effects? No, it would be stronger. I've estimated that if I injected I could reach class standards by night on the same day. Class is already the level of a team leader in the Special Bureau. Yan Muyun clicked his tongue. Since you are so suited for the gene serum, why doesn't your leader apply for a quota for you? Zhang Shishue glanced at him sideways, slightly raising her chin, because your work is more dangerous. The quota for gene serums is already pitifully small, so it must be reserved for the most dangerous positions. Yan Muyun looked at his hand wrapped in bandages, and said your work isn't easy either. We are only dealing with humans with special abilities while your opponents are primarily monsters with special abilities. Zhang Shishue tilted her head, letting her black hair fall from her ear. The former may be cunning, but the capture process is just a bit troublesome. If you make a mistake with the latter, even if you don't die, you'll be in the hospital for months. But there are also very dangerous ability users. However, every mutant is dangerous, isn't it? As they talked, the two felt a bit strange. Although they belonged to two different departments, they were continuously discussing each other's work. Thank you so much for today. If something happened to Zidong, I might feel guilty for a lifetime, Zhang Shishue said softly. No, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have left her side, and she wouldn't have encountered danger. Yan Muyun shook his head repeatedly. I can't be with her all the time. By the time I get home tonight, she may still run into trouble. No, she will definitely run into trouble. No, if. Yan Muyun wanted to refuse again, but he couldn't think of a good argument at the moment. Zhang Shishue suddenly sighed. What's wrong? Talking to you is exhausting. Why can't you just accept compliments straightforwardly? Fine. Yan Muyun imitated her, and sighed. It seems that even if gold is buried for 30 years, it will still shine brightly. You should have some self-respect. The door of the adjacent ward opened again, and Zhang Zitong emerged, her face still a little pale. She touched her neck with one hand, her small expression conflicted. Zhang Shishue asked with concern what was wrong. The girl murmured that she felt some regret, and thought it might be better to remove the scar. Yan Muyun emitted an indistinct chuckle. Zhang Shishue shot him a glance, rose, and comforted the girl, assuring her that with today's medical technology, she could have the scar removed whenever she wished. It was very convenient. Zhang Zidong answered weakly, but her eyes involuntarily flicked towards someone sitting nearby. Yan Muyun did not notice the girl's awkwardness. By then he had stood and spread his arms to greet a figure walking from the end of the corridor. Yan Long halted and greeted him warmly, calling him his dear big nephew, though his gaze carried some wariness as he remarked that he remembered him being different. Yan Muyun forced a dry laugh and scratched the back of his head, asking if that was so. If pressed, this was in fact his original temperament. He had slept for 30 years and awoken to find that nothing about the world around him felt familiar. As a sane, ordinary man, Yan Muyun's cautiousness was within reasonable bounds. He approached everyone and everything with a humble demeanor, fearful that his ignorance might offend. But after actually being cut today, he suddenly let go. Tiring of always worrying about others' opinions, he decided to accept things as they were and stop pretending, resolving instead to show his truest self. In any case, he thanked them for their concern with a grin. That the other party had taken leave and come straight to the hospital upon hearing of his injury already spoke volumes. Yan Long, seemingly infected by the mood, made an unusually rare joke about how his father would dock his pocket money if he had not come to visit. Yan Muyun looked him in the eyes and asked slowly whether he was only joking. Yan Long said nothing and simply, he thought his big nephew was impressive, able to make a quip without a trace of levity. Yan Muyun announced that his little Long had come to pick him up and that he would head back first. Zhang Shishue smiled and waved, assuring them that Zitong would be kept under strict protection until Xiahou Hao was apprehended and brought to justice. Yan Muyun nodded, then offered a gentle smile to the young girl. Zhang Zitong blushed and bowed. Yan Muyun replied that it was unnecessary, that as an officer of the Tetu Bureau, protecting the lives and property of ordinary people was his duty. He turned and left, leaving what he fancied to be a gallant silhouette. After walking some distance side by side, Yan Long repeated brother Yan in a low voice, the pitch at the end of the syllable rising slightly. Yan Muyun said solemnly that strictly speaking, both physiologically and psychologically, he was only 22, so a 16-year-old calling him brother was not excessive. They wound their way to the parking lot behind the hospital building, where Yan Long's black motorcycle was parked. There was a dedicated recess on the side of the motorcycle front for hanging helmets. Originally only one helmet hung there, but since Yan Muyun awoke 4 days ago, there had often been 2 helmets. Yan Long took down one helmet and handed it to Yan Muyun, but when he reached to remove his own helmet, his motion froze, imperceptibly stiff. The awkwardness lasted only a moment. He soon took the helmet off, but did not put it on, instead holding it to his chest. Yan Muyun asked what was wrong. Yan Muyun had already put on his helmet, and urged him to get on and go home. Yan Long replied that he had just received a message from the captain about the red-eyed suspect and needed to return to inform Officer Zhang. Yan Long frowned and turned back toward the hospital entrance. Yan Muyun hurriedly set his helmet down and jogged after him, asking him to wait. At the hospital reception, Zhang Shixue was helping Zhang Zidong complete follow-up check procedures when she saw the two familiar figures return and paused what she was doing. She asked why they had come back. Yan Long said they had news about Xiaohou, how the latest clue their Tetra Bureau had. Ever brisk in his manner, Yan Long pointed to an office and looked at the nurse at the front desk, saying that this was a Tetra Bureau investigation, it was urgent, and could they free a room. The doctor who had been consulting patients was moved to the next room, and colleagues crowded into a single office, their patients piling up together. From outside, people in line could occasionally be heard complaining that the law enforcement agencies were too heavy-handed and vowing to file complaints. Zhang Shixue asked what they had discovered that was so urgent. Yan Long did not answer immediately. He glanced around, then walked behind the desk and lifted the doctor's office chair with one hand. He placed the helmet he was holding on the ground, as if to press the chair down over it, and swore in frustration. With a roar, the black motorcycle helmet on the floor became a figure in black clothing who began to roll and scramble to the side to avoid being crushed. In the middle of his roll, he struck a translucent silver barrier and was promptly pinned solidly beneath the. Yan Long glanced up at Yan Muyun, who showed his teeth in a smile and remarked that their captain was busy on a mission and had no time for this small case. At that hint, the man reacted. Xiaohou struggled on the ground, shouting how they had found him. He raged that he was certain he had become indistinguishable from Yan Long's motorcycle helmet. Yan Long replied calmly that there was not the slightest difference, that even the scratches beside it had been replicated. He watched Xiaohou with the coolness of someone pressing down the tail of a rather fat rat, and explained that unfortunately for him, Yan Long's power was peculiar, it could tell whether an object was alive. Yan Muyun, who had been equally puzzled, suddenly understood. His nephew's ability Kongji, which could increase or decrease the mass of non-living objects, naturally conferred a certain sensitivity to whether something possessed life. It had to be said that Yan Long's acting was superb. His movements were natural and fluid, and he had repeatedly emphasized that the Tetra Bureau had already obtained related information, coaxing the man disguised as a helmet into staying to eavesdrop rather than fleeing. Xiaohou cursed in a furious, breathless string of expletives. He felt a growing despair. For some reason, the chair on him seemed to weigh 1,000 jin, and no matter how he strained, he could not budge it an inch. Moreover, a female officer stood nearby with a taser, and if he showed any sign of breaking free, he would likely be met with a harsh surge of electricity. When Yan Muyun heard that the officers at Tianhe community had failed to capture Xiaohou, his heart was filled with worry and a hint of fear. Although the opponent's abilities were not directly lethal, they were frightening in a way that surpassed any supernatural power. With Xiaohou fixated on you, even going to the restroom would make you worry that nearby cups or toothbrushes might suddenly wrap a towel around you. Even going to the kitchen for a glass of water would make you anxious that the plates and utensils might suddenly grab a knife and attack you. However, the delusional symptoms of this albinistic patient were evidently severe. After exposing his whereabouts, he chose not to hide for a while, but rather in a fit of rage prepared to take action that very night. Yan Muyun crouched down, somewhat emotional. This ability in your hands is truly both terrifying and fortuitous. Zhang Zitong, hiding behind Zhang Shixue, blinked and asked softly, "What do you mean?" A sociopathic personality wielding such a bizarre ability is indeed terrifying, but fortunately, he is foolish enough. Zhang Shixue translated, "Damn it. You guys." Before Xiaohou could finish his curse, he suddenly felt the weight on his chest increase, and he couldn't catch his breath, causing the subsequent profanities to be swallowed back. Yan Long turned to Zhang Shixue. "Did you bring the ability suppressor?" "Of course." Seeing that the suspect had been completely subdued, Zhang Shixue put away the taser gun and took out a half-arc-shaped, deep blue metal strip along with a pair of handcuffs. Yan Muyun found it intriguing and asked, "What is this?" Before Zhang Shixue could answer, Zhang Zitong interjected, "This is an ability suppressor. It is placed on the head of the criminal with supernatural powers, and whenever they show any intent to use their abilities, it emits bioelectrical signals that can interfere with their cerebral cortex, causing them to feel disoriented and lose their ability to move." "Wow, you know so much," Yan Muyun praised earnestly. "This is all common knowledge," the little girl said a bit proudly, turning her head while peeking at him from the corner of her eye. "I was curious why you didn't know. Be a bit more forgiving towards the elderly." Yan Muyun chuckled awkwardly. At this moment, Zhang Shixue had already put handcuffs and the ability suppressor on Xiaohou. The semi-arc device on his head resembled a headband with a surface shimmering with a soft blue light, quite appealing. Yan Muyun stroked his chin. "Isn't this easy to take off? Unauthorized contact will also trigger." "What are you doing?" Before Zhang Shixue could finish her sentence, she saw Yan Muyun reaching out to touch the blue headband. And suddenly Xia Hohao's eyes rolled back, and he fell straight backwards, fortunately being caught by Yan Long, who was standing behind him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Yan Muyun retracted his bandaged left hand, his eyes sincere. Looking at the man in his 50s before her, Zhang, Shishue shook her head helplessly, his smile tugging at her lips, feeling that this guy was somewhat endearing. You hurt one of my hands, and I must retaliate with this hand. This childlike mentality displayed by this usually composed and gentle man is rather amusing. Damn it. After regaining consciousness, Xia Hohao immediately wanted to curse. But he quickly saw a pair of icy eyes and instinctively recalled the suffocating fear of being weighed down by something heavy, forcing his face to flush red without a sound escaping. I have already informed my colleagues, and they will soon arrive at the hospital. While speaking, Zhang Shishue held the hand of the girl beside her. Zitong, although this guy has been caught, he was only paid to work for someone else, and we still do not know who truly intends to harm you. Therefore you still need to accept police protection. Zhang Zitong obediently nodded. After about 7 or 8 minutes, everyone escorted Xia Hohao out of the office. The previously murmuring discontent in the hallway abruptly ceased and transformed into praise. Comrade policeman, you are truly impressive. With you here our people can live in peace. Yan Muyun followed behind, shaking his head with a playful expression. It seemed that no matter how far the times advanced, the changes in ordinary folks would not be too significant. They would despise and resist seemingly unreasonable authority, yet they would not hesitate to praise those who diligently protect them. Outside the hospital, a police car had already stopped, and 2 burly officers got out, stuffing the slender Xia Hohao into the car. If you keep performing so excellently, be careful that Director Zhao won't let you go to college this year, one of the older officers joked with a smile. Actually, I didn't really help much. It was mainly thanks to those 2. Zhang Shishue pointed at the pair of uncle and nephew standing nearby, responding with a smile. If Uncle Zhao still wants to keep me, I ought to take advantage of this opportunity to ask for 3 to 4 times the salary. We policemen do not engage in such talk. The middle-aged officer waved his hand. Yan Muyun found it amusing. This young man, before him appearing to be in his 30s, belonged to the post-90s generation. He didn't expect he had inherited his parents' somewhat feudal yet endearing way of speaking. The middle-aged officer approached and said to Yan Muyun and Zhang Zitong, we originally wanted you to go to the police station to give a statement right away, but considering it was already late today, and you have experienced so much, you need to rest well, so you can come to the police station tomorrow instead. After all, you are victims and not suspects, so you don't need to worry about colluding on your statements. The related regulations will certainly be much more lenient. Hearing that they could still meet the next day, Zhang Zitong secretly glanced at Yan Muyun, only to see him displaying a toothache expression. About what time? It won't take too long, will it? He was now extremely eager to quickly inject the gene serum and become a Superman, thus fearing any delays would interfere with his physical training. The middle-aged officer glanced at him, seemingly displeased, but considering he was one of the key contributors in this incident, he still spoke kindly. Come before 9 a.m. tomorrow, and I guarantee you'll be released before lunch. I also want to try the current police cafeteria's food. Yan Muyun smacked his lips. I can treat you to the cafeteria at noon. Zhang Shishue said, her large eyes crescent-shaped. No, I was just joking. If I eat recklessly at this crucial moment, Dr. Li will probably stand at my bedside with a scalpel in the middle of the night. Yan Muyun clasped his hands together. Only Yan Long in attendance understood this joke. The others found it somewhat confusing. The police car escorting Xia Hohao drove away, and Yan Muyun and Yan Long prepared to ride their motorcycle home. As they parted, Zhang Zitong timidly approached, fidgeting with her hands, and softly said, Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you. Don't mention it, it's all in a day's work for the people. Yan Muyun grinned. The little girl was caught off guard, her emotions somewhat incoherent, and after a moment she quietly asked, I want to ask how old you really are. Yan Muyun thought for a moment. I was born in December of the year 2000. Zhang Zitong lowered her head, her small face revealing a disappointed expression. However, at that moment she heard him continue, but I am indeed 22 years old this year. What is going on here? Zhang Zitong felt she had been played with, puffing up her cheeks in anger. You can ask Sister Shishue for the specifics. Oh, I have to leave now. Yan Muyun said with a smile. Was she really unwilling to talk to me a bit more? The little girl felt somewhat aggrieved. See you tomorrow. Zhang Zitong raised her head, her expression a bit awkward, but the corners of her mouth were raised. See you tomorrow. In this bustling city of towering skyscrapers, one of the main benefits of living on a high floor is the warm sunlight streaming in every morning. Yan Muyun got up early, swiftly dressing, washing his face, and brushing his teeth. Then he enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast of a creamy nutritional supplement. As a vibrant university graduate from the early 21st century, he had long maintained a commendable habit of staying up late, gaming, reading novels, and watching videos, rising late. However, now faced with an even more diverse array of entertainment options than before his long slumber, Yan Muyun surprisingly maintained his self-restraint, and found it effortless. He had initially thought he would become lost in holographic movies or online virtual games for a long time, yet he discovered he was hardly interested in these anymore. Perhaps it was because the real world had become exciting enough that he no longer needed to seek sensory stimulation and pleasure in the virtual realm. In the living room, the father and son were leisurely enjoying breakfast while Yan Muyun had already put on his shoes and was ready to head out. Today he felt particularly vibrant, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and black shorts, and perhaps influenced by Zhang Xishui's attire yesterday, he slung a sports backpack over his shoulder. Clear-headed and clean without a doubt, he was a fresh graduate filled with hope for the future, untouched by the harsh realities of society and rising housing prices. Looking spirited. You don't look like a guy in his 50s at all, Yan Yiming said, leisurely shoveling a fried egg. Yan Muyun rolled his eyes, gave him the finger, and stormed out. Did you see that? Yan Yiming, still in his pajamas, looked towards his son. Yan Long, chewing on a bun, observed silently, offering no comment on the humiliation of his father, the deputy director of the Special Affairs Bureau, being flipped off by a young intern. Yan Muyun took the bus to the police station and saw that familiar petite figure. Zhang Zitong looked much better today than she did yesterday at the convenience store, wearing a blue and white short-sleeve shirt and a deep blue pleated skirt that hung just above her knees, with a cream-colored backpack slung over her back. The morning sunlight illuminated her, as if she were gilded, making her appear like the most enchanting depiction of a daughter crafted by a master artist. This was clearly a school uniform, as Yan Muyun noticed a badge with trees and flying birds printed on the left breast of her shirt. One must admit that even those uniform manufacturers evolved their aesthetic with the times. This simple fitted outfit clearly accentuated the budding beauty of youth far better than baggy sportswear. Zhang Zitong was evidently waiting for someone, her small head darting around. Yan Muyun continued walking forward, emerging from behind the retractable gate, and her eyes instantly locked onto him. Brother Yan, good morning. Morning. Good morning. Yan Muyun approached her, smiling as he asked, you should know about my situation, right? Well, the little girl paused slightly, then realized what he meant and nodded vigorously. I know. So you can call me either uncle or brother, whichever feels less awkward for you. I don't mind either way. Yan Muyun had come to terms with it. He should be his age, and forcing a girl 30 years younger than him to call him brother was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do. Then I'll call you brother Yan. Zhang Zitong walked alongside him towards the police station. That feels pretty good. Before you, only a nearly 50-year-old uncle called me brother. Yan Muyun was in a good mood, unable to resist raising an eyebrow. The efficient little policewoman from the Special Investigation Unit, after learning about his situation, though she didn't constantly call him uncle, their relationship transitioned to that of peers, and they generally addressed each other by their names. The feeling of no longer being treated as an elder was oddly nostalgic. After all, his younger brother was now mentally over 20 years older, and his nephew had never regarded him as an uncle. Thankfully now, there was a little girl to fill that gap. The ones taking their statements were Zhang Xishui and the middle-aged police officer from yesterday. Yan Muyun finally saw the former in uniform. Her light blue shirt diminished the neighborly sister vibe she initially exuded, transforming her into a capable and poised figure, evoking admiration and a hint of respect. The middle-aged officer, surnamed Qian, though an experienced veteran, was just an ordinary person. He had been responsible for escorting Xia Hou because the latter was already fitted with a power suppression device, making him no different from an ordinary criminal. Of course, for safety, Sake, the young police officer accompanying him, was an agent from the Special Investigation Unit. This kind of configuration is quite common across Huaxia. After all, the number of agents with special abilities is limited and manpower is always lacking, so often experienced ordinary personnel from the same bureau are needed to guide them in their work. Yan Muyun's statement was quickly concluded, as he had played an important role in yesterday's incident, but had not been deep. Currently, the only question regarding him was why Xia Hou had misidentified him in the first place. The reedy murderer was evidently not easy to crack. After last night's interrogation, the police had not obtained much useful information, so this question could only remain unresolved for now. You can leave now, Officer Qian said after recording the information on the computer, glancing at Yan Muyun. Yan Muyun hesitated, his fingers subconsciously fiddling with the cup in front of him, the coffee still. Seeing that he seemed reluctant to leave, Zhang Xishui smiled and smoothed things over. The special agents from the Special Affairs Bureau can be considered our colleagues. Without him in this incident, we wouldn't have been able to apprehend the suspect, so let's allow him to stay and continue listening. Of course, Officer Qian nodded. He didn't dislike the young man in front of him, it was just that he had been bothered by something the other had said yesterday. It won't take too long, will it? He had kept that in mind, thinking the other might have something urgent today. Seeing everyone's attention focused on her, Zhang Zitong clenched her small fist, seemingly encouraging herself, then pulled out a white tablet from her backpack. She pressed the screen, and the homepage displayed a document filled with dense text, likely written in the range of 1,000 to 2,000 words. I originally didn't know, but that murderer reminded me. The little girl cleared her throat and began to read on May 23, 2052, at 6 p.m. I didn't do well on my exam and rode my bike to the Northern Development District to clear my mind. On the evening of May 23, 2052, at 6:30 p.m., the setting sun cast its golden rays on the rushing river, creating a shimmering surface that sparkled like a layer of orange-gold sequins dazzling to the eyes. A slightly fishy breeze brushed the riverbank, lifting the hem of the skirt of a girl standing dazed on the ground. At this age, a girl should be carefree and full of youthful exuberance, yet a trace of melancholy hung on her face, as if she were already disheartened by the passing of spring and autumn. Every age has its own worries, and the word sorrow is unavoidable for any normal person. Zhang Zitong was feeling quite troubled. Her recent monthly exam results had regressed in every aspect compared to the last time. Not to mention that her math score was as suffocating as ever. Even her stronger subjects, Chinese politics and history, had caused her teachers to frown. I can't keep staying up late to binge-watch dramas. The girl squinted at the sparkling river surface, and she could already imagine how her father would react upon learning of her grades, surely wearing a conflicted expression before waving her off to her room, while he sat alone in the living room smoking. After watching the finale tonight, I will start studying properly. Zhang Zitong clenched her fists and made a silent vow. This was the development zone in the north of the city, quite a distance from her home in the city center. The reasons she rode her bike so far included the sparse population, fewer tall buildings, and fewer surveillance. The biggest downside of living in a big city is the overabundance of people. No matter where you go, there are always crowds, leaving no space for solitude. Moreover, the buildings are too tall. When standing on the street and looking up at the sky, you can only see a narrow strip the width of a finger, making her feel like a little ant that has stumbled onto a mahjong table surrounded by vertical 1000, 2003, and 4. And then there are the surveillance cameras. No matter where you are, indoors or outdoors, you can always spot 5 or 6 cameras pointing at you when you glance around. Although Zhang Zitong appreciated the societal stability and low crime rates that these devices brought, being constantly monitored still made her feel uneasy. Especially when she was in a bad mood, these emotionless black eyes annoyed her even more. It was during a school-organized spring outing that Zhang Zitong discovered this development zone where there were fewer people, fewer buildings, and not many cameras. This wide and clear river in particular separated her from the bustling city across it, where people enjoyed evening strolls, children ran about loudly, and elders set up stalls to play chess, creating a lively atmosphere. But this side of the river belonged solely to her. From then on, whenever Zhang Zitong felt troubled, she liked to ride her bike here to sit for a while, as if being on this side would shield her from the distractions of the other side's mundane life. Zhang Zitong patted the bicycle seat, exhaling deeply, deciding it was time to face her dismal life. However, just as she lifted her leg, a harsh sound of tires screeching against the ground suddenly came from behind her. The girl shrank her neck in fright, quickly turning to look back, only to see a black car spinning out of control and crashing into a lamppost, producing a loud bang. The car's trunk lid flew open upon impact, and a shower of red cash bills erupted from inside, fluttering through the air like butterflies. The sudden turn of events left her momentarily blank. By the time she regained her senses, she saw 3 figures standing beside the crashed car. A man dressed like a laborer was trying to pull someone from the car, while a stylish young man was crouched on the ground picking up money, and a suited office worker paced back and forth, seemingly torn between collecting cash and rescuing the person. Zhang Zitong snapped out of her daze and realized she should quickly call for an ambulance. She fumbled nervously to take her phone out of her pocket. But just then one of the people by the car suddenly shouted angrily and cursed. Zhang Zitong looked up in confusion, only to see the stylish young man charging toward her with bloodshot eyes. Before she could react, her phone was snatched from her hand. "If you don't want to die, don't move," the young man threatened, pointing at her nose. Zhang Zitong had never experienced anything like this and was frozen in fear. "Hey, what are you doing?" shouted the office worker, angrily tossing aside his briefcase and walking toward them. The young man's face twisted into a snarl as he pulled out a small knife and pointed it at her. "Don't be nosy, The office worker clearly cared more about his own life than a sense of justice. Without hesitation, he turned and returned to his spot. At that moment, the laborer peeked around the car and shouted, "This person seems to be dead." "That's a good thing." The young man's eyes lit up as he grabbed Zhang Zitong's wrist and headed toward the car. Although she initially wanted to struggle seeing the glinting knife in his hand, she rationally chose to follow. "What's wrong with you? How can you be so heartless?" The laborer, still furious from the earlier incident, the young man scoffed coldly. "All cars nowadays have autopilot. How could an accident happen so easily?" The person in the car must have been drunk and wanted to experience the thrill of racing, but ultimately their skills fell short, resulting in their own demise. Why sympathize with someone who brought about their own death? "I didn't smell any alcohol," the laborer said without arguing, pulling out his phone to call for an ambulance. "Don't move. Anyone who calls will get her killed." The young man suddenly shouted, pulling Zhang Zitong in front of him and pressing the sharp knife against her chin. The girl, frightened, shut her eyes tightly and tilted her head back, trying to keep away from the blade. If I call and you snatch my phone yet threaten to kill me if someone else calls, does that mean I'm the only one you can bully? Zhang Zitong opened her eyes a crack and sadly realized that among the 4 people present she indeed looked the most vulnerable. The laborer wore an orange vest and had a muscular build from years of hard work. The office worker, although he had acted a bit timidly earlier, was still a solidly built man over 6 feet tall. I'm not going to fight. Oh, I've already put my phone down. Kid, don't be impulsive. The laborer, startled, placed his phone on the roof of the car. Look here, look at all this money. The young man pointed his knife at the trunk where red bills printed with the Arabic numeral 500 were scattered about, with at least 1,000 to 1,800 discarded on the ground alone. The office worker maintained a relatively calm expression, frowning as he said, even if we take this money, it will surely be reclaimed by the deceased's family in the end. Why are you all so stupid? In this day and age, who the hell uses cash for transactions? The young man cursed loudly, then pointed at the trunk with his knife. Go ahead and check. The office worker hesitated for a moment, then took off his suit jacket, wrapped it around his hand, and began to rummage through the cash piled high in the trunk. After rummaging for a short while, he let out a soft exclamation as he pulled out a black plastic bag from the pile of cash, which contained small dark red crystalline substances. The young man's eyes widened, and after a moment he coldly laughed. It seems this guy wasn't drunk at all. The young man kicked a few red banknotes into the air, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. This guy is definitely not in legitimate business. This money is not legitimate either. We take it, and no one dares to report it to the police. Hong being the latest addictive drug that has emerged in recent years. Due to its special properties, those who have awakened special abilities are more likely to go insane over it than ordinary people. The country had once imposed strict crackdowns on such drugs, so everyone present understood the nature of the contents in the black plastic bag. The office worker remained silent for a while, then quietly said, there are surveillance cameras everywhere now. The nearest surveillance camera is blocked by a tree. As long as we don't go that way, we won't be filmed, and no one will know what happened here. The young man was evidently familiar with the area, tilting his chin to signal everyone to look toward the road. As expected, perhaps because this place was too remote, the relevant authorities had not pruned the overgrown branches along the roadside in time, greatly affecting the surveillance camera's view. The simple-looking migrant worker had a conflicted expression, the wrinkles on his dark face becoming deeper. Kid, I don't think this is good. We should hand it over. Over $1 million, the young man growled through clenched teeth, and Zhang Zitong could clearly feel his body slightly trembling. There's at least over $1 million in here. If we split it 4 ways, each person gets at least 300,000 to 400,000. What's wrong with taking this money? Due to his agitation, the young man's face reddened, and his voice, which he tried to suppress, was filled with an unsettling, infectious power. The office worker was clearly tempted, swallowing hard, his gaze meticulously tracing every inch of cash, and the young man continued to entice. As long as none of us speaks up today, who would know there was so much cash at the accident site? Who would know? Even if this person's relatives knew, would they dare to report it? Would they? Oi. He pointed at the black plastic bag in the office worker's hand, emphasizing again, would they dare to report it? This young man with a buzz cut and trendy clothes was clearly entranced, his eyes bloodshot as he said, we might spend a few weeks in jail at most if they report it and find out they'll be executed. As long as they don't speak and we close our mouths after taking the money, who could trace it back to us? The air among the 4 seemed to solidify, the setting sun stretching their shadows long, merging with those of the roadside trees and street lamps. I think it's doable. Surprisingly, it was the seemingly honest migrant worker who first let's gather the money first and go to my dorm. I live in a room by myself, the migrant worker said in a deep. Zhang Zitong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to connect the person standing before her with the previously honest man. The office worker did not voice an opinion, but simply placed the black plastic bag down, put on his coat, and then bent down to start picking up the money. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he released Zhang Zitong and squatted down to gather the scattered banknotes in front of him with his forearm. Hurry up and help, little girl. The migrant worker glared at her, startling Zhang Zitong, who quickly began to help. The 4 of them worked together and collected all the cash scattered on the scene in less than 3 minutes. Zhang Zitong stood nervously to the side, hesitating to speak. I don't want any money. Can you return my phone? No. Unexpectedly, the other 3 expressed their refusal simultaneously. I really don't want any. With one less person you can share more, right? Zhang Zitong was on the verge of tears. The young man didn't want to waste time either. He pulled out a handful of cash from his pocket and shoved it into her arms without a word. You have to take it, otherwise we won't feel safe. But Zhang Zitong wanted to say something else, looking pleadingly at the office worker and the migrant worker, but the words got stuck in her throat. The serious and grim expressions on their faces made her realize that they were not the ones she should be seeking help from. "Take it, girl," the migrant worker advised meaningfully. Zhang Zitong then realized that their principle was not the so-called everyone gets their share, but rather that only by dragging her into the crime, pulling her into this criminal quagmire, and making her as dirty as they were could they feel at ease. "Haitsong no. One middle school right." The young man glanced at the badge on her chest, tilting his head as a crisp sound came from his neck. He seemed to have said nothing, yet he had said everything. Zhang Zitong felt a chill running from her feet to the top of her head. "Here, your phone." He handed over the phone. Zhang Zitong reached out to take it, but he withdrew his hand again, looking into her eyes, and spoke slowly. "Even if we go to jail, there will come a day when we are released, understand?" "Understood." The pale-faced girl nodded vigorously. "Don't waste time," urged the office worker. The honest-looking migrant worker said, "I know this area well, just follow me." "No, just point the way or follow me. I remember the exact locations of the surveillance cameras in this area." The young man shook his head. "Lead the way," the office worker said succinctly. The three exchanged glances and prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, the young man suddenly turned back and grabbed the black plastic bag from the trunk. "Are you crazy?" the office worker shouted. "Just take care of your own money and don't worry about others," the young man threatened, baring his teeth. The three figures disappeared behind the trees by the roadside. In the office, Zhang Zitong recalled saying, "The money they stuffed into my hands, I handed it over to a police officer on my way home." "How do you explain where this money came from?" Officer Qian frowned slightly. "I bought a wallet, put the cash inside, then handed the wallet to the police, saying I found it on the roadside." Zhang Zitong's voice grew softer, her head hung lower, her chin almost touching her chest. "The money for the wallet was my own. I really didn't spend that money." Zhang Shishua looked at her like this, feeling a bit reluctant, and comforted. "Don't worry, you won't be held responsible." Just then Zhang Zitong seemed to think of something, her body suddenly stiffening slightly, her previously rosy cheeks now pale, trembling, as she asked, Could it be that my dad was killed because—" "No." Zhang Shishua knew what she was thinking and interrupted. "Really not. They weren't caught by the police because they thought I reported them." The young girl's eyes turned slightly red, tears welling up. It absolutely wasn't revenge from those three people. Zhang Shishua stood up, placing a hand on her shoulder, speaking calmly. "Why?" "Because before your father had an accident, those three had already died." Zhang Zitong was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. "How could this be? What happened?" "The three of them were killed by Xia Houhao, and you are his fourth target." Officer Qian's voice was low and somber, inexplicably casting a chill over the sunlit office. Zhang Shishua sat back down and began to read the case file. The first victim, Nephew, single, unemployed, 19 years old, had 3 prior criminal records for theft, illegal gambling, and armed robbery, often active in the newly developed area in the north of the city. His presence there was likely not a coincidence, but rather because he was targeting you. "Targeting me?" Zhang Zitong tightened her grip on the backpack in her arms. "Yes, at that time he might have originally intended to rob you, but his plan was disrupted by the sudden car accident." Officer Qian nodded in agreement with this explanation. As an old police officer, he understood what these social drifters were thinking. The second victim, Zhang Peng. Zhang Shishua continued, 31 years old, single, no criminal record, currently unemployed. He originally worked at a cultural media company, but was dismissed a month ago due to a work-related mistake. He appeared in the new development area that day to apply for a clerical job at a newly established small company. The third victim, Lu Yuhang, 40 years old, married with no criminal record. He was a worker at a construction site in the development area, originally from Shandong, with his wife and daughter back home. Officer Qian lightly tapped the table with his finger, summarizing, "Considering the backgrounds of these 3 individuals, they share a common point: they are all in dire financial situations." Nephew was addicted to gambling and could never keep money. Zhang Peng had just lost his job, while Lu Yuhang was in great financial strain after borrowing a significant amount to pay for his daughter's medical treatment. The girl listened quietly, her gaze drifting across the desk, lost in thought. After Zhang Zitong completed her statement, many of the mysteries surrounding this serial murder case were resolved, and a significant breakthrough was achieved. Zhang Shishua pulled out the accident vehicle records from the newly developed area in the north of the city, identifying the deceased car owner from the accident, that day the son of a director from Xinyuan Energy Group. In the case records, the family had neither requested details regarding the accident nor pursued an investigation into its causes. The entire case handling process was unusually smooth, ultimately concluding hastily as a regular traffic accident. There were still many other doubts, such as the fact that when the police arrived at the scene, the dashcam footage from the accident vehicle had already disappeared. The car owner's body was cremated and buried the next day at the family's strong request after being sent. There were very few news reports regarding the accident, with headlines mostly reading "Rich Second Generation Dies in Speeding Accident." All these signs indicated that someone wanted to hide something. Now the police finally learned the truth that was being concealed. The son of a senior director from Yan Muyun Group was involved in red ice trafficking. Once this news broke, it was estimated that the company's brand reputation and market value would be severely impacted overnight, which was why they were so desperate to minimize the fallout from this accident. Subsequently, it was likely that Yan Muyun Group, based on intelligence they had gathered from unknown sources, figured out the identities of the 4 witnesses present on the day of the accident and hired assassins to eliminate them one by one. No, perhaps it wasn't even necessary to find all 4. It was enough to locate just one. Under the threat of death, an ordinary person would be unlikely to keep any secrets, especially since they were merely strangers who had met only once. After the statement was completed, Zhang Zidong left for school, while Yan Muyun remained at the police station, seemingly wanting to learn more about the follow-up to this case. Based on our speculation, the incident likely originated from the bag of red ice that nephew took. Zhang Shishue was recording something on her tablet. While analyzing, he took that bag of red ice not for personal use, but to sell it for money, as he had no history of drug use. However, the anti-drug efforts in Minxia City have always been very stringent, and the amount of red ice circulating secretly should be limited. The sudden emergence of an unfamiliar source would undoubtedly arouse the suspicion of those unsavory characters in the underground world. Thus, the people from Yan Muyun Group could easily track down nephew by following the clues. Yan Muyun stroked his chin and continued. Then, under duress, nephew revealed that there were 3 other people present that day. Zhang Shishue put down her tablet, stretched, and her figure was striking beneath the light blue uniform. Yan Muyun shifted his gaze elsewhere. So what will you do next? Of course, we need to investigate Yan Muyun Group. As long as we gather evidence of their crimes, this matter will be completely resolved. Zhang Shishue spoke with a cheerful tone, as if this were not a significant matter. The next steps would be the police's responsibilities, and Yan Muyun knew his own limitations and did not intend to meddle. However, at that moment another question troubled him. I just want to know who the person was that was supposed to meet Xiao Hao. That is indeed a problem, Zhang Shishue nodded. But we have already guessed who the mastermind is. As long as we capture him, these small-time operatives will naturally be exposed, right? No, that's not right. Yan Muyun shook his head with a serious expression. If that person is a small-time operative, why would they hide their face? What do you mean? Zhang Shishue was taken aback. It is now certain that Xiao Hao does not know that person, otherwise he wouldn't have mistaken me for him. Yan Muyun adjusted his glasses, his demeanor more detective-like than any Japanese Shinigami high school student. With today's advanced technology, there are many ways to avoid government surveillance and communication. Even I, an old relic who has slept for 30 years, know that the private chat function of Jiekuo is absolutely confidential and does not leak any information. Therefore, for the 2 individuals executing the assassination task, exchanging photos to confirm identities would pose no challenge. If that contact person were merely a small-time operative, why would they conceal their identity? Would the people from Yan Muyun Group really allow a small-time operative to play tricks and create uncertainty and risk for the task? Zhang Shishue instinctively tilted her chair back and forth a few times, hearing you say this. It does make sense. So now there are 2 possibilities. Yan Muyun raised 2 fingers, forming a V. One is that the person is merely being paid to do the job and is not under the jurisdiction of the black organization behind Yan Muyun Group. The second possibility is that the person plays a more significant role and cannot afford to expose their identity information over such a trivial task. Although we do not yet know what their intentions are, it certainly cannot be anything good. Zhang Shishue nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with admiration. Moreover, there is another reason why I am eager to find him. Yan Muyun raised his 3rd finger. Xiao Hao entered the Tianhe community with that person's help, which means the other party is very likely a resident or staff member there. I don't feel at ease letting Zhang Zitong stay in the same place as that guy. What you said has actually been considered by... Seeing his serious expression, a hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Shishue's face. Our police arranged for Zitong to stay in another place last night, and we collected the records of residents entering and exiting her original building from 1:50 p.m. onwards, which is half an hour after you saw Xiao Hao. She opened her tablet, tapped on it twice, and brought up a list explaining, if we don't know what Xiao Hao's ability is, it will be difficult to determine the correct direction for the investigation. But now that we know his ability is to transform into touched objects, since he was able to enter an apartment building with an independent security system, someone must have brought him in. Yan Muyun could no longer listen to what followed, and covered his face with his hand. At this moment, just thinking about the serious and earnest expression he had while reasoning made him feel as if he had returned to that night 30 years ago, when he had a fever of over 40 degrees, his entire body felt scorching hot. He thought he had discovered a key point that the police had overlooked, yet in reality, they had already considered everything, even listing out the suspect names. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Zhang Shishue comforted him with a smile. Your reasoning just now was actually quite impressive, especially the part about the relationship between that person and the dark organization behind the Yan Muyun group. We police indeed haven't thought that deeply. Really? Yan Muyun felt a bit better. But then he thought again that the police had already formulated a plan to catch that person regardless of whether he was a big fish or a small fish. He would eventually be caught, so there was no need to consider so many irrelevant things. To shift his focus, Yan Muyun lowered his head to look at the tablet on the table, asking, "Can I take a look?" "Of course, the list is for you to see." Zhang Shishue smiled slightly as she pushed the tablet across the table. There were a total of 27 names on the list, and after a quick glance, Yan Muyun immediately furrowed his brows. "Any discoveries?" Zhang Shishue leaned forward with great interest, bringing her head closer. A pleasant floral fragrance wafted over, and Yan Muyun instinctively inhaled, feeling embarrassed the next moment. After realizing it, he waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh, I just..." Zhang Shishue looked up at him and smiled. "It's Fei meaning flying, and Ing meaning cherry blossoms." "Ah, what? The brand of shampoo." "Oh, okay, thank you." Yan Muyun cleared his throat, pointing to a name on the list. "This person, I think he is highly suspicious." "Him? Are you sure?" Zhang Shishue's delicate brows knitted together. "To be honest, he might be the most troublesome person on this list." "Actually, I'm not very sure." Contrary to her expectations, Yan Muyun shook his head candidly. "Just a wild guess." "A wild guess? Well, I can't say it's a wild guess. It has a little bit of basis." Zhang Shishue leaned back against the chair, tilting her head slightly. "How about we leave this person to you? After all, the Special Investigation Bureau has the authority to summon and arrest suspects. Besides, our anomaly investigation section indeed has quite a bit on our plate recently." Haizong District Special Investigation Bureau. As Yan Muyun pushed the door and entered the office, the Han twins, who were originally sitting at their desks, stood up simultaneously, their 4 eyes staring intently at him. "What are you doing?" Yan Muyun instinctively took a half step back, raising his hands in front of him to adopt a fighting stance like Ultraman. "You should withdraw from the Special Investigation Bureau." "You should withdraw from the Special Investigation Bureau." The Han twins spoke in unison with extremely serious expressions. Yan Muyun's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had unintentionally done something illegal and morally wrong, and he immediately raised his hands. "I confess I surrender." One of the twins chuckled, likely the younger brother Han Yinju. He wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "Just kidding." Han Jin, you also wore a smile. "The main thing is that your abilities are too extraordinary. Before you joined the Special Investigation Bureau, our work was like catching fish for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. After you joined, we basically stayed in the water from morning till night." "It's not that exaggerated." Yan Muyun's lips twitched. "Not exaggerated." Han Yinju extended a hand, starting to count his crimes. "You joined the Special Investigation Bureau the day before yesterday. In the afternoon, the Punisher released a video, and after you and Dr. Li got off work, you encountered an anomaly. Yesterday, while the captain and the other 2 set out to clean up the Dark River Society, you went out to test an ability and ended up running into the Reeded Killer. No, I mean 3 times. Once at noon, once in the afternoon, and once at night. The first time the other party approached you, the second time you were gloriously injured, and the third time, you directly captured the criminal." Han Jinyu added. "And then today, just when we thought the Dark River Society issue had been resolved, and the Reeded Killer had been caught with no dark curtain alarms in Haizong District, we could enjoy a leisurely day, unexpectedly you went to the police station in the morning and managed to bring back a job right away." Han Yinju's expression twisted with frustration, as if he would pounce on a certain jinx any second. Yan Muyun fell silent for a moment, and said, "To be fair, you 2 didn't do much yesterday either. Wasn't Yan Long's contribution significant when he went to pick you up to capture the suspect? He is a formal officer of the Special Investigation Bureau, and so are we. His efforts count, as our sub-bureau's efforts. We're all family. How could you in turn understand the deep bond we've developed over several months?" Han Yinju said confidently. "I and Xiao Long are family," Yan Muyun reminded him. Far away, Yan Long worked silently, ignoring the drama unfolding at the entrance. Han Yinju waved his hand. "Don't change the subject. I just remembered, before you joined the Special Investigation Bureau, it seems you also had an incident, encountered a magma demon, right?" All right, let's get back to business." Han Jinyu interrupted his younger brother with a smile. "A big brother is after all more mature and stable than a younger one, even if the former is only 3 minutes older." Yan Muyun found a chair to sit down and asked the question that concerned him the most. "How did Captain Wei and the others fare in their operations yesterday?" "Successful." Han Yinju said these 3 words with a serious expression. "Did anyone lose their life?" Yan Muyun was startled, instinctively thinking that the sub-bureau had suffered a heavy loss during the mission. At this point, he realized that Captain Wei Jun, Luo Bing Han, and Zhong Xiao were not in the office. Spit, don't talk nonsense. Next time when announcing good news, please match your facial expressions, okay? I have no issues with this expression, Han Inju argued resolutely. A question mark slowly floated above Yan Muyun's head, and he decided to stop arguing with his scatterbrained brother, turning instead to cast an inquiring glance at his twin brother. Han Jinyu pondered for a moment, and said, his expression is indeed fine. Yan Muyun's face shifted between shades of blue and white, and one might think that Xiahou Hao was a master of internal energy, leaving a bit of hidden strength in his body after stabbing his hand with a knife yesterday, which only erupted now. No more joking. Han Jinyu smiled and shook his head, then quickly composed his expression. At the beginning of yesterday's mission, things went smoothly. The Dark River Society was unaware that Zhang Zihao was the Punisher. They merely thought it was the work of some opposing black organization. When the Special Bureau and police raided their main industries and captured their leaders, they were completely unprepared. Hastily organized resistance was hardly effective, and they were soon caught in a net. Isn't that very smooth, eh? Yan Muyun asked, somewhat confused. Things have been going quite well until now. Han Jinyu nodded and continued. However, when the police finished suppressing the situation and thoroughly investigated their assets, they discovered that a large sum of cash had been secretly taken away by several leaders the afternoon before yesterday. These traitors were extremely ungrateful, taking whatever they could grab without hiding their traces at all, as if they knew the Dark River Society's time was up and were not afraid of any retaliation. An insider. Yan Muyun blurted out the words without much thought. However, he clearly wasn't referring to the traitors transferring the assets of the Dark River Society. Yes, just like there is an insider. Han Jinyu nodded seriously. According to records, the time they began secretly transferring assets coincided exactly with 1 to 2 hours after the Punisher video was sent to the Special Bureau and police. Yan Muyun was somewhat reluctant to accept this fact, frowning as he said, the Dark River Society is clearly gone. What could that insider want? We still can't be sure if there's an insider. Let's not jump to conclusions. Han Jinyu shook his head. Han Inju bluntly stated, if there is, what else could they want? Money. So part of that black money that was transferred out early is meant for. Yes. Han Jinyu nodded and said, I heard that the higher-ups in the police department have already begun investigating whether the police involved in this operation have any suspicious hidden accounts. What about us? Will we be investigated too? Yan Muyun pointed to his own nose. Anyway, it can't. Han Inju whispered. Cough cough, don't speak carelessly. Han Jinyu patted his brother's shoulder, then turned to Yan Muyun and replied, I don't know, maybe. At that moment, the office door was pushed open and the tall, bearded Zhang Lan walked in. Upon seeing someone lounging on a chair at the desk, he wore an expression of annoyance. You might have awakened 2 types of abilities, one being that barrier thing, and the other super luck. Clearly super luck here should be understood as an antonym. Why does everyone say this the moment they see me? Yan Muyun protested. Zhang Lan chuckled, waving his hand. Come on, now that everyone is here, we should start the meeting. Meeting? Yan Muyun stretched his neck. The target you suspect is a dangerous individual with a level ability. We need to consider what to do if he appears for capture. Zhang Lan explained. In the conference room, Yan Muyun leaned on the table and surveyed the surroundings, complaining, honestly, we could have discussed this directly in the office just now. At the long table that could accommodate more than 20 people, only Zhang Lan, He and Long, and the Han twins were seated. It's a bit ceremonial. Zhang Lan chuckled. Han Jinyu propped his elbows on the table, fingers interlocked under his chin. The 3 of them, as well as the members of the second team, just returned around 5 or 6 this morning and need to rest well. After discussing with Uncle Sun, we finally decided that just the 4 of us would be enough to ensure that this mission, after all the suspicions surrounding the other party, can be guessed at with a mere thought, so they are likely innocent. 4. Yan Muyun ignored the latter half of his sentence, counted, and raised a finger for each person mentioned, finally opening his entire hand. If there is a possibility of conflict, the intern should step back a bit. Han Inju smiled, almost gleeful. No, my ability dictates that I must stand in front of you all. Yan Muyun declared with righteousness. Even if you have ins-level ability, interns are not allowed to casually participate in dangerous missions, especially when the opponent is a special professional who frequently uses abilities. You must know the degree to which a person understands their own abilities is generally proportional to their danger level. Zhang Lan tapped the table like a judge declaring a verdict. Clearly, when Captain Wei isn't around, he has the most authority. You're injured, the quiet Yan Long beside him said, squeezing out 4 words to comfort his uncle. Thank you, I feel a bit better now, Yan Muyun secretly complained. Zhang Lan leaned back slightly, the outline of his chest muscles wrapped in a black short sleeve resembling armor. However, there are always unexpected situations. Perhaps there will indeed be a time when we need you. So one of the focuses of this meeting is for us to introduce our abilities. After you understand them, you won't be caught off guard later. In the quiet coffee shop, Yan Muyun sat by the window gazing at the pedestrians outside through the glass. The young waitress placed a cup of steaming cappuccino decorated with a white swan pattern made of milk foam and thank you, Yan Muyun nodded with a smile. The overall decor of the shop had a somewhat dark tone, with deep brown wooden tables and chairs and soft yellow lights spilling from the lampshades hanging from the ceiling, creating a tranquil atmosphere. There were not many other customers, just a burly man in casual sportswear, sitting near the entrance listening to music and reading. In a corner, a young man with a serious expression was working beside his laptop with a coffee cup, and there were twin boys huddled on the sofa playing games. A bell jingled at the entrance, signaling the arrival of a new customer. A handsome man stood at the door wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-fitted light gray suit. "Over here," Yan Muyun waved his hand. Luo Beiyuan saw him and smiled as he walked over and sat down. "It's on me." Yan Muyun raised his coffee cup and took a small sip, furrowing his brow slightly. For someone accustomed to instant coffee from a certain brand, he didn't find this cappuccino, which cost over 30 yuan, particularly remarkable. "Then I won't be polite." Luo Beiyuan smiled and casually swiped the screen on the table. After placing his order, he looked up and said, "Next time regarding matters of supernatural abilities, I suggest you come directly to the registration office. They have a space for practice." Earlier that noon, the leader of the Supernatural Ability Registration Office called Luo Beiyuan, saying that a specialist from the Special Administration was looking to discuss certain issues regarding his supernatural abilities. The other party had just received a level evaluation yesterday, making him a top candidate highly valued by the higher-ups. As he was responsible for testing and guiding, it was within his duties to attend the meeting. "That was just an excuse to get you out. Oh, I actually have other matters to discuss with you." To Luo Beiyuan's surprise, the young man sitting opposite him was very frank. Yan Muyun set down his coffee cup and blinked. "You should remember our encounter yesterday near the bus station, right?" "Of course." A hint of apology appeared on Luo Beiyuan's face. "So, I did indeed disturb your—" "Not at all. I was just as startled to encounter that suspect, and moreover I was alone at the time, not at all confident I could capture him. I wanted to tell you about what happened afterward." Yan Muyun shook his head. "Why would you specifically tell me?" "I'm just a regular employee at the Supernatural Ability Registration Office." Luo Beiyuan crossed his arms, revealing a look of interest. "Because I suspect you have connections with that suspect." Yan Muyun's expression turned serious. As he spoke, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Beiyuan, ready to activate his silver barrier at the slightest movement. After a brief meeting in the morning, due to Yan Muyun's insistence, Zhang Lan reluctantly agreed to let him make contact with Luo Beiyuan. After all, he was a level supernatural ability user. If he were to summon him to the registration office carelessly, any resulting conflict would easily spill over to the ordinary staff and researchers working there. Since Luo Beiyuan happened to be responsible for Yan Muyun's advancement test, their established connection made it reasonable for the latter to invite the former to a specific location for a follow-up discussion without raising excessive alarm. Letting the two talk first to probe the situation. If it turns out there's nothing, it would be a happy outcome. If there is something, the capture process could minimize impact on ordinary people. According to the information from the Supernatural Ability Registration Office, Luo Beiyuan's ability is Flowing Water, a pure elemental ability that can control water flows weighing about 2 tons. This ability is indeed powerful, though otherwise he wouldn't be one of the highest paid evaluators in the registry. However, it is evident that Flowing Water has no chance against Yan Muyun's Silver Guardian, which was the main reason Zhang Lan eventually made concessions. After Yan Muyun's brief introduction, Luo Beiyuan grasped the general situation. So the police currently have information on the suspect's supernatural ability and believe someone helped him enter the building where the victim was. After reviewing the entry and exit records for that time, they identified several residents, including me, right? The last 2 words were directed at the waitress, and even after knowing he was listed as a suspect by the police, Luo Beiyuan maintained his usual demeanor, refined and gentle. Luo Beiyuan picked up his coffee and took a sip, saying, "There must be quite a few people on the list. Why do you think? Is it because I'm the only one you know here?" After saying this, he seemed to find the reasoning somewhat amusing, with a slight smirk as he shook his head. Anyone would feel annoyed being inexplicably labeled a suspect, so Yan Muyun didn't mind the underlying sarcasm in his words, replying, "It's precisely because I only know you and you are my first guide on the path of supernatural abilities that I wanted to personally eliminate your suspicion." "That's a good explanation." Luo Beiyuan nodded, his previously tense expression relaxing. "However, as I mentioned, my reason for seeking you out is certainly not just because I recognized you from the list. I would like to hear more. In fact, my first encounter with that suspect was not at the bus station, but in a convenience store." Yan Muyun rotated his coffee cup thoughtfully. "At that time, he said 2 sentences to me. The first was, 'You should have contacted me earlier,' which made me realize who his intended target was. I don't quite remember his second sentence, but the gist was I had heard that there were people inside, but I didn't expect it to be true. I originally didn't understand what that meant until I saw the list of suspects released by the police today." Luo Beiyuan leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "I don't understand." Yan Muyun leaned back, as well, mimicking his pose. "In this neighborhood, the only reason I can think of that would astonish the suspect about the identity of the contact is that the latter is a staff member of the Supernatural Ability Registration Office. As a government entity, it is indeed rather ironic that there are people serving black organizations within it. I suppose he mistook me for the contact because the timing of my exit from the registration office coincided with the prearranged meeting time of these two individuals. And you, Mr. Luo, were the only one who observed my supernatural intensity test that afternoon. Who knew I completed the test in only half the planned time, while you, after conducting a guided test on me, had to write the evaluation report, which delayed your off-duty time. Thus you missed the meeting with that suspect, leading them to mistake you for the contact. Luo Bei Yuan continued with a smile. Yes, Yan Muyun nodded. It's an interesting hypothesis. At first glance it does seem plausible, but the traces of presumption of guilt are too heavy. It's basically a predetermined conclusion with reasons cobbled together afterward, isn't it? Luo Bei Yuan's fingers lightly tapped on the table. That does make sense, Yan Muyun nodded candidly. You're really trying my patience. Luo Bei Yuan sighed, his expression exasperated. The entrance to the Esper Registration Bureau sees steady foot traffic. Dozens pass through during that period. You were merely one among many. Why then did the suspect fixate on you? Yan Muyun recalled the trajectory map from yesterday's precinct briefing. His and Xiaohou Hao's paths first overlapped outside a shuttered pet shop. He spoke hesitantly. Perhaps I unknowingly crossed paths with him, and a string of coincidences thereafter led the suspect, by sheer mischance, to mistake me for his contact. Does the Special Affairs Bureau now operate so casually? Luo Bei Yuan sounded increasingly impatient. He rose to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Please stay a moment. Yan Muyun flashed a warm, apologetic smile. After all, I'm only a rookie intern, barely days into the job. My inexperience is still quite evident, and I sincerely ask for your understanding. My time is extremely limited. Please keep things brief. Luo Bei Yuan sighed reluctantly, resuming his seat. Yan Muyun cleared his throat and began, Mr. Luo, I genuinely wish to believe. Apologies, one moment, a call. As the other man stood and stepped away, Luo Bei Yuan's expression remained impassive. He lifted his coffee cup to his lips, only to find it long empty. Oh, I see. Right. Yan Muyun stood by the cafe doorway, his voice fragmented and indistinct, impossible to decipher. Luo Bei Yuan turned toward the window, and suddenly noticed how unusually sparse the street seemed today. Mr. Luo, Yan Muyun called out with a wave, but remained rooted where he stood. Luo Bei Yuan regarded him silently, fingers tapping rhythmically against his folded hands. By the way, I forgot to mention the suspect was apprehended last night. Indeed, we're deeply grateful for your protection. Us citizens feel truly secure. Just now investigators finally extracted crucial details during interrogation, hence the call. Luo Bei Yuan lowered his hands to his sides. How splendid. Absolutely, Yan Muyun affirmed, standing at a distance. May I depart now, eh? Regrettably, no. Why not, Mr. Luo? Yan Muyun met his gaze with unflinching sincerity. Confession mitigates punishment, a resistance intensifies it. Voluntary surrender may reduce your sentence. A sudden suffocating stillness settled over the cafe, its quietude deepening into absolute. The burly man listening to music and reading removed his headphones. The young professional working in the corner closed his laptop. Even the twin brothers gaming on the sofa set down their phones. Luo Bei Yuan exhaled softly. Truth be told, I sensed something amiss the moment I entered this establishment. What fell off? Yan Muyun asked, intrigued. Luo Bei Yuan pointed toward Zhang Lan seated near the door. A gentle suggestion, next time let that unshaven gentleman watch a football match on a tablet. Listening to music while reading simply doesn't suit him. Don't judge a book by its cover. I genuinely love reading, Zhang Lan replied wryly. My apology. Luo Bei Yuan shrugged, then gestured toward Yan Long. Also, I recognize your bureau's portable powered armor. Next time perhaps refrain from leaving it beside your feet, like an ordinary briefcase. Yan Long lifted the black case from the floor onto the table. In the corner, Han Jinyu and Han Yinju exchanged a glance. Looks like neither of us slipped up. You two look barely out of middle school, Luo Bei Yuan remarked, aiming straight for the heart. Unforgivable. I'm actually a seasoned specialist. Han Yinju muttered under her breath. Yan Muyun paused, then asked quietly, so Mr. Luo, do you admit it? Admit what? Those who understand, understand. I don't. Then please accompany us to the precinct for further questioning. No. I refuse. Why? Because I choose not to. Yan Muyun smiled faintly, almost incredulous at the audacity of the reply. When law enforcement issues a summons, ordinary citizens hold no such liberty to decline. Do you truly believe we won't compel your cooperation? You cannot, Luo Bei Yuan declared, undoing a single button on his suit jacket. Sigh. I truly hoped it wouldn't be you. Yan Muyun's expression softened with regret. That was our final test. Had you shown no trace of suspicion, you'd have walked free without delay. Luo Bei Yuan's face froze. Entrapment. One might say so, Yan Muyun replied unruffled. Ahem, don't phrase it like that. Zhang Lan coughed twice into his fist, lowering his voice. Entrapment is explicitly prohibited under Yan Muyun blanched. My deepest apologies. I'll voluntarily accept disciplinary action upon return. Penalty complete the Special Affairs Bureau Field Agent Handbook within 48 hours. Zhang Lan set aside his book and rose. Yan Long's finger hovered over the activation switch of his powered armor. Han Jinyu and Han Yinzhu each slid a black case from beneath the table. Luo Beiyuan tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling, then drew a slow, deep breath, exhaling steadily from his dantian. Damn it. I'm sorry, but I honestly didn't expect it to unfold so smoothly, Yan Muyun shrugged. Xiao Hao has truly been captured, hasn't he? Indeed, he was. Otherwise we'd never have learned the nature of his ability. Precisely my assumption, Luo Beiyuan murmured, massaging his temples. You underestimated his professional integrity. Only because he knew my surname. Incidentally, the one who commissioned the hit was Holy Garb. Yan Muyun hadn't anticipated this revelation, nor its startling immediacy. They sought to curry favor with me, offering an effortless assignment with extraordinarily generous compensation. Luo Beiyuan sighed, leaning heavily against the table. I considered it trivial, a windfall delivered to my doorstep. I never imagined it would entangle me in complications, so naturally I had to retaliate against those fools. You call murder trivial? Yan Muyun's brow furrowed, his eyes blazing with undisguised fury. If they hadn't approached me, they'd have found someone else. Once marked by such an organization, an ordinary person stands little chance of survival. Luo Beiyuan shrugged indifferently. Besides, I had no idea who their target was. Why sacrifice a guaranteed $1,000,000 for a stranger whose fate meant nothing to me? Zhang Lan stepped aside, blocking the gloomy-faced Yan Muyun behind him, and said, Luo Beiyuan, you are being arrested by the Special Operations Bureau due to your suspected illegal activities. In this era, considering the extremely dangerous nature of ability users, Special Operations Bureau agents and anomaly investigation agents have the right to detain dangerous individuals without applying for an arrest warrant. As his words fell, Yan Long and the Han family brothers simultaneously pressed the buttons on their briefcases, and dark armor instantly spread and enveloped their bodies. Sorry, I have no intention of surrendering. Luo Beiyuan casually dropped a sentence. In the next moment, a clear stream of water flowed out from his sleeves, enveloping his entire body, and a massive water fist, with a jelly-like texture, smashed forcefully against the nearby window, shattering the glass into pieces. The street outside was deserted. The police had sealed off the area as soon as the signal was received. Just as Luo Beiyuan was about to escape, he suddenly sensed a wave of heat coming from behind. Turning around, he saw two fist-sized orange fireballs arcing through the air towards him. He frowned slightly, and the clear stream of water beside him transformed into a giant hand reaching sky. At the moment of contact, the fireballs suddenly expanded several times in size, their heat and fury terrifying enough to evaporate the nearly 2-meter-wide water hand completely. The scorching residual flames licked at him, scorching the edges of Luo Beiyuan's clothing, and even the strands of hair on his forehead curled from the heat. Quickly give up your resistance. Han Jinyu and Han Yinzhu shouted sharply in unison, and the latter brought his hands together, summoning two more fist-sized fireballs to hover beside him. Impressive. Luo Beiyuan stood still. The opponents had come with 3 powered exoskeleton knights and a Jin warrior. As an ordinary human, he had no chance to outrun them. It seemed escaping easily today was impossible. Luo Beiyuan looked at Yan Long, who was pointing his left arm at him, and said, I know you material control, right? I saw it in the registry, a very impressive ability. The opponent did not attack immediately. They must have considered that this ability's destructive power was too strong and feared accidentally killing themselves. Stop resisting and come with us. Zhang Lan shouted from his position. This was not due to cowardice. Rather, his abilities were indeed difficult to deal with, elemental abilities, so it was better to leave the front line to the younger generation while he focused on protecting the intern by his side. Yan Muyun. Luo Beiyuan suddenly shouted. What is it? Yan Muyun poked his head out. Did you not ask me if I had undergone a second awakening? Yes, you said no. That was a lie. Luo Beiyuan spread his arms wide, and the clear stream of water surrounding him seemed to be infused with dark ink, instantly turning as black as an abyss, thick and heavy in texture, making the man in his gray suit appear as an elegant demon noble from hell. This is my power after the second awakening, abyssal water. Faced with this sudden change, everyone present felt a tightness in their hearts. Yan Long's eyes flashed with cold light, and without hesitation he fired a black gold coin, intending to test the waters. The black water surged in the air, as if alive, forming a black water wall. The black gold coin was devoured upon contact, not even splashing a single drop of water. The expressions of everyone present darkened, Yan Long's black gold coins were specially supplied by the equipment department of the General Bureau, weighing about 0.2 kilograms each. Material control could amplify its mass by 750 times, making it weigh a total of 150 kilograms, the equivalent to the force of several ordinary armor-piercing shells. A 150 kilograms coin was fired with the speed of a handgun bullet, powerful enough to shatter thick concrete walls, yet it was so easily dealt with by the opponent. It should be noted that Yan Long's ability was rated class not because of its destructive power or other aspects, but simply due to its demanding activation method requiring physical contact. The black water wall writhed a few times, spitting the black gold coin back out, which fell into Luo Beiyuan's hand. A nice souvenir. He tossed the coin, seemingly satisfied with its heavy weight. Zhang Lan felt a bit of a headache. The opponent had hidden too deeply. The registered ability was only class, while this strange black water after the second awakening was undoubtedly at the A-class level. The situation had exceeded the control of their small bureau's agents. Even if Team Wei were here, they would likely be helpless against the opponent. Such a level of criminal ability user should be apprehended by the monsters at the General Bureau. Contact the General Bureau. He slightly tilted his head towards the intern behind him, keeping his eyes fixed on the figure standing amidst the shattered glass. Luo Beiyuan tucked the coin into his jacket pocket and slightly bowed to everyone. I have no intention of opposing the Special Operations Bureau, so I won't harm you. However, I also hope you will stop making things difficult for me, alright? In response, he was met with 3 fireballs and 2 coins. However, the black water flowed as if it had no bottom, easily swallowing all objects that carelessly fell into it. Luo Beiyuan felt a bit helpless, raising a hand to point forward as the black water transformed into a giant python, viciously lunging at Yan Long standing there. The latter, unfazed, fired 2 more coins, momentarily halting the black python's charge. Then, utilizing the performance provided by the powered armor, he leaped aside, gracefully vaulting over 3 tables and landing on the ground. If they were battling in an open area, the mobility advantage provided by the powered exoskeleton would have been maxed. Unfortunately, no one expected Luo Beiyuan to be a second awakening ability user. Instead, he was now confining them within this small coffee shop. In the corner, 3 more fist-sized fireballs flew out as the Han twins attempted to coordinate and restrain. However, this time Luo Beiyuan took the initiative to strike. The black water once again transformed into a massive hand, seizing the fireballs before they could even expand and reducing them to fragments. The black water hand charged forward without losing momentum, heading straight for the Han brothers in the corner, causing both to jump around in panic, even grabbing onto the chandelier to evade. At that moment, a sudden roar sounded not far away. Yan Long. Zhang Lan's right arm transformed into a massive black iron shield, striding towards them. As he passed Yan Long, the latter reached out to touch the shield. Let him go. The floor, shining bright, shattered beneath Zhang Lan's feet as he leaped high, the black iron shield crashing forward like a mountain. Luo Beiyuan stood amidst the debris of tables and chairs, surrounded by shards of glass, unable to evade. He simply gathered the black water before him, preparing to withstand the blow. Yan Long knelt on one knee, his eyes fixed on the figure in midair, activating his ability. At the moment the black iron shield met the black water. Boom. The sound was like a heavy block of iron striking gel, and the next second a figure flew out of the cafe's shattered window onto the street like a cannonball. Luo Beiyuan's body crashed through the entire street, slamming against the wall of a shop across the way, producing a thunderous sound as dust and debris flew into the air. After a while, a sound finally emerged from the cloud of dust, and Luo Beiyuan, covered in dirt, climbed up from the ground. His ability Yuan Water possesses the power to absorb the kinetic energy of objects, but it was evident that the force of the recent strike had far exceeded the limits of absorption. Had he not wrapped himself in black water to protect himself at a critical moment, he would have likely suffered a fate of broken bones and torn muscles. Inside the cafe, Han Jinyu immediately went to check on his brother's condition. Fortunately, Han Yinju was unharmed. However, his powered armor had clearly been reduced to a pile of... It seems Luo Beiyuan truly does not wish to oppose the Special Affairs Bureau, but unfortunately, there is little room for negotiation in such matters. Criminals are still criminals, showing mercy does not change their nature. As a member of the Special Affairs Bureau, it is one's duty to capture them. Rather than claiming innocence and not wanting to oppose the Special Affairs Bureau or the police when arrested, one should have obeyed the law from the beginning. If that were the case, the Special Affairs Bureau and the police would be on your side, even taking it upon themselves to ensure your safety. At this moment, Yan Long and Zhang Lan had already rushed out of the cafe, continuing to attempt to restrain Luo Beiyuan. Han Jinyu was helping his brother remove the scrap metal hanging off him, while saying, "Just stay here. Without your powered armor, a single encounter could get you killed. But if I'm not there, your ability won't be useful." Han Yinju exclaimed anxiously. "Who says so?" Han Jinyu pulled out a lighter from somewhere, holding it in his hand, ready to rush out and fight. Hey brother. Han Yinju tried to pull him back, but couldn't, his legs going weak and nearly falling, only to be... Yan Muyun pondered for a moment, and said, although Brother Zhang has always emphasized that I shouldn't interfere, I believe it is necessary for me to participate in this mission. Fine, if anything happens, he'll take the responsibility. That's what I was waiting to hear. What do you mean? No other meaning. Ooh, I'm just an intern and afraid of being fired for making a mistake. Is this something you should be considering? The ones who should worry about being fired for mistakes are Uncle Sun and Captain Wei, because they stepped into the office with their left foot first. It has been over 30 years and workplace jokes truly never fade. The two chatted and supported each other as they walked out of the cafe, though not far away the battle in the middle of the street had already escalated. Zhang Lan charged forward wielding two massive black iron shields, his target unmistakably aimed at Luo Baiyuan's forehead. Any black water that charged directly at him would be shattered. Wearing powered armor, Yan Long danced left and right with agility, seizing the opportunity to launch coins with power surpassing that of armor-piercing rounds, occasionally rushing up to touch Zhang Lan's shields. Han Jinyu was also jumping around. This guy held a lighter, as if he were a circus clown, effortlessly turning a flame the size of a thumb into a massive pillar of fire with a flick of his wrist. In fact, there was a device in the armor that could ignite open flames added by the equipment department. However, the Han twins usually worked closely together on missions, and Han Jinyu hadn't used this function in over a year. Moreover, with the battle tense, he momentarily forgot and charged in with just the lighter. However, judging by the final effect, the ignition device in the armor was no different from the lighter. The black water flowed like a living creature behind the two, yet it could not catch up. Whenever it came close, it would be blocked by coins or pillars of fire, allowing Yan Long and Han Jinyu to take the opportunity to distance themselves once more. The three of them worked together exceptionally well, actually managing to outmaneuver Luo Baiyuan, who had effortlessly crushed them in the cafe earlier. No, those water streams are not simply chasing after them. The onlooker Yan Muyun quickly discerned that something was amiss in the battle. The black water split into 7 streams, with 2 in front suppressing Zhang Lan from advancing, 2 chasing after Yan Long, 2 after Han Jinyu, and 1 spreading out like a shield to defend against the incoming coins and flames. However, the black water on the side had unknowingly woven into a net during the offensive, enveloping Zhang Lan at its deepest point. A cold glint flashed in Luo Baiyuan's eyes. Although he did not wish to escalate things with the government too much, he had no other choice at this moment. If he was delayed until the Special Affairs Bureau's agents arrived, he feared he would have to sing Iron Window tears. The 4 streams of black water that had originally pursued Yan Long and Han Jinyu halted, then swiftly converged towards the center, their speed so fast that the two had no time to react, let alone Zhang Lan, who was focused on fending off the frontal assault. In a moment of urgency, Yan Muyun couldn't care to call out a warning. He raised his hand and threw 2 silver hexagons. The 2 silver light pieces drew long arcs in the air diagonally, protecting Zhang Lan on either side. Then the silver semi-transparent barrier opened, forming an angle that sealed off all gaps beside, and ironically this was a technique Luo Baiyuan had taught Yan Muyun, yet it was now being used against him. 5 streams of black water crashed heavily against the silver barrier, producing a sound like thunder. The sudden noise startled even Zhang Lan, who caught a glimpse of the fierce black water pressed against the semi-transparent barrier, instantly realizing the perilous situation he had just been in. In that moment of distraction, the 2 thick streams of black water in front suddenly split into 4, squeezing through the gaps in the black iron shield and tightly entangling his legs. Crack, crack, crack. Ah! The sound of bones cracking coincided with Zhang Lan's horrified scream. The black iron shield vanished, reverting to muscular arms which drooped limply at his sides, soon entangled tightly by the black water like a parasite. Don't move, Luo Baiyuan shouted loudly. Yan Long and Han Jinyu immediately froze, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at him. Yan Muyun and Han Yinju also stood still, afraid to take another step forward. I don't want this to escalate. Luo Baiyuan shook his head, coldly manipulating the black water to lift the pale-faced Zhang Lan into the air, commanding, now take off your powered armor. I need to ensure you won't follow me. Yan Long and Han Jinyu exchanged a glance, seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Hurry, Luo Baiyuan barked. The tough Zhang Lan, in pain, had tears and snot all over his face, but still forced himself to shout, don't listen to him, or you'll... Ah! Before he could finish, the black water binding his legs tightened painfully, causing him to scream again. He'll take it off. He'll take it off. Han Jinyu and Yan Long replied in unison, the former's anger like a raging fire, the latter's repression akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The black armor transformed into an unremarkable suitcase, placed on the ground beside them. In the next moment, 2 streams of pitch-black water descended from the air, crashing down on the two, instantly twisting their powered armor into a pile of scrap metal. Yan Muyun stood not far away, watching this scene with his fists unconsciously clenched tightly. He wanted to do something, but felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. There was no need for this to escalate. Luo Beiyuan sighed as the black stream of water enveloped Zhang Lan's body and gently set him down on the ground. In the moment the gel-like black tendrils released, Zhang Lan, a massive silver barrier unfolded before him, isolating the two. At the same time, Yan Long's hand, which had unknowingly slipped into his pocket, suddenly shot out, showering the nearby Luo Beiyuan with a flurry of black gold coins like petals from a celestial maiden. Though Han Jinyu had taken off his powered armor, he still tightly gripped a lighter, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a thick cloud of fire. In the distance, Han Inju fixed his gaze on the black water stream. As soon as he sensed an attempt to bypass the silver barrier and recapture Zhang Lan, he would immediately intervene to build a defense for Yan Muyun and buy more time. If you refuse a toast, you will find yourselves in a bind. Facing the sudden attack, as if premeditated, Luo Beiyuan's eyes turned icy. He had finally lost his patience. Even if the other party were law enforcers maintaining social stability, their confrontation with the weak was the original sin. The weak, failing to recognize their own predicament, continued to provoke under the repeated mercy of the strong, which was indeed infuriating. The once dormant black water stream surged forth like a bizarre beast awakening from slumber, rapidly boiling, as if stirred by fierce flames, weaving a massive net that engulfed the air. Black gold coins, fire clouds. Anything that touched this massive net vanished without a trace in the next moment, as if they had never existed. It seems I have to break your legs. Luo Beiyuan extended a hand, mimicking a grasping motion towards the two not far away. You will still stubbornly pursue us, won't you? With the powered mechas both rendered inoperative, Yan Long and Han Jinyu had lost their greatest mobility advantage. Logically, they should not be able to escape the coverage of this massive net. However, for some reason there was not a shred of fear on their faces. They merely stood in place, gazing back with cold, furious eyes. Something felt amiss. Luo Beiyuan instinctively sensed that the situation had not reached its conclusion, but before he could think further, a sharp pain suddenly spread from his spine throughout his body, accompanied by a strong sense of paralysis. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and he lost all ability to move, nearly collapsing straight to the ground. A slender, strong hand grasped Luo Beiyuan's dangling left arm, forcefully pulling it back against his back, while another hand placed a blue semicircular device on his head. At this moment, Luo Beiyuan's body slightly regained feeling, and he instinctively attempted to resist, but his waist was pinned down by a knee, leaving him powerless. His right wrist was seized and pulled behind him, and with a faint click, a glaring bracelet was locked in place. I told you, those who dare to come into close contact with me cannot possibly be ordinary people. In that coffee shop, not everyone present was a mere customer. Luo Beiyuan turned his head to the ground, catching a glimpse of a young woman dressed in a cafe uniform who stood up and clapped her hands. At that time, she wore a deep brown baseball cap adorned with coffee patterns, its brim casting a shadow over half her face. He had been focused on Yan Muyun sitting across from him, completely oblivious to this staff member. Zhang Shishue did not respond to him. Instead, she looked ahead with some concern at the figure sitting behind the silver barrier. After learning that only 4 official agents from the Special Operations Bureau were involved in the action plan, she had proactively requested to participate, aiming to serve as the final layer of insurance against any unforeseen incidents. During the recent battle, she had not found an opportunity. Even if someone was severely injured, she could only watch from the sidelines. It wasn't until Luo Beiyuan revealed a flaw while delivering a powerful strike that she finally had her chance. Had Zhang Shishue chosen to save someone initially, it was highly likely that Zhang Lan would not have been injured, but capturing Luo Beiyuan would have been nearly impossible. In that moment, she hesitated between her colleague's safety and the mission to apprehend the suspect. By the time she realized, she had no choice but to select the latter. Because her colleague was being held hostage, she dared not act rashly. At that moment, Zhang Lan was shouting behind him, "Have you called for an ambulance?" Seeing him so spirited, Yan Long and Han Jinyu relaxed slightly, and the latter took out his phone, saying, "I'll call 120 right now." Zhang Lan simply lay down on the road, arms spread wide, trying hard to ignore the waves of intense pain surging in his legs. Seeing that Luo Beiyuan had finally been subdued, Yan Muyun and Han Inju felt relieved and squatted beside him, asking, "Are you all right? Is it serious?" "Both legs are broken. Oh, I estimate I will need to recuperate in the hospital for 2 months." Zhang Lan replied nonchalantly. Han Inju hesitated, saying, "There is no one else here. It shouldn't be that severe." Hiss. Before he could finish speaking, a certain tough guy could no longer hold back, his expression faltering as he winced in pain. At that moment, a roar of an engine echoed from across the street as a black hover motorcycle sped. This vehicle, equipped by the headquarters, had no wheels. Instead, it relied on dozens of jet propulsion devices capable of reaching speeds of up to 500 kilometers per hour. Without the injection of genetic agents, even on an open road in the city, it was extremely easy to have an accident. Here it comes, Han Jinyu said, stepping forward. The hover motorcycle almost instantaneously zoomed from the street, creating a gust of wind that nearly blew away Zhang Zixu's hat, who was furthest away. Sorry, I seem to have arrived late. Have you all handled it? The rider in a Special Operations Bureau combat uniform said as the motorcycle came to a steady stop. No, not late. It is an unexpected situation. I originally thought you would arrive later. Han Jinyu glanced at his watch. It had only been about 10 minutes since Yan Muyun called for help from headquarters. The rider removed his helmet, revealing a handsome young man with sword-like brows and bright eyes, a buzz cut, and dark skin, seemingly around 23 or 24. However, no one at the scene underestimated him. After all, those who could join the headquarters as members of the fire brigade were all extraordinary. Even among the majority of rank ability agents in the headquarters, each possessed skills that could rival or rank abilities in certain areas. Ning Yuanci displayed his credentials, then smiled, turned to the side, and introduced himself. I am an agent of the headquarters, ID 356489, Ning Yuanci. Hello, I am Han Jinyu from the Haizong District Bureau. Han Jinyu shook hands in response, then asked with confusion. I thought the headquarters sent agents in pairs. My colleague is driving a hover vehicle behind you. She should arrive in a minute or two. I didn't bring her to come faster to assist you, Ning Yuanci explained. That's considerate of you, Han Jinyu nodded. I'll check on that suspect, perhaps I know him. Ning Yuanci twisted the handlebar, and the hover motorcycle glided around Han Jinyu slowly, heading toward the barely sitting Luo Beiyuan. Han Yinju quietly leaned closer to her brother and whispered, this guy seems very polite on the surface, yet he hasn't even dismounted his motorcycle. Moreover, brother Zhang is severely injured nearby, and he hasn't even glanced at him, she added. I heard the headquarters operates like this. It's called worship of the strong, naturally accompanied by contempt for the weak. Han Jinyu sighed helplessly. Ning Yuanci parked the motorcycle beside Luo Beiyuan, leaned down to examine him closely, then frowned, and shook his head, a new face. Does the headquarters have no information about him? Asked Zhang Shishu, dressed in a staff uniform. No, but it will soon, Ning Yuanci replied with a grin. You go check on your teammates' injuries, he'll keep watch here. Zhang Shishue indeed felt some concern for Zhang Lan. After all, they both dealt with special incidents in the Haizong district, and had met several times long ago, thus considered acquaintances. Moreover, the guilt arising from her bystander position made her extremely worried about his injuries. However, she hadn't taken a few steps when Yan Muyun suddenly shouted from a distance, Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Shishue turned back sharply to see Ning Yuanci gripping Luo Beiyuan's arm, the hover motorcycle quietly lifting off the ground. Han Jinyu and Han Yinju, the two brothers, were squatting beside Zhang Lan, chatting and joking to divert his attention. Noticing the other's unusual movement, his hand instinctively reached into his pocket to grasp a few black gold coins, but he did not throw them immediately. After all, the other party was an official from the headquarters. Oh, what if this was just a misunderstanding? Ning Yuanci let out a strange and high-pitched cheer, twisting the handlebar as the floating motorcycle darted away like an arrow. Zhang Shishue reacted quickly, turning her head to grab the other person, but her fingertips only brushed past Luo Beiyuan's pant leg. Yan Long no longer hesitated and threw the coins from between his fingers. At the same time, Yan Muyun squinted slightly, and a silver-white barrier suddenly unfolded in front of the floating motorcycle. This time it was obviously his full effort. The Silver Guardian hovered in midair, 3 meters wide and 3 meters high. At this distance, it was practically impossible for the other party to evade it, not even having time to adjust their floating height. However, in the next moment, a chilling scene unfolded. Ning Yuanci's back suddenly writhed violently. 2 white bony tendrils covered in grotesque flesh tore through his combat suit, accompanied by a spray of fresh blood and shredded fabric forcefully embedding into the road surface. Using the recoil, the floating motorcycle was lifted several feet, barely skimming along the edge of the silver barrier, even managing to dodge the black gold coins. Check the holy garment. Be sure to check the holy garment. Luo Beiyuan shouted, still remembering the black organization that had caused his exposure. 2 fireballs of different sizes arced through the air, eventually dissipating at the entrance of a shop. Damn! Han Yinju cursed angrily. After he reacted, he immediately threw a fireball to obstruct, but it was still too late. Those 2 had already left his range of ability thanks to the excellent acceleration of the floating motorcycle. Zhang Shishue stood frozen, watching all of this. If it had been nighttime, she could have quickly pursued in the darkness, but now it was just past noon, and the shadows cast by various buildings and vehicles on the road were intermittent. An overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over her. Confusion, panic, and guilt filled her heart in an instant. It's not your fault. We all failed to see the signs of the other party. A hand rested on her shoulder. Zhang Shishue turned to see Yan Muyun, who had somehow come to her side, his eyes filled with concern. Originally she was fine, but after such comfort the feeling of grievance in her heart could no longer be suppressed. The girl made a soft sound with a hint of tears, then turned her head away. Han Jinyu, didn't you notice the problem with his credentials? Han Inju exclaimed, calling out his brother's full name in frustration. It seems his credentials are fine. Forget it, it's my fault, Han Jinyu sighed. To be honest, given the other party's attire and the time they arrived, anyone would not doubt his identity. Besides, who would carefully check every detail on such documents? The sound of a floating vehicle's engine came from the end of the road, causing a slight heaviness in everyone's hearts. This should be the official from the headquarters. A black sedan slowly descended from the air, the door opened, and two figures in black combat suits jumped out, one of whom was the young official who had just taken Luo Beiyuan away. You? Ning Yuanci. Han Jinyu stammered, pointing at the other party. How do you know me? Ning Yuanci was initially puzzled for a moment, but then suddenly realized, scratching his head with a shy grin. I see him so outstanding that everyone in the branch knows my name. Others around were also shocked, staring at his face. Yin Long frowned and stepped forward. If you are Ning Yuanci, then who was the person that took the suspect away? Suspect? Ning Yuanci suddenly reacted, though there were many signs of a struggle at the scene. The most important suspect had already vanished. At this moment, another officer came around from the side of the floating vehicle, her voice cold. Please briefly explain what happened. Her clear yet slightly hoarse voice drew the attention of everyone present. This was a female officer with a slender waist and long legs, her features cold and exquisite, lacking the softness of an ordinary woman. Her golden hair was tied back in a braid that hung down to her waist. Her gaze was indifferent and capable, causing anyone who met her eyes to feel a sense of tension. Han Jinyu stepped forward and explained, Hey Race, what happened? After hearing the brief explanation, the blonde female officer shook her head. So it was him. Aren't we going to chase? Yan Muyun asked somewhat anxiously. Chasing would be useless, the female officer replied indifferently. The black floating motorcycle darted like a nimble fish in water, zigzagging at high speed, completely unaffected by the complex street routes of the city. Pedestrians on the street looked up in astonishment, unsure who was driving so recklessly their eyes could barely catch a glimpse of the afterimage. Old man, you're so slow to arrive. Luo Beiyuan, lying across the motorcycle seat, struggled to maintain his balance to avoid falling off. His handcuffs and ability suppression device had not yet been removed, and the only thing ensuring his personal safety was his well-trained six-pack abs. Ning Yuanci raised an eyebrow and laughed. Is this slow? I'm several minutes faster than a real headquarters. Don't think I don't know you're nearby. Your time to get here won't take more than 5 minutes at most, since you don't even need to wear. Even with the wind rushing into his mouth, Luo Beiyuan insisted on complaining. Well, at that time I urgently needed to pee after drinking, and when I received your signal, I happened to be in the bathroom. You know, even though I'm a bit older, my vitality still lasts long. Such things can't be solved in just 3 to 5 minutes. Damn, can you please become a primary school student and retake your elementary school degree? Oh, it's so unfair to those good kids who study hard. If they were crushed regardless of how well they perform and still couldn't get the title of 3 good students, the little ones would cry. Do you really think you can compete with primary school students? Where does your confidence come from? As they turned a corner on the street, Ning Yuancis, black combat suit, suddenly vanished, leaving him in only a large pair of shorts. The silver-haired youth raced through the city on the motorcycle, his upper body bare, with 2 black metal earrings dangling from his right ear and a thin scar running from his forehead to his chin on the left side of his face. A non-mainstream sham art from the early 2000s carried the former ace tester from the Ability Registration Office and a wanted criminal from the Special Cases Bureau, dazzlingly showcasing Fast and Furious 17 in the bustling city. This scene, no matter who captured it, would surely top the trending news in today's Minsha City. Outside the cafe, repair crews bristling with an array of dazzling equipment moved with the ordered diligence of ants. They had 1 hour to restore the whole block to its former state. It was hardly a grueling task. Many of them joked and laughed their ease, betraying how accustomed they were to mending the city's scars. Aside from the Special Operations Bureau, few were displeased with the capture operation targeting Luo Beiyuan. Ordinary citizens only needed to detour, and the shopkeepers on this street would receive compensation far exceeding their losses. After the brief, frenzied absurdity of the Abyss era, the Huaxiao Republic now enjoyed a stature in the world comparable to the United States of 1960, when a single nation accounted for 40% of global GDP, perhaps even quietly surpassing it. 30 years on, wages per capita had doubled while prices fell. The society claimed to have truly achieved that old ideal of universal care. The aged, the strong, the young, and the vulnerable all provided for. This trend was especially visible online, with the United States preoccupied by its own troubles. Netizens in Japan and Korea found themselves turning their admiring gaze toward a closer superpower. In recent years, those small displays of theatrical filial piety and deference from Japanese and Korean corners had become a steady source of entertainment, their image in the eyes of Huaxia's younger netizens growing ever more endearingly harmless. Take for example how Han Mingguo has lately insisted on proving it shares roots, with Huaxia's Joseon-descended population portraying itself as kin and close allies. Japanese politicians too for years have borne the pressure of domestic opinion, yet left certain disgraced symbols unrepaired and unrebuilt, as if indifferent to their own public outcry. Yet the backbone of Huaxia today are the post-2000s and post-2010s generations. They remember the previous faces of those countries with painful clarity, and their attitude remains coolly indifferent. They knew perfectly well what the other side wanted. Only the blood of Fushi. But such a commodity was scarce even at home. There was no reason to export it. Only when king-level anomalous beings truly became overcrowded on Japanese or Korean soil would Huaxia reluctantly dispatch a few outstanding graduates from Chunjing University to lend a hand. In this age, the more populous and densely settled a country is, the more comfortable its life tends to be. The chance of anomalous creatures appearing is not tied to population, but the emergence of powerful awakened individuals is intimately linked to numbers. 20 years earlier, Huaxia had completed its urban-rural migration program, concentrating vast numbers of people into nearby cities. A major reason urban buildings now so easily climb past 100 floors. One striking advantage: Haizong District Special Branch has fewer than 20 officers, yet they have more than enough personnel to protect over 4 million residents, and often find their workload surprisingly light. As for second or third arrivals of powerful anomalous beings in uninhabited wilds, those were matters for the Central Bureau's elite to handle. All of the foregoing were the idle, tangled thoughts of Yan Muyun as he sat watching the bustling construction through the window. Now he refocused his attention on the conversation at hand. Han Yingzhu accompanied the injured Zhang Lan into the ambulance. The remaining people gathered inside the cafe to piece together the sequence of events. The person you described should be Wu Mian. After Han Jinyu's more detailed account, the golden-haired, cool-featured agent, called Wu Shizhen, tapped the table, a complex, inscrutable gleam in her narrowed eyes. Wu Mian. Yan Muyun repeated the name instinctively. Ning Unc explained enthusiastically. He was an ability user active in Minxia City from very early on. During those chaotic years, he was regarded as something of a hero, single-handedly dealing with many anomalous beings. But when the situation stabilized and a Special Operations Bureau was formed, they considered recruiting him. No one could find his trail. The only certainty was that he remained somewhere in this city. What is his ability? Han Jinyu asked with curiosity. Ning Unc, the less senior of the two, glanced at his companion, and seeing no objection, continued. From records of Wu Mian's early activity, we have named his ability Nitai, mimicry. It is an ability that allows him to reshape his flesh and bone at will to alter his outward appearance, and even, according to some reports, he now works Minxia City's underworld, making a living by selling identities. Selling identities, is that what I'm thinking of? A cold shiver ran through Yan Muyun as he pictured the implications. He finally understood why Wu Shizhen had said pursuit was futile. As long as humans lived in the city, he could assume any face slip into any group. Capturing him would be nearly impossible. Ning Unc's expression turned grave. Yes, face, body shape, even fingerprints. He can, in the truest sense, give someone a wholly new visage and completely become another person. Yan Muyun pondered, then pressed further. I mean, can his ability act directly on other people? Reshape their bones, muscles, that sort of thing? Even reduce them to a puddle of rotten flesh? I don't know about that, Ning Unc said, scratching his head and looking to his partner for help. Wu Shizhen folded her arms, her face impassive. His ability cannot operate on others. He crafts human skin masks and gloves so convincing they pass for the real thing. Yin blurted without thinking, is the raw material himself? Wu Shizhen's tone was calm as a still pool. Yes. At once, horrifying images crowded everyone's minds. A sullen man tearing a sheet of blood-soaked skin from his own body, exposing pink muscle and pale blue veins that quivered in the air. He handed the skin over and smiled with a low, sinister humor. Here, this is your new face. Wear it firmly and don't get recognized. Ning Unc, though an elite of the Central Bureau, had the air of someone fresh from university. He gave a nervous laugh and awkwardly shifted the subject. There are, after all, abilities that can influence other people's bodies. For example, Professor Lin at Chunjing University can exert mild control over a person's muscles and internal organs, then stimulate and remodel them. A single session of a few hours can equal half a month of ordinary training. Students scheduled to receive genetic treatments at the academy typically book a course with her roughly 2 months in advance, aiming to bring their bodies to peak condition. In any case, we have a clear understanding of today's events now. Wu Shizhen stood, her face unreadable. Ning Unc rose reflexively as well, then realized he had spoken at length. Embarrassed, he offered the gathered people an awkward, apologetic smile. Han Jinyu, recalling his brother's earlier jibes, mused inwardly that the real Ning Unc was far more endearing than the Wu Mian caricature his brother had imagined. Still, the thought sent a chill through him. Wu Mian and this very Ning Yuanxi could quite possibly be indistinguishable. If the two stood side by side, none present would likely tell them apart. Further matters will be handled by the Central Bureau. You need not concern yourselves further. Wu Shizhen tossed the sentence aside coolly and turned to leave. Her manner was hardly amiable and bordered on arrogant. The others in the room could not help feeling a touch of irritation at the Central Bureau agent's hauteur. Ning Yuanxi stepped back, clasped his hands together, and with a strained smile mouthed to those seated, "She's just—" Yan Muyun did not take offense. After all, an elite who did not stand apart a little might seem less trustworthy. Wu Shizhen had only gone a few steps when she turned back and stood beside the cafe employee in uniform, a girl with her head bowed and spirit deflated. "Our agents at the Central Bureau have been fooled by him several times, myself included." Zhang Shishua looked up in surprise, but all she saw was the departing back of the cool golden-haired woman who had just pushed through the door. Clearly a very attentive person, she simply lacks the gift of expression, Yan Muyun said with a Zhang Shishua changed her clothes and rode her motorcycle back to the police station alone, while the others took the floating car back to the Haizong district substation. On the way back, Yan Muyun accessed Jiaku to search for a question that had been weighing on his mind since morning. What exactly is Hongbing? When Zhang Shishua mentioned it earlier, she did not provide much explanation, and he felt hesitant to ask due to her busy work, so he just searched online, but found very little information. Most of what he found was about its high addictive properties and severe dangers, all leaning towards anti-drug education. However, Yan Muyun always felt that this substance was not as simple as it seemed. Just as he was about to ask, Yan Lang, a flash of insight struck him, reminding him of the lawless website Jiaku. Sure enough, he easily found the so-called hidden effects of Hongbing here. It can enhance the abilities of awakeners to a certain extent. In essence, Hongbing was a failed experiment. The scientists at the time were eager to develop a potion that could enhance abilities, ultimately resulting in a red crystalline substance. Experimental tests confirmed that this crystal could indeed increase the strength and range of an awakener's abilities. However, it came with serious flaws: extremely high addiction potential, irreversible harm to the human body, and a tendency to cause users to lose a degree of self-control. This batch of drugs was undoubtedly substandard and was confiscated on the very day the experimental result. Later, through the tireless work and improvements made by the scientists, they eventually developed the T55 medication that is now equipped in every special substation. This was the fluorescent blue medication that Wei Jun, Luo Binghan, and Zhong Xiaoxiao had each taken on their mission yesterday. The T55 medication is non-addictive when used only once every 2 weeks and does not cause irreversible harm to the body. However, it still has side effects, namely the fever and drowsiness that Yan Lang mentioned, lasting 3 to 5 days. This is the pinnacle of the scientists' current research, having consumed countless time and effort for improvements. Even so, the T55 medication underwent an incredibly long observation and review period before being approved for use. For some unknown reason, during the early stages of widespread use of the T55 medication, samples and formulas of the forbidden substance Hongbing quietly leaked out and eventually circulated in the black market. In the underground world of every city, this new type of drug was widely favored by awakeners. Everyone was willing to experience the overwhelming feeling of power coursing through their bodies, along with the euphoric sensation that made them feel as if they could rival the gods. As Han Jinyu pushed open the office door, a shadow like a mountain instantly loomed over him. "You've worked hard. You've worked hard." He seemed to be prepared, nimbly dodging to the side to avoid the captain's large hand swiping down. However, someone who entered behind him wasn't so lucky, letting out a smack as they shrank down. "Hiss! Is this how you greet your team members every time?" Yan Muyun grinned. "Ah, you'll get used to it." Wei Jun laughed heartily. Then, after patting Yan Lang on the shoulder, he glanced out the door and asked, "Where are Zhang Lan and Yin Zhu?" Han Jinyu sighed. "Brother Zhang is injured, his legs are fractured, and my brother is accompanying him to the hospital." Wasn't the opponent just a simple level awakener? Wei Jun keenly sensed the key issue. Right, it was a ruthless person with a second awakening. Their ability is genuinely a level. Han Jinyu's mission failed. It was originally successful. Tell me about it. All right. Wei Jun seemed to remember something, turning to Yan Muyun and said, "Dr. Li seems to have something to discuss with you. She said to go to the infirmary as soon as you return." "Ah, okay." Yan Muyun nodded. As he left the office, he glanced back to see Wei Jun frowning as he pulled over a nearby chair and sat down, his expression extremely serious. Meanwhile, Han Jinyu looked helpless, having to recount the events of today's operation for the second time. After taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, he knocked on the infirmary door. "Come in." A woman's voice came from inside. Yan Muyun pushed the door open and entered. The female doctor behind the desk looked up at him, and they stared at each other for a long time without saying a word. Li Qing's gaze shifted to his left hand, which was wrapped in bandages, and she sighed. "You really go to great lengths to avoid physical training." I didn't. This is a misunderstanding." Yan Muyun said with a mournful face, isn't the price for avoiding training by battling a murderer a bit too high? Alright, I was just joking. Li Qingke couldn't hold back her laughter, instantly brightening the atmosphere, and Yan Muyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, after all, both Dr. Li and her father valued him so much, yet he had been creating various troubles, attending only one day of the 3 days of physical training. Regardless of the reasons, it was somewhat unjustifiable. Was your operation today successful? Li Qingke asked, her arms crossed over her chest. Yan Muyun pursed his lips, revealing a bitter smile. There was a little accident. A Zhang Lan got injured and is in the hospital. He'll probably need to rest for a while. Injured? Is it serious? Li Qing's expression instantly turned serious. Conservatively estimating. Yan Muyun cleared his throat. He should have broken both legs, but he said not to worry, he should recover in less than 2 months. Li Qing's slender brows furrowed, showing some concern. Sigh, after this I guess his girlfriend will pressure him to quit the special bureau again. Doesn't his girlfriend support him working at the special bureau? Of course not. Who would want their loved one to deal with mutants and illegal awakeners every day? If he were to work as a tester at the ability registration office, although the salary and benefits aren't as good as here, at least it's safer. True. Yan Muyun recalled how his younger brother and nephew had unanimously suggested he go to the ability registration office a few days ago. Alright, enough about that guy. He's as strong as an ox, so he'll probably recover quickly. Li Qingke gently pushed off the ground with her feet, sliding her office chair out, revealing her long legs clad in black stockings. However, Yan Muyun's gaze was completely clear, merely focused on her face. Li Qingke called her father after hearing about Yan Muyun's right hand injury last night, hoping he could do something. Given the frequency of Yan Muyun's unexpected incidents, it would be a miracle if he could not lose an arm or a leg within a month, let alone improve his physical condition rapidly. This fellow had been sleeping in the rejuvenation chamber for 30 years, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. After all, most people wouldn't be able to live securely for 30 years with such luck. His level of bad luck made one wonder if the gods had forgotten about him, or perhaps even more boldly if the gods found him displeasing. After listening to his daughter's account, Dean Li fell silent for a long time, finally sighing, as if he had aged 10 years. Well, I once taught a student who might be able to come to Minxia City. Yan Muyun's safety was crucial for China to potentially gain another level genetic warrior. After Dean Li made a few phone calls to explain the situation, both Changing Academy and the Minxia City Special Bureau expressed their full support. The next day, Professor Lin Shirtong, nicknamed Master of Human Modification by the students, took a flight directly from Changing City. At that moment, Yan Muyun lay on the bed in the medical room as Lin Shirtong extended her palm downward, moving from his forehead to his feet. During this nearly 10-minute process, Yan Muyun couldn't shake the feeling that his muscles were slowly moving in sync with the motions of her hand. Dean Li's guess was correct. Your body does indeed have the potential to become level, Lin Shirtong said, with a smile, seemingly finishing her examination. Her unique abilities made her very popular among students at the academy, especially at the start of every academic year, when freshmen eagerly surrounded her, hoping to find out if they had level potential. Only when the seniors sternly informed them that Professor Lin's ability was extremely difficult to use, and that she was very busy, making it hard even for them to book an appointment, would those kids reluctantly disperse. Is that so? That's good, Yan Muyun said, feeling somewhat guilty as he felt he was no different from an ordinary. Lin Shirtong calculated in her mind, and said 1 week, 3 hours each day, that should be fine, right? Yan Muyun was taken aback. Li Qingke, exasperated, said Professor Lin will spend 3 hours each day modifying your body for a week. She's asking if you have any issues with that schedule. Oh no, of course not, Yan Muyun realized suddenly. Lin Shirtong smiled slightly. If it were for an ordinary person, it would probably take about a month. Luckily, your body is very clean and highly malleable, which can save a lot of time. At that moment, Yan Muyun felt immensely moved, not expecting the country to spare no effort in nurturing him. He couldn't let those who valued him down in the future. However, Yan Muyun underestimated the significance of this matter. If the students at Changing Academy found out about his treatment, it wouldn't be surprising if they devoured him alive, or at least stripped him of his bones. At the academy, Professor Lin's main job was teaching, and only those students who had honed their bodies to their peak and were fully prepared were qualified to book an appointment for body modification. Moreover, even after obtaining approval, one often had to wait around 6 months, during which high-intensity training could not be neglected for a single day. This feeling was akin to someone laboring tirelessly for a whole year only to reward themselves with a lobster at the end. However, when he visited a relative's home, he found out that the other party had been using lobster as a staple food instead of rice for the entire year. Yan Muyun was clueless about these matters, but Li Qingke had long heard of them, and reminded him Professor Lin's ability is extremely difficult to use. 3 hours each day is likely the limit, so please make sure not to trouble her anymore. I'm not someone who enjoys causing trouble either. Yan Muyun scratched his head and chuckled, receiving an eye roll in response. But that was the truth, trouble always came looking for him. Lin Shirtong checked her watch and said there's no time to waste, let's start today. Right here. Of course not. Li Chinko waved her hand impatiently pointing upstairs and saying the cleaning lady has prepared a dormitory room for you, room 504. Alright, Yan Muyun nodded. It had to be said that the treatment from the special bureau was indeed excellent. The staff dormitory was fully furnished, and the furnishings were clearly not cheap. The room had a living room, a kitchen with a dining area, a bathroom with a spacious bathtub that could accommodate 2 people, a bedroom, and even a study specifically for work or gaming. For a one-person apartment, the conditions could undoubtedly be described as luxurious. The most important thing was that it was completely free, with the state covering all expenses like water, electricity, and gas. Strip. Yan Muyun was originally admiring the room when the 3-word command startled him. What? Strip. Lin Shirtong adjusted her glasses, her expression calm and collected. Didn't I just need to undress for the examination? That was just an examination. Lin Shirtong showed no sign of impatience, as if accustomed to answering such questions. For body modification, I need to feel every inch of your skin and every fiber of your muscles without obstruction. Isn't that not very appropriate? Yan Muyun was starting to regret it. If the other party were an old professor around his age, or even older, he wouldn't have minded the gender issue. The key was that this Professor Lin was only in her 30s and was quite a beauty. Undressing in front of her was somewhat psychologically challenging. Just strip. Lin Shirtong sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. I've seen thousands of bodies, both dead and alive, at least half of which were young men your age. Young men in their 50s. Yan Muyun couldn't help but scoff. If you feel uncomfortable, then I'll leave. I have classes the day after tomorrow. Wait. Yan Muyun's expression grew fierce, feeling a sense of desperation. At least let me take a not necessary. I just finished a task and am sweaty. It would be better to wash up. Fine. About 10 minutes later, Yan Muyun emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, his expression blank, while Professor Lin had already brought a chair from the study and was quietly waiting in the bedroom. As a 52-year-old innocent young man, Yan Muyun had never experienced such a situation. Even after spending a long time mentally preparing himself during his shower, he still felt hesitant. Hurry up and strip. Lin Shirtong said, her arms crossed and her expression impassive as she stared at him. In that moment, Yan Muyun felt as if her gaze was a scalpel dissecting every inch of his skin. Ill strip. The well-mannered young man had tears in his eyes and a face flushed with shame and anger as he rubbed his waist. The white towel fell onto the floor. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yan Muyun had finally stopped causing any trouble, and there hadn't even been a single mutant appearing in the Haizong district. His daily schedule now primarily consisted of undergoing body modifications at the Special Bureau in the morning, and then staying in the first-floor office from noon onward studying various knowledge about mutants. This included judging the period and level of each type of mutant based on their appearance, as well as memorizing their habits, abilities, and weaknesses. Besides that, he naturally had to crazily catch up on the common knowledge of this era and the global situation to avoid making any blunders later. During this time, his relationship with the members of Team 1 at the Special Bureau had also become increasingly harmonious. The Han twins needed no further mention, while Wei Jun and Zhong Xiaoxiao maintained a consistently gentle attitude. Even Luo Binghan no longer wore a sour expression when he saw him. As for Zhang Lan, who was lying in the hospital, he had taken the time to visit him twice. Zhang's mental state was quite good. Every time he visited, he found him happily playing games or reading. His girlfriend came to care for him every day, and he even received generous disability compensation, which made it hard to feel any sympathy. Today, Yan Muyun was about to undergo his final body modification. After taking the elevator to the 5th floor, he effortlessly pushed open the door to room 504, where Lin Shirtong had been waiting for him. Today, Professor Lin was wearing a white medical gown, one she had taken from Li Qingke's office 5 days ago, seemingly believing that this attire helped her perform better. This outfit also successfully alleviated some of Yan Muyun's psychological pressure. As compared to being seen naked by an intelligent and beautiful city woman, it was much easier to accept a female doctor with professional characteristics. Now he had been honed to the point of remaining unflinching in the face of adversity. Upon entering the bedroom, he had already stripped down to his underwear, and then naturally lay flat on the bed. The focus of this final treatment was on his upper body, so he was granted a modesty cloth. In reality, he wouldn't have minded not having it. Having experienced Professor Lin's abilities firsthand, Yan Muyun had long discarded any insignificant sense of shame. She was like a sculptor with divine skill, her ability an invisible chisel in her hand, each stroke and incision a perfect line. Now Yan Muyun's greatest pleasure was standing naked in front of the mirror every morning for a few minutes, carefully inspecting every corner of his body and comparing how it had become more perfect since yesterday. At that moment, lying flat on the bed, the soft light in the room illuminated him, as if a lovesick maiden was gently and tenderly caressing every inch of his skin. If Michelangelo were to see this body after being resurrected, he would personally shatter David and weep as he recarved a piece named Muyun. It's starting, Lin Shirtong said flatly, her indifferent gaze resembling one observing a lifeless, exquisite porcelain piece. She awakened her abilities at 16 and studied medicine for 8 years. To understand every structure of the human body, she personally dissected nearly 1,000 corpses of men and women of all ages, and it wasn't until the age of 25 that she truly used her abilities for the first time, attempting body modifications on living people. Now at 29, her heart had become as cold and precise as a scalpel. All right, please proceed. Yan Muyun took a rubber mouthpiece from the bedside table and closed his eyes. A familiar, unbearable tingling sensation began in his abdomen, slowly moving up to his chest. It felt like a swarm of ants had burrowed beneath his skin, gnawing at every muscle while injecting a nerve toxin that caused excruciating pain. Yan Muyun's expression visibly contorted in agony, his fingers gripping the bedsheet tightly, his toes tense, and if it weren't for the rubber guard on his teeth, cracks would surely have formed by now. From an effectiveness standpoint, Lin Shirtong's abilities seemed like a cheap device, yet she still primarily taught at the university instead of cultivating war machines for the state. One major reason for this was that her abilities demanded immense mental energy, allowing her to only perform for a short while each day. Additionally, the physical torment of the modified individuals was extremely difficult to endure for long periods. What she referred to as a 3-hour treatment was actually a continuous 10 minutes followed by a 20-minute rest. With half an hour as a complete process, it was conducted 6 times. Yan Muyun never considered himself a person with weak willpower. During his university days, he could stick to his chair from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, enduring 14 hours of continuous psychological and physical torment. However, if he hadn't known in advance that he only needed to endure for 7 days, giving him hope and a goal, he probably would have given up after the 3rd day. 3 hours later. It's over. Lin Shirtong breathed a sigh of relief, taking a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. Her originally upright and elegant figure now leaned slightly, resting against the back of the chair, appearing extremely fatigued. Yan Muyun said nothing, simply staring blankly at the ceiling, breathing heavily with his mouth slightly open. The sheets beneath him were soaked, and the gaps squeezed out by his chest and abdomen muscles were filled with glistening sweat, resembling a delicate stream distributed like a spider's web, with beads of sweat occasionally sliding down the lines. Lin Shirtong stood up, her expression calm. Go take a shower, then meet me in the gym in half an hour for the gene. Is it that quick? Yan Muyun looked at her with a resentful gaze. Your body is currently in its optimal state. Of course, the sooner you inject it, the better. Of course, if you want to rest for a day, that's fine too, but it'll give you another half hour of therapy before the injection tomorrow. They'll go shower now. The guy who had just barely been able to breathe like a dead fish suddenly sprang up with a clean and nimble movement, leaping off the bed. After a quick 10-minute shower, Yan Muyun didn't immediately leave, but stood in front of the bathroom sink mirror, carefully examining his body. Looking at his well-defined arms, full chest muscles, chocolate-like abs, and the mermaid line extending from his waist to his undisclosed area, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Though this feeling of gaining without effort was quite enjoyable, it left him feeling somewhat insecure. During these days of looking in the mirror, he found himself more often questioning whether he was worthy rather than being infatuated with his physique. Whether he was worthy of Director Li and Li Qingke's trust, whether he deserved the government's resource allocation, and whether he was worth Professor Lin's efforts over the past few days. What if I can't become in class? This thought had been haunting him like a nightmare for the past few days. Gradually, Yan Muyun's heartbeat quickened, and even his breathing became somewhat labored. Suddenly, Lin Shirtong's voice came from outside. The water has been running for so long, why aren't you out yet? Are you not putting on clothes? Have you been waiting outside for me? Yan Muyun was somewhat taken aback. No, I just estimated the time and came to call you back. Oh. Yan Muyun grabbed his clothes from the nearby rack and put them on. What he needed to contemplate wasn't whether he could reach class or disappoint everyone, but rather how he could attain class and not let anyone down. Yan Muyun stepped out of the elevator on the 3rd floor, startled as the doors opened. Don't you all have to work? He smacked his lips. Wei Jun lay flat on the dumbbell bench, rowing with a 40 kilograms barbell, while smiling. Today Team 2 is on duty. Luo Binghan sat in the corner of the gym, doing shoulder dumbbell presses, with an expressionless face watching them. The meaning in his gaze was enigmatic, and no one knew what he was thinking. This is the birth of ins class, how could we possibly miss it? Han Yinzhu excessively hugged a bucket of popcorn, while standing nearby, surrounded by Han Jinyu, Li Qingku, and Zhong Xiaoxiao, who occasionally pinched a few kernels. You make me feel like a clown from a circus. Do you want me to do a somersault for you? Yan Muyun rolled his eyes. What is a circus? Han Yinzhu tilted his head. A group that performs various tricks for a living, but unfortunately, it has gradually faded away in modern times. Clowns, magicians, and animal trainers are considered the soul of the circus, Han Jinyu explained. Han Yinju became interested, saying, "Show me a couple of flips." Yan Muyun smiled politely and directly ignored him. "Are you ready?" came Lin Shirtong's voice from behind. "Why inject in the gym instead of in a room?" Yan Muyun turned his head to ask. "Because after injecting the serum your body will feel an overwhelming surge of power, eager to find something to release it." Nearby Wei Jun's hearty laughter rang out. "When I injected the serum, I lifted a 200-kilogram barbell and did 100 bench presses in one go, then ran over 30 kilometers on the treadmill." Standing beside them, Professor Lin adjusted his glasses and spoke flatly. "This is actually a sign of incomplete absorption of the drug's effects. The remaining serum after body modification acts as a stimulant, causing extreme exhilaration. If it were an potential gene warrior, the effects would be much less significant. According to records, potential gene warriors have almost no such side effects. Because all gene warriors only have about a level capabilities immediately after injecting the serum, even if their ultimate limits differ. Thus terms like a potential and S-potential emerged, specifically referring to gene warriors who are not yet a class, but have the potential to become a class. For example, Wei Jun is currently at class, but his ultimate limit is class, so his personal information reads, "Be potential class gene warrior." After listening to Lin Shirtong's explanation, Wei Jun remained unconcerned, nodding with a learned expression. "Oh, I see. So let me inject in the gym." Yan Muyun sighed, covering his heart with a hand. "So you really don't trust that I can reach class?" Professor Lin said lightly. "And do you think being in class gene warrior is that easy? But from what you all have shown before, it seemed like my becoming class was a certainty." At this moment, Yan Muyun truly felt a bit troubled. He was already uncertain, and now you have to strike at my confidence at this time. Professor Lin did not look at him and opened the metal medicine box in his hand, retorting, "If it were that easy to become class by just keeping your body clean, why wouldn't the country choose a group of newborns, letting them only drink nutritional serums and undergo strict training from a young age? Maybe because it's too cruel." Yan Muyun tentatively said, "Depriving someone of the right to eat hot pot, spicy hot pot, and barbecue just to cultivate a batch of super soldiers is completely a villain's style." "That is one reason," Lin Shirtong said as she took out a finely crafted mechanical syringe from the medicine box, the liquid inside glistening like a ruby illuminated by the light in an incredibly enchanting texture. "But the main reason is that the cost is too high and the gap between the results obtained and the input is too large. Overseas institutions have long conducted experiments in this area. However, the first batch of 30 test subjects raised from childhood cost hundreds of billions, yet only 5 reached a class, with the rest being class and none reaching class." Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised. "Then why? Why does Professor Li think you have the potential to reach class?" Lin Shirtong looked up at him. Today's scientists in our country have summarized and mastered all the prerequisites for an ordinary person to become a class gene warrior, and your various physical data meet some of those standards, that's all. Since some standards have been met, the final success rate should not be low, right? 11.79%. My. Yan Muyun doubted whether he heard it wrong. According to Professor Li's analysis, your probability of becoming class is 11.79%. So low. That's already quite high. Lin Shirtong tucked a strand of black hair behind her ears, speaking flatly. "Currently, there are about 100 gene warriors in China, with around 600 at class potential, over 500 at class potential, over 400 at a class potential, and 24 at class potential. This means that if we simply look at the probability, because everyone's talent and genes are different, the chance of an ordinary person becoming an potential gene warrior after training to their limit and injecting gene serum is only about 0.02%. After hearing this, Yan Muyun felt somewhat reassured. "In that case, my 11.79% is indeed quite high." "Yes," Lin Shirtong nodded and said, "Thus countries around the world are now focusing on cultivating potential gene warriors. As for class, it can almost be said to be something that can only be encountered by chance." Yan Muyun suddenly realized that Professor Lin was saying these things as he was about to inject the gene serum to alleviate his pressure. From the experiments abroad to the relevant data domestically, all the words subtly conveyed one meaning. Even if you do not become class, you need not feel too guilty. Footsteps approached from the activity room, and Yin Long emerged carrying a couch with one hand, placing it right in front of the gym area. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, those unaware of the truth may think he was also a gene warrior. "Lie down." Lin Shirtong tilted her chin. Not knowing if it was a strange habit developed over these days, Yan Muyun instinctively wanted to strip when he heard those 3 words, but fortunately, he managed to resist in the end. He lay on the couch, his heart thumping rapidly. Just then, everyone gathered around, watching him with curious. This reminded him of a small surgery he had undergone in the hospital, where the doctors and nurses surrounded him in a similar manner while he was hazy from anesthesia. Seemingly sensing his discomfort, Professor Lin waved his hand. Stay back, don't crowd so close. The onlookers obediently dispersed. Yan Muyun swallowed hard and asked, Professor, are there any precautions during the injection? Lin Shirtong remained silent for a moment before softly saying, hang in there, the longer you can endure the better. Once the genetic serum is injected, you will experience excruciating pain, as though your entire body is engulfed in flames, your muscles sliced meticulously by razor-thin blades, and your bones drilled with chisels hole after agonizing hole. Lin Shirtong spoke calmly, her expression as composed as when lecturing students. Yet her words sent tremors through everyone present who had never undergone the injection. What you must do is endure. Immerse yourself fully in that sensation, even actively urge it forward. Urge? Yan Muyun asked, startled. His heartbeat had already begun to quicken. Urge. Professor Lin nodded, repeating the word before explaining. If any area feels insufficiently painful, focus your attention there. Observe every subtle shift until its agony matches that of the surrounding tissue. If it truly hurts as much as you describe, will I even be able to concentrate? Yan Muyun asked, his voice. Wei Jun interjected from the side. Yes, you will. Your senses will sharpen to extraordinary clarity. You'll perceive each muscle fiber contracting and tensing, even trace the pulse of blood coursing through every vein. I never knew Captain Wei possessed such literary flair. Yan Muyun quipped, half amused, half uneasy. The description was vivid to the point of visceral immersion. Lin Shirtong raised the mechanical syringe and said, the entire process lasts approximately 10 minutes. Are you ready? Yan Muyun swallowed hard and drew a deep breath. Let's begin. He watched the syringe descend, slowly settling against his forearm. Yet all he felt was the cool, smooth glide of polished metal, no pain at all. Why isn't it hurting? He instinctively asked. The needles haven't extended yet, Professor Lin replied, utterly impassive, and pressed the activation button on the syringe's side. 3 hair-fine needles emerged from the tip and pierced Yan Muyun's arm. A sharp hiss echoed. Then in an instant the sapphire serum within the chamber vanished completely. The blood of Fushi, administered. Waiting always stretches interminably. Han Jinyu paced with hands clasped behind his back. Han Yinzhu and Zhong Xiaoxiao devoured popcorn at an accelerated pace. Zhang Shixue sat quietly nearby, and Yin Long stood motionless before the sofa. Wei Jun and Luo Binghan exercised nearby, lifting dumbbells with deliberate hushed gentleness, lest even the faintest clink disturb the silence. Yan Muyun lay on the sofa for 3 minutes, but to those watching it felt like 3 days had passed. Professor Lin stood, arms crossed, observing the man. Eyes tightly shut, veins bulging starkly beneath bare skin, face contorted into a mask of anguish. Her own expression as still and depthless as a frozen lake. A thought seemed to stir within her. She turned abruptly toward Yan Long and the others. Do you know what fundamentally distinguishes Tire attire and steer genetic warriors? Their ceilings differ. Han Yinzhu offered a trite reply, then chuckled weakly at his own wit. Han Jinyu shot his younger brother an exasperated glance before saying, you mean bodily specialization, correct? Precisely. Professor Lin nodded. Specialization denotes the extraordinary enhancement of a single physiological function, rendering it quantifiably superior to peers of equal tier. I know this. Han Yinzhu declared, mouth still half full of popcorn, raising one hand. Captain Wei's strength vastly exceeds squad leader Sun's, yet Sun's speed eclipses Wei's strength. So Captain Wei is a strength-specialized warrior, while Squad 2's Captain Sun is speed-specialized. Lin Shirtong gave a slight nod and continued, among the 4 tiers I mentioned, Tire candidates gain no specialization, only baseline physical augmentation. Tire candidates typically develop one specialization, such as strength, speed, flexibility, agility, or resilience, surpassing their peers markedly in that specific domain. Then a Tire and Steer warriors acquire additional specialized abilities. Under Professor Lin's commanding pedagogical presence, Han Yinzhu had unconsciously slipped into the role of student, so much so that he handed his popcorn bucket to Zhong Xiaoxiao beside him. Yin Long and Han Jinyu had long since turned their full attention here. Even Luo Binghan ceased lifting weights, leaning instead against the smith machine in silent attentiveness. He yearned to become a genetic warrior. His own innate ability weaker than others, he'd waited nearly a year for a chance, yet remained without allocation. Now, with Jingxing University's most renowned lecturer delivering a live exposition, merely listening in, even without participation, was a rare privilege. Yes. Professor Lin nodded again. A Tire candidates develop 2 to 3 specializations, including baseline physiology, plus heightened perception, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, reaction, time, memory, insight, even extrasensory intuition. So, Steer warriors gain 4 to 5 specialized abilities. Han Yinzhu ventured caution. This time she shook her head gently. No, 7. Nearly half of all known specializations to date. Only Li Qingke, Wei Jun, and Zhong Xiaoxiao who had already received the serum, remained unfazed. Everyone else felt a jolt of profound awe. No wonder nations worldwide revere steer genetic warriors above all. They are true human weapons, capable at any level and against any opponent of overwhelming dominance. When a veteran tire warrior confronts a newly ascended steer counterpart, decades of combat experience, tactical mastery, and strategic intellect crumble helplessly before the chasm of biological supremacy. Professor Lin glanced down at Yan Muyun still supine on the sofa and murmured softly, "Yet not all steer warriors attain 7 specializations. There are 14 living steer warriors globally. 3 of them possess only 4 specializations." Han Inju gasped. "Even steer has hierarchies." "Steer has hierarchies," Professor Lin repeated, her tone flat and uninflected. "But those 3 are not the lowest. They stand at the absolute apex." How? Confusion rippled across every face. Even Wei Jun and Zhong Xiaoxiao now leaned in. This revelation breached the limits of their expertise. Professor Lin offered no dramatic pause. She lifted her gaze, slightly sweeping it slowly over the group, because among their 4 specializations lies one profoundly unique. "What is it?" Han Jinyu voiced the question, burning in every mind. "It is called the Divine Eyes." Her left fingertip lightly adjusted the frame of her spectacles, her voice dropping to a reverent hush. "Specifically, the left eye of divinity, pale iris, and the right eye of divinity, golden iris." His skin was torn by sharp claws, flesh burned by flames, and bones forged by iron hammers. This was the pain that Yan Muyun could feel after being injected with the blood of Fushi. He wished that this pain could numb his nerves, even causing him to faint directly. However, amidst his struggle to endure, he despairingly realized that these complex and intense pains not only did not diminish but became even more intense. The words of Wei Jun echoed in his ears, "Your senses will become exceedingly clear, allowing you to perceive every contraction and tension of each muscle fiber, even the flow of blood within every blood vessel." This statement almost perfectly described his current feelings. Strangely, Yan Muyun felt as if a taut thread was suspended from his forehead. Who would put a thread on his forehead at this time? Han Inju or Han Jinyu? No, I clearly have my eyes closed. Oh, why can I see that thread? The silvery thread was pulled taut as if being tugged by invisible hands on both ends, continuously stretched. A strange thought suddenly popped up in Yan Muyun's mind. As long as the thread broke, he would be liberated. While enduring physical pain, he watched the already thin thread before him grow even thinner, his desire for it to break becoming increasingly urgent. At that moment, the originally silvery thread suddenly stained with a hint of blood, causing Yan Muyun, whose thoughts were somewhat scattered, to momentarily freeze. When he refocused his attention to look again, the bloodstain had vanished. However, at this moment the color of the thread no longer mattered. He regained his clarity from a somewhat chaotic state, recalling Professor Lin's words before the injection, "Persevere, the longer you endure the better." Coming back to his senses, Yan Muyun silently breathed a sigh of relief, no longer pondering the existence of that thread, and began to carefully sense the various parts of his body as instructed. There was one thing to be grateful for. During the previous 7 days, he had undergone body modifications under Professor Lin's guidance, which had granted him a certain degree of pain tolerance. If it had been the old him, he would have probably let that thread snap long ago. The left eye of the deity, the pale pupil, and the right eye of the deity, the golden pupil. Han Jinyu murmured dreamily, her expression filled with longing. "That's just too cool." Han Inju pumped his fist, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Shirtong had always been the embodiment of rationality and calmness, but at that moment her face was flushed, her gaze filled with reverence. The left eye of the deity contains boundless wisdom, while the right eye signifies supreme authority. It is said that the 3 who obtain the eye of the deity have been favored by the deity, qualifying them to stand by his side in the future. Standing by the deity's side. Everyone present felt their bodies stiffen, their hearts pounding more. Noticing the emotional tension in the room, Professor Lin coughed lightly and swiftly regained her usual calm demeanor. "But that is merely a rumor and not a confirmed fact. You just need to listen and not take it too seriously." As the sighs of relief surrounded her, she slowly continued, "What I am about to discuss is based on evidence and truly credible facts. Among the 3 potential gene warriors who obtain the eye of the deity, 2 have pale pupils and 1 has golden pupils. According to the information we currently know, the owner of the pale pupil possesses an astonishingly broad field of vision and eidetic memory, meticulous insight, and a quasi-domain ability that can slow down surrounding time. Slowing down time. Those 4 words seem to possess a magical power, rendering the gym area silent enough to hear a pin drop. Only Yan Muyun on the sofa, grimacing in pain, let out low, anguished growls from his throat. From the understanding of those present, not to mention globally, at least within the supernatural ability registration system in Huaxiao, there seemed to be no record of any time-related abilities. Of course there could be some. However, such abilities would definitely be kept secret, and ordinary people would not have access to relevant information. Lin Shirtong clasped her fingers in front of her chest and spoke softly. The reason we know this information is that there happens to be a pale pupil owner in Huaxia. Although I cannot reveal his identity, I can briefly tell you about the things he is capable of. The people present adjusted their postures. Those standing stood straight, those sitting sat upright, each becoming a diligent and eager learner. Professor Lin pushed her glasses up her nose, exuding an air of authority. What I mentioned earlier is actually content covered in classes at Shenjing Academy, so it's not a secret. But what I am about to tell you, although it isn't very classified information, it's best not to spread it around. Han Yinju took the lead in slapping his chest, proclaiming loyalty. Heads may roll and blood may flow, but today's events are known to heaven, earth, you, and us. Lin Shirtong smiled somewhat helplessly. It's not that serious. Shut up. Han Jinyu slapped his brother to stop. Seeing that everyone was somewhat impatient, Lin Shirtong began her narration. The true limit of the pale pupil can only be truly experienced by its owner. It is difficult for others to summarize its actual effects. But I can tell you three things he is capable of allowing you to experience it from the side. The first thing is that he can read a book of over 600 pages in 5 minutes with an average of 0.5 seconds spent on each page. When the experimenter asked about the content of the book, he could accurately state which page, paragraph, and line each sentence was on, even pointing out the exact position of the punctuation in that sentence. The second thing is that the experimenter marked a mosquito with a radioactive isotope and then handed it over to the pale pupil owner for observation. Then the mosquito was placed into a black opaque box filled with tens of thousands of identical mosquitoes. 2 hours later, the surface of the box became transparent, and the pale pupil owner found the marked mosquito accurately in just over a minute. The third thing is that the pale pupil owner once spent 2 months pursuing 7 doctoral degrees, and every paper he published caused a minor sensation in the academic field. Professor Lin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said lightly, as for his quasi-domain ability to slow down the flow of time, I apologize, but I don't understand it either. However, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, as it is considered state secrets. Han Yinju let out a long breath, sighing, that's just too impressive. If I had that ability, I wouldn't have lost so much hair while studying medicine back then. Li Chinka spoke with a hint of sorrow, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. What about the golden pupil? After a brief silence, Han Jinyu blurted out, what are the abilities of the golden pupil? Professor Lin shook her head, her expression somewhat regretful. We do not have specific information about the golden. Currently, the only known owner of the golden pupil has an erratic whereabouts, and the Huaxia government has extended many invitations to him, but they have all fallen into silence. Suddenly a thud sound interrupted her words, as everyone turned to look, finding Yan Muyun had fallen off the sofa face down, forehead hitting the rubber floor. Ever since he was injected with the genetic serum, his body had been writhing in pain, and now he finally tumbled. Han Jinyu and Yin Long instinctively wanted to help him back up, but were stopped by Lin Shirtong. The genetic serum in his body is still at work. Please do not disturb him. Professor Lin seamlessly redirected the conversation back, as if completely ignoring the person who had face-planted onto the floor. In the past, someone from Huaxia unexpectedly encountered a holder of the golden eyes, but fortunately the other party did not harbor any murderous intent. According to that individual, when the other party's eyes turned golden, he felt an overwhelming fear from the depths of his heart, and his fighting spirit plummeted to its lowest, only thinking about how to survive rather than how to defeat the opponent. Lin Shirtong paused slightly before continuing. That person was an exceptionally capable grade gene warrior, and he was also ranked within the top 10,000 on the world leaderboard, possessing an ability known as one of the myriad techniques. According to reliable intelligence, the holder of the golden eyes during that period had just reached a grade. Is it similar to the spider demon's mind-piercing shriek, which can directly intimidate the mind? Wei Jun asked beside her. It's possible, Lin Shirtong nodded, continuing. In addition, the abilities of the golden eyes holder seem to also include extraordinary regenerative capabilities, as well as explosive speed and strength. With her words, the gym fell into silence. After a few seconds, Han Jinyu couldn't hold back any longer. That's it, Professor Lin replied, as if it were obvious. Disappointed sighs immediately echoed throughout the room, as everyone was waiting for more details, only to find that it had already concluded. Haven't I mentioned that our intelligence on the holders of the golden eyes is extremely limited? Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Shirtong couldn't help but smile faintly and shook her head helplessly. The left eye of the deity contains boundless wisdom, while the right eye signifies supreme authority. Han Jinyu suddenly repeated what Professor Lin had said earlier, quietly stating, it seems that the abilities of the white eyes indeed have great advantages in academic research, while the abilities of the golden eyes are all combat-related. Han Yinju scratched his head, but don't you think the abilities of the golden eyes are too weak? Just intimidation and bursts of strength. It sounds like it can't compare to the white eyes. You can't say that. Lin Shirtong shook her head. You think the white eyes are impressive because you've heard many specific examples from me. In contrast, the descriptions of the golden eyes are too scant and one-sided, making it hard to form a complete understanding of them. That's true. Han Yinju nodded. Wei Jun suddenly gave a gentle kick to the sofa, looking at the person sprawled on the floor, and said, if this guy could obtain the golden eyes, it would fill the gap in our intelligence in this area. Let's hope so, Professor Lin said with a slight pursing of her lips. However, everyone present knew that whether Yan Muyun could become an inscribed potential gene warrior was still uncertain, and the possibility of acquiring the golden eyes was even slimmer. Who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? Also, is the sun a bit too bright today? I don't even know when that deep-seated pain began to quietly fade away. In a daze, Yan Muyun felt a golden glare before him, and this inexplicable brightness made his eyes quite uncomfortable. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, but it was of no use. That golden light seemed to be stubbornly glued to his eyelids. Yan Muyun rubbed the corners of his eyes vigorously, squeezing out a couple of tears, and his vision finally began to return to normal amidst the blurriness. At that moment, he finally comprehended the three philosophical questions. Am Yan Muyun in the gym of the Special Bureau, and I just injected a genetic serum? Wait, something feels off. Wasn't I lying on the sofa? Yan Muyun supported himself with his hands on the floor and lifted his upper body. Holy crap! He was startled and his hands went weak, almost hitting his head on the ground again, but fortunately, Yan Long reached out to support him. Sitting on the floor, Yan Muyun leaned against the sofa, looking bewilderedly at everyone present. What are you all doing? When he looked up, nearly everyone in the gym was bent over, staring into his eyes, and it seemed that their expressions were tinged with disappointment. A man in his 50s had never seen such a scene in his life, and almost lost his strength in his arms, nearly bowing to everyone present. Nothing, Han Jinyu chuckled. Wei Jun leaned closer, asking, how do you feel? Do you feel an endless surge of energy, especially eager to vent? Yan Muyun got up from the floor, moved his arms a bit, and with a strange expression said, I do feel full of energy now, but I don't have that uncontrollable urge to vent. Scrade. The crowd's eyes lit up. At that moment, Lin Shirtong spoke up. We can't draw conclusions yet. Everything needs to be tested first. After all, there have been a grade gene warriors who absorbed the serum exceptionally well before. Yan Muyun's expression stiffened, and he stood at attention. I'm ready. Professor Lin held a tablet and began to ask, hearing. Yan Muyun listened carefully, shaking his head. Smell? Nothing. Taste? How do I test? Should I eat something on the spot? No, since you don't have any special sensations, it means there's no specialization in that area. Professor Lin shook her head. Next, what about vision? This time, Yan Muyun didn't answer immediately. The crowd watched him with eager eyes, anticipating his next response. He turned his head to look around, a joyful expression on his face. I just realized that I'm not wearing glasses, yet I can see so clearly. What is this? Professor Lin flipped the tablet around, pointing at a small black dot on it. Yan Muyun squinted at it, shaking his head a few seconds later. It's not visual specialization. The gene serum merely corrected your nearsightedness, so you won't need glasses anymore, Lin Shirtong noted, marking an X on the tablet's form. Next, try to memorize this excerpt of classical Chinese within half a minute. A passage of several hundred characters appeared on the tablet. I can't memorize it. Yan Muyun decisively shook his head. Professor Lin's expression remained calm as she pulled up two photos on the tablet. Try to find the only difference between these two images within 5 seconds. Yan Muyun looked despondent. I can't find it. At this point, the gym had completely fallen into silence. With more than half of the simple test items completed, the possibility of Yan Muyun being inscribed had dropped to 0. 7 types of specializations are the absolute threshold for inscribed potential gene warrior, and he had barely managed to cross that boundary. In the subsequent basic physical tests conducted by Wei Jun, Yan Muyun's final specialized projects were confirmed: unassisted bench press, 480 kilograms, surpassing the average level of a grade gene warriors by 63 kilograms, confirmed as strength specialization. Able to balance on the tips of toes on a standing chopstick for 6 seconds, it confirmed as agility, fine motor specialization. 100-meter sprint speed of 8.67 seconds, surpassing the average level of a grade gene warriors by 0.58 seconds, confirmed as speed specialization. Lin Shirtong recorded the data on the tablet, looked up at Yan Muyun, and smiled slightly. Congratulations, you are now officially in a grade A-level gene warrior. Congratulations, you are now a formal A-potential A-level gene warrior. Yan Muyun leaned against the wall, pursing his lips, and forced a smile, yet his eyes held no trace of joy. Do not underestimate yourself. Professor Lin put away the tablet and walked to his side, gently saying, A-potential gene warriors are already a rare find, let alone you, who has gained 3 types of specialization, surpassing nearly 2/3 of other A-potential gene warriors. Yan Muyun sighed. If this were an outcome achieved through my own efforts over several months, I would indeed be. The words he didn't say lingered unspoken, but everyone present understood. The official professor from Chunjing University personally flew over spending a week to modify his body, yet he only ended up as an 11. Even if Professor Lin might have anticipated this outcome and wouldn't blame him internally, Yan Muyun felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He felt he had let down the efforts and contributions of others, as well as the expectations of Dean Li and those behind the scenes in Minxia City who had gathered resources for him. Lin Shitong placed her hand on the young man's shoulder softly saying, "Do not feel guilty, it is unfair. The essence of this matter is a gamble. Everyone is recklessly betting on an 11.79 chance of your success, without even consulting your opinion. Now that the gamble has failed, why should you bear the guilt and self-blame?" Yan Muyun replied, "Although I was the one being gambled upon. Regardless of the outcome, I am still the ultimate beneficiary." Yan Muyun lightly tapped his head against the wall twice. Professor Lin adjusted his glasses saying, "Trust me, everyone anticipated this outcome from the beginning and was prepared to bear the losses. After all, the odds of winning this gamble were slim from the start, and we threw our stakes in with the mindset of being ready to lose everything." Losing everything. Yan Muyun supported his forehead. Lin Shitong realized her slip of the tongue, and with a mix of amusement and frustration explained, "That's not what I meant. I meant that we approached this gamble with the mindset of being willing to lose everything. But based on the current outcome, you have still allowed us to recoup our losses." Yan Muyun raised his head asking, "So we've managed to recover the principal?" "Yes, if you can study diligently at Chunjing Academy in the future and contribute to the country, then the result of this gamble would be considered a significant profit for us." Lin Shitong, being a professor, naturally spoke with a hint of didactic authority. Yan Muyun clasped his hands together stating, "From now on my life belongs to the country." Lin Shitong patted his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with kindness. "All right, stop being so glib. Go find Wei Jun. He still has some things to teach you." "Okay." Yan Muyun nodded and walked towards the fitness area with a heavy step, where a towering figure was. After he left, the soft smile on Professor Lin's face disappeared, and she sighed softly. Given the resources invested in this young man, as long as he does not become an potential gene warrior, then all of them would be at a loss, and a significant one at that, with no way to recover their investments. But as she had previously mentioned, despite the failure rate being nearly 90%, they had chosen to selectively blind themselves to this reality. They foolishly placed their bets on this young man, unwittingly investing too much hope in him. In the end, who could they blame for this outcome? Yan Muyun walked up to Wei Jun and suddenly felt something odd. Had his height increased slightly? He seemed to have only reached Wei Jun's shoulders before, but now it felt as if he was nearing his neck. However, before he had time to think further, the brawny Wei Jun, resembling a bull, placed his hand on Yan Muyun's shoulder and laughed heartily. Not bad, an potential gene warrior with 3 types of specialization. Stop comforting me, I'm fine." Yan Muyun replied, somewhat amused. Wei Jun widened his eyes saying, "I'm only a potential. How could I have the right to comfort you? I'm genuinely envious." "Oh." Yan Muyun nodded perfunctorily. "All right, cheer up." Wei Jun's big hand patted him on the back twice with enthusiasm. "Now I'm going to teach you the most important and powerful skill of being a gene warrior. Gene warriors have skills." Yan Muyun was surprised. "Of course." Wei Jun nodded with satisfaction at his reaction, then raised a finger saying, "That is to unlock and lock the gene lock." Yan Muyun asked, "You may not feel anything special right now. That's because your sensitivity has increased with specialization, allowing you to control every part of your body with great precision." Wei Jun patiently explained, "For ordinary A-level gene warriors, after they have just injected the serum, they require a brief adaptation period due to the significant enhancement in their physical attributes." Yan Muyun nodded, indicating that he understood this concept. There were many such scenes in the anime and film industry of protagonists who gain immense power, often create havoc initially due to excessive force, such as accidentally shattering dishes or running through walls. However, for higher-level gene warriors, even after the adaptation period, excessively powerful physical attributes can still cause trouble in daily life. Wei Jun stated, "The first time we met, I kicked that molten demon from one side of the street to the other. Just imagine if I were to hit your shoulder with that kind of force when you come back from a mission." Yan Muyun shivered, realizing that the burly man next to him, who often liked to hug and pat, was essentially a human weapon capable of causing fatalities with the slightest misstep. Thinking of this, he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Wei Jun, for sparing my life before." Wei Jun shook his head, somewhat amused, and continued explaining, "The importance of the gene lock lies in 2 aspects. The first point is that it does not affect your daily life, and the second point relates to how you will break through in the future." "Does that mean breaking through to level or clevel?" "Yes." Wei Jun rolled up his sleeves and flexed his muscular arms, which bulged like rock. "Currently my peak strength is around 3 tons. So tell me, what use does this gym have for me?" Yan Muyun looked around at the equipment, then at Wei Jun's massive arms, shaking his head, "None." Given Wei Jun's terrifying strength, he would probably have to bench press a car with one hand to barely stimulate his muscles. This is the function of the gene lock. Wei Jun lowered his sleeves, his expression serious. While the gene serum bestows us with immense power, it also raises the limits of our bodily functions as ordinary people. To break through to a higher level, we must continuously challenge and surpass our limits as ordinary people. So how do you determine that you've broken through? That is when your gene lock opens bang on its own during training without you actively unlocking it, proving that you have advanced to the next level. Because the old gene lock can no longer restrain you at that point, you need to replace it with a larger and sturdier new lock. That. Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment, raised his hand, and asked, when the gene lock opens, will there really be a bang sound? Isn't that more vivid? Wei Jun scratched his head, chuckling. Yan Muyun replied. In the novels that Yan Muyun had read before, he had encountered the concept and setting of the gene lock. By facing life-threatening dangers and the fear of death, those with a strong obsession can unleash humanity's latent abilities, restoring their combat instincts and sense of danger. Once activated, it can push the body beyond its physical limits due to excessive strain, causing the user to endure extreme pain and genetic collapse. Most who attempt to activate the first level of the gene lock perish from the side effects. However, the above concepts cannot be said to have any connection to what Wei Jun just mentioned. At the very least, they are completely unrelated. In today's reality, the gene lock is not about humanity's explosive potential in the face of life and death, transforming them into fleeting super warriors. Rather, it is a means for genetic warriors to restrict their own powers, reverting to the realm of ordinary people. Wei Jun paced back and forth in front of Yan Muyun, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Reciting the opening and closing of the gene lock is essentially a process of self-hypnosis. You need to imagine a lock in a certain part of your body and continuously suggest to yourself that when the lock closes, you are just an ordinary person. And when the lock opens, you will regain your original power. Yan Muyun opened his eyes and bared his teeth, saying, why does this feel so unreliable? Wei Jun puffed out his chest, his muscular frame bulging. For ordinary people, these concepts are merely fanciful notions. Of course, they seem unreliable. But the bodies of genetic warriors are undeniably enhanced and transformed by drugs. The means to restrict their own power lie dormant somewhere within us. You just haven't found it yet. All right. Yan Muyun closed his eyes again. Wei Jun cleared his throat and continued, after imagining that gene lock, we can design a specific switch action for ourselves. Through practice, repeatedly suggesting to oneself and continually trying to switch the gene lock, the relationship between this action and the concepts of power, restriction, and liberation can be reinforced in the mind. Of course, once you become more proficient at switching the gene lock, you won't need these reinforcing suggestions anymore. For example, I can now freely switch the state of the gene lock. Remember, this switch action must not be too complex or too simple. Otherwise, failing to activate the gene lock in a critical moment or accidentally activating it in everyday life could cause significant trouble. At this point, Wei Jun paused slightly, as if recalling something, a hint of a smile appearing on his chiseled face. Do you remember when I first became a genetic warrior? The switch action I set for myself was to tap my forehead twice with my fingers. At that time, I thought this action was very cool, but one day a senior suddenly ambushed me, pinned me against the wall, and told me I had to activate the gene lock within 3 seconds or I'd be shot dead. Naturally, I was shot then. Wei Jun laughed heartily, as if recounting someone else's embarrassing story. However, after laughing, he quickly became serious again, and continued, so for lower-level genetic warriors, the action shouldn't be too flashy or too conspicuous, while also being something that can be activated and deactivated immediately in any unexpected situation. Sitting upright on the sofa, Yan Muyun suddenly opened his eyes, raised his right hand, bent his ring finger, pressed his thumb on top of it, and brought his index, middle, and little fingers together, forming a somewhat strange hand seal. Wei Jun's eyes lit up. This action is good, the range is small, the difficulty is low, the activation speed is fast, and it won't be accidentally triggered in daily life. This is the Taoist Sun Hand Seal. Yan Muyun's expression was solemn, almost as if he could claim to have just come down from Wudong Mountain. Oh, you know something about Taoism? Wei Jun asked with great interest. In today's era, young people with some understanding of traditional culture are already rare. I have a little knowledge. Yan Muyun nodded modestly. Care to elaborate? The core idea of Taoism is to govern without interference. What do you understand by that? Doing nothing and slacking off. Nonsense. Wei Jun laughed in disbelief. Governing without interference doesn't mean doing nothing, but rather not intervening excessively. Wu Wei doesn't mean to do nothing, but to refrain from unnecessary actions. Because it doesn't violate objective laws and acts in accordance with them, it encompasses all actions as long as you follow the Tao and adhere to objective laws. Yan Muyun was stunned. He wasn't unaware of these concepts, but merely making a joke. However, he hadn't expected that Captain Wei actually had some understanding of Taoist philosophy. Wait a minute. He suddenly furrowed his brow. Weren't we talking about the gene lock? How did we suddenly start discussing? Lin Shirtong tidied up her luggage and dragged her suitcase to the first-floor office of the Special Affairs Bureau. She was going to take a flight back to Qingjing City today. As one of the highest-paid professors at Qingjing Academy, Professor Lin's professional spirit is also top-notch. During her time in Minxiao City, she did not wander around for leisure. Instead, every day after completing body modifications for Yan Muyun, she returned to her room to write recent research reports while preparing lessons to teach her students online from 1,000 miles away. This was also something Yan Muyun felt most guilty about. Professor Lin was clearly so busy with work, yet still made time to come personally to pave the way for him, and in the end, he had disappointed her. Goodbye, Professor Lin. I will always remember the help you gave me these days. Yan Muyun deeply bowed to her, his tone filled with sincerity. Professor Lin smiled. When you go to Qingjing Academy, we will meet again soon. Yan Muyun nodded vigorously. I will definitely take your class and get a high score. Just don't fail. Professor Lin gave him a meaningful look. Then let me take you to the airport. All right, thank you. Lin Shirtong smiled and nodded. No, we'll go instead. A clear female voice came from the office door. Li Chinka had already changed into casual clothes, her face lightly made up, appearing even more beautiful than usual. After I take Professor Lin to the airport, I can conveniently go on a date on the way back. As soon as this was said, the previously lively office fell silent. Yan Muyun, who was demonstrating the sun hand seal to the Han twins, suddenly paused mid-action, and the two spectators in front of him turned their heads to the door with wide eyes. Yin Long, who was reading past case reports, looked up, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings before lowering his head. Zhong Xiaoxiao had a chip in her hand raised to her mouth, but as she accidentally shook her hand, the chip fell onto her ample bosom, large enough to rest on the desk. In the end, it was still Luo Binghan who reacted, quickly breaking into a brilliant smile. Of course, that would be a help. Then let's go, Professor Lin. Li Chinka seemed to ignore the strange expressions on everyone's faces and tilted her head slightly, addressing Professor Lin. Everyone accompanied them to the parking lot, watching the magenta flying car slowly take off, heading into the distance. Goodbye, come back to Minxiao City often to play. Wei Jun waved his hand, shouting farewell. After lowering his arm, he suddenly felt something was off in the atmosphere around him and turned to see his teammates staring at him intently. What are you all doing? Wei Jun asked, somewhat puzzled. Captain Wei. Luo Binghan came up beside him, patted his shoulder hard, then grinned while rubbing his hand. Li Chinka is going to date someone else. Wei Jun sniffed. Isn't that good? This girl finally found someone she likes. The surrounding people rolled their eyes in unison. Li Chinka had long found someone she liked. Now she probably had lost all hope in him, which was why she chose to give up. The sound of boiling water bubbled up from the purple clay teapot. A wrinkled hand grasped the handle, gently lifting it as light green tea flowed from the spout into the porcelain cup, filling the room with a thin mist of vapor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Sun Shuli said, putting down the teapot and raising his head with his fingers interlaced in front of him. A figure as imposing as an iron tower pushed the door open and plopped down boldly into the chair at the desk. Old Sun, what do you need from me? That's not how you address me. Call me Uncle Sun, Sun Shuli said, raising an eyebrow. Uncle Sun, Wei Jun complied readily. Sun Shuli turned the screen in front of him, tilting his chin slightly. The Special Investigation Department has sent a request for us to dispatch someone to assist them on a task. Wei Jun furrowed his brows as he looked at the content on the screen. Are they that busy lately? It's not just busyness, this task is somewhat special. Sun Shuli shook his head, taking a small sip from his porcelain cup. Do you remember the Dark River Association incident? They have now found a lead on one of the high-ranking members who absconded with funds. The individual was spotted in the Peach Blossom Spring. Then let's just go straight there. Wei Jun leaned back in his chair, speaking nonchalantly. Sun Shuli set down his teacup and said slowly, the Special Investigation Department is worried about startling the snake in the grass, leading the target to escape, thereby severing this only lead. Hence they decided to send a newcomer who is unfamiliar with the situation. However, they don't have many reliable newcomers over there, only one. They hope we can send someone to assist from the side. Sure, Yan Long should get some good practice too. Wei Jun nodded in agreement. No, the Special Investigation Department specifically requested Yan Muyun to go, Sun Shuli said, wagging his finger. Yan Muyun. Wei Jun sat up straight. That kid has only just joined the Special Investigation Bureau, and he just practiced the basic grappling techniques for the first time this morning. Has he started practicing combat? Who taught him? Sun Shuli raised an eyebrow. Luo Binghan, Wei Jun replied. Sun Shuli was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry, poking at him with his hand. You really don't shy away from trouble. These two have never gotten along. To be more precise, Luo Binghan has always looked unfavorably upon Yan Muyun. If he were to teach combat techniques, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't let personal emotions color his instruction. Only under pressure do we improve, and besides, Luo Binghan knows how to be measured. Wei Jun shook his head. Putting that aside, I still think Yan Long would be a better choice. It seems that a young investigator named Zhang Shishui is very insistent that Yan Muyun be her partner, Sun Shuli said with a helpless smile. Is she developing feelings for him? Wei Jun squinted his eyes. Sun Shuli clicked on the screen looking at the documents and read aloud. She provided many reasons such as Yan Muyun's special ability being more suited for covering retreats during emergencies. He continued, also they have worked together before and have a certain level of tacit understanding. Wei Jun raised a hand to interrupt him. These aren't good reasons I'd rather believe she truly has feelings for Yan Muyun. You know the Special Investigation Department won't indulge the whims of a young lady. Sun Shuli lowered his head and gently blew at his teacup, causing ripples to form on the surface. Wei Jun's eyes widened in realization. Are you suggesting that they? Sun Shuli raised a finger to his lips, shaking his head with a smile. But that is the peach blossom spring. Your attitude just now didn't indicate that. We can overlook the peach blossom spring, but Yan Muyun lacks experience. He doesn't know the rules there. He's a rookie while Zhang Shishui is not. Though she is relatively inexperienced, she is indeed one of the most outstanding investigators in the Special Investigation Department. Moreover, Yan Muyun is an 11-level potential gene warrior, and his enhancements are all combat-related. This kid can be said to be exceptionally gifted. No, I think I'm only a few years older than him. I should say this little brother is exceptionally gifted. After a long silence, the Iron Tower-like man waved his hand in concession. All right then. Stepping out of the office and closing the door, tightly, Wei Jun took a deep breath, his muscular chest puffing up exaggeratedly, then returning to normal as he exhaled slowly. Not far away, Han Jinyu noticed the captain's unusual demeanor, his eyes shifting from the screen to look over. What's wrong, Captain Wei? Wei Jun grinned, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth, shaking his head. It's nothing. With those 3 words dropped, he walked straight out of the office. Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, he noticed a few members of the 2nd team lifting weights in the gym area directly facing the elevator. Wei Jun greeted each of them with a nod before turning to push open the door to the adjacent room. The space inside was quite spacious, specifically designated for Special Investigation Bureau personnel to conduct combat training or engage in sparring and exchanges. Most personnel only need to master the armed police grappling techniques. The rest consists of various dodging and blocking skills to ensure they aren't completely defenseless in the face of emergencies. After all, the nature of work in the Special Investigation Bureau is unique. They primarily deal with bizarre and diverse abnormal beings, while wearing powered exoskeletons, so hand-to-hand combat isn't highly emphasized. As for how little emphasis is placed on it, the fact that not even a martial arts instructor is available in the Bureau's branch signifies that new recruits rely solely on half-baked guidance from veteran personnel for their so-called combat skills. The current issue is that Luo Binghan is not a half-baked instructor. On the contrary, he is likely the most skilled combat specialist in the entire Haizong District Bureau bar none. Even Wei Jun himself couldn't guarantee that he could outmatch him in pure technique without considering physical attributes. So why is he currently being pinned to the ground by Yan Muyun? Let me go. Upon seeing someone enter, Luo Binghan shouted in frustration. Yan Muyun quickly released his grip and stood to the side, his face full of innocent exasperation. What's going on here? Wei Jun turned his head, looking between the two with a barely suppressed smile. Yan Muyun hesitated for a moment and said quietly, "It might be that my theoretical experience is quite rich. I often watch combat videos." Shut up. Luo Binghan's face turned red as he pointed a finger at Yan Muyun, threatening him, then turned to Wei Jun with wide eyes, complaining. This kid is really something. At the beginning, he was clearly a novice, moving stiffly and striking slowly. But after a few rounds of sparring with him, he inexplicably pinned me to the ground. At first I thought it was just luck, but after several more rounds it was still the same. I couldn't figure out why, and it was simply baffling. Wei Jun raised an eyebrow, looking at Yan Muyun. Did you unlock your gene lock? No, the latter shook his head vigorously. Come, let's give it a try, Wei Jun said, suddenly interested, rolling up his non-existent sleeves, and seeing the burly man in front of him, Yan Muyun shrank his neck, a hint of a pleasing smile on his face. Maybe not. Do I have these skinny arms and legs? Before he could finish, Wei Jun reached out and grabbed his shoulder, the speed neither fast nor slow. Yan Muyun closed his mouth, raising his left hand with lightning speed, blocking the opponent's arm, while gripping tightly at the crook of his elbow. However, Wei Jun's attack was merely a feint. At the moment his right arm was caught, his left fist swung forward with a whoosh, aiming for the temple of the young man in front. Facing this punch, Yan Muyun surprisingly advanced, instead of retreating, using a burst of force from his toes to jump forward slightly, while his right arm remained vertical, blocking the opponent's left arm, and his head aimed to slam into the opponent's chin. Wei Jun instinctively leaned back to dodge, yet Yan Muyun's headbutt was also a feint. Lightly pushing off with his left foot, he lifted his right leg and delivered a knee strike aimed between Wei Jun's legs. What the hell? Luo Binghan exclaimed reflexively, guarding his legs with both hands. At this moment Wei Jun was leaning back to avoid the head but leaving his vulnerable spot completely exposed. In a moment of urgency, he could only push off with his feet and leap back, hoping to at least avoid taking this hit directly. Any escape would be better than none. However, his arm was still being held by Yan Muyun, and this leap backward not only failed to distance him from that fatal knee strike, but also added some momentum to Yan Muyun's attack. Pressured to the point of almost unlocking his gene lock, Wei Jun found that Yan Muyun's knee strike halted as it passed between his legs, followed by a hook of his calf around Wei Jun's leg. With a gentle push from Yan Muyun's hands, the unbalanced Wei Jun lost his footing and fell onto the foam floor in a spread eagle position. Staring at the white ceiling, Wei Jun took a long time to utter a single word, "All right." To be honest, Yan Muyun himself did not know how he managed to do it. He could not say he had any experience in combat, at least he was a blank slate. Before today, his only combat experience was spiritedly brawling with his younger brother during childhood. Usually he would take advantage of his size and age to gain the upper hand a few times, and then his brother would summon their parents to come and give him a beating. As for today, not only Luo Binghan and Wei Jun, but even Yan Muyun himself found it hard to believe. During the practice, he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Basically, as soon as the opponent raised a hand, he could vaguely sense what their next move would be, where the weak points in their body structure were, and where he should counterattack. Yan Muyun felt like a martial arts master from a novel, having reached a realm where he was in harmony with the laws of nature, no longer needing to adhere to specific techniques. However, since I have picked a fight with the higher-ups, I must be prepared for some retribution. Under the bright summer noon sun, standing at the entrance of the police station, he felt a storm brewing in his heart. So with so many official officers idle, why did they specifically send me, a novice, to assist the Special Investigation Unit? Yan Muyun clasped his hands behind his back, appearing nonchalant as he strolled into the police station. Having not been here for some time, he surprisingly felt a sense of returning home. "You are Officer Yan Muyun, right? Chief Xiao has been waiting for you." The officer in charge of reception led him to the door of an office marked with the Special Investigation Unit sign. After knocking, a middle-aged voice came from inside. "Please come in." Yan Muyun opened the door and walked in, where he saw two people already seated. One was an old acquaintance, while the other was a middle-aged man with a slightly out-of-shape figure and thinning hair, sitting behind a black desk. "Presumably Chief Xiao. You look different from before," Zhang Shixue said, tilting her head slightly. "Haha." Yan Muyun chuckled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. That evening, after injecting the gene serum, he also noticed something was off while taking a shower. Not only did his height seem to have increased by a few centimeters, but his once dull eyes appeared deeper and his facial features were sharper and more three-dimensional than before. If before he looked fairly decent among ordinary people, now he had reached a level of attractiveness that might catch the eye of a girl or boy on the street. Chief Xiao smiled like a benevolent father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. It must be due to the gene serum. When a person's genes become more perfect, their appearance will naturally change accordingly. "You injected the gene serum so quickly." Zhang Shixue seemed somewhat surprised. Yan Muyun felt a bit strange. "I thought you knew I had become a gene warrior, so you specially chose me as your partner." Zhang Shixue hesitated for a moment. "Actually, it wasn't my decision to choose you." Yan Muyun blinked. "Not you. But Brother Sun said. It was I who specifically requested you to come." Chief Xiao smiled. "But the reason cannot be disclosed at the moment. You'll have to wait until you complete tonight's mission." "We start the mission tonight. Is it that urgent?" Yan Muyun walked over and sat down beside Zhang Shixue. Chief Xiao leaned back in his chair, fingers interlocked in front of him. "I assume Old Sun has already briefly introduced the mission to you. Our target this time is to capture one of the high-ranking members of the Dark River Society, Ma Kai-chung, who is suspected of using a false identity to purchase a plane ticket for tomorrow. This means tonight is our last chance to extract information from him. I heard he is hiding in Peach Blossom Spring." Yan Muyun asked, trying not to look at Chief Xiao's slightly protruding belly under his uniform. "You know about Peach Blossom Spring?" "I only know the name. Time is tight, so I won't explain its meaning. You can ask Xiao Zhang during the mission." Sensing that the chief had noticed him glancing at his belly, Chief Xiao straightened up without changing his expression, resting his elbows on the office desk. "So do either of you have any questions before we officially start the mission?" "No," Zhang Shixue replied decisively. Yan Muyun rubbed his nose. "I don't have any for now." "Good, now you two go review the mission materials. Be sure to memorize Ma Kai-chung's appearance, and don't let him—" "Yes." Zhang Shixue stood up and saluted. Yan Muyun imitated her, and also gave a salute, surprisingly managing it quite well. Just as the two were about to leave, Chief Xiao suddenly spoke. "Xiao Yan, please stay for a moment. I have something to—" Zhang Shixue left the office while Yan Muyun stood beside the sofa waiting for further instructions. "Xiao Yan, do you know Xiao Zhang well?" Chief Xiao asked with a smile. Yan Muyun hesitated and replied, "We've only met a few times. We interacted quite a bit during the recent Reeded assassin case, but I wouldn't say I know her very well. Then what's the latest time you've been with her? Yan Muyun frowned slightly, feeling this question was somewhat inappropriate, causing the middle-aged man across from him to seem a bit lewd. Please don't misunderstand, Chief Zhao said, somewhat amused, waving his hand. I'm asking this because I want to know if you've seen Xiaozhang's other side. Other side? Yan Muyun instinctively repeated the phrase, suddenly feeling this question was even more inappropriate. You know what Xiaozhang's ability is, right? Chief Zhao continued. Yan Muyun recalled. I remember, it's called Night Walker. It seems that in darker environments her senses and physical abilities become stronger. Chief Zhao looked at him meaningfully. Xiaozhang definitely hasn't told you that after the sun completely sets, the changes in her are far more than just that. Could you elaborate? Her personality, or perhaps her style of doing things, tends to become somewhat frightening. Like how werewolves are ordinary people by day, but become bloodthirsty beasts on a full moon night. Yan Muyun's eyes widened. No, it's not that exaggerated. Chief Zhao waved his hand, somewhat amused. Perhaps saying frightening scared you, but it's actually more like being paranoid, or even cold-blooded. There is no essential difference between these three terms. Yan Muyun's expression was serious. He never expected that a vibrant and beautiful young female officer could have two faces, one for day and one for night. Chief Zhao shook his head and said, you can feel it for yourself when the time comes. I'm just giving you a heads up in advance. Also, don't worry that her transformation will affect the mission. In fact, she is the most reliable in that state. Yan Muyun opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and finally just nodded as he left the office. At 9 p.m., a black floating vehicle descended from the sky, stopping in front of a luxurious building that stood like a massive black crystal surrounded by towering skyscrapers. A waiting attendant jogged over to open the car door, and a young man in a black suit wearing glasses stepped out, adjusting his collar, his smile appearing somewhat bashful. From the other side of the vehicle emerged an elegantly aloof young woman with cascading long hair and a slender figure, her exquisite black dress revealing a dazzling portion of her fair calves. The woman walked alongside the young man, naturally linking her arm with his as they ascended the steps covered in red carpet. Yan Muyun didn't wear a suit often. The last times were during a poetry recitation competition in elementary school and a graduation ceremony in high school. At this moment he felt uncomfortable all over, fiddling with his tie while softly asking, do we really need to dress this formally? Zhang Xishui replied in a flat tone, don't forget our identities tonight. In this mission they were disguised as wealthy second-generation heirs seeking excitement, so their behavior and attire had to align with this persona. Only 4 types of people would come to Peach Blossom Spring Awaken: ones, slightly wealthy small business owners, top-tier elites, and the children of the latter two. Based on Yan Muyun and Zhang Xishui's appearances, it was evident that the last identity suited them best, ensuring they wouldn't raise unnecessary suspicions. The two entered the hotel lobby. The scene before them could only be described as luxurious. The multicolored marble walls dazzled the eye, and giant crystal chandeliers cascaded like waterfalls, with Western-style paintings and exquisite tapestries adorning the inner walls and dome. They walked straight through the opulent hall to an elevator in an inner corridor where an attendant opened the elevator. Which floor would you like to go to? Asked the elevator attendant, smiling, sweetly dressed in a red uniform and white gloves, slightly bowing. The top floor, Zhang Xishui replied, keeping her chin slightly raised, her fair neck resembling flawless jade. No trouble at all. Yan Muyun smiled and nodded. The elevator attendant smiled back, pressing the button for 234 on the screen. During the elevator's ascent, a young girl who appeared to be no older than 20 stole several glances at the guests through the glass reflection. If the young lady in the black dress was a proud, flawless swan radiating an aura of aloofness, the young man in the black suit was like a gentle breeze gliding over a lake, evoking a sense of closeness. Ding. As the elevator chimed softly, the attendant slightly bowed and gestured, I hope you have a pleasant evening. The top floor of the hotel featured an elegantly decorated restaurant where well-dressed gentlemen exuded charisma and ladies dressed in vibrant attire captured attention. They sat at a table by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring red wine, while overlooking the city's nightscape. Is that Dr. Li? Yan Muyun suddenly spotted a familiar figure. At a seat slightly farther away, dressed in a red dress, Li Qingku rested her chin on one hand, smiling. The man sitting across from her was gesturing slightly, seemingly engaged in an animated discussion. Oh no, I thought Dr. Li mentioned going on a date yesterday, just to provoke Wei. Turns out it was true, and she's been on consecutive dates for 2 days. This way. Without allowing Yan Muyun to glance any longer, Zhang Xishui pulled on his arm and led him aside, walking straight through the entire restaurant until they stopped in front of a red curtain hanging from the ceiling. A tall, handsome server extended a hand to stop them, smiling as he said, this area is temporarily closed. Zhang Xishui didn't even glance at him, simply murmuring, Mo San Qing, Xian Taohua Fan. Please enter. The server slightly bowed, pulling aside the heavy red curtain. Behind the curtain was an elevator. Yan Muyun and Zhang Shixue stepped inside, and the elevator attendant did not ask anything, simply pressing the only button beside her. This was already the top level of the hotel, and the elevator could not ascend further, so they were going down. The numbers on the electronic screen changed rapidly from 234 to 200, 150, 25, and finally reached -13. If you were to take the elevator from the hotel lobby on the first floor, you would find that each elevator could only descend to -12 at most. The only elevator in the corner of the rooftop restaurant was the one that could go down to -13. And this -13 floor was the true peach blossom spring. As the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of noise surged in like a tide, with dazzling golden chandeliers hanging from the intricately carved ceiling, emitting a radiant, incandescent glow. A wool carpet adorned with exquisite patterns suitable for wall decoration was trampled underfoot by numerous expensive custom leather shoes and slender high-heeled shoes. Bunny girls gracefully walked along the walkway with trays appropriately dressed in suits, but wearing fishnet stockings and ultra-short skirts, their ample bosoms swaying gently with each step. This entire resplendent underground space resembled a maze filled with human desires, where every step taken could lure one's soul away, with gourmet delicacies and the smooth skin of the girls along with jewel-like drinks. Various gambling tables were nearly filled with players, and the sexy dealers were not merely dealing cards online, but were genuinely sitting there showcasing their curvaceous bodies, each smile and frown stirring the emotions of the surrounding gamblers. Not far away, a massive square glass enclosure attracted the most people. It was a fighting arena where two awakened beings battled fiercely, while the crowd waved their drinks and cash, shouting hoarsely. There were 4 more of these large glass enclosures evenly distributed in every corner of this vast underground space, each containing awakened beings with varying abilities engaged in combat. This scene had a profound impact on Yan Muyun, a young man who valued morality and aesthetics, prompting him to frown and ask, why is such a place allowed to exist? Because it is indeed necessary. Zhang Shixue, standing beside him with an indifferent expression, replied lightly. Necessary? Yan Muyun blinked, clearly puzzled. Otherwise, how do you think the calm and peaceful facade of the city is maintained? Zhang Shixue stepped forward, her voice cold. Congratulations, you've seen another side of this world tonight. When the sun had completely set and the city lights began to glow, Yan Muyun understood the words of Section Chief. Zhang Shixue after dark was a stark contrast to her daytime self. If the latter was the gentle and kind neighborly girl, the former was a queen adorned with a crown of ice and snow. Rational, efficient, taciturn, her face no longer wore that shy yet determined smile. Instead, it bore an air of aloof indifference, as if keeping others at a distance. I'm sorry, I tend to be this way at night. It's definitely not because of anything you did wrong. Zhang Shixue apologized, her demeanor reminiscent of a female CEO addressing a new intern. I acknowledge my fault, but it would be best if you don't say another word. Fortunately, this change did not affect Zhang Shixue's work performance. In response to her colleagues' inquiries, her tone was merely less pleasant, yet she retained a fair amount of patience and provided detailed explanations. In the years following the Abyss era, the domestic situation compared to abroad was like heaven and earth, yet still rather chaotic. The number of ordinary people gaining supernatural abilities was increasing daily, including those who were malicious, those with ulterior motives, and those simply wanting to show off. Zhang Shixue wrapped her arm around Yan Muyun's and explained as they walked. During that time, the Special Affairs Bureau and the Super Investigation Department were newly established and not yet mature. The crime rate involving superpowers was alarmingly high, with various criminal organizations emerging one after another. In this context, someone proposed the idea that it's better to manage than to block. Since we can't stop it, let's simply find a controllable place where those energetic or wealthy fools can vent in a designated area to prevent them from causing chaos outside. Yan Muyun's eyes widened. So the peach blossom spring has a background? Yes and no. Zhang Shixue shook her head, her delicate face devoid of any expression. After her light makeup, the government reached a cooperation with the most powerful black organization at the time, the Black Umbrella, allowing them to act as regulators overseeing the gray activities underground in the city. For years, both parties have carefully maintained a balance with no major incidents occurring. The Black Umbrella sought money while the government sought social stability, making it a win-win situation. Zhang Shixue suddenly stopped, pointing at 2 awakened individuals fighting within a glass enclosure, saying, "The people inside are all here voluntarily, either for fame or for money." Yan Muyun bared his teeth. "Will anyone die?" Zhang Shixue replied nonchalantly, "If someone dies, the opponent will be sent to the police by the Black Umbrella the next day, charged with involuntary manslaughter." Goodness, Yan Muyun did not expect this to happen. However, while malicious maiming is not allowed, breaking arms and legs is permissible. Those clients who bet large amounts of money need some thrilling experiences. Zhang Shixue explained, "As for these girls, if anyone touches their bodies without consent, they will trigger their alarms and security personnel we'll escort the offender away for a serious warning. Of course, if it's consensual, that's a different story. Yan Muyun rubbed his brow then. What about the gambling? Only individuals with assets above a certain threshold are allowed to gamble here. Zhang Shixue followed his gaze to the lively gambling table. If these people truly want to gamble, they could just buy a plane ticket to Macau, or go abroad. Since we can't stop them, it's better to arrange a gambling venue in our own city. The tax rate from the Peach Blossom Spring is extremely high, and the money flowing from these wealthy individuals will be used for city construction and welfare institutions. So it's not exploiting the poor, that's acceptable. Yan Muyun finally began to somewhat accept the reality of such a large, illegal venue beneath Minxia City. However, he then thought of a question. Since the Black Umbrella and the government cooperate so closely, why do we have to sneak in here, instead of directly requesting their cooperation for arrests? Zhang Shixue turned her head, searching for something in the crowd while answering. This was the rules set from the beginning. To gain something, one must also lose something. The Black Umbrella, upon accepting the series of rules set by the government and being partially pacified, also demanded significant autonomy. The main points were not to proactively provide information about those seeking refuge, and to prohibit law enforcement from arresting anyone within the Peach Blossom Spring. Yan Muyun finally understood why the focus of this mission was not to capture Ma Kai-cheng, but merely to extract intelligence from him. The first point is not an issue. If the Black Umbrella does not proactively provide certain information, we can arrange informants here. As for the second point, since we can't arrest people in the Peach Blossom Spring, we can wait for the other party to come out. After all, the lodging fees here are not cheap. Zhang Shixue said while tugging at Yan Muyun's sleeve, whispering, "Stop daydreaming, help me find the Gray Mouse." Gray Mouse is one of the informants from the Super Investigation Department, and the information regarding Ma Kai-cheng's presence in the Peach Blossom Spring was provided by him. Oh, okay. Yan Muyun nodded repeatedly as he realized this. Then he also stood on his tiptoes and began searching. For those seeking refuge here, the Black Umbrella will provide escape routes, and will send these routes to the police after. Whether those individuals can leave the city in that time frame essentially depends on those 30 minutes. Perhaps feeling her earlier tone was a bit harsh, Zhang Shixue explained further to indicate that she was not actually angry. After all, she was a gentle and understanding girl. Even under the influence of her abilities, her emotions seemed somewhat cold, yet one could still sense the softness she reserved for her friends. Yan Muyun completely disregarded this small detail, and while searching remarked with considerable emotion, "The Black Umbrella is indeed formidable, playing both sides yet offending neither." Indeed, Zhang Shixue nodded. "Hey, do you think that's him?" Yan Muyun suddenly pointed to the other side of the glass enclosure. Zhang Shixue stood on her tiptoes but still couldn't see, so she simply leaned on his arm. "Lift me up a bit." Yan Muyun made a hand seal, silently unlocking his genetic lock, then gently raised his left arm to embrace Zhang Shixue's slender waist, lifting her slightly. Although lifting less than 100 pounds was not difficult for his current physical fitness, he preferred to take it easy. No, he wanted to practice unlocking the genetic lock a bit more. The girl's soft body pressed entirely against him, and the faint scent of iris and cedar that had wafted from her side became distinct, lingering in his nostrils. Several people around widened their mouths, seemingly astonished by the young man's strength, as well as the girl's. "Put me down, that's him." Zhang Shixue tapped the arm around her waist. Yan Muyun set her down, and the two began to push their way through the crowded sea of people. Along the way, a purple energy ball conjured by an awakened individual struck the glass enclosure, causing the onlookers to gasp and instinctively retreat, nearly toppling the two to the ground. Fortunately, Yan Muyun had unlocked his genetic lock, maintaining balance in an extremely awkward stance, while also supporting two beautiful ladies nearby who were about to fall. When he turned back, Zhang Shixue had already released his arm and was pushing forward alone. In the crowded area beside the glass dome, a tall, slender man in a gray suit continually looked down at the silver mechanical watch on his wrist, a hint of anxiety evident on his face. His cheeks were sunken and his eye sockets were dark. Despite wearing expensive clothing, he could not hide the air of despondency surrounding him. Why hasn't he arrived yet? A hand rested on his shoulder. The man's originally dull eyes instantly brightened, and he hurriedly turned to look behind him. However, the next moment his face, which had just shown a glimmer of hope, fell again. Yan Muyun felt a bit strange and leaned in to whisper, "Gray Mouse." "It's me," the man replied without looking at him, constantly glancing around as if searching for someone. "Who are you waiting for?" asked Zhang Shixue, her tone icy, devoid of any lift despite being a question. The man scratched his neck, a look of embarrassment on his face. "My gladiator." Those awakeners who voluntarily entered the glass dome to fight were generally referred to as gladiators. Some gladiators fought for themselves, while others were contracted by certain companies to battle for the bets placed by their respective bosses. Yan Muyun and Zhang Shixue had studied the personal information of Gray Mouse before setting off, knowing that although he was an informant for the police, his public identity was that of a small company owner who had a gambling habit and 2 contracted awakeners under his wing. Who was coming out tonight? Dogtooth or Scalpel? Yan Muyun stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, familiar, as if they were old friends. Neither. It's a kid I recently signed on. The man raised his wrist to check the watch again, his words squeezed out through clenched teeth. He should be on stage in 20 minutes, damn it, and he still hasn't arrived. I can't reach him by phone, and I've searched the Peach Blossom source without seeing a trace of him. Zhang Shishua crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on the 2 awakeners on stage who were fighting each other, her tone cold. Forget about your match for now. Her voice was not loud, but there was an undeniable authority within it. The man who had been as anxious as an ant on a hot pan stiffened, but after a last desperate glance around he adjusted his tie and walked towards the distant staircase. Peach Blossom Source is officially on the 13th underground floor, but in reality there is a significant space between it and the 12th underground floor of the hotel, which is further divided into 4 distinct levels. The first level is a simple arena for gambling, the second is a lounge area for guests, and the third is the VIP area, typically frequented by wealthy bosses indifferent to material possessions and wanted criminals seeking refuge. This level boasts nearly flawless security measures, ensuring that without special access, no one can enter. The 3 entered a lavishly decorated room on the 2nd floor, where the floor-to-ceiling windows had been specially treated, allowing those inside to clearly see the debauchery occurring in the lobby below, while those in the lobby could only see their reflections in the silver-coated glass. Sit. Grey Mouse gestured for the 2 to take a seat on the sofa. However, Zhang Shishua did not move and calmly asked, "Where's Ma Kaiqing?" "Here in Peach Blossom Source." Grey Mouse was obviously distracted, still glancing out the window as he answered. Zhang Shishua lifted her skirt, exposing half of her snow-white thigh, which made Yan Muyun's eyes widen. When he came to his senses, he found she had drawn a handgun. Grey Mouse was startled by the sound of the bullet being chambered. When he turned, he found the dark muzzle of the gun aimed at him. "Don't waste our time." The woman's voice was cold enough to make one feel as though ice had been stuffed into their clothes. Grey Mouse chuckled in anger. "Your senior colleagues from the Special Investigation Department didn't cooperate with me like this. Everyone has their own style of doing things, don't they, eh?" Zhang Shishua said expressionlessly. Grey Mouse took a few deep breaths, suddenly stood up, and pointed at Yan Muyun behind him. "Help me win a match, and he'll tell you where Ma Kaiqing is splitting the money 50-50. Before Yan Muyun could respond, Zhang Shishua fired first. The gunshot was quiet, but its power was evident, leaving a smoking bullet hole in the man's gray suit. "Are you crazy?" Grey Mouse screamed, nearly falling to the ground as he stumbled and crawled behind the sofa. Yan Muyun was startled, as well, staring wide-eyed at the girl's back, never expecting that at night her character could be both as cold as ice and as explosive as fire. Zhang Shishua held the gun steady without the slightest tremor, even more stable than a surgeon with a scalpel. "You have no right to negotiate. Don't forget the evidence the police have is enough to keep you in jail for at least 5 years. This is why every agent in the Special Investigation Department is somewhat afraid of her at night. Efficient, cold, precise, and unfeeling, she never drags her feet, and all her actions are aimed at completing the task as quickly as possible." However, unexpectedly upon hearing the threat, Grey Mouse not only did not show fear, but instead wore a look of martyrdom as he sat back down on the sofa. "Go to hell. Go to jail, damn it. I won't come out until I've served 5 years. Anyway, if I lose tonight's match, I'll have nothing left. Whether I can survive is uncertain, so what's there to be afraid of?" It was evident that this Grey Mouse had clawed his way up from the bottom. Even if he dressed well, he lacked the calm demeanor of a business elite or a financial giant, instead exuding a strong streetwise vibe. Zhang Shishua stepped closer, pressing the still warm muzzle of the gun against his temple. "What about the story where Ma Kaiqing discovered a police informant and sent a hitman to shoot him?" Grey Mouse snorted coldly. "That would make sense elsewhere, but not here in Peach Blossom Source. No one can kill or cause trouble here, not even the Special Investigation Department. Not possible." Zhang Shishua narrowed her eyes, her tone gradually lightening. The man's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and managed to stay silent. After a few seconds of almost stifling silence, Grey Mouse suddenly raised a hand and trembled. "Ma Kaiqing is in one of the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor, but without a gold card you can't go up. If you can help me win tonight's match, I have a way to borrow a gold card from the losers." Zhang Shishua said nothing, neatly holstering her handgun beneath her skirt before turning to walk towards the door. As she passed Yan Muyun, she casually tossed out one sentence, "Keep an eye on him." Sitting on the sofa, Grey Mouse gasped for breath, reaching for a beer bottle buried in ice on the crystal coffee table, biting off the cap and gulping it down. Yan Muyun scratched his head and walked over to sit opposite him. "Care for a bottle?" Grey Mouse pointed at the box of alcohol on the table. "It's work hours." Yan Muyun politely declined. "Your partner is a madwoman." Grey Mouse took a few large swigs of beer, wiped his mouth, and said with lingering fear, "I just felt that if I waited any longer to speak, she really would have shot me." Yan Muyun tilted his head, revealing a non-committal smile. After a few minutes, Zhang Shishue returned, pushing the door open to find Yan Muyun sitting alone on the sofa. "Where's Gray Mouse?" she asked. Yan Muyun pointed to the inner room. "He's on the phone." "I checked, and there's no door leading outside." Zhang Shishue frowned at him. Typically places like this have secret doors either under the bed or behind the wardrobe. Yan Muyun chuckled. How could I run away? Tonight I'm relying on the two officers to save my life." As the door to the inner room opened, Gray Mouse walked out with a dry smile holding a mobile phone. Zhang Shishue glanced at him, then walked over to sit beside Yan Muyun, whispering, "The 3 layers of security measures are indeed very well done. Well, I can't infiltrate." "You can't either." Yan Muyun was somewhat surprised knowing that the other party's ability allowed her to hide. Zhang Shishue blinked and explained, "If I use my ability, it would trigger an anomaly alarm." Yan Muyun suddenly realized that such a high-end place would definitely have optical detection devices. If she used her powers, she could easily be mistaken for a crawling shadow, a precursor to the appearance of anomalies triggering the alarm system here. During their conversation, Gray Mouse wisely kept his distance, standing by silently. Once they finished discussing, he approached with a beaming smile. "So how about it, would you two be willing to help each other out?" Zhang Shishue did not answer him, but instead countered, "Why isn't Ma Kaiqing being listed in the intel if he's hiding on the VIP floor?" If they had known this in advance, the police could have prepared countermeasures. Gray Mouse shrugged and said, "I thought he would come down to play at night. I didn't expect him to be so timid, seeming to hide upstairs all the time. If you win the next match, you'll find a way to let us up, right?" Zhang Shishue fixed her gaze on him. "Exactly, I promise." A deep wrinkle formed on Gray Mouse's thin face, due to his smile. Zhang Shishue crossed her legs and said expressionlessly, "Then I'll handle this match." "No way." Unexpectedly, Gray Mouse firmly rejected her, then pointed at Yan Muyun beside her. "Why?" Zhang Shishue asked. Gray Mouse hurriedly explained, "I've signed a contract with the opponent. The candidates from both sides were decided. Unfortunately and fortunately, I decided to let a newcomer appear, and that guy has never stepped onto the arena, so no one knows his appearance and abilities. You want me to impersonate him?" Yan Muyun grinned. Gray Mouse nodded repeatedly. "Yes, after all, they know basic information like gender, and if the last one to appear is a woman, I really can't fool them." At this point, he spoke fiercely, "As for that guy who didn't show up today, he won't have another chance to appear. I'll go find him for the penalty fee tomorrow. Is that all right?" Yan Muyun tilted his head to look at her. Zhang Zixu's dark eyes stared at him quietly, clearly not speaking, yet seeming to say, "What do you think?" Yan Muyun shrugged. "It's fine. I'm at least a gene warrior. Now dealing with an awakened one in the wilderness shouldn't be a problem." "Do you have any combat experience?" Zhang Shishue coldly retorted. Before Yan Muyun could respond, Gray Mouse beside him already had a sorrowful expression. "You're a rookie. You all sent such a rookie to catch Ma Kaiqing. I thought there was hope." Yan Muyun felt a bit of a toothache. "Don't look down on me. Although I'm a rookie, I have successfully captured a level awakener." Zhang Shishue shot him a cold glance, not exposing this little boast. Not to mention that they had subdued that a level awakener when they were 5 or 6 people together, and in the end, let the opponent escape. Gray Mouse's expression suddenly turned a bit strange, as if he didn't quite believe his words. Zhang Shishue tugged at Yan Muyun's sleeve, whispering, "You don't need to show off. At most we can deploy police forces to seal off the area tightly tomorrow. As long as Ma Kaiqing is still in Minxia City half an hour later, he won't be able to escape. If 2 people can solve the problem, why spend so much manpower and resources?" Yan Muyun smiled slightly, already unbuttoning his tie with one hand. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, nor did he want to impress Zhang Shishue. Since this morning, when Luo Binghan guided Yan Muyun in practicing basic grappling techniques, he had felt something stirring within him. It was as if a little eagle was about to break out of its shell, fiercely pushing and tearing at the thin membrane inside the eggshell, with its tender beak yearning for the warm sunlight from outside. Every time he pinned Luo Binghan to the ground, a surge of inexplicable impulse arose in his heart, wanting to land a few punches on the opponent's neck in ways to completely incapacitate him. But fortunately, this impulse wasn't strong. It was merely the level of a person wanting to taste food upon seeing it, or wanting to look more at a beautiful woman. At first, Yan Muyun thought this impulse stemmed from his dissatisfaction with Luo Binghan, as he had to admit that the guy could be quite annoying with his sarcasm at times. The battle in the arena has determined its victor as the glass cover is slowly lifted by the steel cables hanging from the ceiling. The winner pounds his chest and raises his hands high, reveling in the cheers of the crowd, while the unconscious opponent is carried off the stage by waiting medical personnel. No fatal strikes, no weapons allowed. Aside from that, there are no rules. Those who step onto this stage can rely only on their unique abilities and their own bodies. During the battle, even if your arms and legs are severed, there's no need to worry. As long as you have enough money, you will be taken to a room filled with advanced medical equipment within 3 minutes, where the most experienced doctors will reattach your severed limbs and ensure no aftereffects remain. From another perspective, these doctors really can't be inexperienced. At this moment the arena has entered a lull, the crowded audience dispersing with faces either beaming with joy or dark with anger, most discussing the recent battle. In the spacious venue there are long tables set with various delicacies every 10 steps or so, featuring fresh seafood, sashimi, lobsters, king crabs, foie gras, truffles, and an array of fruits and fine wines available for anyone to take freely. These items are provided completely free of charge, and as long as one enters the peach blossom source they can eat as much as they desire. After all, gamblers need to be well fed and well hydrated to return to the gaming table with vigor. At this moment Yan Muyun has changed into more mobile attire, standing by the table gnawing on a lobster as thick as his arm, looking as if he hasn't eaten in days. Indeed, he hasn't had a proper meal in quite a while. For nearly 2 weeks he had been drinking various colored potions. Standing nearby, Zhang Xishui appears much more graceful, gently swirling a goblet filled with deep red wine. Are you really sure you want to fight? Yan Muyun swallowed a mouthful of soft lobster meat and shrugged. You heard him. If we don't help him win this fight, we might not see Ma Kaiqing tonight. Zhang Xishui looked at the man in a gray suit not far away, her gaze. I see someone like him surely has other. The gray mouse, who was struggling with a roasted pig's trotter, inexplicably shivered and instinctively glanced over, but the girl had already turned her gaze away. Yan Muyun lowered his head and took another bite of lobster, mumbling, this guy is just a stubborn piece of meat. If he loses tonight's match, the company on the brink of bankruptcy will collapse, and he will lose everything he currently possesses. For someone like this, threats of imprisonment probably won't work. Why do you keep defending him? Zhang Xishui suddenly raised her head to look at him, her dark eyes filled with subtle doubt. You seem to be looking forward to the upcoming battle. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through, Yan Muyun didn't hide it, chuckling a little bit. You don't realize the danger of this situation, but it's somewhat reckless of you. Zhang Xishui stared at him. Yan Muyun sighed. I'm starting to miss the you from earlier today. I'm serious. Zhang Xishui continued to stare at him, as if wanting to open his head to see if it was empty inside. I know, thank you. Yan Muyun smiled gently. He didn't understand why he felt inexplicably confident, the blood within him refusing to cool. Perhaps it was because the Silver Guardian had never been broken through, perhaps because he had just injected a gene serum, or perhaps because he had managed to take down Wei Jun earlier that morning. But regardless of the reason, sometimes life must be followed by one's instincts, right? Oh, it's our turn. The gray mouse waved from a distance. Yan Muyun pulled out 2 napkins to wipe his hands, removed the red-black Peking opera mask hanging at his waist, and put it on his face. The crowd gradually gathered again as the beautiful host in a white dress with gold trim introduced the identities and backgrounds of the 2 gladiators, stirring the emotions of the audience. Red team, Gladiator Phantom, currently with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. His movements are as unpredictable as a specter, like the wind, like a shadow. No one can keep up with his rhythm. When he runs, even the most formidable enemies halt in their tracks. Clearly this is a highly popular gladiator. As soon as the beautiful host started introducing him, many in the audience were already cheering his name. On the side of the arena, a man sat cross-legged on the floor, barefoot, and wearing only a black vest on his upper body, his bronze skin reflecting a metallic sheen under the lights. His head full of red hair stood up like steel needles, and a faint scar marked the corner of his mouth, his gaze towards his opponent, filled with amusement. The beautiful host paused slightly before continuing with enthusiasm. Blue team, Gladiator the Supreme. This is a newcomer gladiator shrouded in mystery. His abilities, age, and appearance are all unknown. Let us anticipate whether he can shine brightly on this stage. For the strange man in black sportswear and a red opera mask on the opposite side of the stage, the reaction from the crowd this time is clearly much quieter, though it doesn't elicit any boos. For a newcomer gladiator stepping onto the stage for the first time, experienced spectators always maintain a watchful attitude. They have seen too many who seemed ordinary but were surprisingly powerful. They have also seen too many who within a minute of starting were brought to tears and begged to withdraw. The odds for betting on newcomer gladiators are generally quite high. A wagering on them is like opening a blind box, very thrilling. Those with good luck can earn a fortune, while those without may lose everything. For seasoned gamblers without insider information, they have their own logic and experience for evaluating a newcomer gladiator's worth. For example, those with weaker abilities tend to adopt bizarre nicknames and various gimmicks to package themselves, but in reality, they are just decorative pillows filled with straw. At this moment, the comical man wearing the opera mask standing in the arena is likely one of them. Hey, is the title of Supreme one serious? Yan Muyun leaned back slightly, his mouth twitching behind the mask. The gray mouse's expression was not too good. I didn't come up with that nickname. That guy gave it to himself. Zhang Xishui interrupted their chatter. It's about to start. Get ready. As the audience urged, the beautiful host in a white suit raised her hands high, smiling broadly. Now let the... After she jumped off the stage, a dull mechanical sound echoed from the ceiling as the heavy glass cover slowly descended, ultimately sealing tightly against the edge of the arena. Yan Muyun felt a bit nervous, his fists clenched tightly, his fingertips sensing the slight slickness in his palms, a result of his anxiety. The man sitting cross-legged in the distance made a move. Instead of using his hands to support himself, he stood up solely on the strength of his legs, the process slow and unhurried. In the next moment, his figure transformed into an afterimage as he charged forward. The audience below was momentarily stunned. Many of those cheering instinctively fell silent. Logically, when facing an awakened individual with unknown abilities, one should first proceed with caution, testing the waters before launching an attack. Phantom is an experienced gladiator whose usual combat style is cautious. Why is he being so reckless today? Is he not afraid of being killed in one blow by the opponent's unknown abilities? Since the glass cover fell, Yan Muyun had been staring intently at the man opposite him. Now seeing the other party suddenly make a move, he almost without hesitation unfolded a silver barrier in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, his body curled up like a shrimp and flew out, crashing heavily against the back of the glass cover. The phantom surged forth, transforming into a blurred black shadow as it darted towards the opposite side of the arena, and immediately a silver-white illusory barrier appeared before the man, wearing a theatrical mask. The black shadow showed no signs of hesitation, as if it had prepared in advance, easily bypassing the barrier and crashing violently into the Supreme Master, sending the latter flying like a puddle of mud splattering against the glass dome. What's going on? This was the question that arose simultaneously in the minds of all the spectators. The phantom seemed to possess a complete understanding of the Supreme Master's abilities, knocking him down with just a single encounter. Those who had bet on the phantom's victory reacted with excitement, while the gamblers who had placed their bets on the newcomer began to curse loudly. There's insider information. How could the phantom know the Supreme Master's abilities? Wasn't it said that the Supreme Master is a newcomer and no one knows his abilities? What? R&M. Refund. The gamblers felt they had been deceived, and they began to shout in protest. At this point, forget about turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Soon there might not even be a valve core left. The phantom's ability, speed, is not a secret. The Supreme Master must be aware of it. However, being knocked down with such a disparity in information proves that the clown has no combat strength whatsoever. The beautiful host outside the arena began to explain, No, please believe us, Teo Weiyuan would never deceive the audience. I saw it. Is that not enough? The phantom's voice came through the speakers around the arena as he stood there with his hands in his pockets, his gaze impatiently sweeping over the rowdy audience. I saw that silver barrier, so I just went around it. Is there a problem? The noise from the crowd quieted down a bit, and many people closed their mouths. The phantom had previously boasted that when he activated his ability, even the high-speed floating motorcycles appeared to move as slowly as turtles in his eyes. Thus it seemed there was no issue with his fluid dodging movements. As for why he took the initiative to attack without knowing the opponent's abilities, there could be countless explanations. For instance, to catch the opponent off guard and win in one blow, or perhaps to scare the opponent into revealing a flaw in a moment of panic. Or maybe he is extremely confident in his speed, believing he could definitely evade any attack from the opponent. At this moment, Zhang Shishue furrowed her brow, gripping the wrist of the gray mouse, with one hand whispering, "Stop this match immediately." No, it's just started. Ouched. The gray mouse wanted to cry, but before he could say 2 words, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, twisting his expression. Due to the shouting and chaos from the audience, Yan Muyun gained a brief moment to catch his breath, slowly rising from the ground. At this moment, his face beneath the mask was flushed, and the severe pain in his abdomen made his breathing labor. The phantom's punch, empowered by his own speed, felt like a blacksmith swinging a heavy hammer onto an anvil. The force was simply terrifying. Oh wow, you can stand up, but not bad. The phantom not far away looked over with interest, flexing his wrist. I didn't even exert much force just now. Hey, after all, I need to hit you a few more times to make some money. With that, his figure transformed once again into a black shadow rushing forward. Yan Muyun's eyes behind the theatrical mask hardened as he leaned against the glass dome, raising 2 silver barriers to protect his sides, then swinging a heavy punch into the air before him. Bang! His thrown punch missed, but a heavy blow landed on his face, and the back of his head slammed hard against the glass behind him, producing a loud thud. Did you think that blocking my movement would allow you to hit me? Too naive. Even if we were trapped together in a space of only 1 square meter, you wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on my body. In the brief moments that followed, dozens of heavy punches fell like a torrential storm upon Yan Muyun. At that moment, he was like a rag doll thrown into a washing machine, his limbs and torso twisted and deformed by the impact from every direction. The phantom's mocking voice echoed through the speakers to those outside the glass dome, and the audience watched this scene with varied expressions, with many soft-hearted women already closing their eyes, unable to bear to look. Zhang Zixu's face had turned as cold as winter. Although she became rational and emotionless at night, it did not mean she was indifferent to the life and death of her companions. She raised a hand ready to call off the match, but before she could speak the gray mouse suddenly lunged forward, gripping her hand tightly. Wait a moment, there may still be a chance. Zhang Shishue's eyes turned icy, and she immediately wanted to pull out a gun and shoot this greedy fellow. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn occurred in the arena. A silver-white hemispherical barrier suddenly emerged from thin air, pushing the phantom, who moved too quickly for the naked eye to catch back several meters, giving the man who had been beaten against the glass dome a moment to breathe. Do not stop this battle. Yan Muyun reached out a hand behind him. The theatrical mask on his face had been partially destroyed, revealing bruised and swollen skin, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body beneath the sportswear was undoubtedly in a much worse state. Yet even in such a battered condition, he seemed to have no intention of giving up. Many spectators were intimidated by his stubborn spirit, and the jeers and curses had quieted considerably. Although this guy was weak, his fighting spirit was still worthy of respect. Zhang Shishua silently watched his back for a long time. Finally, she clenched her silver teeth, and for the first time tonight revealed an expression beyond indifference, lowering the hand she had just raised. Yan Muyun spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his mouth, and fixed his gaze firmly on the phantom, who was breathing heavily and slightly panting after the previous barrage of attacks. He had chosen a more aggressive approach earlier, but after one mistake, he was seized upon, taking dozens of punches in just a few seconds. The few good news were that the phantom's ability seemed not to last long, and the consumption after activation was quite significant. Moreover, he was ultimately just an ordinary person. No matter how fast he was, he had to control the force of his punches to avoid injuring himself from the recoil. His body, enhanced by genetic agents, still had relatively strong resistance to impacts. The phantom approached, pounding on the silver barrier with his fists, and grinned. Hey, are you planning to stay cooped up in your turtle shell forever? Yan Muyun ignored his provocation, simply closing his eyes to take deep breaths, trying to regulate his heart rate and regain his best state. After taking that beating, his heartbeat became extraordinarily vigorous, thudding incessantly in his chest like a drum, making him feel extremely restless. The audience wanted to see an intense battle, yet the standoff between the two had already lasted nearly half a minute. Many began to shout, "If you're not going to fight, then admit defeat. Hiding away is no skill." The one wearing the mask, "I just thought you had some guts, but now you're acting like a turtle. Arnim. Refund." The rising clamor further irritated Yan Muyun. His heartbeat hadn't calmed down, but was instead quickening. His head felt swollen, and his eyes began to sting, as if a broken eyelash was trapped inside. "Side is your barrier block gas." A voice came from above, and Yan Muyun opened his eyes to look up, noticing that his opponent was seated cross-legged atop his head, peering down through the gap between his legs. When their gazes met, the phantom froze for a moment. "Did you activate the Jiji Tong?"